Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 1572 to Chapter 1644. Don't underestimate these few drops of dragon marrow. This is the true dragon marrow of the dragon gods. Just one more transformation, and it will be the true God King dragon marrow. Don't think that most of the energy you absorbed before has dissipated. In fact, it's because you need so much energy to condense the dragon marrow. Don't forget, when you truly become the dragon gods, the God King level, you can use your own strength to create the God realm. Have you thought about that? How much energy would that require? Even this crimson domain can't compare to that level. These 5 drops of dragon marrow let me see your true return. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Only then did he understand the meaning of these 5 drops of dragon marrow. Then what should I do now? Lan Xuanyu asked. The treasure-hunting beast said without hesitation, you must accumulate more dragon marrow. The more dragon marrow there is, the faster your blood replacement process will be. It will also be easier to produce new dragon marrow. And this process requires a lot of energy. It will take at least 100 years to completely replace all the blood in your body with 5 drops of dragon marrow. Moreover, it will be relatively weak. But if you can have an entire right arm filled with dragon marrow, you might be able to do it in a few years. You can even produce more dragon marrow. That crimson domain is really a treasure land. Master, if you suck it dry, you might truly return. Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. Suck the crimson domain dry? Was it really that easy to do? He would probably be swallowed by the crimson domain before he could suck it dry. To the crimson domain, he was probably a very good tonic. The treasure-hunting beast continued, also, Master, with this dragon marrow of the dragon gods, your right arm will be able to unleash the true strength of the dragon gods. Although it won't be at the God King level, it will still be comparable to the transcendent level. Lan Xuanyu's heart moved. Increasing his combat strength was the most important to him, because this meant that he would be able to deal with more dangers and be better able to protect himself when he went on adventures. In that case, there would naturally be more opportunities. How can I unleash the full power of the dragon gods? Lan Xuanyu asked. The treasure-seeking beast said, you should be able to unleash one attack after consuming a drop of your dragon marrow. However, considering your current physical strength, you should not do it more than twice a day. Otherwise, your body will collapse. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, nodded, and said, my 3 ribs have a similar ability, right? The treasure-hunting beast said, yes, it's similar. The difference is that the power contained in the ribs is stronger, and it will not cause your body to collapse. It should have peak transcendent grade destructive power. The corners of Lan Xuanyu's mouth curled into a smile. If that was the case, then he would have one more life-saving method. The strength of 2 transcendent dragon gods, and 3 transcendent pinnacle dragon gods. The treasure-hunting beast seemed to know what he was thinking. It said faintly, Master, you must be careful. The power contained in your ribs is passive. It can only be activated when your life is in danger. Only the dragon marrow in your right arm can activate the active power. Lan Xuanyu said, I know. The dragon marrow I'm absorbing now is equivalent to a bullet. The skeletons of the dragon gods from before are equivalent to giving me a weapon. Now that I have a bullet, I can really use it, right? The treasure-hunting beast's heart twitched. Bullet? Only you can think of something like that. Using the dragon marrow of the dragon gods as a bullet, is there anything more extravagant than this? Lan Xuanyu had already begun to plan in his heart when to attack the crimson domain again. Or, it was fine if he did not attack the crimson domain. He had other targets, thinking of this, he could not help but look into space, his eyes flickering. Attacking near the crimson domain was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous situation. However, it was not only the crimson domain that had its energy. In space, there were dozens of those giant centipedes. As long as the giant centipedes were defeated, the death energy would return? If he, thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu's eyes could not help but brighten. Xiaoxiao. He softly called out to Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao turned to look at him. She was also at the god level, so she could naturally wake up at any time during meditation. Lan Xuanyu said softly, you stay here and help everyone seal the door. You all stay here and cultivate. I'll go out and investigate. He did not say what he was going to do, in case Bai Xiuxiu was worried. Bai Xiuxiu looked at him warily and said, "What are you going to do? You still want to go?" Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, "No, I want to go into space to see the situation of the battle between the Tianhe fleet and the Crimson Domain. Maybe I can get some benefits. My parents should be in the nearby space, hiding somewhere. If there's a chance, I'll go back and meet them. The battle is in a white-hot state now, and everyone's attention is on the battlefield. No one will pay attention to me. I'll take this opportunity to meet them. I'll be back as soon as possible. You all stay here. For now, the Crimson Domain can't expand so far." Bai Xiuxiu said, "Then you must be careful." "Yes, I know." Lan Xuanyu released the life energy in his body. He released almost 80% of the life energy he had absorbed earlier, leaving it for his companions to cultivate. With Bai Xiuxiu in charge of controlling this life energy, it would not cause everyone to be too full. Moreover, Tang Yuga was on the verge of a breakthrough. When she broke through, she would also absorb a large amount of life energy. After leaving these behind, Lan Xuanyu's figure suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, he disappeared into thin air without a trace. Even with Bai Xiuxiu's cultivation, she could not capture his figure at this moment. The treasure-hunting beast's illusion ability was fully activated, completely hiding him. In reality, Lan Xuanyu, who had already soared into space, had an additional small turquoise battleship beside him. The size of this battleship was actually not much larger than the average space fighter. However, it was indeed a battleship. It was the Emerald Demon battleship that Erming had given to Lan Xuanyu back then. When Lan Xuanyu had just obtained this battleship, he could not control it completely. This was because it was simply too fast, and its burst of speed was too intense. It was fine if it flew in a straight line, but if it changed directions during high-speed flight, even if Lan Xuanyu's body could withstand it, his ability to control it would not be enough. However, it was completely different for him to control the Emerald Demon battleship now. His body's endurance was no longer what it used to be. With the control of his divine sense, he could completely control the battleship's speed. His figure silently sank into the battleship. The next moment, a beam of turquoise light shot up into the sky, almost instantly breaking out of the atmosphere and shooting into space. Even though Lan Xuanyu was inside the battleship, he could still feel how astonishing that burst of speed was. Although he had the ability to teleport, under the circumstances of a huge battlefield in space, space was shattered, and it was not easy to teleport. Otherwise, he would not even know where he would be teleported to. However, it was different with the Emerald Demon battleship. Its speed was more than 3 times faster than flying with his own body. When he was flying at full speed, even without the treasure-hunting beast's illusion concealment, it was very difficult to capture his figure. As he rushed into space, the previously recorded images had become reality. Dozens of giant centipedes were fighting against the Tianhe fleet. Overall, the Tianhe fleet had the greater advantage. However, these giant centipedes were not easy to deal with. Although they did not seem to have the same level of coordination as the Tianhe fleet, the poisonous fog they spat out had the ability to refract light and offset a large amount of the Tianhe fleet's artillery fire. The Tianhe fleet's battleships did not dare to let the poisonous fog get too close to them. Their protective shields would be corroded. Previously, some of the smaller Tianhe battleships had already exploded due to the corrosion. The Tianhe battleship still had enough energy to attack the Crimson Domain above planet Tianhe. In an instant, the sky was filled with cannon fire. Lan Xuanyu wasn't in a hurry to enter the battlefield. In a battle of this scale, even with his strength, he was at risk of dying if he faced the destructive power of both sides head-on. Lan Xuanyu turned on the Emerald Demon battleship's communication device and identified a direction. The Emerald Demon battleship moved at full speed and disappeared silently like a ray of light. More than 10 minutes later, the inconspicuous light in space distorted slightly, and Lan Xuanyu and his Emerald Demon battleship disappeared for real. The 33-winged battleship. Ding Zhuohan saw Lan Xuanyu enter the main control room and couldn't help but laugh. "Boss, you're really amazing. The commander-in-chief of the Ryuma Federation's fleet. Ha ha ha. If they know that you're a spy, I wonder what they'll think." Lan Xuanyu snapped, "That's enough, aren't they going to tear me to pieces?" Get ready and follow me. Ding Zhuohan was stunned. Don't we need to provide support here? Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, no need for now. This battle on planet Tianhe is a good opportunity for us. Furthermore, we have the Ryuma Federation as our backing. There's not much point for you to provide support here. There's still the silver-armored rock battleship to receive us. Contact them. We'll go to the silver-armored rock battleship first and let it take the 33-winged battleship. Then, I'll bring you back to planet Tianhe. This is a good opportunity to cultivate. It's a good time for everyone to break through. All right. Ding Zhuohan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Ever since they started cultivating on the Tenryu star, it was like a new door had been opened for them. It turned out that cultivation could be so fast with the support of abundant resources. No wonder the dragon race could produce so many transcendent god-ranked powerhouses. Lan Xuanyu didn't hide his ambition. If all the 33-winged battleships could break through to god-ranked, it would be a huge improvement for the entire Douluo Federation. Furthermore, there were many plant-type soul beasts that could absorb life energy. With Long Tianyang's support in the dark, it was even more effective. Whether it was Ding Zhuohan or the other members of the 33 wings of the 33 heavens, it was as if they had been reborn after cultivating on the Tenryu star. Most of them had already become titled Douluo or were about to become titled Douluo. If they all returned to the Shrek Academy now, they would have no problem supporting the entire inner courtyard. Not to mention that Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had already become gods, and there were a few others who were about to become gods. In the future, it would not be impossible for all of the Trayasturmsa wings of heaven to become gods. Ding Zhuohan's cultivation here was actually quite effective. He had brought a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures with him. In fact, he was not any slower than his companions. However, he was naturally more willing to cultivate with Lan Xuanyu. That would be the best. The Trayasturmsa wings of the 33 heavens turned around and accelerated in its invisible state. At the same time, Ding Zhuohan began to try to activate the communication signal and contact the silver-armored rock warship. Not long after, Lan Xuanyu's familiar and gentle voice came from the silver-armored rock warship. Zhuohan? What's the matter? Hearing this familiar voice, Lan Xuanyu's eyes immediately revealed a look of excitement. He was able to command the Ryuma Federation's fleet calmly when he was the commander-in-chief, but when he heard his father's voice, he still could not suppress his excitement. Father, it's me, Lan Xuanyu said eagerly. A surprised voice came from the other side. Xianyu, is that you? This was not Tang Wulin's voice, but a pleasant female voice. On the silver-armored rock warship, Tang Wulin looked helplessly at Gu Yuna, who had pushed him away. He was really envious and jealous. Compared to his son, his status was really not that great. It's me, mother. When Lan Xuanyu heard Gu Yuna's voice, he was naturally even happier. I am now on the Trayasturmsa wings of the 33 heavens. Give me the exact location, and we will go there immediately. The war on planet Harmony has already begun. I believe that the Ryuma Federation will send more reinforcements soon. I need to discuss this with you. Okay, come quickly. I miss you so much. Gu Yuna's voice was trembling. Her eyes were red, and she looked like she was about to cry. After ending the communication and completing the location, the Trayasturmsa wings of the 33 heavens advanced at full speed and flew into the distance. The silver-armored rock warship was huge. Although it had the ability to become invisible and could even perform spatial teleportation, its energy intensity was too high. It was comparable to the Dragon God's class frigates, so it was still parked far away. In fact, communication had always been done through the Trayasturmsa wings of the 33 heavens. Therefore, they had always been secretly escorting Lan Xuanyu. After flying at full speed for an hour, the Trayasturmsa wings of the 33 heavens had already arrived at the designated location. At this time, planet Harmony could no longer be seen from here. Not far away, in an asteroid belt, the light distorted, and a large silver bird appeared out of thin air. Seeing the silver-armored rock warship from space, Lan Xuanyu could not help but be stunned. Compared to the last time he saw this warship, the silver-armored rock warship now looked more spiritual. If he did not know that this was a warship, even Lan Xuanyu would have thought that this was really a rock flying in space. Its eyes were bright and full of expression, and its huge body unfolded. Its speed was incomparably fast, and it carried a powerful aura. The Traistrumsa wings of the 33 heavens quickly approached, and at the same time, removed its invisibility. A silver light sprinkled down from the silver-armored rock warship and quietly fell on the Traistrumsa wings of the 33 heavens. In the next moment, the Traistrumsa wings of the 33 heavens was swallowed by it and disappeared without a trace. When Lan Xuanyu and Ding Zhuohan walked down from the Traistrumsa wings of the 33 heavens, Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin were already waiting outside. Gu Yuna could not wait to flash over and hug her son. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were also red. Even if his position on the Tenryu star had basically stabilized, he was still deep in the enemy camp. There was the risk of being exposed at any time, and he had to be constantly on edge. He had to spare no effort to improve himself, and he still had to feign civility with the dragon race. At this time, seeing his parents, that kind of relaxation and longing was the most beautiful thing in his heart. For a moment, Lan Xuanyu's entire heart seemed to have melted. The familiar smell of his mother made him feel so at ease. Ahem, there's still me. It was unknown whether Tang Wulin was jealous of Gu Yuna or Lan Xuanyu, but he said this faintly. Only then did Gu Yuna let go of her son and glared at him. Just as Tang Wulin revealed a bitter smile, Lan Xuanyu had already pounced on him and hugged him tightly. Tang Wulin gently patted his son's back. Good, good. You're really different. At this time, Gu Yuna naturally felt that Lan Xuanyu was different and nodded gently. In their perception, Lan Xuanyu had indeed become completely different. After breaking through to the god tier, Lan Xuanyu's two great bloodlines merged and formed the true embryonic form of the dragon god's bloodline. Meanwhile, they only had the Jinlong King and the Silver Dragon King bloodlines. Because of the connection between their bloodlines, when they saw Lan Xuanyu again, the first thing they felt was the boiling of their bloodlines. With Lan Xuanyu around, their bloodlines seemed to be completely activated. However, it was also a kind of peaceful activation, as if there was an invisible force guiding it. After letting go of his father's hug, Lan Xuanyu said with red eyes, I missed you guys so much. Gu Yuna's eyes were also red. She rushed up and hugged her son again. Don't go. Don't go this time, okay? Just stay by Mom's side and don't care about anything else. Mom can't bear for you to take the risk. You don't know, but I'm on tenterhooks every day. I'm afraid that something big will happen on the Tenryu star. When you broke through, if Wulin hadn't stopped me, I would have rushed over to protect you. End of chapter. Mom, I missed you too. Lan Xuanyu hugged his mother. But could he really not leave? He was a 9th rank heaven fighter of the Heaven Reverse Division, and was equivalent to a department head. He already had far too heavy a responsibility on his shoulders, and he couldn't just leave. Alright, he has to hurry back as soon as possible, so let's make this short. You can ask us if you have any questions. Tang Wulin walked over to them, and a pained look flashed through his eyes at the sight of the mother and son hugging each other. He couldn't bear to leave his son, but his rationality made it so that he had no choice. Lan Xuanyu released his mother from his embrace, and said gently, Mom, don't worry, I'll be fine. Dad, you've seen the information about the Crimson Realm that I sent back, right? All of you fought against the Abyssal Plane before, so isn't the Crimson Realm very similar to the Abyssal Plane? Tang Wulin nodded, and said seriously, they are indeed very similar. Their biological characteristics are very similar, and their undying characteristics are also very similar. It's just that they're not on the same level. This Crimson Realm is of an extremely high level, and we've never seen anything like it before. The entire plane is also different from the Abyssal Plane. The Abyssal Plane was sealed by us for a very long time, so during the initial few thousand years of battle against the Abyssal Plane, we mostly guarded the exit to prevent them from coming out. It was only later that the Holy Ghost Church, which was formed by evil soul masters, created an opportunity for them, and the Abyssal Plane fled to the extreme north, causing that final catastrophe. However, everything was actually part of your grandfather's plan. In the final moment, your great-grandfather and your grandfather's remnant wills attacked and defeated the Abyssal Holy Lord, allowing the Douluo star to devour all of the abyssal plane's energy and rejuvenate the seed of life. Only then did the tree of eternity evolve, and the entire planet evolve, allowing our soul masters to break through to God rank. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have a chance to enter the universe. Hence, when the abyssal plane first appeared, it was a disaster, but it was also an opportunity for us. It was all thanks to your grandfather's arrangements that the Douluo star was able to turn the disaster into a blessing in disguise. This crimson realm looks a little like the creatures of the abyssal plane, and I even suspect that it's related to the abyssal plane in the past. However, it could also be that all planes that specialize in devouring are of this type. However, the Crimson Realm's situation is much more powerful than the abyssal plane. Back then, the abyssal plane didn't have the ability to fight in outer space. They might be able to fly in space, but it was impossible for them to suddenly appear on the surface of a planet like the Crimson Domain and even use themselves as weapons to attack. That level of change was probably close to the deity level. Therefore, you must be especially careful when fighting with them. And then, there was a... He briefly recounted his battle with the abyssal plane. As soon as he finished speaking, Guyuna couldn't help but raise her hand and knock him on the head. She said, "You're too bold. Aren't you afraid that the Crimson Domain will target you?" Back then. She suddenly paused. Tang Wulin turned to look at her. There was a strange look in his eyes. Guyuna blushed. "What are you looking at? Can't I remember a little?" Yes. Of course you can. Yes, your mother is right. It's very risky. Back then, I used the yellow Jinlong spear to devour the life energy of abyssal creatures. It played a big role in the battle against the abyssal plane. I devoured the life energy of some abyssal powerful beings to weaken them. We couldn't resist the abyssal holy lord. Compared to me back then, you're weaker than the Crimson Realm now. That's why you have to be more careful. Lan Xuanyu nodded. I'll be careful. However, I felt that this was an opportunity. The Crimson Domain could be said to be a unique plane that existed between creation and destruction. Devouring their energy can transform it into something suitable for me. With the support of this energy, my cultivation will increase rapidly. If I can break through to the transcendent grade in a short time, my bloodline will evolve greatly. The Crimson Realm won't be able to threaten my safety even if it wants to. Do you have any experience to impart to me? Tang Wulin narrowed his eyes. In terms of experience, there are two main points. First, if the Crimson Realm is similar to the abyssal plane, then it's not invulnerable. By killing the experts it released and devouring their energy, it would be possible to weaken it directly. Second, as long as you don't come too close to the Crimson Realm, it shouldn't be able to do anything to you. To it, devouring the life energy of a planet is more important. The bit of energy you've absorbed is nothing compared to the life energy of planet Xianxia. However, we can't allow it to continue devouring as it pleases. Otherwise, once it reaches the godly realm, there won't be any power that can suppress it. That'll be the greatest disaster. Therefore, no matter what the relationship between the Dragon Horse Galaxy and us is, we have to find a way to cooperate with them to keep the Crimson Realm on planet Xianxia and destroy it. Otherwise, it'll be a huge problem in the future. In comparison, the newly established Ryuma Federation might be a threat to us, but that threat will take a long time. Of course, all of this has to be based on your own safety. Your safety isn't just important to your mother and me. It's important to you, and even the entire Douluo Federation. You should be very clear about this. I don't object to taking a certain degree of risk when there are huge benefits, but you mustn't be too rash. We're all your strong backers. When you need us, we'll definitely appear by your side. Lan Xuanyu was a little surprised when he heard that his father didn't completely stop him from taking a risk. Guyuna rolled her eyes at Tang Wulin and snorted coldly to express her dissatisfaction. However, she didn't refute him. Tang Wulin smiled and said, "If we were to say that I was the main character in the war 10,000 years ago. Then, today, 10,000 years later, you're the true main character. The root of all the problems isn't that we can defeat the Ryuma Federation, nor is it that we can defeat the Crimson Realm. Instead, it's that you can truly become the dragon gods. To be honest, we didn't have much hope for this in the past. That's because it's simply too difficult, and it's too difficult to walk down this path. However, you've slowly walked down this path. From your body, we can already feel the aura of the dragon gods. The Crimson Realm reaching the godly realm is definitely a terrifying thing. It might even engulf the entire Dragon Horse galaxy, and threaten us in the future. However, if you can become the dragon gods and rebuild the godly realm, then, what's the threat of the Crimson Realm? The Crimson Realm can still be raised, but this kind of plane formed by devouring will become more unstable the higher it rises. However, you're different. The day you become the dragon gods, a godly realm will definitely be born naturally. That's the true godly realm. Therefore, you can't let go of anything that's beneficial to your cultivation. If you want to become the dragon gods, the amount of energy you need will definitely be an astronomical figure. It's impossible to achieve just by relying on your own cultivation. Just like 10,000 years ago, the Crimson Realm is like the abyss. It's a disaster, but it's also an opportunity. You're so smart, so you'll definitely understand what I mean. Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly. He understood. This was also in line with his ambitions. Dad, Mom, do you have anything else to tell me about becoming the dragon gods? He turned to look at his mother. After all, his mother was the real part of the dragon gods. Gu Yuna said in a deep voice, I can't tell what will happen after you break through to the transcendent grade. However, the core of the dragon gods is with me. When you are about to break through to the transcendent grade, I will give it to you. That will be a real opportunity. However, you must consolidate your cultivation even more. What you are doing now is very good. Lan Xuanyu said, I went to the dragon world and saw the bones of the dragon gods. Gu Yuna was taken aback upon hearing this. You saw it? Did you sense anything? Lan Xuanyu's lips trembled as he recounted what had happened to him. Ding Zhuohan tactfully retreated. It was not that Lan Xuanyu did not believe Ding Zhuohan, but it was better for the three of them to know about this. After listening to his story, Gu Yuna held his right hand and silently felt the changes in his right hand. In the next instant, a layer of faint nine-colored light appeared around Gu Yuna's body. She was already an exquisitely beautiful woman to begin with, and now, she was even more dazzling than before. Tang Wulin also came to Lan Xuanyu's side and held his other hand, but there was no change in his body. Their divine senses swept across Lan Xuanyu's body and felt the changes in his body. Gradually, a look of shock appeared on their faces. Yes, it's true, Gu Yuna said firmly. Tang Wulin nodded. I sensed it too. This should be the transformation of the bones of the real dragon gods on you. Also, absorbing life energy into your right arm was the right thing to do. Giving birth to the dragon marrow of the dragon gods that truly belongs to you is the key to your transformation. When you can successfully change the marrow in your entire body, you should be able to step into the transcendent grade. Your right arm isn't just the bones. Your meridians, muscles, and skin are all evolving subtly. It's different from other parts of your arm. He's already comparable to me. If that's the case, we can rest assured if you take the risk. Gu Yuna looked at Tang Wulin, and Tang Wulin looked back at her. If you had hardened your heart and swallowed me back then, you might have ended up like this. Furthermore, they have already become true dragon gods. Gu Yuna blushed. I don't know what you're talking about. Tang Wulin chuckled and said, It's okay, I know. Xianyu, although Dad really wants you to stay by our side for a while more, the battlefield ahead can't be without you. If you leave for too long, the dragon race will suspect you. Furthermore, you want to take advantage of the situation. Your judgment is right. It's an excellent choice to attack those creatures of the Crimson Domain in space. Even if they want to do something to you, it won't be easy to do so from such a distance. However, it's still the same thing. You have to be careful. Not only do you have to guard against the Crimson Domain, but you also have to guard against the dragon race. The dragon race and Tianma have been able to rule the entire Dragon Horse galaxy for so many years. They're not easy to deal with. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Gu Yuna held Lan Xuanyu's hand tightly. Of course, she knew that Tang Wulin was right, but as a mother, she really couldn't bear to part with her son. Lan Xuanyu hugged his mother again. Mom, don't worry. I'll be careful. The next time I come back, I'll be at least a true god. Guyuna took a deep breath and kissed him on the cheek. Good son, go ahead. Mom supports you. At most, we'll go to the battlefield and snatch you back. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. At this moment, Guyuna was even more domineering than Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin and Guyuna sent Lan Xuanyu all the way out of the battleship and watched him and Ding Zhuohan board the Jade Demon battleship. Dad, Mom, I'll go first. A green light flashed, and the Jade Demon battleship disappeared into thin air. It was much faster than when it came. On the Jade Demon battleship, Ding Zhuohan screamed, "Boss, slow down, slow down. It's too fast. I can't take it." The huge impact almost made him vomit out his internal organs. It was just like when he first learned how to pilot a space warship. Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance, "Your little body is too weak." Although he said that, he still split a portion of his dragon power and turned it into a dragon's aura to cover Ding Zhuohan's body. Only then did he recover. Silver Armored Rock Battleship. Tang Wulin and Guyuna stood side by side as they looked at the space outside the porthole. Although they could no longer see their son, they still looked in the direction where the Jade Demon battleship disappeared. "Did you remember it?" Tang Wulin asked softly. "I didn't. I know what you're talking about." "Humph." Guyuna glared at him in annoyance and turned to leave. Tang Wulin turned to look in the direction that she had left, and a playful smile appeared on his face. "Is there really nothing? Just now, you blurted it out, but since you said you didn't, then you didn't. You can do whatever you want." "Who told me to?" "Oh. You." The Jade Demon battleship returned much faster than the wings of Triostrumsa. In just 10 minutes, they could see planet Tianhe again. It was no different from when they left. The battle was still in a stalemate, but there were more giant centipedes in space. There were dozens more than before, and they were able to withstand more cannon fire. For an excellent commander, understanding the battlefield was a very important ability. Lan Xuanyu saw that the Deep Red Domain had sent out more giant centipedes that were good at space combat. His first reaction was that they were still afraid of the Tianhe battleship's cannon fire, so much so that it was difficult for them to absorb it. Only when they couldn't absorb enough energy would they need time to buffer. He didn't rush into the battle. Instead, he quickly controlled the Jade Demon battleship to pass through the atmosphere and return to planet Tianhe. The first thing he observed was how the dark red color on the ground was expanding. Just as he expected, the dark red color brought about by the Deep Red Domain didn't spread faster. It even seemed to be shrinking. The Tianhe battleship's attack was effective. From the previous battle, it could be seen that the Tianhe battleship was indeed extraordinary. They weren't weak. Apart from the fact that they lacked a top-tier flagship, their fighting strength and technological standards weren't much inferior to the Douluo Federation's. Furthermore, they had great teamwork. As everyone continued like this, it seemed like the Deep Red Domain was on the decline. As long as the Tianhe battleship could force the Deep Red Domain to leave planet Tianhe and stop devouring its life energy, their initial goal would be achieved. From the abilities that the Deep Red Domain had displayed before, it was the strongest. If it used itself as a weapon, even the Tianhe battleship would have to retreat. However, it had just started devouring. Would it be willing to retreat now? After a simple observation and judgment, Lan Xuanyu recorded the scene. After that, he quickly descended and returned to the cave where his companions were cultivating. Just as he landed, a ball of 5-colored brilliance suddenly exploded in the cave. A ball of 5-colored energy surged outwards. Lan Xuanyu was shocked, but he quickly dodged. Following a roar, a huge 5-elemental qilin rushed into the sky. Behind this 5-elemental qilin, there was another projection of a 5-elemental qilin. It was a combination of 5 other qilins. Yin and Yang 5-elemental qilins. Or rather, a heavenly stem qilin. Lan Xuanyu didn't know how the Tang Yuga cultivated, but at this moment, she had clearly made her choice. She didn't directly transform the 10 colors into heavenly stem qilins. Instead, she split the 5-elemental qilins into Yin and Yang. In the sky, a ball of black and white Yin and Yang mist surged. Following this, large patches of dark clouds gathered in this direction. Lightning tribulations were descending. Roar, a loud dragon roar came from Lan Xuanyu's mouth. In the next moment, he had already soared into the sky. Dragon roars resounded. He had already transformed into a 100-meter-long 7-colored dragon and rushed into the sky. At this moment, divine senses swept over. A 9-colored light flashed in Lan Xuanyu's eyes and the dragon claw on his right hand slapped out. Immediately, he blocked those probing divine senses. Lan, what happened? Zhong Zicheng's surprised voice sounded. Lan Xuanyu said respectfully, second seat, I have an idea. I want to do an experiment. Doesn't the abyssal plane have undying characteristics? If the crimson domain faces the tribulation lightning brought by the heavenly tribulation, will its undying characteristics be restricted? So this time I brought some vassal servants, all of whom are close to breaking through to the divine realm. It just so happens that one of them has broken through. I'll try it if it works. Then the lightning power I can use might be able to suppress the crimson domain. At this moment, thunderclouds were rolling in the sky. Lan Xuanyu, on the other hand, soared into the sky and actually charged straight into the thunderclouds. Lan Xuanyu had brought his companions to planet Tianhe to cultivate and had plans to transcend the tribulation. Of course, he had made sufficient preparations. Tang Yuga's tribulation lightning was almost certainly at the level of a 7-colored tribulation. Without his concealment, how could the 7-colored lightning be explained? Which race's genius was this? Okay, then be careful. I will protect you. Zhong Zicheng did not suspect him. The main thing was that to him an ordinary divine realm breakthrough was really nothing. This kind of situation was very common in the dragon race. Unless it was like Lan Xuanyu, who attracted a 9-colored lightning tribulation, it was really not worth his attention. Moreover, he was also a little moved by Lan Xuanyu's words. Would the tribulation lightning's energy be destructive to the Crimson Domain, especially now that the Crimson Domain was somewhat suppressed by the Tianhe fleet? Choosing this time to conduct an experiment was indeed a good opportunity. In the sky, the tribulation clouds became thicker and thicker, and the yin-yang 5-element qilin floated in midair, also releasing colorful light. The yin-yang chaos bird was contained within. The 5 elements qilin transformed by Tang Yuga looked around in the sky, and his aura continued to increase. If one were to look closely, they would discover that the black and white yin and yang qi were constantly passing through her 2 bodies, causing one of them to suddenly become corporeal, and the other to suddenly become corporeal. It was as if they were constantly changing between yin and yang. The reason why Tang Yuga chose this form was because of the divine artifact, the yin-yang spirit tablet, that Lan Xuanyu had given her. When she first obtained the yin-yang spirit token, she felt a huge amount of yin-yang energy from it. The yin-yang chaos bird was so excited that it wanted to rush in directly. However, at that time, Tang Yuga felt that if he let the yin-yang chaos bird rush in, he would probably become a god. Therefore, he had suppressed it until now. One reason was that it was too dangerous to become a god on the Tenryu star, and it was easy to be discovered. In addition, she also hoped to accumulate more. During this period of accumulation, she had communicated with the yin-yang chaos bird many times. The yin-yang chaos bird told her that yin and yang were actually clones of creation. When yin and yang merged, it was the most original creation. However, that kind of creation power was not something she could withstand. Even a god-rank powerhouse would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, transforming into yin and yang qi and complementing each other was the best choice. Compared to the heavenly stem qilin from before and the yin-yang qilin that was one of the 5 elements, its combat strength would be even stronger. Furthermore, when the two were combined, it would have powerful attributes and abilities similar to a martial soul fusion skill. Once it broke through to the god rank, it would be an unprecedented existence. Therefore, Tang Yuga made such a choice. On the Tenryu star had a huge amount of life energy as support. At the same time, they were in the middle of a war and most of their attention was on the Crimson Domain, so they would not pay much attention to her. In addition to Lan Xuanyu's cover, the next step would depend on her ability to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Rumble, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and landed directly on Tang Yuga. Following that, another bolt of lightning descended and flew in another direction. It was the direction of the Crimson Domain. She had to put on a show to the end. Lan Xuanyu had already said it, so she naturally had to do it. trigger the lightning tribulation? A dragon race member who could trigger the lightning tribulation? This was the shocking thought of many of the Ryuma Federation's powerhouses. Among them, those who knew Lan Xuanyu were equally shocked. The eight-armed god-demon crown prince watched from afar as a rainbow bolt of lightning blasted into the Crimson Domain and exploded into a dazzling rainbow light. He could not help but become a little dazed. Lan is already so powerful? She can even trigger the energy of the lightning tribulation? This meant that the rainbow lightning tribulation was no threat to her at all. The powerhouses of the Mantis race, Tianma race, and Dragon race also felt the same way. As the previous temporary commander, Lan Xuanyu's command of the fleet was commendable and fully received their approval. However, that was only on the level of intelligence. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that she was the number one person among the younger generation of the Ryuma Federation. When the rainbow-colored thunderbolt blasted into the shuttle-shaped vortex of the Crimson Domain, it had a certain effect. The surface of the shuttle-shaped vortex was blasted with rainbow-colored light. Although it was slowly healing, everyone could see that the area blasted by the rainbow-colored thunderbolt was absorbing its own energy in the process of healing. This meant that the rainbow lightning tribulation was destructive to the Crimson Domain to a certain extent. Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan was beside Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng at this moment. When he saw this scene, he could not help but exclaim, "This girl is really daring. And she really can do it. Why didn't I think of using the power of the lightning tribulation to deal with them?" Zhong Zicheng smiled and said, "If you can think of anything, you will be able to go further. It is indeed a good idea. The lightning tribulation is also the power of heaven and earth, the will of nature, the evolution of the universe's principles, and a test for living creatures. It is indeed unrealistic to use the undying characteristic to resist such power. However, the power of this level of lightning tribulation is still too weak. If it was Lan's rainbow lightning tribulation, it might have really caused the Crimson Domain to suffer quite a bit. It is a pity." Luo Lan smiled and said, "At least we have found a way to restrain the undying characteristic. It can at least consume and restrain some of the Crimson Domain, and buy us more time. This time, Harmony Star has been completely exposed. Is the chief about to come?" Zhong Zicheng nodded and said, "This time, we must make sure that the battlefield stays here. The energy contained in the Crimson Domain is no small matter. If we can make it stay, even if we sacrifice Harmony Star, it will be worth it. This time, it might be the greatest opportunity for the chief." Luo Lan's heart shook. "Big brother, you mean?" Zhong Zicheng smiled slightly. "Jiang Weiqiang was able to become the chief. He does not lack ambition, strength, or wisdom. As long as there is a chance, he will definitely try to grasp it. It is just that we are still unable to determine the true strength of the Crimson Domain. If he wants to try, then let him try. I hope he succeeds." Luo Lan looked at him with a strange expression. "Big brother, do you really hope he succeeds?" Zhong Zicheng glanced at him and said, "Otherwise?" Luo Lan coughed. Okay, you are right. Then I hope he succeeds." Zhong Zicheng sighed and said, "You are. Sometimes, you are still too naive. It wasn't an easy task to become the head of the sect. What's more, he had always contributed a lot to the Dragon clan. If he really succeeds, he will also treat us well. Do you think I really want to fight for power with him? I only hope that our Dragon clan will be able to prosper. Whether it is him or the future Lan, we all have this opportunity. If he fails, the possibility of Lan is far greater than mine." Luo Lan said seriously, "Big brother is selfless. Everything is for the sake of our dragon race." Zhong Zicheng smiled slightly. "Actually, I'm very lazy, you know? Let's take it one step at a time." While they were talking, several more rainbow-colored thunderbolts had already blasted into the Crimson Domain. This experiment. Lan Xuanyu wasn't just saying it, he really wanted to try it. Could he control the heavenly tribulation? That was impossible. It wasn't that he couldn't control it, but once he made a move, the heavenly tribulation was likely to change and become an existence that even surpassed the nine-colored world-destroying universe tribulation. Then, the target would be him. He didn't want to court death. Of the rainbow-colored heavenly tribulation falling from the sky, the one that bombarded Tang Yuga was naturally her own heavenly tribulation, And the one that bombarded the Crimson Domain was the heavenly tribulation energy condensed by Lan Xuanyu with his own power. Heavenly tribulation lightning. There wasn't much difference between the two. The only difference was a trace of the will of heaven and earth. On Lan Xuanyu's side, the surrounding aura was all on his side. It was extremely dense, covering up the movements on Tang Yuga's side. Tang Yuga didn't let him down. When the rainbow-colored heavenly tribulation fell on her body, the yin and yang energies rotated, and the power of the heavenly tribulation was quietly guided into the yin and yang vortex and disappeared. For a moment, the two five-element Qilins were surrounded by lightning, but they didn't have the imposing aura of others transcending heavenly tribulation. Lan Xuanyu, who was near the heavenly tribulation clouds, couldn't help but look in her direction in surprise. What a great yin and yang energies! She actually directly absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulation into her body to temper her body. This was obviously not something that Tang Yuga's body could withstand, but came from the special nature of the yin and yang energies. This was the benefit of talent and divine tools. There were many kinds of creatures in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. In addition, everyone's attention was focused on Lan Xuanyu at the Crimson Domain. Tang Yuga did not make any big movements here, so not many people noticed her. Lan Xuanyu, who was in the thunderclouds, was surrounded by rainbow-colored divine light. At this time, he was like a part of the thunder tribulation, but he was clearly separated from Tang Yuga's thunder tribulation. He was only constantly using the power of thunder that he generated to bombard the Crimson Domain. Needless to say, it did have a certain effect. Wherever Lan Xuanyu's lightning tribulation struck, a mass of the Crimson Domain's energy would disappear. Although it was quickly replenished, it was obvious that the Crimson Domain couldn't devour the power of the lightning tribulation. This was also very important to Lan Xuanyu. It allowed him to further understand the characteristics of the Crimson Domain, and it would be easier for him to deal with it in the future. As the lightning tribulation fell, Tang Yuga's aura became more and more illusory, but it didn't weaken. Lan Xuanyu felt that she seemed to be in a state of unity between man and nature. It was as if her entire person had become a part of heaven and earth. It was as if she was gradually assimilating with heaven and earth. At this time, everyone in the wings of the 33 heavens had stopped cultivating and looked at the scene in the sky excitedly. Although Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had already become gods, this was the first time they had witnessed one of their own breakthrough to the divine realm. It was one thing to know that everyone had the possibility of breaking through, but it was another thing to witness it with their own eyes. Tang Yuga was the oldest and had the most profound cultivation. At this time, breaking through to the divine realm seemed to be a matter of course. Enduring the seven-colored tribulation didn't seem to be that difficult. Yin and yang energies revolved around each other, and the two Qilins constantly became each other's shadows. As they alternated, Tang Yuga's five-element Qilin body became more and more illusory. However, the feeling of being one with the heavens also became stronger and stronger. Yuan and Hui was the most nervous one. He clenched his fists tightly, and he could feel the pressure of the tribulation on the ground. This is the heavenly tribulation, this is the heavenly tribulation. Sister Yuga has already transcended the tribulation, and I should be soon. They were all cultivating according to Lan Xuanyu's method, constantly suppressing their cultivation to make their foundation more solid. Recently, his compatibility with the Blade God's hand was also increasing. The feedback from the divine artifact caused Yuan and Hui's control over his own body to continuously increase. Awesome, this is really awesome. Yuga, this five-element Qilins. Xianlei blurted out. He was about to say something, but in the next moment, his mouth was frozen. Lan Mengqin rolled her eyes at him. Xianlei looked at her gratefully. Of course, he knew that the Eye of God wouldn't let him say anything good. He regretted it now. He regretted coveting the divine artifact. The benefits of this Eye of God were really great. It allowed him to directly possess divine sense. If he wanted to break through now, it was just a matter of taking a step forward. However, the side effects of this thing were too strong. Even though he was thick-skinned, his image had already been destroyed. Lan Mengqin was following him at all times. As long as he spoke, she would seal his mouth with ice and prevent him from speaking. Only then would it be better. But this wasn't a problem. He couldn't even speak normally. Qianlei felt bitter in his heart. Buzz, in the sky, black and white suddenly bloomed, swallowing the original five-colored light of the five-element Qilin. A wisp of black and white aura lingered in the air and descended from the sky. It's done. Yuan and Hui Hui blurted out excitedly. Yes, it was done. Tang Yuga had successfully broken through. The thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated. Tang Yuga had already transformed into the appearance of a member of the Blue Sea clan and appeared in front of everyone. Although she could be seen clearly at this moment, she gave off a faintly discernible feeling, like an illusion that existed in reality. A strange light flashed in Tang Yuga's eyes. She took a step forward and returned to her teammates. The yin and yang energies rotated, and all the aura disappeared without a trace. She didn't say anything, but in the cave, a large amount of life energy gathered towards her body like rivers flowing into the sea. She had just broken through, so she needed a large amount of energy to replenish herself and transform her original soul power into divine power. At the same time, her spiritual power had also completely transformed into divine sense after the sublimation. Envy. The people of the wings of the 33 skies looked at her with incomparable envy. She had become a god. After Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, Yuga was the third to break through to become a god. And at a glance, it was obvious that she wasn't just an ordinary god. Throughout the entire seven-colored heaven and earth tribulation, she actually withstood it with ease. After Tang Yuga finished transcending the tribulation, Lan Xuanyu also breathed a sigh of relief and revealed himself. The Crimson Domain, which had been bombarded by his lightning, didn't seem to have any reaction. This was because compared to the lightning he bombarded, the cannon fire falling from the sky was much more violent. Although the Crimson Domain had strengthened its response to the attacks from the sky, Tianhe's fleet in space had also strengthened their firepower, fully restraining it. Lan Xuanyu's figure flashed and landed on the ground. Walking into the cave, he sensed the changes in Tang Yuga's body and couldn't help but be shocked. Even with his divine sense, the Tang Yuga he sensed was like a wave of heaven and earth origin energy, incomparably pure. It was as if it was the most original power in the universe. It was very strange. Her body was rapidly evolving during this process. The most important thing was the yin and yang qi. It wasn't just the yin-yang chaos bird, but also the yin-yang spirit tablet. Originally, the yin-yang chaos bird only had 30 to 40,000 years of cultivation, but the yin-yang spirit tablet made up for its shortcomings. This was why Tang Yuga was so relaxed when she had just broken through. The yin and yang qi was absorbing the energy of the lightning tribulation. The life energy here promoted Tang Yuga's body to evolve. The speed of evolution was extremely fast, and she was being reborn almost every moment. After becoming a god in one step, Tang Yuga had undergone a tremendous change. Lan Xuanyu said, "Everyone, continue cultivating. I'll bring back life energy later. Qianlei, Hui Hui, Mengqin, you're not far from breaking through. Get ready. When you break through, I'll be back." Among the Shrek's 7 monsters, only Lu Feng's cultivation was a little weaker. The others had recently improved by leaps and bounds with the help of divine artifacts. Other than Tang Yuga, the one who was closest to breaking through was Qianlei. This was the powerful effect of the Eye of the God. This thing really had two sides. Its side effects were indeed troublesome, but the benefits it brought were also huge. After Lan Xuanyu said this, his figure quietly disappeared into the air. In the next moment, he had already boarded the Emerald Demon battleship under the cover of the treasure-hunting beast. He broke through the atmosphere and entered space again. In space, the formation formed by the giant centipedes barely blocked the attacks of most of the fleet. The fleet's formation was slightly pulled apart to allow them more space to move. The small warships retreated further away. Their defensive abilities were not enough to resist the corrosive poisonous fog spat out by the giant centipedes. Once they were contaminated, there was a possibility of them being destroyed. Lan Xuanyu was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he silently observed the situation on the battlefield. Without a doubt, many transcendent experts were paying close attention to this battlefield. However, the energy fluctuations here were also extremely strong. Almost all of the giant centipedes were above the god level. Some of the larger ones were even true god level experts. Among them, in the center was a giant centipede that was more than 2,000 meters long and emitted a dark golden light. This was a true transcendent. Its aura was even stronger than the Black Emperor that Zhong Zicheng had fought against Tenryu's second Dawn Dragon Knight. The 5 Dragon Knights did not join the battlefield here. Instead, they monitored the Crimson Domain from below. These giant centipedes were extremely powerful, but the Tianhe fleet was still expanding their advantage. Fortunately, even if those giant centipedes died, they would not really die. Otherwise, the Crimson Domain might not be able to withstand them. Both sides were engaged in a war of attrition. The Tianhe race was definitely the most anxious because their planet Tianhe's life force was being continuously devoured by the deep red domain. However, there was nothing they could do even if they were impatient. The Crimson Domain was simply too resilient. That heaven-shaking collision from before had truly frightened quite a number of people. Even the Dragon Knights were deeply afraid of him. That was a collision between planes. It was the first time they had seen a plane being used as a weapon. Who knew what other trump cards the Crimson Domain had? The current goal of the Tianhe fleet was to kill all of these giant centipedes as soon as possible. Just as Tang Wulin had told Lan Xuanyu before, the more powerful the Crimson Domain creature was, the more energy from the Crimson Domain it would require to revive it. Moreover, it would take time. The giant centipede was definitely one of the top creatures that could be born in the Crimson Realm. It would take time for it to be revived. If that super god-level giant centipede died, it probably would not be able to revive in a short time. Moreover, the more powerful a creature was, the more intelligent it was. They would not want to be revived because they would no longer be themselves after being revived. Everything would have to start all over again, and their consciousness would not be the same as before. Lan Xuanyu silently sensed the situation on the battlefield. Ever since he became a god, he had never fought with his full strength. The excited blood in his body was boiling. Riches and honor were found in danger. With his current cultivation, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest fighter pilot in the human world. Moreover, he had an existence like the Emerald Demon warship. Next, it was time to show off his skills. Clenching his right hand, Lan Xuanyu's gaze became even sharper. The opportunity was right in front of him. With the guidance of his divine sense, Lan Xuanyu circulated all of his dragon power in the next instant, raising his condition to the maximum. The Emerald Demon warship instantly erupted and cut into the battlefield like lightning. He cut into the battlefield from the rear. With the transformation ability of the treasure-hunting beast, the Emerald Demon warship could not capture him at all at this time, even with divine sense. With the super transformation and super speed, unless it was a super god-level powerhouse who used divine sense to focus on a small area, it would be impossible to discover his existence. With his divine sense fully opened, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel every detail on the battlefield around him. The size of the Emerald Demon warship was too inconspicuous compared to the behemoths on the battlefield in front of him. With a flash of light, Lan Xuanyu had already arrived behind a giant centipede. This was a giant centipede that had been injured. Half of its head had been destroyed, and the wound was wriggling rapidly in an attempt to recover. Its mouth was constantly spitting out a large cloud of corrosive poisonous fog. This poisonous fog had the characteristic of refracting energy attacks. The invisible Emerald Demon warship had turned into 7 colors in the next instant. That was Lan Xuanyu's dragon power rendering. He opened his mouth slightly and spat out a golden light shadow. It flashed and disappeared in an instant. The giant centipede's body suddenly stiffened. The yellow Jinlong spear was a true divine tool, and coupled with Lan Xuanyu's dragon power, it pierced through the wound on the giant centipede's head. In the next instant, a violent explosion resounded. The yellow Jinlong spear contained the energy of the light dark divine lightning that Lan Xuanyu had poured into it. It directly exploded, severing the last of the giant centipede's life force. The giant centipede's originally tyrannical defensive power instantly collapsed. Under normal circumstances, after collapsing, its body would turn back into the energy of the Crimson Domain, and be recovered by the Crimson Domain. But at this time, although it had exploded, not the slightest bit of the Crimson Domain's energy escaped, and it just disappeared into thin air. In the illusory world, a green light flashed, and the yellow Jinlong spear was once again swallowed, then turned tail and fled. In the blink of an eye, it was 1,000 li away. Flying directly from below, almost like a spatial jump, it flew to the rear of the Tianhe fleet. Lan Xuanyu's plan was very simple. Launch a surprise attack, devour the Crimson Domain's energy, and then run to the rear of the Tianhe fleet to absorb it. Then launch a surprise attack. In the next instant after the Emerald Demon warship disappeared, a powerful divine sense swept over. The 16 compound eyes of that over 2,000 meters long giant centipede burst out with a dazzling dark golden light, and a terrifying divine sense swept over the whole area. Unfortunately, even with its divine sense, if it wanted to find Lan Xuanyu, it had to lock onto his location first. At this time, Lan Xuanyu had already arrived at the rear of the Tianhe fleet, and transformed into a small Tianhe warship. A huge amount of energy was pouring into Lan Xuanyu's body through the yellow Jinlong spear, and was absorbed by his right arm, turning into drops of dragon marrow of the dragon gods. Good heavens, there really was a lot of energy. The first surprise attack was a success. The Tianhe fleet didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. First of all, there was a large amount of poisonous fog in front of the giant centipede that had been killed, and second of all, a giant centipede had died before. His right arm was already burning hot. Sensing the increasing amount of dragon marrow of the dragon gods, Lan Xuanyu's eyes became even more excited. He could clearly sense that he was in the process of transforming. Although his cultivation didn't explosively increase, the appearance of the dragon marrow would cause his entire body to change blood, and continue to increase the level of his bloodline. Although his cultivation didn't explosively increase, the imperceptible effect was still much faster than normal cultivation. Roar! That 2,000-meter-long giant centipede seemed to have been enraged. The dark golden light on its enormous body began to grow brighter and brighter, and in the next instant, it suddenly opened its mouth, spitting out a dark golden light that directly covered the Tianhe fleet. The Tianhe fleet had naturally been paying attention to it this whole time, and instantly focused their firepower on the dark golden breath. A strange scene appeared. When the cannons of the Tianhe fleet came into contact with the dark golden breath, all the cannons disappeared into thin air, and the dark golden breath seemed to become even stronger. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it surged towards the Tianhe fleet. A Tianhe fleet at the front was the first to bear the brunt. At this moment, all the Tianhe fleets were working together to defend. The protective barrier in front of this warship suddenly erupted with a blinding light, and the dark golden breath suddenly shrank inwards into the shape of a shuttle. In an instant, it penetrated the protective barrier and pierced into this large Tianhe fleet. Boom! The warship exploded, creating a large shockwave. However, the dark golden fusiform breath did not disappear. Immediately after, it charged towards the second warship at the back. The Tianhe fleet's reaction was extremely fast. A layer of golden light lit up on the warships at the back. This golden light quickly condensed together like a film of light, forming a defense once again. When the dark golden breath collided with the golden light barrier quickly dimmed, but the energy of the dark golden breath was finally exhausted. A large warship was destroyed with a single attack. This was the first time the Tianhe fleet had a large warship destroyed since the start of the war. The ones that were destroyed previously were all small warships that were in charge of the periphery. From the day the Tianhe fleet was established, they had considered the threat posed by transcendent rank powerhouses. Therefore, their combined defense was targeted at transcendent rank powerhouses. This was different from the Douluo Federation's fleet. In the Douluo Federation's fleet, only the mothership could truly threaten transcendent rank powerhouses. The other fleets had to be under the protection of the mothership. The direction of the Tianhe fleet's research was to make the entire fleet work as a whole and defend as a whole. The advantage of this was that it would be easier to split up and fight against weaker opponents. They did not have to completely rely on a space fortress-like mothership. At the same time, research and development and construction were much faster. After so many years, the Douluo Federation had barely managed to gather 8 space fleets. In total, there were only a few hundred warships. The biggest problem was that the construction of the mothership consumed too much resources and manpower. However, the Douluo Federation also had its own considerations. If the Douluo Federation wanted to continue expanding and developing more planets, they would need to rely on something like a space fortress. It wouldn't be as simple as just fighting. A bastion ship could store and carry far more resources than an ordinary battleship. Hence, to put it simply, the Heaven and Earth fleets were more proficient in direct combat, while the Douluo Federation fleets were more well-rounded. After the explosion, the dark gold color on the giant centipede's body had clearly dimmed a little. At this time, Lan Xuanyu moved again. That level of attack just now made his scalp tingle. If the target of that attack was him, he didn't know if he could withstand it with the ribs left behind by the dragon gods. But even if he could block it, he would still be injured. However, this level of attack was obviously not something that could be used continuously. After the attack was launched, the opponent would be at its weakest. The Emerald Demon battleship exploded again. It was extremely fast, and Lan Xuanyu was almost instantly on the other side of the battlefield. On the other hand, the Heaven and Earth fleets had silently lost a small battleship. This time, Lan Xuanyu chose another injured giant centipede. Unlike the previous one at the edge, this one was closer to the center of the giant centipede. It was surrounded by a large cloud of corrosive poisonous fog. Lan Xuanyu wasn't worried about this poisonous fog. The treasure-hunting beast had told him that this poisonous fog couldn't enter the range of his dragon power. The Emerald Demon battleship was enveloped by dragon's repulse, and silently approached the giant centipede. Still looking for the wound, Huang Jinlong's spear shot out. However, this time, the giant centipede reacted. After all, it was a god-rank powerhouse. Furthermore, the giant centipede that had just died was heavily injured, while the one in front of them only had a dozen broken legs. The moment Huang Jinlong's spear shot out, the giant centipede seemed to sense the existence of danger. Its body suddenly twisted, and a large cloud of poisonous fog shot out with a powerful force. It covered Lan Xuanyu. It couldn't see Lan Xuanyu, nor could it sense him, but it could cover him completely. Furthermore, it knew that as long as it could block it, its companions would come to its aid. However, since Lan Xuanyu had made his move, he naturally wouldn't give it a chance to live. The Jinlong spear suddenly turned into a brilliant nine-colored light. Although it had already turned its body and used its thick carapace to block, at this moment, in front of Huang Jinlong's spear, its god-rank price didn't have the slightest effect. At the same time, the nine-colored light suddenly exploded with a dazzling radiance, and a terrifying aura instantly erupted. The giant centipede that was about to attack seemed to have sensed something especially terrifying, and subconsciously paused. In an instant, the nine-colored light had already swept away the giant centipede. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu had already escaped. A giant centipede that was relatively complete could condense about 4 drops of the dragon god's dragon marrow. By consuming a drop, the true power of the dragon gods was injected into Huang Jinlong's spear, and what erupted was the aura of the dragon gods. Lan Xuanyu's divine sense aura at that moment made the giant centipede feel fear. Although it wasn't at the divine king level, at that moment, it still suppressed the opponent in terms of aura and bloodline pressure. Although it was only for a moment, for Lan Xuanyu, this moment was enough. Escape, with Lan Xuanyu's cultivation, even if it was a one-on-one, killing this god-rank giant centipede was nothing, but with so many giant centipedes surrounding him, it wasn't easy to take chestnuts out of the fire. The most frightening thing about this kind of surprise attack was being entangled. Once entangled, even if he had 3 ribs given by the dragon gods, he might not be able to escape. Therefore, in the case where he couldn't succeed in the first moment, he didn't hesitate to trigger the energy of the dragon god's dragon marrow, and burst out with a super powerful blow. Not only did it instantly defeat the opponent, but it also instantly devoured the opponent's crimson domain energy. With the deterrence of divine sense, he turned around and fled. 1 for 4, what a profit. This time, the Tianhe fleet obviously also found some clues. The 9-colored light was too conspicuous, and a giant centipede had fallen and disappeared in an instant. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of such an opportunity, not to mention that they had just lost a warship. Cannon fire poured down crazily, suppressing the giant centipedes and forcing them to retreat. At this time, Lan Xuanyu had already fled far away, and a large amount of divine sense was heading in this direction. He didn't stop, and instead drove the Emerald Demon warship far away. It's about time, I can't continue. If I continue, I'm afraid I'll really be targeted. 2 giant centipedes were killed by him in a row, and the benefits he gained were considerable. It's better to run first. the Emerald Demon warship continued to accelerate. He was prepared to make a big circle in space, and then return to Tianhe planet to observe the situation and wait for the next opportunity. It was really too dangerous to attack continuously. Moreover, with the addition of 7 or 8 drops of Dragon God's dragon marrow, he felt as if the blood in his body was boiling. His right arm emitted a blazing aura, and the speed at which his bloodline was being transformed had obviously increased by a lot. It seemed that he couldn't absorb too much at once, and still needed to digest it. The Emerald Demon warship's speed was extremely fast, but at this time, suddenly, a hint of warning appeared in his heart without warning. Under Lan Xuanyu's control, the Emerald Demon warship flipped to the side almost instantly. However, countless shadows suddenly appeared in all directions. These shadows were like ribbons, and quickly wrapped around the Emerald Demon warship. At this time, the Emerald Demon warship was like a small bird that had crashed into a large net, and Lan Xuanyu felt as if he had nowhere to hide. The sudden crisis caused Lan Xuanyu to enter battle mode. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed, and he had already left the Emerald Demon battleship. The Emerald Demon battleship, which had lost its speed, was not very useful. It was far less powerful than his own combat strength. Putting away the Emerald Demon battleship, Lan Xuanyu's entire body burst forth with 7-colored light. His right hand pressed against the void, and the surrounding air suddenly exploded with a violent rumble. Rainbow Tribulation. Boom, the surrounding shadows were quickly annihilated when they touched the 7-colored lightning. However, it also caused Lan Xuanyu to freeze in place. And a figure seemed to step out of the void and appeared in front of him. It was a female human existence. She had a pair of slender legs, and the gray battle skirt only covered the upper half of her body. The gray armor covered her chest, but her shoulders and arms were bare. Her long gray hair looked crystal clear, as if it was condensed from gray crystals. Her appearance was extremely beautiful. Judging by human aesthetics, there was a sense of impeccable feeling. Behind her, gray ribbons floated, extending in all directions as if they were endless. Her 10 fingers trembled, and she was looking at Lan Xuanyu in front of her with a surprised expression. With the rainbow divine dragon armor on his body, Lan Xuanyu's dragon power rose in his body. Wealth came from danger, and in the end, he still encountered danger. Transcendent rank, without a doubt. To be able to catch up to him and stop him, this person in front of him must be a transcendent rank powerhouse. A transcendent rank powerhouse from the Crimson Domain. In the boundless void, he was not the only one who knew how to hide. The person in front of him was obviously an expert. Because his first surprise attack was sudden, he was not discovered by the other party. However, by the second time, the other party still caught sight of him. Dragon race? The girl from the Crimson Domain actually spoke the common language of the Tenryu star. That's right. Who are you? Lan Xuanyu asked in a deep voice. At this time, he had already flown a little far. Of course, it was very likely that the other party also wanted him to fly a little farther before attacking him, so as to not be discovered by the dragon race of the Tenryu star. Me? Mistress calls me Mayor, and everyone calls me Mei Huang. Little guy, you've got guts. However, your aura is very strange. If I hadn't confirmed that your aura was only at the deity level when I was chasing after you, I wouldn't have dared to imagine that you were able to erupt with such power. Hand it over. Lan Xuanyu said calmly, hand over what? Naturally, it's that divine weapon of yours that can devour our energy. The Charm Empress smiled sweetly. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, what if I don't hand it over? Then die. If you die, I'll take it myself. Behind her, thousands of ribbons spread out in all directions. Vaguely, everything around her seemed to have become muddy. This was clearly the power of a domain. You were also the one who used lightning to bombard our Crimson Domain, weren't you? I didn't expect your dragon race to produce such a fun little thing. It's a pity that you're still too weak. The Charm Empress giggled. Lan Xuanyu's eyes narrowed. You're talking about this, right? He had already pulled out his yellow Jinlong spear as he spoke. The Charm Empress's eyes flashed. Your aura is a little different. Interesting. Very good, very good. Give it to me. I'll spare your life and take you to see Mistress. Perhaps Mistress can turn you into one of us. Lan Xuanyu's lips curled upward. All right. Here you go. As he spoke, the rainbow light on his yellow Jinlong spear exploded forth. Thousands of spear projections instantly shot toward the Charm Empress. It was none other than Fury of the Masses. Dragon power exploded forth. In that instant, the entire yellow Jinlong spear was dyed rainbow. What was even more terrifying was that there were bolts of rainbow lightning revolving around it. The rainbow divine dragon armor unleashed its rainbow dragon's repulse. Lan Xuanyu became one with his spear, and he flashed through the air. Humph. The Charm Empress seemed to be a little displeased. The ribbons around her trembled at the same time. Instantly, Lan Xuanyu's charging body slowed down. Boom, the rainbow-colored energy exploded. Lan Xuanyu actually forcefully detonated the rainbow-colored heaven and earth tribulation energy around his body. The energy from the explosion actually caused the domain to lose its effect for an instant. Thousands of spear lights eventually merged into one and pierced towards the Charm Empress's body. Huh? The Charm Empress was clearly a little surprised. Her right hand shot out like lightning, and a gray shadow touched the tip of the yellow Jinlong spear. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Lan Xuanyu's body trembled violently. He could only feel a terrifying surge of energy surging toward him. Then, it wildly invaded every corner of his body. A huge suction force came from behind him. It was as if there was an abyss behind him that was trying to swallow him whole. A rainbow-colored halo rippled out from Lan Xuanyu's body and expanded outwards. 7 Attribute Elemental Stripping. Although he didn't know what kind of energy his opponent was using, all energies were still the same. Under the effect of elemental stripping, the suction force from behind did indeed lessen. However, it was still pulling at his body. The energy that invaded his body was trying to drag his life force out. This was the first time Lan Xuanyu had encountered such a strange method of attack. Rainbow dragon scales covered his entire body. The core of the dragon god shook violently. The rainbow light around Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly became more intense. An explosive energy was suddenly released, forcefully expelling the foreign energy that had invaded his body. The indestructible body of the dragon gods. After he had obtained the true bloodline of the dragon gods, he had gained this innate ability. The indestructible body of the dragon gods, nothing could shake it. Not only that, but Lan Xuanyu let out a dragon's roar. The core of the dragon gods in his body shone brightly, causing his eyes to faintly glow with a 9-colored halo. The yellow Jinlong spear in his hand drew a circle in the air that seemed slow but was actually fast. Suddenly, all the suction force in the surroundings seemed to be pulled away in an instant. Mysterious Circle of the Heavens. This was the God-tier spear technique that Tang Wulin had taught him. It dissolved all attacks. The yellow Jinlong spear stabbed out again. This time, the blood in Lan Xuanyu's body seemed to boil. The rainbow light turned into flames to support him. He became one with the spear. He fiercely pounced toward his opponent. Ribbons came from all directions to wrap around his body. However, a strange scene occurred. Before those ribbons could even get close to his body, they were already burning. They were burned by the rainbow flames and couldn't really land on Lan Xuanyu's body. You! The Charm Empress screamed. She waved her right hand again, and a gray shadow flashed. Boom, Lan Xuanyu's body flew backward. However, the rainbow light on his body burst forth. The indestructible body of the dragon gods once again dissolved the energy that had invaded his body. In a flash, he returned to his original position and stabbed out with his spear again. The mocking look in the Charm Empress's eyes disappeared. This was God tier? Even a true God tier powerhouse would not be able to come out unscathed under her continuous attacks. She was a true supreme God tier powerhouse. Although she was not as strong as the Black Emperor, she was not that far off. In the Crimson Domain, she was one of the top existences. Even the giant centipede from before was only slightly higher than her. When she found out that Lan Xuanyu was only a god tier, she thought that she could easily capture him. However, she did not expect the dragon race to be so difficult to deal with. The ribbons behind her no longer wrapped around Lan Xuanyu. Instead, they turned into a circle and spun rapidly behind her. In an instant, they turned into a huge vortex. The powerful suction force enveloped Lan Xuanyu. In an instant, Lan Xuanyu felt like he was an insect caught in a huge spider web. His body was being forcefully pulled closer to the Charm Empress bit by bit. In the process, his entire body was gradually becoming stiff. This was the absolute difference in their cultivation levels. There was an insurmountable gap between God tier and Super God tier. Lan Xuanyu's body flashed with rainbow light. Bolts of lightning kept lighting up, but he could not break free from this pulling force. The Charm Empress snorted. She gently slapped Lan Xuanyu with her palm. Suddenly, the space collapsed. Terrifying energy gathered around Lan Xuanyu's body. The power of this attack darkened the space around them. Lan Xuanyu raised the yellow Jinlong spear in his hand. Another black circle of heaven was unleashed. Only a part of the collapsed space collapsed. However, the powerful force still hit him. Immediately, a glaring seven-colored light erupted and a large area of seven-colored light exploded on Lan Xuanyu's body. Even the rainbow divine dragon armor on his chest caved in. He spat out a stream of rainbow light from his mouth. He let out a long dragon roar. Roar, the Charm Empress was stunned. However, Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's roar, which had evolved from the yellow Jinlong roar, could not intimidate her. The difference in their divine senses was too great. However, she was really shocked now. She had used almost all of her strength in that palm strike. Just now, and it was when Lan Xuanyu was being sucked in by her domain. This was a true transcendent god-level attack, but it only seemed to have injured the other party a little. Was the god-tier dragon race this strong? How was that possible? I'm not playing with you anymore. Come back with me. After the Charm Empress recovered from her shock, she suddenly smiled at Lan Xuanyu. Her eyes darkened. Lan Xuanyu was also stunned for a moment. The scene around him seemed to have changed in an instant, and even his heart changed along with it. It was as if he had returned to his childhood. Gu Yuna held his hand and walked on the street. She said that she was going to take him home. However, at this moment, a clear current flowed into his heart. Lan Xuanyu woke up immediately. At this moment, he did not know when the Charm Emperor had appeared before him and was holding his hand. Charm Empress, Charm Empress. Her transcendent charm was her strongest ability. However, she would never have thought that under her level of charm, a god-level existence would be able to wake up in the blink of an eye. The moment Lan Xuanyu regained his senses, he lowered his shoulders and struck at such a close distance. The power of the dragon god erupted and struck the Charm Empress's chest. A powerful repulsive force instantly sent Lan Xuanyu flying. The Charm Empress's face was filled with shock. She wouldn't be too surprised if her domain couldn't control Lan Xuanyu, but how was it possible that her most proficient charm had failed? How could she have known that Lan Xuanyu had a treasure-seeking beast that was comparable to a true god in his body? The moment Lan Xuanyu's divine consciousness was controlled, the treasure-seeking beast used its own divine consciousness to wake Lan Xuanyu up. The Charm Empress held on to her chest that was hurting slightly. The light in her eyes became brighter. She was really angry. This female dragon in front of her who was wearing the rainbow divine dragon armor was too difficult to deal with. Yes, Lan Xuanyu was still in the form of Lan Xuanyu. This couldn't be helped. After all, his divine dragon armor looked like a female divine dragon armor. Now, the Charm Empress felt that this guy whose cultivation level was much lower than hers was a pain in the ass. He was resistant to charm, had super strong defense, and had super recovery abilities. She couldn't kill or capture him even after attacking him continuously. After all, the Charm Empress was a transcendent god expert. I don't want to capture you anymore. She held on to her chest that was hurting slightly. A great current surged around the Charm Empress. The space around her was completely covered by the great current. Her aura was also increasing rapidly. Lan Xuanyu held the yellow Jinlong spear in his hand. He was also on high alert. His chest was also hurting slightly. The Charm Empress attack had really injured him. However, the super recovery abilities of the Dragon God's indestructible body had already helped him recover by more than half in this short period of time. The Rainbow Divine Dragon Armor was indeed a top-notch Divine Dragon Armor. The dent in his chest was also slowly recovering. The Rainbow Dragon power quickly gathered on the yellow Jinlong spear in his hand. However, he didn't use any more of the dragon marrow of the dragon gods. He couldn't bear to use it. Previously, he had only used one drop in order to escape from the battlefield. It took him a lot of effort to gather this drop. Following the battle just now, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that the speed of his blood changing was increasing under the stimulation of the external pressure. His cultivation level was also rapidly advancing towards a bottleneck. The ribbons turned into gray currents. Everything around them turned gray. Lan Xuanyu couldn't see the stars. He couldn't see anything else. The only thing before him was the powerful Charm Empress. The Charm Empress's eyes had already turned gray. Suddenly, she seemed to be magnified infinitely. Meanwhile, Lan Xuanyu was shrinking infinitely. A huge pressure came from all directions. It stimulated Lan Xuanyu's rainbow divine dragon armor to release an intense rainbow glow. It formed a dragon's shield around his body. He was shocked to find out that he had no idea when he had landed in the palm of the Charm Empress, who had grown in size. The Charm Empress slowly closed her 5 fingers. Endless gray currents were crazily compressing inward, squeezing Lan Xuanyu's body. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu couldn't even use the yellow Jinlong spear in his hand. The pressure was just too strong. Was this the true strength of a super god-level expert? The 3 dragon cores in Lan Xuanyu's body spun wildly. His dragon power increased rapidly. Around him, streaks of rainbow lightning shot out, bombarding the gray currents. However, although the lightning could destroy the gray currents, it couldn't shake them off. The more the gray currents were destroyed, the more they surged. They continued to press down on Lan Xuanyu's body. The suppression of divine consciousness and divine power. It made Lan Xuanyu feel like he had nowhere to hide. The huge whirlpool spun above his head, sucking in his life force and divine consciousness crazily. If it weren't for the protection of the dragon god's indestructible body, an ordinary super god-level expert would have been instantly destroyed. Lan Xuanyu could only hold on. He forced the energy in his body to not be sucked away. His body wouldn't explode from the pressure. "Let's see how long you can last," the Charm Empress said coldly. Her power continued to increase. It continued to destroy Lan Xuanyu's resistance. In Lan Xuanyu's right arm, the dragon marrow that had already turned into 9 colors was already stirring, and the 3 9-colored ribs were also flickering with a halo. However, Lan Xuanyu didn't activate their power. He only used his dragon power to resist. The pressure was already causing his rainbow divine dragon armor to emit an ear-piercing sound. Even though it was a divine weapon, it was showing signs of being unable to withstand it. However, it was also under the effect of this pressure that his dragon power went wild. His potential was increasing rapidly under the pressure. The dragon power around the 3 dragon gods' cores went wild. The 3 dragon gods' cores started to heat up. They shone with a dazzling light. Their blood was being purified. The bloodline of the dragon gods was going wild. Roar! Just as the Charm Empress's palms were closing in, the energy in the gray currents was in the process of being pressed down. Hearing the creaking sound, the Charm Empress's face started to reveal a cruel smile. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar exploded from her palms. A 7-colored light suddenly surged. Among the 7 colors, the 8th color shot out. It was a purplish-black color that was filled with destructive thoughts. The moment the purplish-black color appeared, the surrounding gray currents were suddenly swept away. Immediately after, a huge dragon with scales of 8 different colors broke free from her palm, and with a loud and clear dragon roar, it rapidly grew louder. The Charm Empress was shocked. It had evolved, this was the element of destruction. She reached out with both hands at the same time and the gray air current surged once again. Taking advantage of the fact that the 8-colored giant dragon had yet to truly expand, her hands turned into sharp claws and grabbed onto the dragon's body. The dense gray air current was like a chain that instantly fixed Lan Xuanyu's body that was trying to break free. Yes, under the enormous pressure, Lan Xuanyu had a breakthrough. True god level. His tough cultivation, the transformation of his dragon marrow, the absorption of the power of the dragon god's dragon marrow from the rising dragon stage, and the life energy from the heaven-nourished crystal had finally allowed him to make another breakthrough. In less than a year, he had broken through from the god rank to the true god rank. He now possessed his own 8th soul ring, time froze in an instant. In an instant, everything seemed to be fixed. A huge golden hand reached out from void space. It was even bigger than the Charm Empress body. The huge golden hand closed. In the next instant, the Charm Empress body was caught in the palm. It was just like when she caught Lan Xuanyu. The grayish gas around Lan Xuanyu's body instantly dissipated. 8 colored lights revolved around him, and he exuded a blinding radiance. All kinds of energy in the universe surged into his body. The Charm Emperor was struggling madly within that gigantic golden hand, trying to break free from it. However, all she could feel was an unparalleled amount of horrifying power. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. Seal. A soft shout could be heard. A 9-colored light projection descended from the sky and landed on the Charm Empress' forehead. The Charm Empress' body froze. She couldn't move anymore. She was forcefully sealed in the huge golden hand. 2 huge figures that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth silently appeared. They flashed with golden and silver light respectively. Light projection swept out. In the next instant, they and Lan Xuanyu disappeared without a trace. Lan Xuanyu loved to take risks. However, he took risks to reap benefits. While he took risks, he would also try his best to avoid them. If not for the fact that he had a backup plan, he wouldn't have been stingy with the power of the dragon god's dragon marrow in his body. He would have tried to escape by exploding. Why did he flee so quickly after he succeeded? Why did he flee in this direction? That was because the silver-armored rock battleship was waiting to receive him. When he fought the Charm Empress earlier, he wanted to test himself. He wanted to see how strong his cultivation was, and how long he could last against a transcendent god. Reality had proven that with the Charm Emperor's cultivation base, it would not be easy for her to kill him. This had something to do with the Charm Empress' specialty. Her pure fighting strength wasn't very strong among transcendent gods. She was good at seduction. In this aspect, ordinary transcendent gods couldn't resist her. However, Lan Xuanyu had a treasure-seeking beast. He wasn't afraid of her seduction at all. In the end, under her forceful suppression, she actually managed to complete her breakthrough to the true god level. He had just broken through and needed to consolidate his cultivation. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna, who had been observing the battle from afar, finally made their move. With the 2 strongest humans working together, it was naturally effortless for them to take down the Charm Empress, whose attention was on Lan Xuanyu. Inside the silver rock battleship. How long has it been? I can feel his bloodline evolving. Around Lan Xuanyu, a huge heaven-nourishing crystal was gradually turning into ashes. This was given to him by Long Tianyang. While Lan Xuanyu was stabilizing his true god-level cultivation, he had already absorbed all the life energy it contained. Lan Xuanyu's right arm was emitting a brilliant 9-colored light. It was extremely transparent. The bone marrow in his right arm had completely turned into 9 colors. He had completed the transformation of the dragon marrow in this arm. The bloodline in his entire body was also evolving with the evolution of his right arm. It was undergoing a qualitative leap. Compared to the last time when he broke through to become a god, this breakthrough was even more natural. There were no disasters. However, the enormous amount of energy he had absorbed was terrifying. Tang Wulin said, "There won't be a problem. His biggest problem is when he fused our bloodlines to become a god." After the fusion, his bloodline entered a period of rapid improvement. In addition, the Tenryu star has provided him with sufficient resources. It's obvious that he's improving quickly. At least before he reaches the transcendent level, there shouldn't be any obstacles in his improvement. I just don't know if there will be any changes when he advances to the transcendent level. When that time comes, is it possible for him to directly become a dragon god? Guyuna shook her head and said, "I don't know either. I'm also a little worried about this." Tang Wulin stroked her long hair. "Let's take it one step at a time. For now, it's still stable." Guyuna said, "Do you think it's possible for us to stop his advancement?" "Stop?" Tang Wulin looked at her in surprise. Guyuna nodded. The worry in her eyes became even more obvious. "I'm worried that when he advances, that person will come back. After all, that's a god king, or even the strongest god king." Tang Wulin's heart tightened and he frowned. Is there such a possibility? Guyuna looked at him and said, there's still the last seal in your body. King Jinlong's evil thoughts are still in your body. We don't dare to let it out. Back then, the dragon god split into me and King Jinlong. I don't know if he will really come back, but even if there's some impact, our son might not be the same. Tang Wulin said, how confident are you that such a situation will happen? Guyuna said, it's hard to say. But I'm vaguely worried. Back then, the reason why the dragon gods were killed and split into King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King was largely because he was too powerful and too close to the origin of the universe, causing his divine sense to be in chaos. In human terms, he was a little schizophrenic. That was why he did something wrong and caused a great war. It led to the rapid decline of the entire dragon race. If Xianyu inherits the position of the dragon gods again, no one can guarantee that this situation won't happen. After all, the dragon gods are too strong. Therefore, if possible, I'd rather let Xianyu never break through to the transcendent level and control his cultivation. This way, the dragon gods won't really return. There won't be this risk. Tang Wulin shook his head and smiled bitterly. When you asked me if I controlled his cultivation, you actually knew the answer in your heart. This is not something we can suppress just because we want to. Unless he dies. Otherwise, his bloodline would have continued to evolve at this level. In other words, when we gave birth to him, his bloodline was destined to evolve in the direction of the dragon gods. If he can't evolve successfully, the result will be death. It was like this when he was young, and it's the same now. If we forcefully stop him from breaking through, it might lead to even more terrifying consequences. Therefore, what we can do now is to help him successfully complete his breakthrough and protect his heart. Cut off the remnants of the evil thoughts of the dragon gods. Guyuna's delicate body trembled. She turned to look at him in disbelief and grabbed his arm tightly with one hand. No. You can't. I've already lost you once. I can't. Tang Wulin suddenly laughed. See, you admit it. You've actually recovered your memories, haven't you? You're just angry with me. How can I abandon you and leave? It wasn't easy for our family to be reunited. I'll use everything I have to protect the warmth of our family. I don't mean to let him kill me when he becomes the dragon gods. I haven't lived enough yet. I've already chased my wife twice. It's not easy to cross 10,000 years. I still want to enjoy the joy of being with my family. You. Guyuna's pretty face turned red. You're deliberately tricking me, right? Tang Wulin blinked. No. I'm just telling the truth. It's just that you're wrong. What I mean to say is that we have another way to help him when he finally achieves a breakthrough. However, we'll have to give up some things. I've been thinking about this these days. Destruction, massacre, return to one. All sorts of chaotic sensations lingered in Lan Xuanyu's divine sense. He didn't expect to break through to the true god level with the help of the Charm Empress's suppression. However, everything was completed naturally. The gift that Long Tianyang gave him was also used up. After an unknown period of time, the destructive intent gradually calmed down. Lan Xuanyu only felt the blood in his body rippling, turning into the purest dragon power that lingered in his body. The color of his blood and dragon power also turned purplish-black, turning into 8 different colors. This was the element of destruction, true destruction. His 8th soul ring also appeared on his body. His soul rings were no longer pure soul rings of a soul master. They were no longer gold but had turned into 8 different colors. Every single one of his soul skills was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation, transforming into a completely new state. His body's strength was evolving, and his control over everything was evolving. After breaking through, he even seemed to see the evolution of multidimensional space that Long Tianyang had described to him. He even saw the changes in the origin of the universe. When he opened his eyes, he saw his parents hugging each other. Guyuna was nestled in Tang Wulin's arms, hugging him tightly. Tang Wulin was gently caressing her long hair, as if he was comforting her. Lan Xuanyu blinked and coughed softly. After that, he floated up. Guyuna and Tang Wulin looked at him at the same time. Guyuna's face turned red, and she gently pushed Tang Wulin away. Dad, Mom, it's okay. You can continue. I have to hurry back. Lan Xuanyu turned around and was about to leave. Why are you leaving? We haven't finished settling things, Gu Yuna said angrily. Ah? What's there to settle? Lan Xuanyu looked at Gu Yuna doubtfully. Gu Yuna made a grabbing motion in the air. With a flash of silver light, a figure appeared in front of her. It was the Charm Empress. At this moment, the eyes of the Charm Emperor were a little glazed as she stood there motionlessly. Gu Yuna said, she's a transcendent after all. You have two choices now. One is to use the yellow Jinlong spear to devour her crimson domain energy. This should be a great tonic for you. However, if you replenish too much, you'll have to continue to stay and stabilize your cultivation, which will probably take some time. Also, he had to put her back. I've left a spiritual imprint in her spiritual sense. She won't be able to sense it, but when necessary, she can be of help to you. Lan Xuanyu's heart stirred, and he said, Mother, are you saying that you can control her? Gu Yuna smiled and nodded. Wulin's spiritual domain is time reversal. As for my spiritual domain, after becoming a transcendent god, it has completely evolved. It is also an ability that you will master in the future. This was mental control. This is a powerful ability that originally belonged to the dragon gods. The mental control of the dragon gods has the effect of making everyone submit to them. Therefore, no matter what decision he makes, the entire dragon race will support him. This is the innate ability of the dragon gods. My mental control has not reached that level yet. However, I can control one. Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation, then let her go. Controlling one of the moles will be of greater help to me. It's better than directly devouring her. Also, I have to go back immediately to avoid being discovered by the Dragon Knights. I estimate that it won't be long before the Ryuma Federation's reinforcements arrive. Once they arrive, it will be time to launch an all-out attack on the Crimson Domain. Alright. Then you can go back first. I'll take care of this Charm Emperor. Also, I have to tell you that similar creatures did appear in the Abyssal Plane in the past. They were called succubi. However, they were far less powerful than this Charm Emperor. Maybe this Crimson Domain is related to the Abyssal Plane. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said. Gu Yuna walked in front of him and flipped her right hand. A 9-colored light silently appeared in front of her. When this 9-colored light appeared, almost instantly, Lan Xuanyu's right arm lit up, and a 9-colored flame spewed out. The 9-colored ball of light also quickly rushed towards his palm. However, silver light shot out from Gu Yuna's hand and turned into a cage-like shape, enveloping the 9-colored light. The 9-colored light's aura was completely sealed. Lan Xuanyu's raised right hand stopped in the air, and the 9-colored flame gradually faded. Gu Yuna said in a deep voice, You've already evolved to the level of a true god. Transcendent is just around the corner. This is the core of the dragon gods. Don't open my seal now. When you can continue to evolve and enter the transcendent level, you can open the seal and absorb it to evolve. Dragon God's core? This was the core of the dragon gods. Lan Xuanyu's mood immediately surged. Of course, he understood what it meant to obtain the core of the dragon gods. Gu Yuna said, when the time comes, there will be two situations. One is that you will become a transcendent, but not a real dragon gods. The other is that you will directly evolve into the dragon gods while crossing the transcendent level. We actually hope that it's the former, because if you directly evolve into the dragon gods, something unpredictable might happen. Therefore, before you break through, you must be fully prepared. No matter what happens, you must guard your mind. As for the rest, your father and I will help you arrange it. Understand? Yes, I will. Lan Xuanyu nodded seriously. Gu Yuna raised her hand, activated the core of the dragon gods, and gently patted Lan Xuanyu's chest. He smiled and said, Then go ahead and do it. You've already grown up. Daddy and Mommy will always support you from behind. Thank you, Mommy. Lan Xuanyu hugged Gu Yuna with a knowing smile on his face. His parents were his staunchest supporters. With them around, no matter what, his heart would not hesitate. Tang Wulin walked forward, opened his arms, and hugged the mother and son. The smile on his handsome face was elegant, but there was also a hint of determination. After Lan Xuanyu left, Gu Yuna turned to the Charm Emperor, a cold glint flashing across her beautiful eyes. She would not have the slightest bit of pity for this existence who had once wanted to kill her son. Once again releasing the Jade Demon battleship, Lan Xuanyu quietly merged into the battleship. With a burst of speed, he quickly headed in the direction of planet Tianhe. After completing the cultivation advancement, he only felt that the power of his bloodline was surging, and his divine sense had also increased tremendously. Although the transformation this time did not change him as much as when he became a god, it was still an improvement to a higher level. After reaching the true god level, the feeling was completely different from when he had just broken through to the god level. It was as if the entire world had become bigger, and he could feel many small things in this expanded world. The dragon power in his body continued to rise and increase. With almost every breath he took, his cultivation would increase again. This should be the benefit of having just broken through to the true god level. His bloodline was evolving, and so was his body. Everything was advancing to a higher level. Attributes aside, Lan Xuanyu himself could feel that the dragon power around him was different in many ways. If it was originally domineering and powerful, then it was now beginning to feel like a sovereign descending upon the world. Restrained but dignified. The appearance of the destruction attribute seemed to have restrained his originally wild dragon power, but it was also more dense and condensed. Even the 7 colors that appeared when the dragon power around his body was emitting dimmed a little because of the appearance of the 8th color, but the color was deeper. This was a qualitative leap, a complete metamorphosis. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu even felt that if he were to face an opponent at the level of the Charm Emperor again, although he might not be able to defeat her, he was confident that he could escape from the hands of a super god-level powerhouse. Confidence was always accompanied by strength, and the breakthrough in his cultivation had also increased Lan Xuanyu's confidence. With the support of the powerful dragon power, the Emerald Demon battleship did not need any other power source. The battleship's surface was covered in a layer of 8 colors, and it returned to planet Tianhe like a shooting star. In the distance, the battle in space was still going on. It seemed like his participation in the battle did not affect the entire battlefield. Lan Xuanyu still went around half a circle, broke through the atmosphere, and returned to planet Tianhe. He teleported back to the cave. In the cave, everyone was still cultivating. Tang Yuga's aura had obviously stabilized, and he had stabilized his god level. Lan Xuanyu's body released a strong life force, replenishing his energy. Seeing him return, Bai Xiaoxiao, who had been guarding everyone, was relieved. She was just about to say something when her eyes suddenly changed. Xianyu, you, Lan Xuanyu's lips moved, and he transmitted his voice, true god. Huh? Bai Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, and her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at him. He went out for a stroll, and he came back as a true god? That was too fast, wasn't it? However, her senses were very clear. When she saw Lan Xuanyu come back, she already felt that something was wrong. Her cultivation level had always increased with Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's bloodline had a great influence on her, and that was why she had the ice-devouring dragon's ability now. Therefore, when Lan Xuanyu's aura appeared, she immediately felt that the bloodline in her body was surging. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, I can't take the risk for nothing. You should cultivate too. I won't go out for now. I'll observe first. He had just broken through to the true god level, and the evolution in his body was not complete yet. In addition, the commotion from before was huge, and even the Charm Empress was captured. Therefore, it was better to keep a low profile for now. Also, Lan Xuanyu felt that the battle in space would not last for too long. Although the battleship's energy reserves would be sufficient, in such a large-scale battle, it would still be depleted. The giant centipedes in the Crimson Domain could be replenished through the Crimson Domain, but what about the Harmony Fleet? They had to have supplies. If this continued, there would only be 2 outcomes. The first was to temporarily end the war and allow the Sky Harmony Fleet to search for supplies. The second was to go all out and see if they could take down the enemy. From the looks of it, the Crimson Domain was very resilient, and there were other transcendent experts hiding in the void. It would not be easy to take them down in one go. In that case, he could only choose the former. although the Sky Harmony fleet was more powerful than expected. However, they also had a fatal problem, and that was that they did not have a true transcendent. Therefore, they had to be careful of the enemy's top experts at all times. If that happened, it was very likely that Heaven and the entire fleet would be doomed. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, they had activated a comprehensive protective shield to protect the entire fleet. This kind of consumption was undoubtedly enormous. If this continued, how long could they last? Now, they only needed to wait. Once the battle in the air ended, the expansion of the Crimson Domain on the ground would not stop. Therefore, the battle on the ground would occur again. At that time, he and his companions would have another chance. Now that his cultivation had reached the true god level, his ability to protect himself had greatly increased. Since he could obtain benefits from the Crimson Domain, the more the better. Perhaps if he wanted to become a transcendent, he would have to rely on his gains here. Delaying time was meaningful for both sides. When the Crimson Domain took root on planet Harmony, the reinforcements of the Ryuma Federation should have already set off. They needed time to arrive. For the Crimson Domain, it also needed time to continue devouring the life energy of planet Harmony to strengthen itself. The real battle would only begin when the top experts of the Ryuma Federation arrived. Therefore, the mission of the first batch of reinforcements of the Ryuma Federation was to delay the enemy and not let them devour the life energy too quickly. Sky and the fleet would definitely be aware of this as well. Now, everyone was facing a common enemy. No matter how much they hated the Ryuma Federation, there was nothing they could do about it. They could only cooperate with the Ryuma Federation and try their best to destroy the Crimson Domain. With this in mind, Lan Xuanyu was naturally not in a hurry. He was waiting for an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Some of his companions were about to break through. The next period of time would be their best opportunity. Lan Xuanyu released his bloodline aura and covered his companions with dragon-type martial souls. Under the influence of his bloodline, their cultivation speed would increase greatly. True God level. One had to know that before Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna returned, the strongest person in the entire Douluo Federation was only at the true God level. Now, Lan Xuanyu, who was only around 20 years old, had already reached this level. Furthermore, he was no ordinary true God powerhouse. He released his divine sense and sensed the battle situation outside. Suddenly, the light in space became even more intense. Large amounts of light descended from the sky and bombarded the Crimson Domain ferociously. A dark red shield finally appeared on the surface of the Crimson Domain. It did not devour all the energy. Instead, it blocked most of it. The dark red color on the ground also started to recede. It seemed to be retracting its energy. However, the place where they retreated was barren. Most of the life energy on the surface had already been devoured by them. It was about to end. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. In space, large amounts of gray gas descended. This was clearly a characteristic of the giant centipede that had died in battle. But at the same time, he could also feel a violent explosion in space. Both sides had clashed with all their might. Neither side had gained the upper hand. The attacks had affected the Crimson Domain, so the Harmony fleet should still have the upper hand. However, after such a huge explosion, they could only retreat temporarily. At this moment, a loud dragon's roar suddenly sounded from the ground. Lan Xuanyu could tell from the sound that it was the Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng's roar. This was the signal for war. Everyone, end your cultivation and prepare for battle, Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice. He used his divine sense to awaken his companions who were meditating. A new round of ground war was about to begin. Indeed, in space, the silhouettes of giant centipedes descended from the sky. It was also at this moment that a series of gigantic dragons appeared out of thin air, brazenly charging towards them. It was not just the dragon race. Tianma's heavenly horse knights, as well as the 8-armed divine demons and mantis race experts, all rose into the sky. These remaining giant centipedes would definitely not allow them to return to the Crimson Domain. However, at this moment, the Crimson Domain's shuttle-shaped form suddenly shrunk downwards. Its interior seemed to swell in an instant. Immediately after, a shocking thought burst forth. A giant crimson pillar of light shot out from its tail, shooting straight into the sky. The scene of the Crimson Domain attacking the entire planet's defenses with its main body was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. When this terrifying plane once again shot out such an attack, no one dared to face it head-on. The experts of the Ryuma Federation scattered. The giant centipedes that descended from the sky all dove into the crimson pillar of light and disappeared without a trace. Receive. This was the Crimson Domain receiving its experts. Rays of light exploded in the sky. Many experts had made their move. A large number of attacks landed on the crimson pillar of light. The light on the light pillar flickered continuously, but those attacks were like clay oxen entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Immediately after, streaks of dark red light shot out from the surface of the Crimson Domain. The streaks of dark red light transformed into different forms. It was the powerhouses of the Crimson Domain that had appeared once again. Among them were the powerhouses that Lan Xuanyu had seen before. Including the Black Emperor, they all welcomed the powerhouses of the Ryuma Federation that were led by the dragon race. A large number of creatures from the Crimson Domain also appeared and attacked in all directions. It had to be said that Planet Amato was quite strong in this aspect. After the damage caused by the collision between the Crimson Domain and the planet, they could finally catch their breaths during the 2 days of space battle. In all directions, they had set up defenses around the area controlled by the Crimson Domain. A large number of troops had set up a defensive front. This was why the Amato fleet dared to choose to retreat at this time. They had set up defenses on the ground to resist the attacks of the Crimson Domain. Especially with so many powerhouses from the Ryuma Federation supporting them, it was not just the 5 Dragon Knights anymore. This gave them some confidence. The war had broken out once again. Lan Xuanyu led everyone and contacted the Blue Ocean tribe soldiers led by Lan Bo. They quickly gathered together and advanced towards a higher terrain. This terrain was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was the most suitable place for defense. When they flew into the air, the first thing they saw was the Crimson Domain's creatures bursting out of the Crimson Domain. These creatures seemed to be endless. They were annihilated by the cannon fire and turned into immortal energy that was absorbed into the Crimson Domain. Lan Xuanyu couldn't determine how much life energy had been devoured by planet Tianhe during this period of time, but from how the dark red domain calmly launched a full-scale ground attack once again, he could tell that the losses in space were nothing compared to the gains it had gained on planet Tianhe. Until now, he could not tell how powerful the Crimson Domain was. The terrifying aura was oppressive. If he wanted to completely destroy the Crimson Domain, he would need to use extreme measures. Head of Tenryu should be on his way. When the Ryuma Federation's reinforcements arrived, the final battle would begin. The Douluo Federation's fleet was also prepared. However, the exact timing of their attack depended on the battle between the Ryuma Federation and the Crimson Domain. At least for now, the Ryuma Federation's response to the Crimson Realm was within his expectations. Although the Crimson Realm was strong, it did not have the ability to destroy the entire planet. The strength of the Tianhe fleet also bought them enough time. With the strength of the Dragon Horse Federation's experts, it would take at most another 2 days for the Federal Army, which had already been prepared, to arrive. It would be a good thing if the Crimson Domain could be destroyed. At the very least, the devouring plane that could threaten the 2 great Federation would be completely destroyed. To the Douluo Federation, although the Ryuma Federation was a huge threat, there should not be any problems in the short term. The Ryuma Federation also needed time to develop. With the speed of his cultivation, if he could reach the transcendent rank in the near future, he would definitely have a place among the Dragon Knights after he became a transcendent god. He might even have an even more important position. Once he had the chance to become a true dragon god, the Ryuma Federation would not have any problems developing. When that happened, the 2 great Federation would not have to fight. All problems could be solved without bloodshed. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu also needed time to improve himself. From the current situation, the final outcome of this battle was definitely to destroy the Crimson Domain. As for how to destroy the Crimson Domain, and how strong the Crimson Domain was, he could only take 1 step at a time in this battle. After climbing up the slope, the Tianhe army had already set up a defensive position. All kinds of cannons were already being charged, waiting for the Crimson Domain's creatures to attack. The arrival of Lan Xuanyu's group made the warriors of the Tianhe race overjoyed. No one wanted to die. Looking at the enemies that covered the sky and covered the earth like a tide, who wouldn't feel their scalps go numb, Lan Xuanyu shouted, "I'm Lan from the Dragon Race Tenryu Society. Who's in charge here?" A Tianhe army general immediately flashed out from the defensive position and quickly flew in front of Lan Xuanyu. This was an existence that was roughly equivalent to a human titled Douluo. Although he was not a god, he could clearly sense the suppressive aura of Lan Xuanyu and the experts he had brought. He hurriedly said respectfully, "I'm Commander Su Lisher of the Tianhe Army's 7th Team. Greetings, Lord Lan." Lan Xuanyu said, "Can the cannons on your side cover them accurately?" Su Lisher hurriedly said, "Yes. It's not a problem to hit them accurately. Our targeting system should be the most advanced in the Federation, but these bastards can't be killed." Lan Xuanyu waved his hand and stopped him from continuing. He said in a low voice, "In a moment, I'll have the Blue Ocean Race's warriors cooperate with you to defend the defensive position. I'll bring our experts to kill the enemy. What you need to do is to accurately attack the enemy and cooperate with us to defend the defensive position. Don't let your cannons land on our own people. Can you do that?" Su Lisher was overjoyed when he heard this. Although this was his first time meeting this Lord Lan, he had heard of Princess Jinlong's fame. This was a preparatory dragon knight, an outstanding talent of the younger generation of the dragon race, and even the entire Ryuma Federation's younger generation. With this person here, the pressure on his side would be greatly reduced. Although he was prepared to face death and live and die with the defensive position, who would want to die? "No problem, my lord. I guarantee that none of our cannons will land on our own people. Otherwise, I'm willing to be punished by military law." Su Lisher did not hesitate to promise Lan Xuanyu. "Good. Get ready." Marshal Lanbo Lan Xuanyu called out to Lanbo Lord Lan. Lanbo respectfully saluted Lan Xuanyu. "In a moment, we will kill our way into the enemy's formation. This is the only way to maximize our combat strength. You will lead our Blue Ocean Race's warriors and be responsible for defending the defensive position. Make sure that the remaining enemies do not destroy the defensive position." "Yes." Lanbo replied respectfully. From the beginning to the end, he didn't ask Lan Xuanyu if he could also charge into the enemy's formation with him and followed his orders to the extreme. Although he was a true god expert, in front of Lan Xuanyu, he was just a servant. This Lord Lan was very likely to be the future of the Blue Ocean Race. And he could also feel that Lan Xuanyu's aura was becoming more and more profound. He could no longer see how strong Lord Lan was now. Lan Xuanyu waved his right hand. "Go." As he spoke, he had already flown out. Bai Xiuxiu, Tang Yuga, Lan Mengqin, Qian Lei, and Lu Feng followed closely behind. The rest of the wings of the 33 heavens followed behind. After Ding Zhuohan was brought back, the wings of the 33 heavens was now complete. All 33 people were present. Facing the creatures of the deep red domain who were like stormy waves, there was only excitement in their eyes. In the past year, their cultivation had been improving every moment. They had all improved by leaps and bounds. Now, they finally had the chance to display their strength. In Lan Xuanyu's words, this was the best training for everyone. This training would allow them to walk the path to the true god realm. Tang Yuga had already become a true god. Who would be next? When would it be me? This was the question they were thinking about. When Lan Xuanyu first proposed that everyone would advance to the true god realm in the future, they felt that it was inconceivable. But now, there were already 3 true gods among them. They could also feel that they were developing in that direction. Lan Xuanyu's body rippled with a faint illusory halo, covering his companions around him. This was the treasure-hunting beast's illusory ability. Its purpose was to help cover up the scene of the battle and prevent the Ryuma Federation from discovering any clues. Following Lan Xuanyu's breakthrough, the treasure-hunting beast had also obtained great benefits. Although it had not yet recovered to its former peak strength, it had taken a step forward. In terms of illusory abilities, it had reached a new height. Under the cover of his divine sense, he could completely follow Lan Xuanyu's thoughts and arrange the surrounding illusory realm as if it were real. Moreover, from a certain point of view, it was real, and even had a certain degree of lethality. In this illusory realm, everyone in the 33 wings of heaven could clearly see the situation of themselves and their companions, as well as the way they fought. But other than the 33 of them, everything that the outside world saw was what the treasure-hunting beast wanted them to see, the way the Blue Sea clan fought. In the oncoming Crimson Domain army, the creatures at the forefront were a large number of creatures. These creatures all looked the size of calves, with large heads and strong limbs. They were very fast, and their bodies were covered in dark red flames. Everywhere they passed, dark red marks would be left on the ground. They were like wild boars spreading the plague, crazily rushing forward. Behind them, artillery fire had already begun. A large number of artillery fire formed a parabola in the air, landing on the enemy's position. Su Lisher was very smart. If it was all a frontal bombardment, he could not guarantee that his own artillery fire would not affect Lan Xuanyu and the others. But this kind of parabola attack passed by Lan Xuanyu and the others, landing in the most concentrated area of the enemy's formation. Not only was the effect the best, but it also did not affect Lan Xuanyu and the others at all. Only those who could escape the artillery fire would be able to reach Lan Xuanyu and the others. Qianlei. Summon. Lan Xuanyu shouted at Qianlei. Ha ha ha, little darlings, Big Brother is coming. Qianlei laughed strangely, and the light of the Eye of God flashed on his forehead. In the next instant, a gold coin floated in the air. The gold coin expanded in the wind. In an instant, it had become extremely huge, with a diameter of over 100 meters. Then, beams of light shot out from a hole in the center of the coin and landed on the ground. Qianlei's soul rings flashed, and a total of 9 doors appeared on the battlefield. Behemoth Legion Summon, he'd used it once in the Shrek Academy, and it had left a deep impression on everyone. At that time, Qianlei hadn't fully mastered this soul skill yet. But now, with the help of the Eye of God, his spiritual force had broken through to the divine sense level, and its power was far from what it was before. Once the coin of summoning was used, the 9 gates of summoning were set up almost instantly. A terrifying aura rose as well. A faint light flickered, and in the midst of fierce roars, numerous behemoths rushed out of the gate of summoning in a frenzy. These behemoths were over 10 meters tall, and their bodies were even more majestic than the 8-armed god fiend. Their sharp claws popped out of their hands, and their eyes were blood red. They were directly covered by Qianlei's bloodthirsty ability, and they rushed to the front of the battlefield. Among the summoned behemoths, the first to come out were the black iron behemoths with iron-like fur, followed by the even more muscular silver behemoths. Over 100 black iron behemoths and over 30 silver behemoths lined up in a row, killing the creatures of the deep red domain in front of them, forming a solid defense. Qianlei's eyes flickered, and the Eye of God on his forehead suddenly shot out an illusory beam of light. When this beam of light appeared, even Lan Xuanyu felt his divine sense tremble. What a strong divine sense fluctuation! In the next moment, that illusory beam of light shone on the coin of summoning. Suddenly, the coin of summoning shone brightly, and within the original golden color, there was an additional trace of purple. Roar, 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 terrifying roars came from the gates of summoning, and immediately after, a golden figure appeared from each of the 9 gates of summoning. 9 golden behemoths were actually summoned by him. They brazenly entered the battlefield. These were all adult golden behemoths, over 18 meters tall, and each of them emitted a terrifying aura that was as deep as the abyss. Once the golden behemoths appeared, the front of the battlefield instantly became a one-sided situation. More than 100 behemoths were like an insurmountable moat, blocking the attacks of the creatures of the deep red domain. Those wild boar-like creatures of the deep red domain were torn to shreds by claw shadows before they could even reach them, turning into grayish-black streams of air that quickly retreated. These behemoths all displayed incomparably powerful strength. Bing Tianliang couldn't help but say, "Fatty Qian, leave some for us. How are we supposed to fight like this?" Qianlei chuckled, "Leave what? You're a weakling." Lan Mengqin covered her face with both hands. This guy was letting himself go again. The Eye of the God was really annoying, however, this time, she didn't freeze Qianlei's mouth. This was the battlefield, and being able to unleash her strongest strength at all times was the most important thing. At this moment, the behemoth army summoned by Qianlei was really shocking. The Eye of the God was indeed annoying, but its function was obvious to all. Lan Xuanyu glanced at Qianlei and slapped out with his right hand. A seven-colored halo surged into Qianlei's body. Qianlei's body trembled, and he grinned at Lan Xuanyu. "Boss, thanks. I'm going." As he spoke, Qianlei suddenly soared into the air. On his forehead, the eye of the god bloomed with a bright light. His entire body seemed to be bathed in a layer of gold, and his body rapidly grew. In the blink of an eye, he had already transformed into the appearance of the golden behemoth. Compared to the golden behemoth he summoned, the current him was even more tall and sturdy, and the aura on his body was fluctuating extremely unstable. Qianlei's eyes gradually turned red. He raised his head to the sky and pounded his chest with both hands, letting out a deafening roar. In the sky, rolling thunderclouds quickly gathered, and the seven-colored brilliance illuminated the earth. Yes, Qianlei was also about to break through. After his divine sense broke through to the god level, he could have broken through long ago, but under the suppression of Lan Xuanyu, he forcefully helped him consolidate his cultivation. In terms of physical strength, Qianlei had already reached the god level. Although the side effects of the Eye of the God were very annoying, there was one thing that helped Qianlei a lot. Qianlei's current strength was inseparable from the contract he signed with Fatty Jean. However, Fatty Jean was a golden behemoth, and its nature was very bloodthirsty, even crazy. With the fusion of the bloodlines of the two sides, Qianlei would also be affected imperceptibly. For example, when he entered a bloodthirsty state, it was easy for him to lose control of himself. In fact, these were all related to the fusion of Fatty Jin's bloodline. The fusion of the Eye of the God had raised his mental strength to a level far beyond his physical cultivation. He had completely gained the upper hand in terms of consciousness. With the powerful ability of his divine sense, he had complete control of his body. It also completely completed the bloodline evolution brought by Fatty Jean, and resolved the final risks. Only then could he begin to break through to the god level. The thunderclouds fluctuated, and Lan Xuanyu had already soared into the sky. With the explanation of Tang Yuge's breakthrough, there was no need to say anything at this time. This was the manpower that had long been prepared to break through. Previously, they had successfully affected the Crimson Domain. Now that the ground war had begun, it was naturally appropriate for them to play a further role. Rumble. A seven-colored thunderbolt fell from the sky and directly landed on Qianlei's body, causing him to fall directly from the sky. He crashed to the ground with a bang. Compared to Tang Yuge's ability to resolve it, he obviously did not have that ability. He could only rely on his body to withstand it. At the same time, a rainbow-colored thunderbolt shot out from the thunderclouds. Its target was the creatures from the Crimson Domain that blotted out the sky. Amidst the roar, the creatures from the Crimson Domain within a radius of several thousand meters were wiped out. Moreover, no undead energy returned. Without a doubt, the energy of this lightning tribulation could really hit the Crimson Domain. Even the crimson color on the ground that was dyed by it was purified by this rainbow-colored tribulation. On the Crimson Domain's side, several figures instantly flashed and were about to appear here in an attempt to stop it. However, as soon as they appeared, the thunderclouds in the sky began to change. They changed from the original rainbow-colored to nine-colored. An extremely terrifying pressure appeared, scaring those figures into hurriedly fleeing. Lan Xuanyu, who was hiding in the thunderclouds, revealed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Was this heavenly tribulation so easy to stop? If it was so easy to stop, wouldn't anyone be able to break through and become a god? The reason he could blend in with the thunderclouds was that his body was filled with the power of the rainbow-colored tribulation. The energy of the same origin had just blinded the heavenly tribulation. As soon as those experts from the Crimson Domain approached, the heavenly tribulation immediately sensed their existence and directly absorbed the principles of heaven and earth to evolve and slaughter them. How was the heavenly tribulation born? Even the Long Tianyang couldn't explain it clearly. Perhaps this was a kind of law in the multidimensional space. The trial during ascension. It was impossible to stop this kind of law. Rashly interfering would be courting death. Therefore, the Crimson Domain could only watch as the rainbow-colored thunderbolts descended from the sky and destroyed their combat strength in a large area. They were also helpless against the thunderclouds in the sky. Lan Xuanyu bombarded the sky, but he secretly lamented that it was a pity. The energy of the Crimson Domain was destroyed by the lightning tribulation. He did this to cover his companion's tribulation. How good would it be if he could convert this undead energy into life energy and devour it? It was all a waste. As the thunderbolts bombarded the ground, a deep pit had been blasted open. Golden light continued to flash inside, proving that Qianlei was still alive. Forcefully withstanding the seven-colored tribulation of heaven and earth was not an easy task. It was as if he was being tempered, and his body was constantly becoming more solid. His divine sense had evolved ahead of time, which was extremely beneficial to his tribulation. Even if his body was in severe pain, he could still control his own ability to resist the heavenly tribulation without affecting the battle of the behemoth army. At this moment, it could be said that there was no pressure on the 33 Skywings side. The heavenly tribulation in the sky, the artillery behind him, and the behemoth in front of him. Almost all of the enemies were stopped. There were only 2 or 3 kittens that escaped the net, and naturally, they were easily dealt with by them. Qianlei's tribulation time was shorter than Tang Yuga's. As the thunderclouds in the sky gradually faded, the last bolt of lightning struck down. Rumble. Amidst the violent rumbling, countless rays of golden light burst out from the crater. A huge golden figure rose into the air. With a shake of his body, Qianlei transformed into a 100-meter-tall golden behemoth, roaring madly at the sky. The golden color on his body became deeper and deeper, even giving off a feeling of pure gold. Light flowed all over his body. When the behemoth army in front of him heard his roar, they immediately became even more frenzied. In the opposite direction, they slaughtered the creatures of the deep red domain. They were not the only ones fighting fiercely. It was the same in all other directions. The reinforcements from the Ryuma Federation cooperated with the Tianhe army to defend in all directions. The battle between the top-notch powerhouses in the sky also caused the energy fluctuations to become connected to the sky. The undying characteristic made the Deep Red Domain's army almost endless. The Ryuma Federation was only able to resist temporarily. However, as time passed, everyone knew that they would not be able to contain them. On Lan Xuanyu's side, after a series of attacks from the heavenly tribulation, it was actually a little easier. Lan Xuanyu quietly entered the battle under the cover of the treasure-seeking beast. The Jinlong spear did not brazenly devour. He hid in the range of the Deep Red Domain's army. As long as there were creatures of the Deep Red Domain that died in front of him, the undying energy would return. While he was in the air, he quietly restrained himself and devoured the energy into his body. This was obviously not as fast as when he had snuck into the Deep Red Domain to devour energy. It was also not as effective as devouring the energy of powerful Deep Red Domain creatures like the giant centipede. However, the advantage was that the energy was endless, and it was not that easy to discover. The battlefield was so large that the Deep Red Domain might not be able to sense the slightest consumption on their side. Lan Xuanyu was not in a hurry at all. As long as the battle continued, he could continue to devour energy here. After devouring for a while, he returned to his companions and released the life energy he had devoured to replenish his companions. With an abundance of life energy replenishment, the battlefield was a true training ground. In the sky, on the side of the top-notch powerhouses, the Deep Red Domain did not seem to have the upper hand, but they were not suppressed too much either. The Deep Red Domain powerhouses seemed to only want to tie down the various powerhouses led by the Dawn Dragon Knight. They did not seem to have any intention of defeating them. Meanwhile, the Deep Red Domain below continued to release deep red creatures to attack while continuously devouring the life energy of planet Tianhe. The crimson color on the ground had already begun to spread once more. Lan Xuanyu and the others were doing fine. After the baptism of the lightning tribulation earlier, much of the crimson color on the ground had been dispersed. In some areas, as the crimson color spread to the defensive positions, the Tianhe warriors had no choice but to retreat. If they did not retreat, they would be in danger of being contaminated and devoured. If this continued, the Deep Red Domain would undoubtedly have the absolute upper hand. Lan Xuanyu continued to silently absorb the undying energy while also paying attention to the battlefield in the sky. Based on the Deep Red Domain's current rate of devouring, about 5% of the entire surface of planet Tianhe had already been covered in crimson. This rate would probably increase as the life energy of planet Tianhe decreased, and the Deep Red Domain's devouring process would strengthen and accelerate. Who knew how many areas would be dyed crimson in 2 days' time? At that moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly realized that he saw a familiar figure. It belonged to the deep red domain. Ribbons streaked across the sky, locking down a large area of the sky. Occasionally, she would release a seductive ability, causing the powerhouses of the Ryuma Federation to show signs of being controlled. It was the Charm Emperor. She's back? Is she being controlled by my mother? This thought flashed through Lan Xuanyu's mind. He did not dare to casually enter the deep red domain to devour life energy because he was worried that he would be discovered and targeted. After all, there were more than 20 supreme god-level powerhouses on the battlefield now. Although he was also a true god-level powerhouse now, he could not easily participate in a battle like this. What if the Crimson Mother sensed his danger and attacked him? Would he be able to stop her? Lan Xuanyu carefully probed in the direction of the Charm Emperor with his divine sense. The Charm Emperor, who was fighting in the sky, seemed to sense it. Her movement slowed down, and in the next moment, a thread of divine sense connected with Lan Xuanyu's divine sense. Hello, Master. I'm Mayor. The Charm Emperor's voice was very respectful and even a little flattering. How did she do that? Is my mother's mind control that powerful? She could make a supreme god-level powerhouse submit to her? Mayor, have you been discovered by the deep red domain? Lan Xuanyu quickly asked through divine sense. He was already a true god-level powerhouse, and the Charm Emperor was a supreme god-level powerhouse. It was almost impossible for her to spy on them with her divine sense. She could press the QR code on her phone to store an image, then scan it in her WeChat and click on the local photo album to follow her. The Charm Empress said respectfully, "Don't worry, Master. We haven't been discovered. Our current mission is to stall these people from the Ryuma Federation." Lan Xuanyu said, "Do you have a way to cover me as I sneak into the Crimson Domain?" "Just the periphery will do. You know that I have a way to devour the energy of the Crimson Domain." The Charm Empress hesitated for a moment before saying, "It should be possible. The matriarch is currently searching for the life core of planet Amato and is starting to devour it. Once she succeeds, this planet will face collapse. Her thoughts are not on the Crimson Domain. As long as the changes are not too obvious, it should be fine." Lan Xuanyu asked, "How many people have you sent to fight us?" The Charm Empress said, "I don't know either. We are all individuals split from the matriarch and were nurtured separately. After many years of continuous evolution, we formed various tribes. There are a total of 136 such tribes. Our Charm Empress clan is only one of them. In the Charm Empress clan alone, there are a total of 6 existences at my level. Currently, only I am involved in the war." Lan Xuanyu said in surprise, "Doesn't that mean that there are more than 100 transcendent existences in the Crimson Domain?" The Charm Empress said, "It's possible. However, we are different from true transcendent existences. The undying characteristic can reclaim our power at any time. Our consciousness can also be destroyed and reassembled. We will become existences that obey the matriarch. Therefore, in a sense, we are all part of the Crimson Domain." Lan Xuanyu said, "So, you are also afraid of death?" The Charm Empress said, "Yes. We don't want to die either. If we die, we will truly disappear. If another me appears, it will not be the original me." Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. This was the same as his father's judgment. "Then help me sneak into the Crimson Domain. I will devour carefully," Lan Xuanyu said. After breaking through to the true God realm, he now had more life-saving means. With the protection of a transcendent like the Charm Empress, the risk was indeed reduced. Moreover, he wouldn't devour too much at once like he did in the beginning and risk being discovered. All right. Charm Empress's ribbons in the air became thicker and thicker. She was an expert in control, and she hid behind the other experts from the Crimson Domain. She constantly used her domain to restrain the experts from the Ryuma Federation. Within the range of her domain, Lan Xuanyu quietly arrived at the back of her domain. There was a vacuum around them, and under the cover of the Charm Empress's divine sense, the other strong warrior's divine senses couldn't detect them at all. Behind them was the deep red domain. Lan Xuanyu didn't plan on directly devouring the Crimson Domain's energy. Instead, he stayed here and intercepted the returning undying energy. The closer they were to the Crimson Domain, the greater the amount of undead energy returning. Intercepting the flow would naturally be much more effective. If it had been before he had attained the divine level, he would definitely not have done this. Because he was not strong enough, he had problems protecting himself and was easily discovered. However, he had become a true god in one step. Moreover, he had the Charm Empress, who was familiar with the situation inside the Crimson Domain, covering for him. The Crimson Mother's will was not here, and this created an excellent opportunity for him. Lan Xuanyu hid behind the Charm Empress. Facing the great battle, he did not participate in it. He only quietly absorbed the returning undying energy from the Crimson Domain. The speed of his absorption was not fast. Under his deliberate control, he only absorbed about 1% of the returning energy. In this way, the risk of being discovered was even lower. The benefits were endless. At that moment, the battle had spread to the entire battlefield. The creatures from the Crimson Domain were dying in large numbers and returning at every moment. They would then send out more troops and continue the battle. The situation on the battlefield continued. The pressure on Lan Xuanyu was far less than the opportunity. The Charm Empress was also controlling from the back. In addition, she was extremely fast and avoided danger. At that moment, she cooperated perfectly with Lan Xuanyu in absorbing the Crimson Domain's energy. Although she could not eat a fatty in one bite, this endless absorption made it effortless for her to digest it. Lan Xuanyu was cultivating here. On the other side, the battle between the people from the wings of the 33 heavens was being defended by Bai Xiuxiu and Tang Yuge, who had broken through to the divine level. After Qianlei's tribulation, Lan Xuanyu had taken advantage of the situation to launch a lightning attack. This had eased the battle on their side for a while. However, very soon, even more creatures from the Crimson Domain had charged over. The behemoth army's summons had finally returned. Even if it was a summon at the divine sense level, there was a time limit. Moreover, the consumption of Qianlei's divine sense was not low. After all, there were 10 golden behemoths. However, Qianlei, who had returned, was no longer the young man from before. Instead, he was a true divine-level expert. His entire body emitted a dazzling golden light, and he landed on the ground like a god descending from the heavens. Being several hundred meters tall, he was like a cornerstone on this battlefield. Countless creatures from the Crimson Domain charged at him, who was a huge target. Qianlei's mouth cracked into a cruel smile. In the next moment, the golden hair on his body suddenly stood up. The creatures from the Crimson Domain that had rushed in front of him were instantly pierced through and turned into undying energy. Qianlei suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. A wave of energy from the Crimson Domain was swallowed into his stomach. The golden light on his body blazed. With his body as the center, a dark golden vortex instantly formed around him, and it frantically absorbed the escaping undying energy into his body. A faint golden halo had appeared on his body at some point in time, and it was faintly flickering. This was Qianlei's 10th soul ring. Soul rings that had entered the divine level were all golden, and they were no longer obtained by absorbing soul beasts. There were no divine-level soul beasts, and this was also known as innate soul rings in the world of soul masters. Qianlei, his 10th soul ring skill, was also his innate soul ring skill. Devouring heaven and earth, it was an innate skill that came from the combination of his summoning coin and golden behemoth. The golden behemoth was adept at devouring, but it relied on devouring food to convert it into energy. When they first entered the Douluo continent, they were known as dragon eaters, and that was how they came to be. Their food was not just the dragon race, but all powerful creatures. By devouring these powerful creatures, they could become even more powerful. At this moment, Qianlei's devouring heaven and earth was an enhanced version of a similar ability. Not only could it devour creatures to convert them into energy, but it could also devour other types of energy to convert them into the energy it needed. It could increase one's fighting strength and cultivation. One step to become a god, one step to reach the heavens. Qianlei's innate soul skill could not be more suitable for this battlefield. A large amount of undying energy from the Crimson Domain was devoured into his body. Although he had just entered the divine level, the energy his body needed was immediately replenished. The bloodline in his body quickly completed its transformation, and the divine power in his body rose rapidly. His aura also became more terrifying. Roar! Xianlei roared into the sky. His eyes were filled with excitement, and they gradually turned blood red. He took large strides and charged towards the crimson creatures. At this moment, everything in front of him was his food. Killing them and devouring them was the source of his evolution. The popsicle is here. At this moment, he muttered to himself. Following that, he shuddered, and the blood-red color in his eyes faded a little. A figure descended from the sky and landed firmly on his broad shoulder. He felt a chill on his head, as if something had knocked him. An icy chill immediately surged into his divine sense, causing him to calm down completely. The one who landed on Qianlei's shoulder was none other than Lan Mengqin. Calm down, are you going to rush in and die? Or do you think you're invincible? Lan Mengqin said angrily. Bing, you're right. Woo-woo. As Qianlei spoke, he covered his mouth, afraid that the Eye of God would say something that shouldn't be said. Lan Mengqin rolled her eyes at him, knocked on his head again, rose up, and returned to her teammates. On the battlefield, she couldn't limit Qianlei's strength. She just needed to calm him down. She wasn't by his side, so he could say whatever he wanted. When she saw Qianlei break through to become a god, she was sincerely happy. She would never forget Qianlei's promise to her, and at this moment, that promise seemed to have become even heavier. When Qianlei first obtained the Eye of God, she was really a little depressed, but Lan Xuanyu did it for their own good, so she couldn't say anything. But recently, she began to feel that although the Eye of God was a strange divine weapon, it wasn't completely without benefits. The side effect of the Eye of God was that it would stimulate the owner's inner self and make them blurt it out. This also meant that the person who used it couldn't hide anything at all. For those who were good at scheming, it was simply a critical hit. However, for someone like Qianlei, who was originally carefree, the damage wasn't too great. More importantly, he could no longer hide anything in his heart. Any thoughts would be exposed by the Eye of God. Where could she find a man who didn't have any secrets in his heart? The premise was that he only told her. Therefore, not only had Lan Mengqin adapted to it, but her disgust for the Eye of God had also dissipated by more than half. Qianlei had become a god and felt so powerful, but at the same time, it also stimulated Lan Mengqin's competitive spirit. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the azure sword of ice in her hand. Together with her companions, she once again charged towards the army of the Crimson Domain. Not far from Qianlei, Tang Yuge was floating in midair. Yin and Yang Qi rotated around her body. She didn't attack directly. Instead, she paid attention to the entire battlefield and supported her companions at any time. At the moment, everyone from the 33 Sky Wings had truly entered the battlefield. They had been cultivating for such a long time because they had been suppressing themselves for such a long time. His cultivation base continued to grow at an unprecedented rate. Who wouldn't want to test the results of their own improvement? Simply increasing one's cultivation wasn't enough to make a soul master particularly powerful. Instead, it required one to grasp the increased abilities and connect them with one's own abilities. Only then would one be able to truly become an expert. This was also the path they had to take if they wished to break through to the divine level. The reason why Shrek's 7 monsters had an easier time breaking through was because they had experienced more and had a better grasp of their own abilities. An opportunity like this was hard to come by for the 33 Sky Wings. Faced with the destructive undead creatures of the Crimson Domain, they were completely free to slaughter them. They attacked with all their might and completely stimulated their own potential. Bai Xiuxiu was on the other side of Qianlei. She was also floating in midair. Like Tang Yuge, she was also focused on protecting her companions. Wherever there was danger, she would attack. Unlike Qianlei, she couldn't devour and absorb the undead energy. However, at this moment, Bai Xiuxiu also displayed her powerful innate talent. Dazzling icy blue radiance flickered around her body as the ice devouring divine dragon armor emitted layers of halos. Her ice-devouring attribute was able to slow down the speed of those undying energies that wanted to return to the deep red domain. Then, they would fly in her direction and silently disappear in the chill. Compared to Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei, she couldn't use the undead energy to strengthen herself. However, she could use the ice devour to destroy the undead energy. This was also a very rare occurrence. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, she was above Qianlei's. However, in order not to attract too much attention, she didn't fully unleash the Ice Devour energy. She was only protecting her companions. With powerhouses like them at the front, the pressure on the Heavenly Harmony army behind them was greatly reduced. Artillery fire was used as long-range support. On the ground, the crimson color was still spreading in their direction. Fighting on the crimson ground, the strength of the creatures of the crimson domain would obviously increase. Even the return of the undead energy would directly return to the ground and be devoured by the crimson ground. From the air, it could be seen that the crimson color was slowly but completely advancing in their direction. Sister Yuga, I'll go down. Bai Xiaoxiao greeted Tang Yuga. Tang Yuga nodded and said, okay, I'll cover you. She naturally saw how Bai Xiaoxiao neutralized the undead energy earlier. In this aspect, she can't do anything. A figure flew to Qianlei's shoulder and stood on his huge body that was more than 100 meters tall. Looking down from above, rays of light continuously shot out and exploded on the ground below. It was Yuan and Huihui with the sharp god's hand. From afar, it was as if there was an extremely powerful cannon on Qianlei's shoulder. It constantly bombarded outwards, especially the creatures of the Crimson Domain that were trying to approach in the air. Although there weren't many of them, their lethality was extremely high. Qianlei himself benefited the most from the battle. Through the devouring heaven and earth ability, he continuously devoured the surrounding energy, causing his own energy to rapidly rise. Soon, he reached the saturation point that he could withstand. With a crisp ding, the coin of summoning was once again flicked out by him. At this time, the coin of summoning was filled with a dark golden light. In almost an instant, 36 light gates had already descended from the sky and stretched across the ground. Burly behemoths madly rushed out from within. Under the command of Qianlei's will, they rushed towards the abyssal creatures. This was a qualitative leap after becoming a god. There were a total of 36 gates of summoning. In an instant, 300 black iron behemoths, 100 silver behemoths, and 30 gold behemoths joined the battlefield. Roar! Qianlei roared at the sky, and the pale golden halo on his body spread out. His divine skill was fully displayed. Devour the Heavens and Earth turned into a Devour the Heavens and Earth halo, instantly covering all the behemoths. As creatures of the same origin, the madness in the eyes of these behemoths became even more intense with the support of the devouring Heaven and Earth halo. They used their sharp claws to tear apart the creatures of the Crimson Domain in front of them, and immediately absorbed the undead energy emitted by the other party to replenish themselves, making their auras even more powerful. As soon as these several hundred behemoths entered the battlefield, they actually suppressed the Crimson Domain creatures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth like a tide, and even had the intention of pushing them back. The people of the wings of the 33 heavens were finally able to catch their breaths. The way they looked at Qianlei couldn't help but change. Too strong. After becoming a god, this guy was really too strong, whether it was in terms of himself or his summoning. At this time, in the battlefield, his usefulness was even greater than Tang Yuga's. Qianlei, how long can your behemoth summons last? Tang Yuga asked Qianlei. Qianlei laughed mischievously, and said, I now have the support of the devouring heaven and earth halo, so I won't run out of energy. The reason why there's a time limit when I summon them is mainly because they need my energy to maintain their appearance. After becoming a god, this problem is solved by the devouring heaven and earth halo. They will either die in battle, or have no energy to absorb before the summoning ends. Otherwise, they should be able to continue fighting. The Behemoth clan exists for the sake of war. We are an invincible army on the battlefield. The devouring heaven and earth halo is a qualitative leap for our race. It's the reason why we can be called the strongest troop class. Even if it's the dragon race, in the case of equal numbers, the same level might not necessarily be a match for us. The phone could store an image by pressing the QR code, and then after scanning it in WeChat, click on the local photo album and follow the album. Hearing his words, even with Tang Yuga's calmness, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. An unrestricted behemoth army that could continue to fight was really too powerful. These hundreds of behemoths were nourished by battle. Wouldn't this mean that they could kill for a long time? Relatively speaking, an endless supply of undead creatures like the Crimson Domain was more beneficial for the behemoth army to continue to play a role on the battlefield. Tang Yuga's figure flickered and landed on Qianlei's other shoulder. If you die in battle, will your behemoth army summon also end? Qianlei was stunned for a moment. I think so. I'll protect you, Tang Yuga said solemnly. At this moment, the role that Qianlei played was even greater than the entire wings of the Xianxia heaven combined. Of course, the premise was that Lan Xuanyu didn't come over. And in such a situation, how could the Crimson Domain not discover it? It probably wouldn't take long for powerhouses to come over and solve the problem on their side. The role of devouring the heavens and earth was even greater than the role of those top-notch powerhouses in the air. After all, it was an existence that could truly affect the Crimson Domain's undead characteristics. On the ground, Lu Feng, Lan Mengqin, and the others had already charged into the battlefield. The craziest Crimson Domain creatures on the main battlefield had been blocked by the behemoth army. They assisted from the side and intercepted the fish that escaped the net. When the battle became difficult on one side, their attacks would also move closer to that side. In the sky, a blazing sun radiated in all directions. After continuously accumulating power, this blazing sun had expanded to a diameter of more than 30 meters. It slowly rose into the air, and below it, a young man was holding a staff, with fire elements surging around his body. It was Lin Donghui. Back then, the combination of him, Bing Tian Liang, and Yu Tian had once caused a lot of trouble for Lan Xuanyu. And today, he was no longer the same person as back then. Yu Tian was no longer by his side. He was riding on his huge spirit soul and holding the Mo sword as he charged at the front. His fighting style was to press forward with indomitable will. With a slash of his saber, everything within a range of 100 meters would be destroyed easily. It was as if he was plowing the ground. At this moment, Lin Donghui played an even greater role. Meteors rained down like the end of the world. It looked similar to the ability of the Tianhe clan's Tianhe sorcerer. However, they were much more powerful than ordinary sky and fire adepts. The large meteor shower mixed with the Tianhe tribe's cannon fire, displaying a destructive power. Although it consumed a lot of energy, the Tianhe planet, which was brimming with vitality, gave off a carefree feeling. After the bursting fireballs exploded, they would split into countless smaller fireballs that would scatter in all directions. They would bloom and explode with extremely high temperatures, destroying everything around them. Bing Tianliang was currently on the main battlefield. His position was even closer to the front of the behemoth army. He shuttled through the numerous creatures of the Crimson Domain, turning into a purple thunderbolt. Wherever he passed, only the energy of the Crimson Domain would appear. The members of the 33 wings were all geniuses of their generation. At this moment, they were displaying their combat strength to their heart's content on this vast battlefield. There was no command. The order that Lan Xuanyu gave them was to go all out and throw themselves into the battlefield. Each of them displayed their own abilities. At their current level of strength, a small cooperation between 2 or 3 people was still acceptable. If dozens of people cooperated together, they would be restrained by each other due to their own strength. Therefore, if they were spread out, they would be able to unleash the greatest destructive power. Qianlei, on the other hand, did not directly throw himself into the battle. The devouring heavens and earth halo was taking care of his behemoth army, which was displaying the strength of a mainstay. It was also at this moment that a light shadow suddenly flickered silently in the air. In the next moment, Qianlei felt his scalp go numb. He suddenly raised his hands and blocked the eye of the divine god on his forehead. Tang Yuga also made his move at this moment. His figure flickered, and the 5 elements rotated as he blasted a punch into the void. With a loud bang, Tang Yuga was sent flying, and a figure emerged in the air. It was a figure covered in black scales. It looked somewhat humanoid, but it had a lizard's head. The lizard held a thin sword in its hand and repelled Tang Yuga with a single slash. Its cold gaze instantly froze on Qianlei. Qianlei felt his whole body go cold, as if his blood had frozen in an instant. The thin sword had turned into a black dot and was rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. At this critical moment, the eye of the divine god erupted with the power of a divine artifact. A circle of golden light expanded from the eye of the divine god, resolving the stiffness on Qianlei's body. At the same time, the golden light spurted out and sprayed towards the lizard man who was only 2 meters tall in front of him. The lizard man shook his body and was already behind Qianlei, stabbing the thin sword in his hand backward. But at this moment, a sharp light had already arrived in front of him. It was an arrow, shining with a deep luster, and collided with the thin sword. With a crisp ding sound, the arrow shattered and disappeared. But it also made the thin sword slow down a beat. In front of him, Qianlei's huge body shrank rapidly and fell to the ground in an instant. At the same time, an incomparably sharp aura suddenly came from behind him, and everything around him had turned into a 5-colored light. Great 5 elements divine light, 5 elements divine needle. The thin sword in the lizard man's hand rotated, and his body quickly twisted. He actually wanted to forcibly pass through the 5 elements divine light. However, it was not so easy to get rid of the 5 elements divine light at the divine level. The light went from bright to dim, and then from dim to bright again. Yin and yang rotated. An invisible suction force came, and the lizard man was surprised to find that a part of the energy in his body was forcibly separated. More than 10% of the energy was scattered into the air just like that. And that sharp light was already in front of him. Ding! The thin sword hit the 5-colored light at the critical moment. But although the 5-colored light exploded, it also dyed his body in 5 colors. For a moment, he only felt that his energy was rapidly disappearing under the effect of the crazy burst of 5-colored light. Another 10% was taken away. What kind of ability was this? It was actually able to consume all of his divine power. This energy did not disappear, but was brushed into the air and separated from his body. At the same time, countless sharp auras rose from below like a huge golden light. It was like a metal storm, and the crazy claw shadows instantly covered. The lizard man's eyes turned, and his body instantly became illusory. He suddenly turned on the spot, forcibly shaking off the yin and yang changes of the 5 elements divine light. He quickly retreated into the distance. Want to leave? A dark green pillar of light rose from the sky, appearing on the path he had to take to retreat. It was a brilliance full of life aura. The green pillar of light shone, and the illusory figure instantly became solid again. Smoke of immortal energy rose from the lizard man's body, and he let out a miserable scream. Immediately after, an extremely cold energy burst out from the dark green light. In the sky, an azure longsword floated in the air, and mysterious runes appeared around it. All the blue runes shone on the lizard man's body, and in the next moment, all these runes condensed towards his body. Azure Ice Seal Divine Sword. After these days of practice, Lan Mengqin had already grasped some of the ways to use this divine sword. Although she could not fully unleash its power, she could still stimulate the ability of this divine sword itself. With her cultivation, she could stimulate the effect of the divine sword, and this ice-sealing ability could temporarily reach the divine level. She could press the QR code to store an image on her phone, and then scan it in WeChat before clicking on a picture in her local photo album. Ding! A crisp sound rang out in the air, and an icy blue figure quietly appeared behind the lizard man. A glaring icy blue flame rose up and instantly enveloped its body that was temporarily frozen from behind. With this lizardman's top-tier god-rank strength, Lan Mengqin's Azure Ice Seal Divine Sword could only seal him for an instant. But the icy blue flame that came later was completely different. The ice attribute aura that seemed to be able to annihilate everything brought about a terrifying pressure. Under the enhancement of the divine artifact, the ice-swallowing divine dragon armor, it almost instantly froze the lizard man there. At this moment, a golden light quietly entered the lizardman's chest. Its body quickly shriveled until it disappeared. Lan Xuanyu's voice sounded. Continue fighting. No one saw his figure, but a large amount of life energy turned into 32 light pillars in the air, accurately finding each of the other 32 members of Wings of the 33 Skies and injecting into their bodies. God rank, they killed a God rank powerhouse, other than Lu Feng, who was charging at the front line. The other 6 members of Shrek 7 Monsters defeated a God rank powerhouse from the Crimson Domain. And it shouldn't be an ordinary God rank powerhouse. In fact, even if Lan Xuanyu didn't appear, with a series of control techniques, Bai Xiuxiu, who was the last to attack, was confident that she could kill the other party. The biggest effect of Lan Xuanyu's appearance was that he didn't let the energy of the god-rank Crimson Domain creature go to waste. Instead, he turned it into life energy that everyone could absorb. Although Lan Xuanyu had been quietly absorbing the undying energy around the Crimson Domain, his divine sense had always been paying attention to this side. There was also the illusion he created here. Visually, the Crimson Domain couldn't discover what was happening here, but the constant disappearing of undead energy naturally attracted their attention. This led to the arrival of the Lizard Man. When the Lizard Man broke into the illusion, he naturally found the most eye-catching target. Of course, he could see that those powerful behemoths appeared because of the Qianlei. So the attack targeted the Qianlei. But it was controlled by everyone with their powerful strength and foundation, and was finally defeated. Lan Xuanyu had already returned when he discovered that this side was being attacked, but he didn't make a move immediately. It was the first time his companions were facing a god-rank powerhouse, and such pressure was easier to stimulate everyone's potential. When Bai Xiuxiu finally controlled the opponent, the god-rank energy shouldn't be wasted. It was just right to replenish everyone's life energy and allow everyone to continue fighting. He had been paying attention to the situation here. His companions were all like tigers that had been let out of their cages, displaying extraordinary strength. During the battle, his abilities were constantly being honed. It was simply impossible to encounter such a large-scale battle in the Douluo Federation. A battlefield of this intensity could be destroyed at any time. Whether it was actual combat experience or the stimulation of one's potential, it was the strongest. The battle continued. Qianlei wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. When he was ambushed just now, if the Eye of the God hadn't discovered the opponent in time, even the Tang Yuga might not have been able to save him in time. The opponent's stealth ability was extremely strong. When the battle started again, he didn't make himself so big anymore. It wasn't a good thing to be a target. He kept his body the same size as an ordinary golden behemoth and blended in with the group of golden behemoths, throwing himself into the battlefield. This didn't affect him from using the devouring heaven and earth halo, but it wasn't so easy to be discovered. After all, there was still the illusion of the treasure-seeking beast. Once bitten, twice shy. If he showed off on the battlefield, the probability of becoming a target was too high. With the lesson just now, everyone was closer to each other. They took care of each other and were able to support each other immediately. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the excitement of killing a god-rank opponent. There were too many creatures in the deep red domain, and the endless attacks caused the dark red on the ground to continue spreading. The position on their side was gradually becoming obvious, because the surrounding positions were already covered by the dark red. Their side was like a depression, but they could still hold on. However, the dark red didn't just attack from the front. It was also starting to close in from the sides. Retreat! Lan Xuanyu's voice sounded. Everyone retreated as they fought, quickly closing in on the army at the back. Because the battle on their side was extremely effective, the Tianhe army at the back suffered very few losses. Seeing that the dark red around them was starting to close in, they were already prepared to retreat. But they couldn't give up on the people charging at the front. Seeing that they had also retreated, the commander of the army heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly led the army to cooperate with the Blue Ocean Race's warriors to retreat. On the main battlefield, both sides seemed to be in a stalemate. The deep red domain seemed to have an endless number of powerhouses. Although some god-rank powerhouses were occasionally killed, powerhouses of the same level would immediately take their place. However, in the battle on the ground, planet Tianhe was still losing ground. The area covered by the dark red continued to expand. If this continued, the deep red domain's devouring of planet Tianhe's life force would only become faster and faster, and the deep red army would destroy everything even more ferociously. Although Lan Xuanyu had been secretly devouring the undying energy, the little bit he absorbed was nothing compared to the deep red domain devouring all of planet Tianhe's life force. The situation was developing in a direction that was more and more disadvantageous to the Ryuma Federation. On the other hand, the deep red domain seemed to be very satisfied with the current situation. As long as this continued, the final victor would be them. Lan Xuanyu had been hiding behind the Charm Empress. Apart from paying attention to his companions, he didn't really need to be involved in the battle. After an hour, he had gathered another dozen or so drops of the dragon god's dragon marrow in his body. Although it was slightly slower than before, it was an advantage in that it was continuous. The dragon god's dragon marrow had already started to cover the bones in his shoulders, and it was spreading towards his sternum. The most important part of the marrow was the spine, but the amount of spine required was simply too large. Lan Xuanyu planned to start from his right arm to his sternum, then his left arm. Once these 3 parts were complete, he would move on to the spine. After breaking through to the true god level, his bloodline had completed another evolution. The more dragon god's dragon marrow there was, the more effective it would be for the purification of his bloodline. The longer he fought, the more energy he would be able to absorb. Lan Xuanyu wasn't greedy at this time. Maintaining stability was the most important thing. This stalemate would probably only end when the Ryuma Federation's reinforcements arrived. Or when the Tianhe fleet attacked again. However, a fleet that had just gone through a high-intensity battle would need time to replenish and repair itself. It probably wouldn't be much faster than the Ryuma Federation's reinforcements. By the time they returned, the final battle would be upon them. Before that, he had to become stronger as much as possible. The crimson color continued to spread, and the battle continued. It was simply a massacre that caused the sky to darken and the earth to dim. Relatively speaking, the place with the best defense was still the 8-armed divine demons' camp. With their control of destruction energy, the 8-armed divine demons could restrain the undying energy to a certain extent. Not all of the undying energy that they killed from the Crimson Domain would return to them. A portion of it would be converted into destruction energy and devoured. Therefore, the 8-armed divine demons were becoming more and more courageous as the battle went on. The area they were guarding wasn't invaded by the crimson color. The situation on the Mantis race's side was not bad. The large number of Mantis powerhouses had withstood the attacks of the creatures from the Crimson Realm. Although they were slowly retreating, their speed was not fast. If the creatures from the Crimson Realm wanted to break through from their side, it would take a while for them to succeed. On the other hand, the Tianhe race's army wasn't as optimistic. The Crimson Domain's army was simply too large. In addition, their long-range artillery support was constantly decreasing, so they could only retreat. Although the number of casualties wasn't high, the depletion of resources, the destruction of weapons, and the weakening of their fighting strength caused everything to turn into a vicious cycle. No one knew when it would collapse. Once the Crimson Domain's army entered the region where the Tianhe race's citizens lived, the vicious cycle would appear. At this point in the war, even Lan Xuanyu was starting to feel anxious. Why weren't the Ryuma Federation's reinforcements here yet? The battlefield had already taken root here, so reinforcements should be here by now. Were they supposed to watch as the Tianhe race's citizens were devoured? Although the Ryuma Federation was hostile to the Douluo Federation, ordinary citizens of any race shouldn't be sacrificed in war. Lan Xuanyu's original strategy was to find a way to attract the Crimson Domain to a specific battlefield. As someone who wasn't familiar with the Ryuma Federation, he naturally didn't know how to choose a battlefield and how to delay the enemy. The Tianhe race's battlefield was decided by the Tenryu Society's higher-ups after a discussion. Even Lan Xuanyu didn't know where it would be. Tianhe race's planet was also a beautiful planet filled with life. He really didn't want to see this planet being destroyed by the Crimson Domain. But now, the Crimson Domain's area of corrosion was close to 20%. In just 2 days, it had already reached such a level. If this continued, once the corrosion reached 30%, Tianhe race's defenses would truly collapse. When that happened, it would truly be a disaster. Why wasn't the Tianhe fleet back yet? Where were the Ryuma Federation's reinforcements? Lan Xuanyu continued to absorb the undying energy as he pondered. Could it be that the dragon race would only bring reinforcements after the Tianhe race's citizens were wiped out and the Tianhe race suffered irreparable damage? If that was the case, the head of Tenryu would be even crueler than he had imagined. However, even if they considered it from the perspective of benefits, the more life energy the Crimson Domain devoured, the stronger it would be. Would the dragon race really have the confidence to defeat the Crimson Domain? Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu's heart began to feel restless. When he first entered Tenryu Star, he was really shocked. The life energy of the Tenryu Star was simply unimaginable to him. Later on, they began to search for some evil dragon race to kill and devour the life energy of these dragon race to cultivate. At that time, Lan Xuanyu actually regarded the dragon race as an enemy. However, as he came into contact with the dragon race and cultivated the body tempering technique, his bloodline gradually purified. In addition, he gradually gained a better understanding of the dragon race. He gradually understood that the birth of the dragon race was due to the integration of the dragon realm. The dragon race and Tianma ruled the Ryuma Federation. And who was right and who was wrong in the war between the Ryuma Federation and the Douluo Federation? This was an interstellar conflict, perhaps there was no right or wrong at all. From then on, his train of thought had already been adjusted. He no longer killed the dragon race, not because he was afraid of the risk, but because he could no longer bear to do it. He began to have a new train of thought. If the conflict between the Ryuma Federation and the Douluo Federation continued to develop, a destructive war would definitely occur in the near future. When that time came, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering, and one side might even be completely wiped out. If he didn't want such a destructive war to occur, then there was only one way, and that was to become the dragon gods. From then on, he began to work hard in this direction. Seeing that he was moving towards his goal step by step, Lan Xuanyu's heart became more and more determined. Having broken through to the true god level, he truly had the ability to protect himself to a certain extent. Even if he faced a super god-rank powerhouse, it was not impossible for him to struggle. His companions were also becoming stronger, and god-rank powerhouses were beginning to appear. Such a battlefield was undoubtedly extremely cruel. However, it was also the best place for them to train themselves. It was also the best opportunity for them to improve themselves. In such a vast battlefield, Lan Xuanyu could not change anything now. His individual strength was too insignificant, but from the bottom of his heart, he did not want to see the civilians of the Tianhe race be implicated. The Ryuma Federation's reinforcements came later than expected, and only the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma could decide when the reinforcements would arrive. In fact, he had already guessed that it was not that the reinforcements could not arrive in time, but that the strength of the Tianhe race had caused the higher-ups of the Ryuma Federation to be even more fearful, so they deliberately delayed the reinforcements and caused the Tianhe race to suffer even greater losses in this war. However, by doing this, while pushing the Tianhe race into the abyss, was it really beneficial for them to fight against the Crimson Domain? The greatest enemy was still the Crimson Domain. Even if the Tianhe race had the Tianhe fleet and were powerful themselves, it was still impossible for them to fight against the entire Ryuma Federation. The head of Tenryu's choice was to use the Tianhe race to kill the Tianhe race and let them wear each other down. This was indeed a good idea, but it would also deepen the hatred between the Tianhe race and the Crimson Domain. At the same time, if things went wrong, the Crimson Domain would become even more powerful and uncontrollable. Just as Lan Xuanyu was thinking silently, a bright light suddenly lit up in the distance. It was a ray of light that shot into the sky. Although it was very far away, the light was exceptionally bright, so it could be seen clearly. Immediately after, another light appeared in another direction. Then, one light after another rose into the sky, all of them emitting resplendent light. Lan Xuanyu channeled his divine power into his eyes and focused his gaze into the distance. He was shocked to discover that the light that rose into the sky were all members of the Tianhe race. The light on their bodies came from flames, a flame that Lan Xuanyu was somewhat familiar with. That was life's origin flame. A flame that was produced by burning everything in one's body. It was the Tianhe Magi. Over 100 Tianhe Magi rose into the sky, the light on their bodies growing stronger and stronger. Each light was like a small sun. They emitted a dazzling light. Their expressions were all different. Some were as calm as water, some had sinister expressions, some were filled with ferocity, and some had icy expressions. In the next instant, the 100 dots of light plummeted like meteors, heading straight for where the Crimson Realm creatures were the most concentrated. These light spots emitted a blinding light, bursting forth with an unprecedentedly powerful aura. The flames of life on their bodies began to transform. When all of their lives were burned out, it was time for destruction to descend. The accumulated energy would explode when it collided with the enemy, exploding into resplendent halos on the ground. Wherever the light passed, large numbers of Crimson Domain's creatures were instantly wiped out. Even the crimson ground was swept clean, leaving behind a clean space. This was the powerful energy brought about by the transformation of life's destruction. The energy of destruction erupted when one's life was burned out. The Tianhe Magi who were burning themselves were all titled Douluo, but in the process of burning themselves, they had already forcefully raised their strength to the god rank. The god rank explosion came from the Tianhe Magi's life and death magic. On the battlefield in all directions, the appearance of these large spaces instantly cleared the ground, and the Crimson Domain's attacks came to a halt. It was a pity that even such a destructive explosion couldn't erase the undying characteristic. The enormous amount of undying energy quickly returned to the Crimson Domain. When Lan Xuanyu saw the flaming meteor-like figures falling to the ground one after another, his eyes couldn't help but become moist. These were all existences that had sacrificed themselves for their own people. For the sake of their own race's survival, they didn't hesitate to burn everything they had and perish together with their enemies. Even though they knew that doing so wouldn't be of much use and would only delay the enemy's momentum, they still did it. It's almost the year of the ox. I wish everyone a happy new year, an auspicious year of the ox, peace and joy. I wish everyone a happy new year in advance. You can press the QR code on your phone to save an image, then scan it in WeChat and click on the local photo album to follow. They were all heroes of the Tianhe clan, and they couldn't die in vain. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and made a decision in an instant. Jinlong's spear flickered with golden light, and his body quickly merged with the Emerald Demon battleship. Green light flickered, and under the protection of the treasure-seeking beast, no one saw a wisp of green light frantically flying around the periphery of the Crimson Domain. A golden spear emerged from the Emerald Demon bird's mouth and transformed into a powerful suction force. It was as if an 8-colored vortex had spat out from its mouth. Wherever it passed, the large amounts of returning undying energy immediately gathered like rivers flowing into the sea. Jinlong's spear quickly swallowed, filtered, and injected it into Lan Xuanyu's body. That was the undying energy produced by tens of thousands of creatures from the Crimson Domain. The amount of energy was almost immeasurable. Under the terrifying attack of the Tianhe clan's magi, who had paid the price of their own lives, even the god-ranked creatures of the Crimson Domain couldn't withstand it. Who knew how many of them had been killed? That destructive intent was filled with a powerful destructive force. They had killed so many creatures of the Crimson Domain and turned them back into undying energy. If they allowed this energy to return to the Crimson Domain, they would have died in vain. When Lan Xuanyu made his move, he already had a plan in his heart. He couldn't let their blood flow in vain, and to him, this was also a good opportunity to absorb the huge amount of undying energy without caring about anything else. The rapidly circling Emerald Demon battleship even created a vacuum around the Crimson Domain. As long as the undying energy entered this area, it would quickly disappear and not return to the Crimson Domain. A large amount of undying energy was being devoured and the deep red domain would definitely discover it, but Lan Xuanyu already had a plan when he made his move. Even if he had to take the risk of being discovered, he had to do it. He had to weaken the Crimson Domain's strength as much as possible while simultaneously strengthening himself. When the vacuum zone appeared, the experts from both sides who were fighting in the air were stunned. The powerhouses of the Crimson Domain naturally felt that something was wrong. Why did the undying energy disappear before entering the Crimson Domain? Why weren't they reborn after returning to the Crimson Domain? The powerhouses of the Ryuma Federation also discovered the problem. The Tianhe clan actually had such a backup plan? This was the first reaction in their hearts. The Tianhe clan had unleashed such a reckless attack because they had a way to break through the undying energy? Killing so many creatures of the Crimson Domain and swallowing their undying energy so that it couldn't return. This kind of weakening was very direct to the Crimson Domain. For a moment, both sides were momentarily stunned. However, in the next moment, the powerhouses of the Crimson Domain reacted. Accompanied by a series of furious roars, their consciousness quickly enveloped the Crimson Domain, and they were about to rush forward to stop them. However, how could the powerhouses of the Dragon Horse Federation let go of such a good opportunity? For a moment, under the leadership of the Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhongzhicheng, they did their best to stop them from returning and attacking. The dragon beneath the Dawn Dragon Knight raised its head and roared Tenryu. This powerful Dragon Knight then raised the dragon spear in his hand. Divine senses, shackle. A huge pale golden halo suddenly shot out from the dragon spear in his hand. Wherever the halo passed, the powerful divine senses in the surroundings suddenly froze in midair. They could no longer investigate, let alone fight. All the powerhouses present, regardless of friend or foe, had their divine senses stagnate at this moment. Even their thoughts and actions were temporarily frozen. Zhong Zicheng's eyes burst with an extremely powerful light. The dragon beneath him suddenly turned around, and its huge dragon tail swept out, instantly smashing the body of a Crimson Domain supreme powerhouse. It completely destroyed the whale-like creature of the Crimson Domain. A pillar of light rose from Zhong Zicheng's back, turning into a huge light spot in the air. Beams of light scattered out from the light spot. The beams of light condensed and formed in the air. In the end, as the number of beams condensed increased, they became smaller and smaller. When the beam of light was only the thickness of a finger, it quietly shot out. Another transcendent from the Crimson Domain perished. The beam of light shot out again, and a third Crimson Domain supreme powerhouse died. In the short period of time that the divine senses were shackled, 3 transcendent powerhouses died at the hands of the Dawn Dragon Knight. Tenryu's strength was truly displayed at this time. Ordinary transcendent powerhouses were almost unable to resist in front of him. After the 3 transcendent powerhouses died, the death energy rapidly gathered toward the Crimson Domain. The shackle only lasted for a total of 3 seconds, but these 3 seconds were enough for Lan Xuanyu to fly a few more laps around the Crimson Domain and devour more immortal energy. At this time, the dragon marrow of the dragon gods in his body was rapidly condensing drop by drop, forming at an unprecedented speed. In just a short while, the bone marrow in his sternum and left arm had been completed. The dragon marrow in his sternum began to spread to his ribs, and at the same time, it began to spread from his neck to his skull and spine. In such a short time, the amount of 9-colored dragon marrow he had devoured and transformed was about to exceed the total amount he had devoured before. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura that made his hair stand on end suddenly appeared. From the side of the Crimson Domain, a beautiful face with a cold gaze appeared. She was inside the Crimson Domain, but that face was 1,000 meters tall. Her cold gaze stared into the void. In an instant, Lan Xuanyu felt his mind go blank, and the Emerald Demon battleship stopped almost uncontrollably. Between heaven and earth, time and space seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everything on the battlefield froze. Zhong Zicheng's light of dawn did not fall for the 4th time. Along with the appearance of that face, everything in the surroundings froze. 2 dark red pillars of light that were close to nothingness suddenly shot out from the eyes of that face. One flew towards Lan Xuanyu and the other towards the Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhong Zicheng. Zhong Zicheng's eyes shone brightly, and the dragon mount beneath him suddenly became brighter. The enormous dragon mount's body shrank by 1/3, but the intense light that erupted from its body surged into Zhong Zicheng's body. Zhong Zicheng stabbed out with the dragon spear in his hand, and the light of dawn above his head merged with the dragon spear, turning into a speck of light that met that gaze head-on. On the other side, Lan Xuanyu's waist suddenly lit up, and an earth-shattering dragon roar sounded. Immediately after, the sky suddenly became 9-colored. All of the restrictions in the surroundings disappeared in an instant. When that dragon roar sounded, whether it was Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng, Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan, the other dragon knights, or even Bai Xiuxiu in the distance, they all felt the dragon race bloodline in their bodies boil, and their strength suddenly increased by a large margin. A huge 9-colored dragon phantom appeared in the void. A dragon claw materialized in the air and grabbed that gaze. The terrifying dragon's aura of might even caused a large area of the Crimson Domain in front of it to collapse. Boom! The gaze was instantly crushed and the face became much more illusory. Meanwhile, the Emerald Demon battleship that had already appeared vanished without a trace. Many of the supreme powerhouses present only felt a slight spatial fluctuation. No one could stop the teleportation under the cover of that 9-colored light, nor could they lock on to the direction of the teleportation. Flying into the dark, the undead energy could finally continue to return, but most of the energy of the creatures of the Crimson Domain that Adept Tian he had killed at the cost of his life had already been devoured. The energy returning to the Crimson Domain had been greatly weakened. In that short period of time, the Crimson Domain had indeed lost a significant amount of energy. That face coldly stared at the dawn dragon knight that had been sent flying tens of thousands of meters away, then disappeared into the Crimson Domain's plane. Zhong Zicheng's expression was somewhat unsightly. If it weren't for the dragon's roar that suddenly strengthened his bloodline power, he would have been injured. The Crimson Mother was actually so powerful when she relied on the plane. If she were to directly enter the battlefield now, no one here would be able to stop her. Also, what was that 9-colored dragon silhouette just now? Why was that power able to devour the Crimson Domain's undying energy? Was it the Tianhe clan's backup plan? And it was related to the dragon race? His divine sense was extremely powerful, and he had also swept towards the 9-colored dragon, but he hadn't been able to find anything. His divine sense had only just approached the 9-colored dragon when it was dispersed by the dragon's might. Moreover, he felt an unprecedented fear from the depths of his heart. This was the immense pressure that originated from his bloodline. That 9-colored dragon claw had instantly shattered the Crimson Mother's vision. The power of that attack was definitely above his own. It was basically equivalent to the strength of a chief. However, that wasn't the power of a chief. He was extremely familiar with head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang. He knew very well what Jiang Weiqiang was good at, and it definitely wasn't that kind of power. Moreover, the other party's eruption felt somewhat familiar. He seemed to have felt this kind of power somewhere before. However, the situation in front of him didn't give him time to think too much. Magus Tianhe's sacrifice hadn't been in vain under Lan Xuanyu's influence. The loss of a large amount of undying energy caused a temporary gap to appear in the Crimson Domain. The originally rapidly expanding Crimson Domain shrank back and reconnected, but the area it covered was much smaller than before. This also caused the speed of the Crimson Domain's invasion to slow down, buying more time for Tianhe. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had already been teleported into outer space. He gasped for breath, his right hand pressing against his right rib. One of the 3 9-colored ribs had already returned to its original color. The remaining 2 were still 9-colored. When he felt that his life was in danger, one of his ribs instantly shone with a dazzling light. With an aura that seemed to control everything, it crushed his opponent's attack, so that he could teleport away. The will of the dragon gods. He had no doubt that it was the will of the dragon gods. It wasn't the true power of the dragon gods, just a wisp of the will of the dragon gods, but it was enough to keep him alive under the attack of the Crimson Mother. The 3 ribs should contain the power of these 3 wills. From this, it could be seen just how powerful the dragon gods were at their peak. A terrifying aura reverberated in the air. Only then did the will of the dragon gods gradually retract. However, the appearance of the will of the dragon gods not only helped him escape, but also allowed Lan Xuanyu to clearly feel the dragon marrow of the dragon gods that had already formed in his body boil. During this boiling process, the impurities in it were removed and a purification was completed. As a result, the dragon marrow of the dragon gods that had already formed in his body had a very strange feeling. This was truly becoming one with his body. The dragon marrow flowed. Now, he could say that about 1/6 of the bone marrow in his body had become the dragon marrow of the dragon gods. One had to know that the amount of energy he had devoured and absorbed just now was definitely an astronomical figure. If he hadn't evolved to the true god level, he probably wouldn't have been able to devour and absorb so much life energy in such a short period of time and convert it into his own strength. However, all of this was worth it. Although he had to pay the will of the dragon gods once, it also greatly increased his speed in the process of cultivation. At this rate, when he could complete the conversion of all the dragon marrow in his body, he should be able to touch the level of transcendent god. In other words, he had only used a few days to take 1/6 of the step from the true god level to the transcendent level. He had walked 1/6 of the way. This was simply too fast. Although he probably wouldn't have such a good opportunity again in the future. However, this war was definitely super fast for him. This was better than absorbing the dragon marrow of the dragon gods in the Rising Dragon platform. The dragon marrow of the dragon gods in the Rising Dragon platform was extremely pure, and it would take time to digest and absorb it. The life energy converted from the immortal energy was a little lower in level, but it was especially easy to absorb and convert, which was more suitable for his current situation. With the increase of his cultivation, when his strength increased to a certain level, he would absorb the dragon marrow of the dragon gods in the rising dragon platform. The absorption speed would also increase, forming a positive cycle. Lan Xuanyu was not in a hurry to return to planet Harmony. Instead, he circled around in space. He carefully hid his aura and put away the Emerald Demon battleship. Only then did he quietly return to planet Harmony. He met up with his companions in the distance. With the previous situation, the Crimson Mother would probably pay special attention to the surrounding movements. For the time being, he couldn't go over to devour the immortal energy. He could only wait for a better opportunity. With the previous incident, Planet Harmony could at least hold on for one more day. Would the Ryuma Federation's reinforcements still not arrive after one more day? If they still didn't arrive, more of Planet Harmony's life energy would be devoured. The terrifying strength that the Crimson Mother had just displayed was something that even Zhong Zicheng could not resist. If she continued to grow stronger, she would really break through to the God King level. Lan Xuanyu believed that no matter how short-sighted the head of Tenryu was, he would not let this happen. Therefore, the reinforcements should be arriving soon. As long as the reinforcements arrived, everything would be easy to handle. His opportunity would appear again. With the head of Tenryu and the Ryuma Federation's powerhouses at the forefront, it would be a good idea for him to sit back and reap the benefits. Even if the Ryuma Federation's reinforcements did not arrive, the Celestial Fleet should have enough supplies to reappear on the battlefield and restrain the Crimson region. In that case, he would still have a chance. After the huge explosion just now, the pressure on everyone was much lower. The members of the wings of the 33 heavens had also returned to the vicinity of the army and were resting. Lan Xuanyu continued to hide his figure, but rich life energy was injected into his teammates' bodies, helping them recover and increasing their cultivation. One battle after another allowed these youngsters to master their own abilities and constantly improve them. Lan Mengqin, Yuan and Hui Hui, and Lu Feng were not far from the god rank. Because Lu Feng did not obtain a divine artifact, Lan Xuanyu took special care of him and used his bloodline power and life energy to nourish his martial soul, so his improvement speed was not slower than the others. Everyone could naturally sense Lan Xuanyu's return and their hearts were naturally at ease. After the previous battle, the Crimson region had lost several transcendent powerhouses. At this time, they gathered their forces and guarded the Crimson region. On the Ryuma Federation's side, the powerhouses also temporarily retreated and rested around the Dawn Dragon Knights. Because the nearby ground was covered in crimson and there was no life energy, they had to retreat far away when they rested. Everyone was actually waiting for reinforcements, but their thoughts were different. Of course, the dragon race knew that reinforcements would not appear at any time. If they did not come, it would be to further exhaust the Celestial Fleet's strength. As for the Celestial Fleet, they had sacrificed so many Celestial Warlocks while holding on bitterly. Almost every Celestial Fleet warrior was filled with grief and indignation. Reinforcements, were there reinforcements or not, the Crimson region seemed to have become more restrained. Although a large number of creatures from the Crimson region continued to surge out, the speed of their attack seemed to have slowed down. They were not in a hurry to expand the area under their control. This short period of silence seemed to be acceptable to both sides. It seemed that the Crimson Domain also needed to rest. Or perhaps it was because they were a little short of energy after devouring that batch of undying energy. Lan Xuanyu silently circulated the dragon energy in his body, allowing his bloodline to circulate and flow in his body. He allowed his dragon marrow to nourish his bloodline and subtly increase his cultivation while also observing the Crimson Domain. The more he fought with this powerful plane, the more he could feel the depth and power of this plane. The Crimson Domain always gave him a feeling that he could not see through it, yet it also seemed to have an endless foundation. He always had a feeling of unease in his heart. This unease mainly stemmed from the fact that he could not see through the Crimson Domain. After this period of battle, he discovered that the strength that the Crimson Domain displayed when it first appeared was completely different from the strength that it displayed now. It seemed that the greater the threat that he posed to the Crimson Domain, the more power the Crimson Domain would release to resist him. It was as if it could never be squeezed dry, and it always had enough foundation to deal with any changes. However, since they had such a foundation, why did they not display it from the start? Before he arrived with the first batch of reinforcements, the 5 Dragon Knights probably would not have been able to stop the Crimson Domain's current strength. They definitely could have quickly destroyed all of Harmony Star's forces. However, the Crimson Domain did not do that. Why was that? In his plan, he wanted to solidify the battlefield and attract the Crimson Domain to another battlefield to fight. That way, he would be able to take the initiative to annihilate the enemy on the predetermined battlefield. However, the feeling that he felt now was that the Crimson Domain was continuously attracting their forces and solidifying the battlefield here. Why was that? Could it be that it was more suitable to fight here because Harmony Star had an endless supply of life energy to replenish itself? It would be great if it were that simple. It should not be just that. There must be something that he had not thought of yet. He did not think that it was because he did not have enough clues. He could only wait and see. At least for now, the current situation was still acceptable to both sides. It was not out of control. What surprised him was that the Crimson Domain's rest this time was longer than expected. The massive Crimson Domain did not seem to have changed much. Even the spreading of the crimson color on the ground had stopped. It had to be known that the speed at which the crimson color spread indicated the speed at which the Crimson Domain devoured the planet's life energy. The faster it spread, the more life energy it devoured. Could it be that the Crimson Domain's life energy core could no longer be devoured? The Emperor and Emperor did not appear, while the Crimson Domain's star. Could it be that they were using it to stop the Crimson Domain's invasion? Since the Crimson Domain did not continue their invasion, the Dragon Horse Federation did not attack either. Both sides were in a stalemate. The Dragon Knights were surrounded the crimson radiance of the world of the Crimson Domain. He gazed at the Crimson Domain from afar. The crimson was the crimson, the of the crimson of the Cries dragon. Even the arrogant 8-armed Divine Demon King seemed to be more restrained in front of him. The 8-armed Divine Demon King knew that he could not kill so many transcendents in such a short time. This was the strength of a Dragon Knight. With the help of the Dragon Throne, he could unleash extremely powerful combat strength. However, the Crimson Mother's strength was even more terrifying. With the help of the power of dimensions, she instantly suppressed Zhong Zicheng. Lan Xuanyu had the same doubts as Zhong Zicheng. Since the Crimson Mother was so powerful, why did she not participate in the war and let the entire Crimson Domain's combat strength erupt? If that was the case, it would be even more difficult to resist. Luo Lan, go and find Blue for a discussion, Zhong Zicheng said to Luo Lan, the Crimson Dragon Knight beside him. Yes, Luo Lan replied and headed toward the Blue Ocean tribe's garrison. Lan Xuanyu was cultivating and naturally felt his arrival, so he removed part of his transformation and let himself return to Princess Jinlong's appearance. Of course, with the help of the treasure-seeking beast, his aura was restrained and his cultivation was stored. On the surface, he still looked like a god. He had reached the true god level, and the treasure-seeking beast's current cultivation base had evolved along with his dragon god's aura. Unless he was in physical contact with him, Luo Lan would not be able to discover his current true cultivation base. Blue, are you alright? Luo Lan could not help but smile when he saw her. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Lord Luo Lan. Luo Lan said, let's go. Big Brother wants to talk to you. This Crimson Domain is getting harder and harder to see through. Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to be negligent. He soared up and followed Luo Lanshan to the powerhouses of the Dragon Horse Federation. Seeing her arrive, everyone naturally smiled at her in greeting. Lan Xuanyu's performance in commanding the fleet was commendable. Although he disappeared after reaching planet Tianhe, the powerhouses of the various races could understand. As the future core of the dragon race, her was still lacking in strength, and a certain degree of protection was necessary. Zhong Zicheng waved to Lan Xuanyu and asked her to come closer. The Crimson Domain's situation is unclear, and they suddenly stopped attacking. What do you think? The Dawn Dragon Knight asked straightforwardly. Lan Xuanyu frowned and said, I still feel that something is wrong. The Crimson Domain seems to be waiting for something. Logically speaking, they should be more anxious than us, because they could face the arrival of reinforcements at any time. If they continue to delay like this, what good will it do them? I can't figure it out either. Zhong Zicheng nodded. That's right. We can't figure out their goal. Lan Xuanyu said, second seat, when will our reinforcements arrive? Zhong Zicheng said, they should be here soon. The specifics will depend on the chief's arrangements. Hearing him say this, Lan Xuanyu understood that the head of Tenryu was deliberately stalling for time and did not rush over immediately. He wanted to see both the Tianhe race and the Crimson Domain suffer. It was exactly as he had predicted. Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice, Chief, the Crimson Domain's threat might be greater than we imagined. If we let it continue to devour like this, it might end up in a situation where it can't go back. If it gets out of hand, that would be the biggest problem. The most important thing right now is to defeat the Crimson Domain in the truest sense. Zhong Zicheng nodded slowly. That's true. The harder it is to judge the Crimson Domain, the greater its potential threat to us. But before the reinforcements arrive, we should do something and try to figure out its goal of stalling. Do you have any good suggestions? Lan Xuanyu said, previously, the Tianhe race suddenly launched a suicidal attack and sacrificed Tianhe shaman to force the Crimson Domain to retreat temporarily. They also devoured a lot of undead energy, reducing the pressure on the Crimson Domain. Can we get in touch with the Tianhe race now? Tianhe sovereign took the celestial Yang core, so he should be fighting against the Crimson Domain at planet Tianhe's life core. If we can discuss this with the Tianhe race and join the battle there, we should be able to gain a deeper understanding of the Crimson Domain. Hearing him say this, Zhong Zicheng smiled bitterly. I'm afraid the Tianhe race won't cooperate with us. Although we're here to help, in their eyes, we're the cause of this disaster. Ever since the Crimson Domain forcefully broke through the defenses and destroyed the palace, Tianhe sovereign has disappeared. Heaven and the Prime Minister were both missing, and it was unknown where they were commanding. The life core of a planet is the planet's greatest secret. I'm afraid it won't be open to us so easily. End of chapter. Lan Xuanyu said, we can ask Prime Minister Tianhe to try. After all, we're helping them. No matter how this war of destruction came about, we're allies for now. Prime Minister Tianhe can't push all the blame to the Federation. If they hadn't been so ambitious as to bid for the Tianyang core, this wouldn't have happened. Now, the best outcome is for both sides to work together and destroy the Crimson Domain. I'll try. Zhong Zicheng narrowed his eyes and expanded his divine sense. His divine sense was indeed powerful. When he released his divine sense, Lan Xuanyu and the treasure-seeking beast tried their best to conceal their auras. Soon, Zhong Zicheng's expression changed. I've contacted him. I'll invite him over for a chat. When Prime Minister Tianhe appeared in front of the Ryuma Federation's powerhouses, he seemed to have aged a lot. His eyes were sunken, and his face was sallow. He didn't look as high-spirited as before. When he saw Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng, his expression became complicated. He took a deep breath and bowed. Greetings, by seat. Prime Minister, you're welcome. We're facing a great enemy. We saw the bravery of Sky and the Magi, and they bought us enough time. Prime Minister, can we use the method of devouring the undying energy again? Zhong Zicheng asked. Prime Minister Tianhe was stunned. I was just about to ask Vice Seat what method you used to devour the undying energy. This might be the most important thing to do against the Crimson Domain. Wasn't it done by Vice Seat? He didn't want to come because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control his emotions. However, when the Crimson Domain's undying energy was devoured, the Crimson Mother made a move and then stopped. This made Prime Minister Tianhe very much want to know just what sort of method Zhong Zicheng had used to make him come over. However, he didn't expect Zhong Zicheng to ask about this. Isn't this the Sky Harmony clan's method of sacrificing the Sky Harmony wizard? Zhong Zicheng asked in surprise. Prime Minister Tianhe said, it was clearly done by the dragon race. How could it be done by my clan? Second seat, please don't make fun of me. Zhong Zicheng smiled bitterly and said, what time is it already? Why am I still joking with you? It really wasn't us. If I had that ability, would I have waited until now to use it? Prime Minister Tianhe's eyes flashed with disbelief. Zhong Zicheng immediately knew that he had misunderstood. Right now, he must be thinking, you don't need it because you want the battlefield to be destroyed on planet Tianhe for a while longer. Zhong Zicheng took a deep breath and said, the enemy is before us. Our common enemy is the Crimson Domain and the Crimson Mother. The chief's reinforcements should be arriving soon. At a time like this, we should work together against a common enemy and deal with the Crimson Domain. In this regard, I can swear to heaven that I have no selfish motives. I wonder if the Prime Minister can trust me. Prime Minister Tenwa's eyes flickered. Of course I trust you. Many thanks to the second seat for sparing no effort to support and help us this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we would have been unable to resist long ago. Previously, he had seen Zhong Zicheng kill 3 transcendent Crimson Domain experts in a row. He truly admired this person's strength from the bottom of his heart. He understood that even if he or Emperor Tianhe could rely on natural treasures to reach the transcendent grade, it was impossible for them to compare to the powerhouses of the dragon race. Zhong Zicheng knew that he did not mean what he said, but at this time, he could only pretend that he did not know. Prime Minister, Blue had a suggestion before. From the current situation, the Crimson Domain is still continuing to devour the life energy of planet Tianhe. This is something that neither of us wants to see. You want to protect your home, and we don't want the Crimson Domain to grow stronger because of this. His Majesty Emperor Tianhe is still fighting against the Crimson Domain. I wonder if you can lead us to see him and understand the current situation of the Crimson Domain more, so that we can continue to deal with the current difficult situation. Prime Minister Tenwa's expression changed, and he said without hesitation, I'm afraid that's not possible. Because I don't know where His Majesty is. Only His Majesty knows about the planet's life core. As subordinates, we can't ask too much. Lan Xuanyu said, then, can I ask Prime Minister to contact His Majesty Emperor Tianhe and ask about the current situation with the Crimson Domain, as well as the current situation of the Crimson Domain's invasion? We now suspect that the Crimson Domain is intentionally stalling for time to achieve some strategic goal that we don't know about. This might very well bring us an even greater disaster. Prime Minister Tenwa hesitated for a moment, but still said, I really can't contact His Majesty. His Majesty is in charge of the life core, and only he knows the location of the planet's core. This is the biggest secret of the royal family, and the foundation of their rule. Even I can't know. Lan Xuanyu and Zhong Zicheng looked at each other, and Zhong Zicheng said in a deep voice, then, is there any way to warn His Majesty Emperor Tianhe and let him have a rough idea of what we're worried about, so that he can deal with it, or take the initiative to communicate with us? Prime Minister Tenwa nodded and said, we can try that. If the Imperial Palace hadn't been destroyed, we could have contacted His Majesty through a special communication device. But now that the Imperial Palace has been destroyed, I can only try the backup communication method, and I can't guarantee that I'll be able to contact him. The backup device hasn't been used for many, many years. Lan Xuanyu said, then I'll have to trouble Prime Minister to contact His Majesty Emperor Tianhe as soon as possible. There's no time to lose. Okay. Prime Minister Tenwa stared at her for a moment before turning around and flying away. Watching his departing figure, Lan Xuanyu once again turned to the Dawn Dragon Knight. Zhong Zicheng said in a deep voice, his words aren't entirely true. He should have the confidence to contact His Majesty Emperor Tianhe. Lan Xuanyu said thoughtfully, when will our reinforcements arrive? I feel that no matter what the Crimson Domain scheme is, it'll be revealed when our reinforcements arrive. The Dawn Dragon Knight's eyes flickered. You mean, Lan Xuanyu frowned. I'm worried that it's a diversion. Do you think this Crimson Domain is the main body of the Crimson Domain? Zhong Zicheng said without hesitation, it's definitely the main body, there's no doubt about it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to suppress my divine sense and have such great strength. If there are 2 Crimson Domains like this, there's no need for any strategy at all. They can just attack our Longma double star directly. Although the Crimson Mother only revealed it for a moment, it's true that her cultivation is above mine. She's very powerful by borrowing the power of the plane. Thus, the possibility of it being a diversion is very small. Lan Xuanyu nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhong Zicheng's gaze swept across her. Your strength seems to have increased again? Lan Xuanyu was shocked. One had to know that the treasure-seeking beast's illusionary abilities had been strengthened again. Coupled with his concealment of his own aura, even a transcendent shouldn't be able to see through it. How could this person see through it? He nodded lightly and said, the stimulation on the battlefield made me understand something. It seems like my bloodline has evolved again. Zhong Zicheng's eyes flickered. Your bloodline evolved again? It seems like you're really blessed by the heavens. If the Crimson Domain attacks again, don't directly participate in the battle. It's best if you hide further away. Neither I nor the chief wants anything to happen to you. To be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing what level your bloodline will reach when you become a true Dragon Knight. Teacher told me before that your bloodline level is now the highest in the entire dragon race. Your future is limitless. If your bloodline can continue to evolve, then there's even more hope. Protect yourself well, and that's equivalent to protecting the future of our dragon race. If you suddenly encounter danger, immediately draw close to me, understand? The official 27th volume of the Ultimate Douluo Book of the Douluo continent has been updated. You can read all 30 volumes of the Ultimate Douluo Book at once. Currently, only 27 volumes of the Ultimate Douluo Book of the Douluo continent have been updated. Due to the new year, the 27th volume of the Ultimate Douluo Book will only be released in late February. Yes, thank you, secondary seat, Lan Xuanyu said sincerely. No matter what, Zhong Zicheng had always treated him well. Secondary seat, when will our reinforcements arrive? Can you contact the head seat? Lan Xuanyu didn't avoid the topic and asked directly. Zhong Zicheng glanced at him and said, let's see how Emperor Xianxia responds first. Lan Xuanyu immediately understood. The Ryuma Federation's reinforcements were probably within their control. They just didn't choose to come to planet Xianxia immediately. Of course, this was because of their own selfishness, as well as their fear of the Xianxia fleet. For the Ryuma Federation, the best situation was for both planet Xianxia and the Crimson Domain to suffer heavy losses. The strength that the Xianxia fleet had displayed was something that the Ryuma Federation couldn't resist with just their fleet alone. This was also the Xianxia race's greatest source of confidence. The Dragon race and Tianma were unaware of the existence of such a fleet. This undoubtedly touched the nerves of the Ryuma Federation's upper echelons. Especially the Xianxia fleet's fighting style, which was clearly aimed at top-tier experts. With the Federation's system, even a Dragon Knight might not be able to break through. Lan Xuanyu said seriously, secondary seat, I don't think we can wait. No matter what the Crimson Domain is plotting, the best solution is to resolve it as soon as possible. A long delay is fraught with problems. The Crimson Domain's threat is far greater than the Xianxia race's. This time, the Xianxia race has already suffered heavy losses, and they've already exposed their trump card. The threat of an exposed trump card is actually limited. Zhong Zicheng naturally understood what he meant. If the Xianxia clan's trump card was strong enough to go against the entire Ryuma Federation, the Xianxia clan wouldn't have waited any longer and would have attacked long ago. Although the Xianxia fleet was strong, it was still nothing compared to the top powerhouses of the Dragon clan and the Pegasus clan. I understand what you mean. Zhong Zicheng nodded and didn't say anything, but from his eyes, Lan Xuanyu could tell that he agreed with his opinion. About half an hour later, the Prime Minister flew back with a grave expression on his face. How is it? Zhong Zicheng asked. Prime Minister Tenhe said in a deep voice, I've contacted His Majesty. I've also informed His Majesty of the current situation and our judgment. His Majesty said that he was now in charge of the core and had not been corrupted yet. However, it's very difficult to resist. The Crimson Domain is like a drill, constantly spiraling downward in an attempt to break through the planet's life core's defenses. In the process of breaking through, it's devouring the planet's energy. It's very difficult to resist. His Majesty won't be able to hold on for much longer. Once the defense line is broken, the life core and heavenly nourished core will be exposed to the Crimson Mother. As long as she sweeps the two cores away, she'll be able to devour more than 70% of the planet's life energy. That'll be a disaster. Sir, how much longer will it take for the Federation's reinforcements to arrive? Zhong Zicheng looked deeply at the Prime Minister. The reinforcements will arrive soon. Prime Minister, please tell His Majesty that no matter what, we have to stop the Crimson Domain's corruption. The Xianxia clan's survival depends on this. We'll do our best. Yes. Prime Minister Tenhe replied. Then I'll go gather the troops and prepare for the next wave of attacks. After greeting Zhong Zicheng and Lan Xuanyu, he left again. Lan Xuanyu didn't say anything. Prime Minister Tenhe's reply was within his expectations. Regardless of whether his words were true or false, his goal was to hope for the reinforcements to arrive as soon as possible. There was no doubt about this. Planet Tianhe's internal defenses shouldn't be too big of a problem for the time being. Otherwise, Emperor Tenhe would have rushed over himself. The planet's life core's defense against the Crimson Domain didn't matter whether he was there or not. As long as the heavenly nourished core was left there, it would be the greatest help to the life core. Lan Xuanyu could roughly guess the Tianhe clan's mentality. The Crimson Domain's invasion had undoubtedly caused the Tianhe clan to suffer heavy losses. However, the Tianhe clan had also obtained the heavenly nourished core. As long as the life core could devour the heavenly nourished core, the losses weren't unacceptable. After all, most of the life force died in that collision. On the whole, the vitality was still preserved. As long as the planet could evolve after this battle, the Tianhe clan would have the foundation to make a comeback. In addition, they had the Tianhe fleet. They didn't need to go against the Ryuma Federation. As long as they had time to develop, they would at least be able to stand up to the dragon race and Tianma. Unfortunately, they didn't know that head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, had already left a back door in the heavenly nourished core. No matter what, Jiang Weiqiang wouldn't allow the heavenly nourished core to be devoured by the Tianhe clan. When necessary, detonating the heavenly nourished core wasn't just a move to deal with the Crimson Domain. Lan Xuanyu looked at Zhong Zicheng. Zhong Zicheng said, "Retreat to a safe place first. You don't have to worry about the battle here. Just watch from afar. When the reinforcements arrive, return to the fleet and continue to be in charge of commanding the fleet. At the same time, you'll be in charge of receiving us." Yes. Zhong Zicheng's order was undoubtedly to get him away from the battlefield. When the reinforcements arrived, the real battle would begin. It would be the most dangerous time. Letting him return to the fleet was naturally to ensure his safety. After bidding farewell to Zhong Zicheng, Lan Xuanyu quickly returned to his teammates. It had to be said that the amount of energy he devoured earlier was really quite large. It helped him to fully stabilize his true god-level cultivation. His teammates had also gathered together to rest. Now, in the wings of 33 skies, Lan Xuanyu, Bai Xiuxiu, Tang Yuge, and Qian Lei had all successfully broken through to the god level. Lan Mengqin, Yuan and Hui Hui, and Lu Feng weren't far behind. The others had also improved with the energy provided by Lan Xuanyu. "How's the situation?" Bai Xiuxiu saw that he had returned and hurriedly went forward to ask. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "It's not clear yet. Everything can only be seen after the Ryuma Federation's reinforcements arrive. What we need to do now is to wait and see. Once the Ryuma Federation's reinforcements arrive, we will retreat immediately. The order given to me by the Dawn Dragon Knight is that once the reinforcements arrive, we will return to the fleet and be responsible for receiving them." Bai Xiuxiu chuckled and said, "The second seat is really good to you. Could it be that he has taken a liking to you too?" Lan Xuanyu rolled his eyes. "You're thinking too much. Get ready, we're ready to retreat at any time." Bai Xiuxiu was a little surprised. "Are we really retreating?" Lan Xuanyu nodded. The Crimson Mother's attack was very scary. If the reinforcements arrive later, the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma will most likely come. That kind of battle is not something we can fight against. It's better to stay away. Although riches and honor are found in danger, if the danger is far beyond what we can bear, it's better to avoid it. Everyone's gains this time are not small. The battle later won't end so easily. We'll find another opportunity. Okay. Bai Xiuxiu took his hand and whispered, "Should we try the cultivation method of the Dragon Knight?" Lan Xuanyu was stunned. "Haven't you always been against it?" Bai Xiuxiu said unhappily, "But I want to help you. I don't want to wait for you to come back every time. Do you know what it's like to wait? At least that way, I can stay by your side and help you." Lan Xuanyu looked at her resentful expression and felt apologetic. He held her hand tightly and nodded. Bai Xiuxiu pinched him and whispered, "Have you been waiting for this day for a long time? You just want to ride me, right? I don't. Even if I do, I don't intend to let others see it." Lan Xuanyu held back his laughter. For more chapters, please follow our WeChat public account. After the physical book is released, we will update the entire book on our public account as soon as possible. Mobile phones can store images by pressing the QR code, then scan it on WeChat and click on the local photo album to follow the album. Seeing the mischievous look in his eyes, Bai Xiuxiu's pretty face flushed red. Her fingers that were pinching his soft flesh instantly rotated 180 degrees, causing Lan Xuanyu to suck in a breath of cold air in pain. In the distance, the dark red color emitted by the crimson domain seemed to be getting deeper and deeper. It was still spinning, and the invisible pressure even dyed the sky with circles of dark red halos. It had to be said that Lan Xuanyu's devouring was really quite fierce when he used the rib bone of the dragon gods. At this time, the energy in his body was swelling, and under the operation of the bloodline in his body, it was gradually transforming into his own divine power. The new attribute of the destructive aura in his bloodline had gradually merged with the other 7 attributes. Even his entire temperament had become a little obscure. The increase in his cultivation made him more confident. While his companions were cultivating, he and Bai Xiuxiu also began to study the cultivation method of Dragon Knights for the first time. The cultivation method of Dragon Knights was actually not complicated. The most important point was to communicate the bloodline connection between the Dragon Knight and the Dragon Mount. Let the two become one, and in the process of battle, they could instantly absorb the power of the Dragon Mount for their own use. It was a bit like the martial soul fusion skills of the Douluo continent. Therefore, the compatibility of the attributes between the Dragon Knight and the Dragon Mount was very important. But the restrictions were not as strict as martial soul fusion skills. Martial soul fusion skills required the martial souls of the 2 soul masters to be innately compatible. The possibility of twins producing martial soul fusion skills was the highest. And the fusion of Dragon Knights was called Ascending Dragon. There were 2 different forms of Ascending Dragon. In the dragon race, the bloodline levels were different and the attributes were different. And even if they were the same, it could be a 1+1 relationship, and could not produce a sublimation. Therefore, there were 2 ways to produce a sublimation effect. One was that the Dragon Knight and the Dragon Mount were very compatible. The Dragon Mount also approved of the Dragon Knight and was willing to let go of its own bloodline to let the Dragon Knight fuse with it to produce a sublimation effect. This method was relatively easy to achieve and the effect was very good. The other method was much more domineering. Generally speaking, Mount Dragons that were unwilling to become Dragon Knight's companions were those that had been forced to sign a contract with them. This type of contract would forcefully invade the Dragon Knight's bloodline to fuse with the Dragon Knight. Once the fusion was complete, the Dragon Knight and the Dragon Knight would have a master-slave contract. No matter how dissatisfied the Dragon Knight was, it would be unable to resist. Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng and his Dragon Mount were the former. Most Dragon Knights were also the former. The Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan was the latter. The latter was a more cruel method. Once the Dragon Knight died, the dragon would also die. As for the first method, even if the Dragon Knight died, if the dragon was still alive, it would usually take care of the knight's descendants. But no matter which method he used, he could achieve the goal of combining the 2 into one and elevating his combat strength to a higher level. Even in the process of cultivation, there were benefits. Cultivation could also produce the effect of dragon ascension. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had cultivated together for such a long time. Bai Xiuxiu's martial soul had evolved because of Lan Xuanyu's bloodline of the dragon gods. The tacit understanding between the 2 of them was naturally unquestionable. Therefore, they would naturally choose the former method for their cultivation. Xianyu, if we cultivate this dragon ascension technique, will it cause your bloodline to become thinner because of my influence? After fully understanding the effects of the dragon ascension technique, Bai Xiuxiu was actually a little worried. The dragon race prioritized bloodlines. The stronger one's bloodline, the more powerful one would be, and the greater one's potential would be. There was no doubt that Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's bloodline was the strongest in the dragon race. Although her bloodline, which had evolved into the ice-devouring dragon, wasn't weak, it was naturally far inferior to the bloodline of the dragon gods. She was worried that after cultivating the dragon ascension technique with her, it would affect Lan Xuanyu's body. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "I don't think so." If the bloodline of the dragon gods was so easily thinned, how could it become the top bloodline? Moreover, what's mine is yours. It's not bad if I can give you more. You can also help me share the burden. Let's try it first? Bai Xiuxiu looked at the smile on her face and suddenly leaned forward and kissed Lan Xuanyu lightly on the cheek. At this time, most of his companions were cultivating, so no one saw it. Only the Blue Ocean tribe warriors who were guarding the area could see this scene. However, these warriors were indeed quite well-mannered, so they pretended not to see it. However, the scene of two beauties kissing still left an indelible impression in their minds. Lan Xuanyu glanced at her and really wanted to kiss her a few times. He didn't even hesitate to use illusions. He had to know the severity of the matter, so he suppressed his inner desire and said softly, "Let's try it." Okay. After Bai Xiuxiu understood the role of the dragon ascension technique, some of the original resistance in her heart disappeared without a trace. She originally didn't want to be a mount, but in this complicated situation, she was more worried about Lan Xuanyu's safety. If she could help him and make him safer, it was more important than anything else. Lan Xuanyu raised his right hand and drew a rune in the void with his index finger. A drop of shining 8-colored blood was slowly forced out from his finger. Although he had used his dragon power to seal the breath of this drop of blood, when this drop of blood came out, the surrounding air instantly became viscous. The fluctuations of life energy and various elemental attributes in the surrounding air became violent. Bai Xiuxiu also raised her right hand and drew a rune in the air. A drop of bright red blood was forced out from her finger. However, this bright red blood had a layer of faint sky blue mist floating on it, which was very strange. Everything around the two of them became illusory. The next scene naturally couldn't be seen by others. The rune was slowly drawn in the air with the blood as the pigment. Lan Xuanyu drew a long and thin rune, while Bai Xiuxiu drew a circular rune. The two runes began to tremble slightly in the air as they were drawn. The 8-colored rune drawn by Lan Xuanyu's drop of blood gradually became brighter and brighter. On the other hand, the rune drawn by Bai Xiuxiu began to show a strange phenomenon of rising icy mist. The circular rune naturally turned into a disc and appeared on his palm. The two of them looked at each other. Bai Xiuxiu nodded at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu adjusted the dragon power undulations in his body and made sure that everything was under control. Only then did he carefully place the vertical rainbow-colored rune in his hand on the round rune plate in Bai Xiuxiu's palm. An image gradually appeared on the disc. An icy blue dragon was swimming around it. It was Bai Xiuxiu's martial soul true body. On Lan Xuanyu's vertical rune, rings of 8-colored light slowly drifted down from top to bottom. There seemed to be an 8-colored dragon circling above it. This was the foundation of the Soaring Dragon Technique's cultivation, the Soaring Dragon Pact. This was an equal contract. It was a contract that connected one's bloodline and divine sense. Once the contract was established, both parties had to agree to it before it could be broken. It was like a marriage contract. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Lan Xuanyu. When the rune in Lan Xuanyu's hand gradually approached her, she suddenly felt her heart speed up. This was because she could clearly feel that there was an invisible heart that was imprinting itself in the depths of her heart. Was this what it felt like to be connected by heart? If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have objected to it. Lan Xuanyu also felt that he was getting closer to her. It wasn't just the rune that was getting closer to her. It was everything that was getting closer to her. And the woman in front of him was opening her heart to him without any reservations. The official edition of the 27th volume of the Ultimate Douluo Book of the Douluo continent has been updated. You can read all 30 volumes of the Ultimate Douluo Book at once. Currently, the official edition of the Ultimate Douluo Book of the Douluo continent has only been updated to the 27th volume. Due to the new year, the 27th volume of the Ultimate Douluo Book will only be released in late February. Finally, the vertical rune gently landed on the circular rune. In an instant, both of their bodies violently trembled. Lan Xuanyu's body shone with a dazzling 8-colored light. His bloodline aura surged violently. At this moment, even the treasure-hunting beast's illusionary ability could barely conceal his aura. Bai Xiuxiu's body had already turned ice blue. Dragon scales covered her entire body, and her entire body was trembling violently. Every single one of her scales was trembling and emitting a halo of light. The eight-colored light and the ice blue light intertwined rapidly at the point where the rune touched, and they invaded each other. Lan Xuanyu was in a better state. His entire body was stable, and he only felt a chill flowing into his heart. He opened his heart without hesitation and allowed this chill to enter his heart. Among the 8 colors, the blue color instantly became extremely vibrant, and overshadowed the other 7 colors. On the other hand, Bai Xiuxiu's side was a little out of control. The 8-colored light surged into her body, and her delicate body trembled violently. The ice blue scales on her body began to emit a faint white halo, and she felt as if her entire body was about to collapse. The difference between their bloodlines was still very large. Even though they had completely opened their hearts to each other, Bai Xiuxiu's body was a little unable to withstand the communication between Lan Xuanyu's bloodline at this moment. Lan Xuanyu didn't expect this to happen either. According to the records of the Soaring Dragon technique, when a Dragon Knight and a Throne Dragon completed the Soaring Dragon rune, whoever was stronger would give the other party a boost. At the same time, they would gradually complete the process of complementing each other, and finally complete the transformation of sublimation. However, although his bloodline was indeed trying to improve Bai Xiuxiu's bloodline, just the communication through the contract was already too much for Bai Xiuxiu to bear. The reason why he was mistaken was mainly because they had been cultivating together before. He had also been using his dragon god's bloodline to help Bai Xiuxiu's bloodline evolve subtly. Their bloodlines could be said to be very close. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu did not think that there would be any conflict between their bloodlines during the formation of the Dragon Ascension contract. However, the Dragon Ascension contract was an equal contract. It was a fusion of bloodlines. This was different from the previous situation of assisting in cultivation. Although Bai Xiuxiu was now a god-level expert, in terms of cultivation, there was still a huge gap between her and Lan Xuanyu. Especially after Lan Xuanyu had advanced to a true god-level expert and gained the destruction attribute in his bloodline power, this gap was greatly widened. As a result, when the Dragon Ascension contract was formed and Lan Xuanyu's bloodline communicated with it, it immediately produced a strong impact. Bai Xiuxiu's body trembled more and more violently. Some cracks even began to appear on the ice blue scales on her body. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. No, if this went on, she would explode and die because she could not bear it. At this moment, his bloodline had completely suppressed Bai Xiuxiu's bloodline. Simply put, Bai Xiuxiu's bloodline was not enough to complete the communication with his bloodline. In fact, the dragon gods were dragon gods. In the dragon race bloodline, no other dragon race was qualified to communicate with him. Although Lan Xuanyu had not really completed his evolution, it was impossible for Bai Xiuxiu to form an equal contract with him. Simply put, in the dragon race, no one was qualified to be equal to the dragon gods. Lan Xuanyu made a prompt decision. He reached out his left hand and grabbed the rune that his right hand had drawn. The only thing he could do now was to interrupt the signing of the contract. Although he would definitely suffer a backlash, he could still do it because he was in control of the contract. At most, he would be seriously injured. It was better than Bai Xiuxiu being seriously injured. However, at this moment, a trembling hand suddenly reached over at lightning speed and grabbed Lan Xuanyu's left hand. Lan Xuanyu looked at Bai Xiuxiu in shock. Bai Xiuxiu shook her head at him with difficulty. Don't stop. Contract conversion. Master and servant agreement. As she spoke, Bai Xiuxiu suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood quickly turned into a round rune in the air and fell directly on Lan Xuanyu's vertical rune. Xiuxiu. Lan Xuanyu could not help but exclaim. However, it was impossible to stop her. This was the blood of Bai Xiuxiu's heart. Since it had been spat out, it could not be retracted. If he forcibly stopped her from doing so, Bai Xiuxiu would suffer irreparable damage even if she did not die. The blood splashed down and instantly turned into a large patch of sky blue mist that surrounded the 2 large runes. The 8-colored light that was originally covering Bai Xiuxiu's body suddenly changed from its initial invasion to a rotation. It quietly merged into the runes. The sky blue dragon scales on Bai Xiuxiu's body stopped shattering and quickly healed. Her body also went limp and fell directly into Lan Xuanyu's arms. Spitting out a mouthful of blood had consumed a lot of her energy. She quickly fell into a coma. A master and servant contract, which was the kind signed by the ink dragon knight Luo Lan. It was only used by dragon knights when their dragon mount was unwilling to merge with them. Bai Xiaoxiao made such a choice at the critical moment and still allowed herself to become Lan Xuanyu's dragon mount. However, the nature of the contract had changed drastically. An equal contract meant that both parties were equal. After the merger was completed, there was no distinction between the two parties. Therefore, during the process of bloodline fusion, it was also an equal integration. However, when doing so, Bai Xiaoxiao's bloodline could not withstand the strength of the dragon god's bloodline. A master and servant contract was completely different. It was almost a master and servant contract. In other words, after the contract was signed, Lan Xuanyu could completely control Bai Xiaoxiao. She would have almost no ability to resist whatever he ordered her to do. Once Lan Xuanyu died, she would also die. This was the domineering nature of a master and servant contract. However, the advantage was that the master and servant contract was a kind of bloodline submission. It was equivalent to Bai Xiaoxiao's bloodline submitting to Lan Xuanyu's bloodline. Under the subjugation of the dragon god's bloodline, the bloodline of the dragon gods would naturally no longer be a corrosive integration. Instead, it would be a supreme bloodline's care for its subordinate bloodline. The danger would naturally be eliminated. Bai Xiaoxiao would also gain a lot of benefits from it. Looking at her with her eyes closed in front of him, everything around her seemed to have been isolated from the world. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled. He never expected that Xiaoxiao, who had always resisted the idea of being a dragon mount, would make such a choice at this time. They had known each other since they were young and had grown up together. They couldn't be more familiar with each other. It could be said that their love wasn't as intense as a volcanic eruption. Instead, it was a silent evolution. They were already used to the feeling of being by each other's side. They worked hard silently and wanted to show their best to each other. If they hadn't come to the Tenryu Star, perhaps they would have continued to study in the inner courtyard of the Shrek Academy to improve themselves. Then, they would have naturally gotten married and had their own families. Their talent and fortune allowed them to gradually break away from the conventional world and enter a life full of changes and dangers. However, it was also a life full of opportunities. It could be said that Lan Xuanyu had been working hard all this time. Not only did he work hard for Bai Xiaoxiao, but he also worked hard for all of his companions. He hoped to lead all of his companions to improve together, move forward together, and become stronger together. He was even used to relying on his own strength to protect all of them. It could be said that without her help, Bai Xiaoxiao's martial soul wouldn't have been able to transform and achieve what it had today. Lan Xuanyu had always been willing to endure hardships. He thought that this was what he should do. Wasn't it something that all men should do to contribute to their girlfriends and future wives? Please follow our WeChat public account for more chapters. Once the physical book is on the market, it will be updated immediately on the public account. You can store an image by pressing the QR code on your phone. Then, after scanning it on WeChat, you can click on the local photo album and follow the album. The official 27th volume of the Ultimate Douluo Book of the Douluo continent has been officially updated. You can read all 30 volumes of the Ultimate Douluo Book at once. Currently, only 27 volumes of the Ultimate Douluo Book of the Douluo continent have been officially updated. Due to the new year, the 27th volume of the Ultimate Douluo Book will only be released in late February. However, he never expected that Bai Xiaoxiao would suddenly give up her original determination for him at a time like this. She was even willing to give up her life for him. A master-slave contract meant that Bai Xiaoxiao was even willing to give her life to him. It wasn't that their love didn't explode with passion. It was just that they hadn't faced such a situation before. However, at this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao's natural choice and unhesitant sacrifice proved how deep their love was. The runes in front of her shone brightly, and the 8-colored halo became more and more intense. It dyed Bai Xiaoxiao's delicate body, making her look as if her entire body had become transparent. It was indescribably strange. Under the cover of the 8-colored halo, the devouring ice dragon's blue color became more and more gorgeous. The sky blue halo was clearer than the sky and deeper than the sea. Everything around her began to rise and change. Her divine sense seemed to be undergoing a metamorphosis. The 8-colored halo surrounded her, stimulating her bloodline to evolve violently. The scales on her body became more and more transparent. The originally crystal-like blue scales completely transformed into a beautiful sky blue color. They looked as if they were carved from sky blue ice crystals. They had mysterious patterns on them, and they emitted an unprecedented radiance. What was even more strange was that every single scale seemed to be attached to the undulations of divine sense. They were attached to both of their wills. The runes that were combined completely fused together. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar soared into the sky. The runes transformed into a streak of flowing light that broke through the environment and suddenly rushed into the sky. The impassioned dragon roar shook the surroundings, causing all the Tianna soldiers to look up at the sky at the same time. The two figures had already soared into the sky, and became huge in the air. Lan Xuanyu could no longer conceal his 8-colored light and shadow. His 8-colored dragon scales shone brightly, and layers of 8-colored ripples flashed around his body. Beside him, a sky-blue dragon of the same size was blooming with the same dazzling brilliance. The 8-colored halo around her body was completely absorbed into her body, and her body was still growing in size amidst the passionate dragon roars. He had broken through. That's right, after the master-slave contract was signed, the bloodline would receive the powerful assistance of the dragon god's bloodline and forcefully evolve. Even Bai Xiaoxiao made a breakthrough in her cultivation. True God. This was the power of the dragon god's bloodline. Although Lan Xuanyu had yet to truly become a dragon god, the level of his bloodline was just as the Dawn Dragon Knight Zhongzhicheng had said. He had long surpassed all the other dragon race and became the existence with the most potential in the current dragon race. The two dragons coiled around each other and flew up together. Their huge dragon wings protected each other and covered each other's bodies. All the way to an altitude of more than 10,000 meters. Only then did their figures stop. At this moment, the runes had turned into thousands of auspicious auras that enveloped them. In the distance, many mighty figures had already risen into the air and were watching everything that was happening. Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan was beside Dawn Dragon Knight Zhongzhicheng. He said in shock, This is a master-slave contract? How can it be a master-slave contract? Aren't they good sisters? Zhongzhicheng shook his head and said, No, not like you. It's a voluntary master-slave contract. It's probably because Blue's bloodline is too strong. When Xiaoxiao cultivated the soaring dragon technique with her, his own bloodline couldn't withstand it. That's why it was changed to a master-slave contract. Their bloodlines evolved again under the effect of the soaring dragon technique. Although I had expected that the soaring dragon technique would increase their cultivation, I didn't expect that they would be able to directly advance under the effect of the soaring dragon technique. They can already be considered true dragon knights. Yes, although they weren't transcendent experts yet, the completion of the soaring dragon technique contract meant that in a sense, they could already be considered true dragon knights. Luo Lan looked at Zhongzhicheng in shock. How long had it been? When he first met them, what was their cultivation level? Today, in such a short period of time, they had actually broken through the god level and true god level realms and become true dragon knights. Back then, when Blue and Chief Dragon Knight made the 10-year agreement, most of the Dragon Knights didn't think that Blue could really defeat Head of Tenryu. In their opinion, as long as Blue could show enough talent within 10 years, it would be enough. However, Lan Xuanyu used facts to prove to them. 10 years? Perhaps it was too long. He had already become a true god, and he was definitely not an ordinary true god. It didn't seem too difficult for him to become a transcendent god. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before he reached the transcendent god level. Moreover, not only did he improve himself, but under the effect of the soaring dragon technique, he also made Bai Xiaoxiao evolve with him. Both of them were true gods. It should be known that in the early years, the entry threshold for a dragon knight was that both the dragon knight and the dragon mount were at the true god level, and after completing the conclusion of the soaring dragon technique contract, one could be considered a dragon knight. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's title as a quasi-dragon knight could be said to be well-deserved. In the sky, the huge dragon figures of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao gradually shrank and turned back into human form. Invisibly, they seemed to have become one. Bai Xiaoxiao's long hair turned into a more gorgeous sky blue, and even her eyes became the same color. She had evolved, and what kind of ability she had evolved, at this moment, only she and Lan Xuanyu had a general feeling in their hearts. From this moment on, your life is no longer your own, but also mine. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Lan Xuanyu with a smile, not at all depressed because of the master-servant contract. Lan Xuanyu looked at her and said softly, I didn't think it through. Bai Xiuxiu shook her head and said, actually, when I saw the soaring dragon technique, I already thought of the possibility of such a situation happening. Your bloodline is too strong. Otherwise, how could I remember the symbol of the master-servant contract? Actually, I was the one who schemed against you. This way, you can no longer grasp the opportunity to cast me aside, and no matter where you go, you have to take me with you. Otherwise, if something happens to you, I can't live anyway. This is what it means to not be born on the same day of the same year, month, and year, but to die on the same day of the same year, month, and year. Xianyu, you are now mine. Lan Xuanyu looked at her blankly. Was this how she understood the master-servant contract? He rubbed her head lovingly and took her into his arms. Although the people who were watching from afar saw the two stunning beauties hugging each other, this scene was still dazzlingly beautiful. They really did have a deep sisterly love, they felt the same rhythm of their heartbeats, and felt the changes in the flow of their bloodlines. Lan Xuanyu gradually came to an understanding. The two of them held hands, turned to the dragon knights in the distance, and bowed to pay their respects. The soaring dragon technique had also solved the problem of Lan Xuanyu's previous breakthrough. He had used the soaring dragon technique to break through, and not just before. He was now at the true god level. At this moment, suddenly, a violent energy fluctuation came from the distant horizon, and a low voice resounded through the entire sky. Lan, congratulations. The familiar voice caused the entire sky to tremble slightly. The dark red color in the sky, which was reflected by the crimson domain, clearly faded a little. But a bright red color began to slowly rise. Like the morning glow brought by the morning sun, it blotted out the sky and eroded the dark red color. Lan Xuanyu's eyes focused, and the dragon knights in the distance had already bowed to pay their respects to the rising morning sun. Welcome, first seat. The morning glow split open, and silhouettes came out in a line. The one who appeared at the front was the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, and beside him was the head of Tianma. Behind the two of them were Dragon Knights and Pegasus Knights. Behind them were the top experts of the Ryuma Federation. There was also the army of the Dragon Horse Federation descending from the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth. The allied forces had finally arrived. For more chapters, please follow our official WeChat account. Once the physical book is on the market, it will be updated as soon as possible. You can press the QR code on your phone to store an image, then scan it on WeChat and click on the local photo album to follow the album. Lan Xuanyu didn't know how Zhong Zicheng had informed Jiang Weiqiang. However, the head of Tenryu had ultimately let go of his obsession with the Tianhe race and led the Ryuma Federation's true power to planet Tianhe. Evidently, the two chiefs had already communicated that the greatest threat to the entire Ryuma Federation was still the Crimson Domain. Only by defeating the Crimson Domain could they completely suppress this crisis. Although the Tianhe race had displayed greater strength than they had imagined, what they had already revealed was still easy to deal with. Basically, they had already achieved their strategic objective this time. As if sensing their arrival, the shuttle-shaped Crimson Domain on the ground suddenly emitted a powerful suction force. The dark red color in the sky was sucked in like a whale sucking in water. It didn't continue to resist the rapidly spreading morning glow from the horizon. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu didn't dare delay. They hurriedly met up with the Dragon Knights and welcomed the army. Jiang Weiqiang was clad in a golden red divine dragon armor. His divine dragon armor had a golden red interior. Although it didn't emit any heat, Lan Xuanyu's strengthened divine sense could clearly sense that the morning glow in the sky was all because of this divine dragon armor. This was clearly a super divine weapon. Yes, it was a super divine weapon belonging to the dragon race. It was also the head of Tenryu's true trump card. Not only did he possess this super divine weapon, but he could also truly unleash the power of this super divine weapon. This was the most terrifying part. Jiang Weiqiang looked at Zhong Zicheng and nodded slightly. You've worked hard, Vice Chief. Zhong Zicheng smiled and said, Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I finally persevered until the arrival of the two chiefs. This time, the credit doesn't belong to me alone. It belongs to everyone. Especially Blue, he's extremely talented and fleet commanding. That's right. Blue is really not bad. The eight-armed godfiend king laughed loudly from the side. The eight-armed divine demon crown prince behind him and the mantis crown prince behind the golden mantis king looked at Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu with blazing eyes. Of course, they knew what the completion of the soaring dragon art meant. Indigo could be said to be a true dragon knight. What he lacked was accumulation and becoming a transcendent. The dragon race's bloodline was supreme. Who couldn't tell that their bloodline was extremely powerful? Becoming a transcendent was only a matter of time. If he could marry them under the master-slave contract, marrying one would be equivalent to marrying two. The scene was too beautiful. He didn't dare to think about it. Jiang Weiqiang looked at Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, who were holding hands. He nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. It seems that our Dragon Knight team is indeed going to grow stronger." Lan Xuanyu pulled Bai Xiuxiu and bowed together. Then, he followed Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng and retreated to the side. Head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang looked down. In the sky, all the crimson haze had been replaced by the bright light of the morning sun. For a moment, planet Tianhe was filled with thunderous cheers. They could see the overwhelming army. They did not know about the conflict between the Ryuma Federation and the Tianhe race. They only saw hope to save the planet and survive. Jiang Weiqiang looked at the Crimson Domain calmly and said in a deep voice, "Crimson Mother, I warned you not to have any ideas about our Dragon Horse Galaxy. Why are you so stubborn? Since we're meeting on the battlefield, I can only ask you to stay." The huge Crimson Domain surged, and a beautiful and enchanting figure appeared at the tip of it. Crimson Mother stood on the Crimson Domain. Her entire body was covered in a crimson dress. There was a hint of mockery in her eyes as she coldly said, "I've waited for this day for far too long. If it wasn't for my foolish son's mistake back then, perhaps it would have been completed long ago. I've developed the Crimson Domain to its current state. I dare say that in the entire universe, there aren't many energy planes that can achieve this. I've already found the future direction of the Crimson Domain's evolution. But you guys are stubborn and refuse to cooperate with me. It's impossible to turn a physical world into a divine realm with just you guys. It's because I've walked this path for too long that I know how difficult it is." Jiang Weiqiang said indifferently, "Your path is to destroy our Dragon Horse Galaxy?" Crimson Mother said coldly, "If it was the Crimson Domain of the past, it would naturally devour more. What's the big deal about destroying a galaxy? Without destruction, there can be no construction. In the universe, everything is a carrier of energy. It's all about energy. Only by gathering more energy can we truly live in this world. You guys have lived for so long. Don't you understand? Moreover, I don't want the entire galaxy. I only want one of your two planets. As long as I devour the core of either Tenryu or Pegasus, I'll be able to stabilize the Crimson Domain. I'll rebuild the Crimson Domain and form a divine realm. At that time, I'll be able to bestow you with the talent of immortality and gather immortal essence. As long as I have enough time, when there's enough immortal essence, we can implant it into one of the remaining Longma double star. From there, we'll form a true divine realm. At that time, our entire Crimson Domain can be used as nutrients for the true divine realm." When Lan Xuanyu heard this, his heart was filled with shock. No one knew what Crimson Mother said to Jiang Weiqiang at the Ryuma Federation's founding meeting. Now that she said it, Lan Xuanyu finally understood her true goal. She didn't just want to forcefully obtain the cores of the Tenryu star or Tianma star. Instead, she gave such a condition. This meant that Crimson Mother didn't have complete confidence in defeating the dragon race or Tianma. This was a good thing. However, the method she mentioned sounded very reliable. At least in theory, the possibility of success was very high. However, head of Tenryu had clearly rejected it. Otherwise, the Crimson Domain wouldn't have invaded. The reason for his rejection should be that it was uncontrollable. If the Crimson Domain really swallowed either the Tenryu star or Tianma star, it would become a divine realm. Then, after it had produced enough spiritual energy, it would use the other planet to support its evolution. This would allow the unstable Crimson Domain to become nutrients for the new divine realm. The possibility of it becoming a true divine realm was very high. However, in this process, what position would the dragon race and Tianma be in? Obviously, whether it was the head of Tenryu or the head of Tianma, they should be able to guess that the probability of success of this proposal was very high. However, the problem was whether to let her swallow the Tenryu star or Tianma star. These were completely different. Although the dragon race was stronger than Tianma, it wasn't strong enough to make Tianma completely obey them. Sacrificing either planet meant that one side would have to give up everything and live under someone else's roof. That wasn't just one or two existences, but the entire race and all the vassal races. This was a decision that would cause great suffering. Moreover, even if they could establish a true divine realm according to Crimson Mother's proposal, the true divine realm definitely wouldn't be led by them. After doing so many things and becoming a divine realm first, in the end, the ruler could only be the Crimson Mother. The dragon race and Tianma would definitely be completely out of control. Even if they could become a part of the divine realm, they definitely wouldn't be the ruler. This was something that the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma couldn't accept. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the head of Tenryu could only reject the Crimson Mother's idea that had a high chance of becoming a divine realm. Lan Xuanyu understood all of this in an instant, and everything in his heart suddenly became clear. This was really difficult to deal with. What would he do if he was in her shoes? He definitely wouldn't agree. Head of Tenryu looked at Crimson Mother with burning eyes. If you said all of this to shake our morale, you are wrong. The dragon race and Tianma will not give up on any race in the Federation. The Ryuma Federation is one. Even if we want to become gods in the future, we can do it with our own strength. We don't need your help or your pity. Your method of becoming a god sounds reasonable, but you have not considered one thing, and that is the heavenly Tao. When I become the godly king, I am the heavenly Tao. Crimson Mother said proudly. What was the so-called heavenly Tao? When a strong person broke through to the god realm, the tribulation they faced was brought by the heavenly Tao. And the god realm was the existence that controlled the heavenly Tao. Now, whether it was the Douluo Federation or the Ryuma Federation, there was no real god realm. Therefore, the tribulation they faced was not from the god realm, but was born naturally. Therefore, in a sense, what Crimson Mother said, I am the godly king, and I am the heavenly Tao, was not wrong. Jiang Weiqiang said disdainfully, even if you become the godly king, you are not the real heavenly Tao. In the universe, there are naturally rules of operation. From the birth of the zero-dimensional space, it is constantly accumulating and changing, until the destruction of the 10-dimensional space. This process is an infinite cycle. No one knows how long it will take, and no one knows when the real end will be. However, since the universe had always been operating in this way, then everything had a pattern to it. The one who controls this rule is the real heavenly Tao. That is the power of the rules. How can you control it? You use the power of devour to constantly evolve and achieve the goal of improvement. In the end, it will lead to destruction. You sacrificed many lives to become a god, and you will definitely be punished by the heavenly Tao. The rules of the heavenly Tao will not allow you to become a god. Therefore, no matter how certain your words are, the final result will not change. You are just struggling in the rules of the heavenly Tao. However, the more sins one committed, the stronger the backlash would be. Why don't you offer up the crimson domain and turn it all into energy to help my Longma double star evolve? That is the best method. Crimson Mother's eyes flashed. If I lose the crimson domain's domain, I will die. If you become a god, I will become a god. This is the best way for you to atone for your sins. Jiang Weiqiang said faintly. Crimson? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Weiqiang, I didn't expect you to be so childish. Yes, so. In the end, he would have to wait until the time of his arrival. Our energy plane is an existence that defies the will of the heavens. Do you know why the laws of the universe allow us to exist? It was for destruction. Because the faster you accumulate, the faster you evolve. The faster the universe reaches the 10th dimension, the faster it will collapse. Our destruction and devouring will not lead to true evolution. We will only turn into pure energy and return to the origin. You don't have to make it sound so righteous. Perhaps, in the rules of the universe, we are the righteous ones. In order to serve the rules of the universe, I don't know how long we can live after we become gods, but we can at least live longer. This is the purpose and meaning of our existence under the guidance of the rules of the universe. In this confrontation between the two sides, Lan Xuanyu was clearly still an insignificant existence. After all, he wasn't even a transcendent god yet. But as he listened to the conversation between the two sides, his heart trembled. Although the two sides were attacking each other, their words revealed some of the secrets of the universe. According to Crimson Mother, there was nothing wrong with her way of thinking. However, that was from her perspective. On the other hand, the Ryuma Federation was full of intelligent beings. Even the 8-armed divine demons were the same. They were good at destruction, but they also needed to survive. That's why it's said that those who walk different paths cannot work together. In the end, we can only be enemies. Also, there is no possibility of peaceful coexistence, head of Tenryu said calmly. Crimson Mother said disdainfully, you think you can do that? You don't have the right to be my opponent. No matter how strong you are individually, your level and realm are still far from being mine. Your existence can only be a witness to my evolution. I'm telling you so much to give you the best chance, and also to save me some time. Jiang Weiqiang, I already have a way to deal with the heavenly Tao that you mentioned. If you are willing to cooperate with me, I will be able to do so. If you are willing to cooperate, I can even allow you to move the creatures on the planet first before carrying out my plan. If we truly cooperate, you will understand that I have already considered all possibilities. In the end, I will definitely be the one to emerge victorious and become a true god. Head of Tenryu said calmly, the final victory will be decided by war. Since the conflict can't be healed, let's fight to the death. If you defeat all of us, you will naturally be able to do whatever you want. Otherwise, the Crimson Domain will become nutrients for the Dragon Horse Galaxy. It will allow the Ryuma Federation to evolve faster. Crimson Mother's body slowly rose from the top of the Crimson Domain, and she said calmly, since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Actually, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A large patch of crimson rose and surged like a tide with her body as the center. The terrifying aura seemed to cause planet harmony to darken. In the sky, the light of dawn became brighter and brighter. Jiang Weiqiang's super divine artifact, the divine dragon armor, exploded with a blinding reddish-gold light. Everything around them seemed to twist and distort. In the next instant, Jiang Weiqiang took a step forward. He directly appeared in front of Crimson Mother. The two powerhouses on both sides were finally going to fight. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but hold his breath. Who would gain the upper hand in this war? This battle was extremely important. Jiang Weiqiang wasn't the only one who had come to the dragon race. Lan Xuanyu discovered that all 18 dragon knights had arrived. When head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, flew towards Crimson Mother, the dragon knights naturally gathered together and formed a somewhat strange formation. Illusory light flickered around them. It seemed like a spatial door that could be opened at any time. Their dragon mounts were hidden inside. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but recall the woman he had met in the dragon world. That woman was very likely the head of Tenryu's dragon mount, but she didn't seem to have appeared. Boom! 2 different shades of red instantly collided in the air, and a terrifying aura spread out in an instant. A powerful shockwave of energy spread out in the air. Jiang Weiqiang rose into the air, while Crimson Mother remained in her original position. Without a doubt, Crimson Mother had the upper hand in this collision. It was just that with Lan Xuanyu's cultivation and divine sense, he was unable to sense the truly terrifying existence in the collision just now. Both sides weren't just attacking each other, but also the world behind each other. In other words, they had to defend as well as attack. Jiang Weiqiang had to defend against Crimson Mother's attack so that it wouldn't affect the army behind them. Crimson Mother also had to defend against Jiang Weiqiang's attack so that it wouldn't fall on the Crimson Domain. This was a probing collision. End of chapter. You're not good enough. Crimson Mother looked at Jiang Weiqiang with disdain. However, the head of Tenryu frowned slightly. He looked at Crimson Mother with burning eyes and said coldly, "You're stalling? Without you, how can the Crimson Domain devour the life core of planet Tianhe?" Crimson Mother said indifferently, "Take a guess." Divine Dragon Fusion, Dragon Descends. Jiang Weiqiang shouted in a low voice. As he spoke, the super god-grade golden-red divine dragon armor on his body suddenly erupted with dazzling light. At this moment, the other 17 dragon knights all took a step forward, and an incomparably intense radiance rose from their bodies. Pillars of dragon power shot into the sky with their bodies as the center. The huge pillars of dragon power shot toward the head of Tenryu in a parabola. What kind of ability was this? Lan Xuanyu's eyes were filled with shock. As the pillars of dragon power fell, Jiang Weiqiang's body also erupted with an incomparably huge golden-red pillar of dragon power. It seemed to connect the heavens and the earth, sucking in all the descending pillars of dragon power. His own aura also began to rapidly expand by several times. Streaks of golden-red lightning shuttled through the morning sun. The color of the morning sun also began to turn golden-red. The Crimson Mother's eyes revealed a serious look. No wonder you dare to go against me. So, this is your trump card? Borrowing the power of the other dragon knights, you temporarily reached the level of a half-step divine king. However, do you think this is enough to defeat me? Jiang Weiqiang looked at her coldly. That's right. I can't defeat you. After all, you're already a true half-step divine king. However, my crimson gold divine dragon armor can burn everything in the world and return it to its origin. I don't need to defeat you. I just need to exhaust you. After all, the Crimson Domain is an energy plane. It doesn't have a real body to support it. All its energy has to be devoured. It can't be born on its own. I can't defeat you now, but as your plane's support continues to be exhausted, your cultivation will also fall. Besides, I'm not the only one here. That's right. Dragon and horse are one, and the 2 stars are one family. Pegasus formation. The voice of the first seat of the Pegasus formation sounded. A pair of huge wings spread out from his back. In the blink of an eye, all 36 Pegasus Knights formed a formation with him as the center. The other 35 Pegasus Knights formed a circle, forming a huge ring. All of them revealed the wings on their backs. Many of the Pegasus Knights transformed into their original forms, and the white light on their bodies gradually turned into jade. They turned into jade-colored halos and rushed toward the head of Tianma. The head of Tianma's body began to grow, and a single horn spiraled out of the top of his head. A white halo lingered around it, and a powerful divine sense fluctuation enveloped this part of the world. He had actually reached the level of a half-step divine king. This was the true trump card of the dragon race and Tianma. The 2 chiefs had brought all the dragon knights and Pegasus Knights here precisely to finish the job in one fell swoop. While the Crimson Domain was already under the control of planet Tianhe, they would completely destroy it. Not to mention Lan Xuanyu, even the leaders of the other teams were witnessing this scene for the first time. In the distance, Prime Minister Tianhe's expression had already changed. As the Tianhe race grew stronger and the Tianhe fleet gradually took shape, the Tianhe race had begun to look down on the dragon race and Tianma more and more. In their view, the Tianhe race was already an existence that could stand up to the dragon race and Tianma. But what they never expected was that while the dragon race and Tianma's technological development was lacking, in these past few years, they had blazed a new path in their own evolution. They were actually able to borrow the power of the Dragon Knights and Pegasus Knights to temporarily allow the 2 chiefs to reach the half-step Divine King level. It must be known that the full-strength attack of a half-step Divine King should be able to tear apart the Tianhe fleet. All technology seemed to be meaningless in the face of true power. How could this not make Prime Minister Tianhe's face turn ashen? The Mother of Crimson couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment when she saw Pegasus's first seed evolve as well. You've really hidden your strength well. She clearly hadn't expected the leaders of the 2 major races to have such means. This was equivalent to gathering the power of several dozen transcendent experts in the hands of the 2 chiefs. Being of the same origin and race, they temporarily possessed power comparable to her. Although their power was temporary, as the head of Tenryu had said, as long as they continued to expend their power, unless she could quickly devour the life core of planet Tianhe, it would be extremely difficult for the Crimson Domain to persist. You have your calculations, and we have ours. The arrival of the Crimson Domain isn't a bad thing for us. Under the glaring golden-red pillar of light, the head of Tenryu stood in the sky like a demon god. Facing the 2 half-step divine kings, the leaders of the various races on the Ryuma Federation's side were as silent as cicadas in winter. Even experts like the 8-armed God Demon King and the Golden Mantis King didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Too strong. It was because of their own strength that they could feel how terrifying Jiang Weiqiang and the head of Tianma were. So this was actually a trap for the Crimson Domain? How could Lan Xuanyu not be shocked at this moment? If the opponents were humans, would the Douluo Federation be able to withstand the Dragon Race and Tianma? Would the mothership's defenses be able to withstand it? He didn't know, he really didn't know. This was because he couldn't sense how strong this level was. The head of Tenryu struck out with his right hand, and a golden-red pillar of light descended from the sky. The Crimson Mother was about to attack, but at this moment, the single horn on the head of Tianma's forehead emitted a jade-colored halo, and immediately caused the Crimson Mother's movements to slow down. The golden-red light descended. Terrifying energy erupted once again. But this time, the dark red color below was clearly weakened, and was actually somewhat melted by the crimson-gold mystic flames. The Crimson Mother looked like she really couldn't resist the two half-step divine kings working together. The head of Tianma was controlling, and the head of Tenryu was attacking. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but have a strange thought. Wasn't this the battle style of a control-type soul master paired with an assault-type soul master? So it was possible to do this at the half-step divine king level. Was this the same goal? But at this moment, everyone saw the Crimson Mother smile in disbelief. Yes, she revealed a smile on her face. You're just SOSO. After all, you've only temporarily increased your cultivation. You're still not true half-step divine kings. That was the only thing he could do with borrowed power. Goodbye. Soon, when we meet again, it'll be the day of your destruction. Eh? The two chiefs' gazes focused. She was leaving? But why was she? At this moment, all the dark red in the sky collapsed like rivers flowing into the sea, and crazily fell. In almost an instant, it had already fallen, and the vision that was previously obstructed by the dark red could be seen clearly. A circular, huge, and flickering silver-black hole appeared on the ground below. The hole's location was where the Tianhe Imperial Palace used to be. And that shuttle-shaped crimson domain seemed to have instantly drilled into the hole, and disappeared without a trace. What was going on? At this moment, even the two half-step divine kings couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The crimson domain disappeared? Escaped? Their original confidence in victory was instantly doused with a bucket of ice water. While they were shocked, they were also filled with disbelief. How could it disappear just like that? This shouldn't be an ability that the crimson domain possessed. At this moment, among the Ryuma Federation's allied army, streaks of silver light silently flickered, and the figures in a region suddenly disappeared at the same time. This sudden change instantly attracted everyone's attention. However, by the time they looked over, it had already disappeared without a trace. The Yuankong tribe. In an instant, the two chiefs felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was also at this moment that they understood everything. The Yuankong tribe was the Yuankong tribe's teleportation ability. Lan Xuanyu also understood what had happened. Everything had become clear in his mind at this moment. His previous plan was to lure the Crimson Realm to a battlefield, where they would be entangled with the Crimson Realm, and then launch an all-out attack, concentrating the power of the Ryuma Federation to destroy them. The Ryuma Federation had done the same. After the Dragon Race and Tianma had discussed it, they had set this place on planet Tianhe. They had also successfully attracted the Crimson Realm. However, no one had expected the Crimson Realm to beat them at their own game. Yes, they had come. They had also been devouring the life energy of planet Tianhe. They had even broken through planet Tianhe's super-strong defensive array and destroyed the palace of the Tianhe clan. The entire Crimson Realm had pierced into planet Tianhe to speed up the devouring. However, all of this had been an illusion. From the beginning to the end, all of the Crimson Realm's attacks had been feints, and they had not used their full power. They were just waiting. What were they waiting for? They were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. The Ryuma Federation's battle plan was to let the Crimson Realm fight them on the battlefield that they had set up in advance. The Crimson Realm's battle plan was to attract the most powerful forces of the Ryuma Federation to the battlefield that the Crimson Mother wanted them to appear on. The betrayal of the Yuankong tribe was obviously not something that had happened today. They had probably betrayed them a long time ago. They had been persuaded by the Crimson Mother to become a part of the Crimson Realm. Lan Xuanyu now understood that the betrayal of the Yuankong tribe had something to do with him. It was because he had taken away the space worm that such a situation had occurred. Without the space worms, the Yuans would have lost their source of space origin crystals. Without space source crystals, this once powerful race would only continue to decline. Even if they still had enough money, they could only sit around and eat until they ran out of money. In the end, they could not escape their fate. Thus, they chose to take the risk and use their research in space technology in exchange for the protection of the Crimson Domain, walking on a path that seemed to still have hope. The Crimson Realm had used the spatial technology of the Yuankong tribe, coupled with its own powerful energy source, to complete a dimensional teleportation under the noses of many powerful beings from the Ryuma Federation. Everything made sense now, and the Crimson Domain teleported away. If the Ryuma Federation's plan was to lure the enemy in, then the Crimson Domain's plan was to create a diversion. Needless to say, the place where they were going to attack was one of the Longma Double Star. The sky was completely silent. Yes, at this moment, the experts of the various races didn't even dare to breathe loudly. No one dared to act rashly, afraid that the two chiefs would treat them as traitors. Who would have thought that the Yuankong tribe, who had always stood on the side of the dragon race and Tianma, would suddenly betray them? Moreover, they had betrayed them to the Crimson Domain. This was something that no one had expected. And the consequences were undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Looking at the huge deep hole in the ground and feeling the fluctuations of space elements that had already disappeared, the head of Tenryu's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Just as Lan Xuanyu had predicted, the reinforcements had already arrived yesterday and had been waiting for a better opportunity. They also hoped to exhaust the power of the Tianhe fleet, especially the Tianhe fleet, which had displayed extraordinary strength. After all, in a sense, the Tianhe tribe had already said that they would submit to the Ryuma Federation. Under such circumstances, the Ryuma Federation naturally could not directly attack this fleet. Without sufficient power, it was almost impossible to defeat them. Therefore, under Zhong Zicheng's persuasion, their first goal was to destroy the Crimson Domain. Moreover, just as the head of Tenryu had said, if they could gather the energy within the Crimson Domain, it would be of great benefit to the entire Ryuma Federation, especially the Dragon Race and Tianma. They might even be able to use it to establish the Celestial Realm. Danger always coexisted with opportunity. However, they never expected that the powerful Crimson Mother would actually use their thinking and cooperate with the Yuankong tribe to put on such a big show. Once one reached the divine level and above, one would have some comprehension of the spatial attribute. However, it was definitely not an easy task to perform ultra-long distance teleportation. Even the Heavenly Dragon's chief seat would not be able to perform spatial teleportation to jump between planets. They still had to rely on wormholes and flight. That was why it had taken them 2 days to get here. This was already the fastest speed they could achieve. The Crimson Domain had escaped. It had undoubtedly gone to the Longma Double Star. If they wanted to rush back, it would still take them 2 days. However, now that all the Dragon Knights and Pegasus Knights were here, the core forces of the 2 planets had been transferred away. The Longma Double Star was as good as completely exposed to the Crimson Domain. Why didn't all the reinforcements come together at the first moment? It was to prevent them from creating a diversion. However, no one would have thought that the Crimson Domain, which seemed to have taken root on planet Tenryu, was just the beginning of the diversion. The Crimson Mother had been waiting for them all this time, waiting for their arrival. It was impossible to determine how the Yuankong tribe's space technology and the Crimson Domain were integrated. However, to teleport such a plane away, the energy required would be astronomical. Moreover, it would require a lot of preparation work. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete. In other words, if the head of Tenryu and the others had followed Lan Xuanyu and the others as the first wave of reinforcements, then the Crimson Domain should not have been able to teleport away. In terms of calculations, they had also lost to the Crimson Mother. The head of Tianma had already returned to human form. He whispered to the head of Tenryu, "Brother, calm down." At this moment, the energy fluctuations on the head of Tenryu's body were extremely unstable. It was obvious that his emotions were on the verge of exploding. The head of Tenryu took a deep breath. The demigod king level energy on his body turned into streams of light and returned to the Dragon Knights. He looked down at the ground below. His cold voice instantly spread throughout planet Tenryu. Emperor Tenryu, come out. 5 words. Every word was like a giant hammer. They carried with them a terrifying divine sense that impacted the interior of the planet. Not far away, Lan Xuanyu's eyes flashed. Who said that Zhong Zhicheng's divine sense was the strongest? At this moment, the divine sense that the head of Tenryu displayed was even stronger than that of the Dawn Dragon Knights. There were thousands of Ryuma Federation soldiers present. In front of countless experts, he still gave off an incomparably powerful pressure. It was clear how strong he was. Not long after, a stream of light flew over from afar. It was Emperor Tenryu. Tenryu was also by his side. Emperor Tenryu naturally did not want to face the head of Tenryu. No one wanted to face such a powerful existence who could erupt at any time. However, he had to come out. He was really afraid that the head of Tenryu would vent his anger on planet Tenryu and destroy the entire planet. Even though Emperor Tian and Emperor Tian were secretly gloating, they didn't dare to show it on their faces. He quickly flew in front of the head of Tenryu and said respectfully, "Greetings, Chairman." The head of Tenryu looked at him with burning eyes. His powerful divine sense suppressed Emperor Tenryu to the point that he could not raise his head. Emperor Tianhe, what did you feel when the Crimson Domain invaded planet Tianhe? Did you discover anything? Head of Tenryu asked calmly. Emperor Tianhe hurriedly replied, the violent attack broke through our defenses. After the Crimson Domain took root on planet Tianhe, it began to devour the planet's life energy. I did my best to help the life core block it and barely held on to the last layer of defense. Chairman, I really couldn't sense anything else. At that time, I was already doing my best to protect myself. Thank goodness you came with reinforcements. Otherwise, planet Tianhe would have been finished. On behalf of the billions of citizens of Tianhe, I thank the chairman and all of you for your righteousness. As he spoke, the emperor bowed deeply again, his head almost touching his feet. He couldn't be any more humble. You didn't sense any spatial fluctuations? Head of Tenryu asked coldly. Indeed, I didn't. The Crimson Domain was hidden very well. In terms of energy level, it's not something we can pry into. Therefore, we really didn't know. They were plotting something. Emperor Tianhe didn't even raise his head. Good, very good. The head of Tianma said, brother, we have to hurry back. Otherwise. He also had an anxious expression. At this moment, the top powerhouses of the dragon race and Tianma were all here. He was even more anxious than head of Tenryu. In terms of defense, Tianma Star was undoubtedly weaker. The Crimson Domain had chosen Tianma Star as their primary target. It was more likely than Tenryu Star. Dragon Riders, Pegasus Riders, return with us at full speed. Everyone else, hurry back as fast as you can. Emperor Tianhe, split half of your Tianhe fleet and return to Longma Double Star with the reinforcements. Yes. Emperor Tianhe replied respectfully. At this time, he definitely wouldn't go against any of head of Tenryu's orders. Otherwise, he'd be courting death and giving the enemy an excuse to kill him. As he spoke, Tianhe Huang extended his hands. Instantly, an incomparably dense wave of life energy swept out, causing everyone around him to feel refreshed. It was none other than the heaven-nourished core. Sir Speaker, I've discovered that this heavenly nourished core doesn't match our planet harmony. Please take it back, Speaker. The resources that we used to purchase were also given to the Federation as a reward for saving our race. Once again, thank you for your righteousness. The head of Tenryu had a strange look on his face as he exchanged glances with the head of Tianma beside him. The head of Tianma raised his hand and grabbed the Tianyang core. Without saying anything, the two heads of Tianma flew away at the same time. The Dragon Knights and Pegasus Knights took a step forward and disappeared into the sky one after another. The morning glow that filled the sky also disappeared along with them. After watching them leave, Emperor Tian and Emperor Tian finally let out a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. When head of Tenryu had called him out, he had naturally sensed the malice. Moreover, their Tianhe fleet had already been exposed. In this situation, he had no other choice. He could either submit or die. Therefore, he directly addressed the head of Tenryu as the speaker. This meant that he was admitting that he belonged to the Ryuma Federation. Then, he took the initiative to hand over the Tianyang core. Everyone knew that it wasn't compatible with the life core of Tianhe planet, but it was just empty talk. However, this was something that Emperor Tian and Emperor Tian had to do to protect the Tianhe race. The half-step godly king strength that the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma had displayed just now was too terrifying. It was not something that the current Tianhe race could fight against. In the past, the Tianhe race could endure, but now, they could endure even more. Moreover, although Emperor Tian and Emperor Tian had handed over the Tianyang core, they did not take out the other auction items. Those things could help him and Prime Minister Tianhe break through to the Transcendent grade. Let's reach the Transcendent grade first. Although the fleet was important, it seemed that having a true top-notch expert was more important. As for the half of the fleet that head of Tenryu wanted to leave, they would definitely not be able to return. No matter the outcome, they would not be returned to the Tianhe race. However, it was not all of them. Head of Tenryu was still calm. At that time, if he wanted the entire Tianhe fleet, it was not impossible for Tianhe and Emperor to fight to the death. Without the entire fleet, the Tianhe race would no longer have any protection. Even the 8-armed God-fiend race could destroy them. The game between the two sides was completed in a short period of time. Head of Tenryu did not dare to delay. Otherwise, it would not be easy for Emperor Tian and Emperor to pass so easily. The 8-armed God-fiend king, Mantis king, and the experts of the various races naturally did not stay for long. After Emperor Tian and Emperor respectfully greeted them, they rested for a while and prepared to return to the Longma double star. The 8-armed God-fiend king looked at the dragon race side, and his gaze fell on Lan Xuanyu. Lan, it's better for you to command the return journey. We'll listen to your orders. Lan Xuanyu bowed respectfully to the leaders of the various races. There's no time to lose. I'll accept your orders. Everyone, please return to the fleet. We'll set sail immediately. Let's go. The 8-armed God-fiend king waved his hand. The 8-armed God-fiend king flew directly into space. However, not all races could fly directly into space and return to their battleships. The fleet also began to fly towards planet Tianhe. Under Lan Xuanyu's orders, they landed on planet Tianhe to welcome the other races, including the Mantis race, who could not fly directly into space. What no one noticed was that beside Princess Jinlong, who was calmly commanding the fleet, Bai Xiuxiu, whose hand was being held by her, had a dazed expression on her face. Her movements were obviously stiff. Soon, the Ryuma Federation's joint fleet arrived on planet Tianhe. They landed on the main battlefield, but they did not land completely. They opened the hatch in midair to welcome the various races' troops. Lan Xuanyu was the last to board his own battleship. It was a battleship belonging to the Yuans. He bid farewell to Emperor Tianhe and Prime Minister Tianhe. While they were waiting for the fleet to arrive, Emperor Tianhe had already ordered a general from the Tianhe race to lead half of the Tianhe race's fleet on their way. This was a show of his support for the Ryuma Federation. Your Majesty Emperor Tianhe, Prime Minister, I'll take my leave. Lan Xuanyu bowed slightly to the two of them. Here's to your victory, Emperor Tianhe said with a smile. At this moment, the respect on his face had completely disappeared. He had regained his usual calmness. Although the Tianhe race had suffered heavy losses this time, they had at least walked out of the crisis of extinction. The Tianhe race had a strong foundation and would recover quickly. Most importantly, the life core of planet Tianhe had not been devoured. This was their foundation and future opportunity. The most important thing now was to make use of this time to advance. Then, he would observe the battle between the Ryuma Federation and the Crimson Domain on the other side of the battlefield. Moreover, Emperor Tianhe had always been far-sighted. In his opinion, this battle was not necessarily a bad thing for the Tianhe race. After all, although they had suffered heavy losses, it was not completely unacceptable. More importantly, the Crimson Domain's strength and cunning were enough to give the Ryuma Federation a headache. Even if the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma had reached the level of a half-step godly king, they were not true half-step godly kings. It was hard to say who would emerge victorious. The possibility of both sides suffering heavy losses was still very high. Moreover, the dragon riders and the heavenly horse riders would have suffered heavy losses by the time the Crimson Domain teleported away. Under such circumstances, the final outcome was hard to say. He had also heard the conversation between the head of Tenryu and the Crimson Mother. If the final victor was the Crimson Mother, the Crimson Domain would evolve into the godly realm, and their target would be the Longma Double Star. At that time, he would just choose to submit to another person. If the Longma Double Star won, that would be good too. At least they would not be in danger of being devoured. The dragon race and Tianma, who had suffered heavy losses, would also need time to recover. He believed that the Tianhe race would recover faster than the Longma Double Star. For more chapters, please follow our WeChat public account. Once the physical book is released, it will be updated immediately on the public account. You can press the QR code to store an image on your phone. Then, after scanning it on WeChat, you can click on the local photo album and follow the album. In the near future, there might be a chance for them to make a comeback. The crisis had first appeared here, but after leaving, it gave planet Tianhe time to rebuild and restore peace. Half of Tianhe's fleet was enough for them to deal with most emergencies. Watching Lan Xuanyu board the warship, Emperor Tianhe's expression turned cold. He turned to Prime Minister Tianhe beside him and said, "Calculate the losses and set up the defensive formation again. I want to set up the defensive formation as soon as possible. Check all the spatial attribute fluctuations, especially those similar to spatial formations. We must ensure that there is no possibility of the Crimson Domain teleporting back. You'll have to work hard for the rest of the time. I'll leave the reconstruction work to you. Tell our secret base to speed up the production of warships at all costs. Spare no effort to transfer all the resources to them." "Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. These bastards, I really hope the Crimson Domain devours them," Prime Minister Tianhe said fiercely, his eyes filled with hatred. The destruction of the palace this time was really a huge loss. He also felt heartache. The resources in the palace did not only belong to the royal family. Emperor Tianhe patted him on the shoulder and said, "Arrange everything as soon as possible. I'll start my seclusion to break through. Take advantage of this period of time to break through to the transcendent grade first. I really didn't expect a top expert to be so powerful. It's a pity that I lost this opportunity." The heavenly Yangkor. He really felt the pinch. He had spent so much money to buy the heavenly Yangkor, but in the end, he had to send it back. Prime Minister Tianhe said, "We'll get back our things sooner or later. Your Majesty, you should make a new breakthrough first. I'll arrange everything immediately." "Okay." Emperor Tianhe turned around and left. The Tianhe race needed transcendent grade experts too much. One was to calm the people, and the other was because Emperor Tianhe had discovered that if they wanted to develop further, a true top expert was not only useful in combat but also in research. Without reaching the transcendent grade, how could one know what level the transcendent grade was? It was of great significance to the research and development of weapons and defenses. After this war, some problems with the Tianhe fleet were exposed. They needed to reorganize their thinking and develop again. Emperor Tianhe flew away, and Prime Minister Tianhe immediately began to arrange various tasks. Prime Minister Tian he finally regained some of his vigor. At least for now, everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. Their hidden foundation was still very deep. If the resources were allocated properly, it would be enough for them to develop for a period of time. Moreover, they also controlled a large number of trade routes. Now that it was a time of war, they should be able to make a lot of money. By the time Emperor Tian he became a transcendent, it was time for him to break through as well. Becoming a transcendent would allow one's lifespan to be extended further, allowing one to have a lifespan of thousands of years. If they were given more than 1,000 years, they might be able to create a miracle. The battle this time had broadened their horizons, allowing them to see what kind of strength a true top-level expert could reach. The aura of a half-step god king was a great stimulus to him, Tian, and Huang capital. That was a half-step divine king. The ultimate goal of experts like them was to be born in the divine realm. That was the ultimate existence of immortality. Then, if the Tianhe clan developed for another few thousand years, if there was a suitable opportunity, would they be able to produce a god-king level existence to touch the divine realm? When he thought of this, Prime Minister Tianhe's heartache eased a little. Perhaps there really was a chance. Compared to immortality, the current consumption was nothing. Moreover, Tianhe's star could not be considered to be starting from scratch. Just as Prime Minister Tianhe's state of mind gradually calmed down and arranged all the work in an orderly manner, suddenly, an incomparably mournful scream was heard. Ryuma Federation, I will not live under the same sky as you. Space. The entire Ryuma Federation fleet was flying at full speed, heading in the direction of the Longma double star. Inside the royal clan's battleship, the people of the Wings of 33 Skies were still gathered together to cultivate. Although this war did not last long, the harvest for them was still quite considerable. Everyone's cultivation had improved to varying degrees. They had increased their combat experience and combined their previously improved cultivation and abilities with actual combat. Under the test of actual combat, they had improved to varying degrees, and 2 god-level experts had emerged. To them, this was great news. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu did not cultivate with everyone. At this time, they were in another cabin. An illusory light flickered, and a strange scene appeared. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's appearances suddenly changed, and they each became the other, as if they had completed an exchange. How is it? Bai Xiuxiu looked at Lan Xuanyu expectantly. Lan Xuanyu's lips curled into a smirk, and then he took out the items one by one. Suddenly, the entire cabin was filled with rich energy fluctuations. Although Bai Xiuxiu had guessed what he had gone to do, when he saw these items, he could not help but widen his eyes. What appeared in front of them were the 2 Pegasus meteors, the golden brilliant parasol tree, the sky-blazed divine pestle, the radiant dragon spear. These were the divine artifacts and top-notch existences that Prime Minister Tianhe had previously bought, which were used to break through to the true god level. Yes, that was it. That's right, Lan Xuanyu had previously gone to the Tianhe clan's nest. When Emperor Tianhe had flown over, Lan Xuanyu's divine consciousness had locked onto the place where he had flown out. In fact, when head of Tenryu had furiously shouted for Emperor Tianhe, Lan Xuanyu's divine consciousness had already begun a comprehensive search. After completing the soaring dragon technique with Bai Xiuxiu, not only had Bai Xiuxiu's cultivation improved, but more importantly, their auras and abilities could truly be fused into one through the soaring dragon technique. Therefore, it was equivalent to 2 people using their superimposed divine consciousnesses to investigate. Although it could not be compared to a true transcendent expert, there was still a treasure-hunting beast. With 3 true gods' divine consciousnesses superimposed, even the head of Tenryu could not discover them. Therefore, when Emperor Tianhe had appeared, Lan Xuanyu had already locked onto that location. The time he had taken action was when the 2 chiefs had led the many Dragon Knights and Pegasus Knights away. He had instantly teleported there through space. Bai Xiuxiu had been left behind to disguise himself with the help of the treasure-hunting beast. According to Lan Xuanyu's judgment, Emperor Tianhe definitely would not have brought all these good things with him. The reason was very simple, he was afraid that the head of Tenryu would take them away. And in such a hurry, there was probably no time to hide too much. Under the search of Lan Xuanyu's divine consciousnesses, he indeed found these things in a secret room deep underground. There was also a large door in the secret room. On the other side of the door, there was extremely rich life energy. It should be the place that led to the life core of planet Tianhe. Lan Xuanyu did not try to investigate because the level of the life core was too high. Once he tried to investigate, Emperor Tianhe would definitely be alerted. Therefore, he immediately returned after taking the things. The fleet had openly retreated. These good things that they had coveted but could not buy back then had all fallen into their hands now. The blazing dragon spear was undoubtedly the most suitable for Lu Feng. It could finally make up for Lu Feng's regret of not having a divine weapon. As for treasures that were more precious than these, they each had their own uses. The inverse universe shield was used to break through to the god tier. For them, it was not very useful. Everyone in the wings of the 33 heavens was now talented enough to break through on their own. They did not need to use this divine weapon. Using it would instead affect the effect of their breakthrough. However, the golden wutong wood was extremely good. This was an existence that could be used to increase one's divine consciousness when breaking through to the supreme god tier. It was of great help to the improvement, stabilization, and solidification of one's spiritual power. For everyone in the wings of the 33 heavens, it was extremely beneficial. End of chapter. The 2 Pegasus meteors were used to break through to the transcendent grade. Lan Xuanyu did not plan to use it himself. He did not need it to break through to the transcendent grade. He could leave it to his companions. This meant that as long as one of his companions stabilized their true god-level cultivation, they would have the possibility of breaking through to the transcendent grade with the Pegasus meteors. The heaven-blazing divine pestle was a true top-tier divine artifact. There was no doubt about the value of this divine artifact. It was perfect for a fire attribute companion to use. However, the prerequisite was that one had to have god-level strength. Otherwise, they would not be able to control it. The only ones who could use it now were Lan Xuanyu and Tang Yuge. Lan Xuanyu had the god-level divine dragon armor and the yellow Jinlong spear. The heaven-blazing divine pestle was naturally for Tang Yuge to use. With the 2 divine artifacts, Tang Yuge's strength would definitely soar. You're really good. I'm afraid Tian and Huang are going to cry now, Bai Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, weakening the enemy and strengthening ourselves is the biggest goal of us spies. However, the current situation is a little hard to say. I've already asked my aunt to inform my family. At this point, the smile on his face disappeared. However, the current situation was not optimistic. The Crimson Domain's plan to escape had caused the entire Dragon Horse Federation to fall into a passive state. Now, it was up to them to see if the Longma Double Star could withstand it before they rushed back. Because the distance was too far, Lan Xuanyu could not contact the Long Tianyang. The top experts of the Longma Double Star had all been transferred out. Could the 2 planets withstand the powerful attack of the Crimson Domain? More importantly, could the long-distance teleportation that the Crimson Domain had used before be used again? If it could, it would be a big problem, a half-step divine king that could not be tracked down. How terrifying would that be? The entire Dragon Horse galaxy would probably be shrouded in a haze, facing the possibility of destruction at any time. Bai Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. Then what should we do next? Lan Xuanyu said, let's discuss it with Mom and Dad first. Let's see what they think. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at him strangely. Lan Xuanyu chuckled and said, you're now completely mine. We have a contract. My parents are naturally your parents. Bai Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and asked, when are we leaving? Lan Xuanyu said, let's do it now. We have to hurry back before we start the wormhole jump. Okay. The 2 quietly left the warship to space to the Green Demon warship. The Emerald Demon battleship was very small, so it was a little crowded with 2 people. Lan Xuanyu simply pulled Bai Xiaoxiao into his embrace and used his divine sense to control the warship. Under the cover of the treasure-seeking beasts, they quickly left the fleet and flew into the distance. Now that the Dragon Knights were not around, he was not worried about being discovered. Anyway, there was nothing for the fleet to command. They just sailed at full speed to return to the Longma Double Star. If someone was looking for them, Lan Bo would tell them that Lan Xuanyu was resting. After all, they had all been through the previous battle. The Silver Rock warship was not far away, silently following them. The Silver Rock warship was so advanced that it could not be discovered by the Ryuma Federation's fleet. The Green Demon warship was silently swallowed up by the Silver Rock warship. Soon, Lan Xuanyu saw his parents again. Looking at Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao, Tang Wulin and Guyuna could not help but be surprised. In front of them, Lan Xuanyu had nothing to hide. Naturally, he released all of his aura. What's wrong? Feeling his parents' strange gazes, Lan Xuanyu could not help but ask curiously. Guyuna blushed and pulled Bai Xiaoxiao to the side. Lan Xuanyu was even more puzzled. He looked at his father. Tang Wulin's expression was also a little strange. He whispered, "Did you do something bad?" "Ah? Something bad?" Lan Xuanyu was even more puzzled. Tang Wulin chuckled. "What's there to be embarrassed about with me? Did you do that to Xiaoxiao?" "What? I didn't." Lan Xuanyu was shocked. Tang Wulin was stunned. "You didn't?" Then why do you and Xiaoxiao have the same aura? Even your bloodline resonates with each other. Xiaoxiao has also evolved to the level of a true god. In such a short period of time, it's only possible if you did it. Back then, At this point, a certain Dragon King Douluo blushed and did not continue. Lan Xuanyu was embarrassed. No. We only cultivated the dragon race's soaring dragon technique and formed a contract. That's why she broke through. On the other side, Gu Yuna also pulled Bai Xiaoxiao's hand back. Bai Xiaoxiao's face was as red as an apple. She glared at him fiercely. Gu Yuna giggled and said, "It's really a misunderstanding. I'm just afraid that you might have a child while you're in hiding." Teacher Nana. Bai Xiaoxiao threw herself into her arms and stopped her from continuing. Lan Xuanyu was also embarrassed. Let's talk about serious matters. Dad, Mom, you should have seen it. That crimson domain has been teleported away. He quickly changed the topic and recounted what had happened on planet Tianhe. After listening to his recount, Tang Wulin frowned and seemed to be in deep thought. He turned to look at Gu Yuna. It's really like the abyssal plane. Back then, the abyssal plane suddenly disappeared and went to the extreme north. This created such a huge problem for us and almost caused the entire Douluo planet to fall. Gu Yuna said, at that time, the Holy Ghost Church opened a path for them. I didn't expect the Yu tribe to betray the Ryuma Federation this time. This is indeed a huge problem. However, the dragon race and Tianma's strength have also exceeded our expectations. Lan Xuanyu said, then what should we do now? Tang Wulin said without hesitation, wait and see. We can only deal with it as it comes. I'll inform the Federation as soon as possible so that our space fleet can be prepared. You also have to try to convince the Federation's higher-ups in your report and prepare to reinforce the Dragon Horse Galaxy. We can't let the Crimson Domain succeed. Otherwise, it won't be long before we become their next target. Understood. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Tang Wulin said, how about this? Send everyone from the wings of the 33 heavens over. I've already helped you forge the basic materials for your battle armors. While we're on the way back, your mother and I will help everyone complete their forward battle armors. This will give you some life-saving measures. The wings of the 33 heavens shouldn't rashly participate in a battle of that level. If the situation really reaches the point where the Federation's fleet is needed, I'll send them back to the Federation's fleet. We'll cooperate with the Federation in battle. Okay. Lan Xuanyu frowned. It was clear that his father didn't think the Ryuma Federation could resist the Crimson Domain. Is the Crimson Domain really that strong? Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but ask. Tang Wulin said in a deep voice, before doing anything, you have to consider the worst possible outcome first. Furthermore, the biggest problem is that the Crimson Domain can't be captured. You'll only be led by the nose. Don't have any wishful thinking and think that they can only teleport once. If there's a first time, there might be a second time. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. You're saying that the Crimson Domain can teleport us away? Tang Wulin nodded. Teleportation from an energy plane is much easier than teleportation from a physical planet. However, it also consumes a large amount of energy. There's no need to doubt this. What we can determine is that when the Crimson Domain teleported us, it consumed the energy it devoured on planet Tianhe. In that case, they arrived at the Longma double star ahead of time. The energy they devoured on the Longma double star will definitely be more than on planet Tianhe. Naturally, there's a possibility that they can teleport us away again. The Dragon Race and Tianma will only tire them out. Once the Crimson Domain grows stronger, perhaps even reaching the level of the God Realm, the Dragon Horse Galaxy will no longer be able to resist. We can only think of a way to stop them from teleporting. I'll contact the Academy and see if our Tang men have similar technology that can interfere with their teleportation. A powerful enemy that cannot be captured. The biggest problem was that they didn't confront the Dragon Horse Federation head-on. If I were the Crimson Mother, commanding such a war, I would not even give the Ryuma Federation the chance to suffer heavy losses. Lan Xuanyu sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt the difference between himself and his father. He liked to take the unconventional path and win by surprise. His father, on the other hand, considered the worst-case scenario and made steady arrangements. Then what's your suggestion? Lan Xuanyu asked. Tang Wulin said without hesitation, prepare for a rainy day. Persuade our federation to intervene now and reach an agreement with the Ryuma Federation to help them fight against the Crimson Domain. Try to interfere with their teleportation. Even if we can't interfere every time we face the Crimson Domain, we have to weaken the other party's strength as much as possible. Thus, we can restrain the Crimson Domain and prevent it from growing to the level of the God Realm. At the same time, you can no longer participate in this ever-changing war. Go to the Dragon Realm and the Dragon Pillar and raise your cultivation as soon as possible, at least to the transcendent level. Right now, whether it's the dragon race or us, what we lack the most is a super existence that can fight against the Crimson Mother head-on. If you can become a transcendent, there's a high chance that you'll have the strength of a half-step God King. Even if you can't become a real dragon god, it's very likely that you'll be able to resist the Crimson Mother. That's the root of the problem. If you can't become a dragon god yourself, the energy of the Crimson Domain might become the final support to help you become a god. Actually, I've discussed it with your mother. Becoming a dragon god carries a certain amount of danger for you. Because we can't be sure if the original dragon gods will return when you become a dragon god. If his remnant consciousness returns, we're worried that it will affect you. This is something you have to be mentally prepared for. However, the evolution of your bloodline is unstoppable. Perhaps you haven't felt this yourself. Ever since your martial soul awakened, your bloodline has been growing, absorbing life energy from the outside world. If you couldn't absorb the blood of the outside world, you would absorb your own blood. The two bloodlines conflicted with each other. Therefore, there are only two possibilities for you. One is death, and the other is continuous evolution, improvement, and finally the complete recovery of the dragon god's bloodline. Your situation is different from mine and your mother's. We are only a part of the dragon god's bloodline. Therefore, there is a limit to our growth. But you don't. Your growth is unstoppable. Therefore, since we can't stop it, we should face it head-on and make sufficient preparations. We should control the most important time in our own hands and not let it completely go out of control. When you break through, your mother and I will definitely be by your side to help you complete the final breakthrough. Remember, when you become a dragon god, no matter what happens, you must stay true to your heart. You are not a dragon god, you will always be Lan Xuanyu. You are also Tang Xianyu. You are the grandson of sea god Tang San and the son of Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin's voice was a little solemn. Every word he said contained fluctuations of his divine sense, which were deeply imprinted in the depths of Lan Xuanyu's mind. It caused his divine sense to surge for a moment. I will definitely stay true to my heart, Lan Xuanyu said seriously. Tang Wulin said, all right, there's no time to lose. Send your friends over as soon as possible. Leave your and Xiaoxiao's battle armors behind. Your mother and I will forge your forward battle armors first. When you come back, we will fuse them for you. Okay. Lan Xuanyu's battle armor was still two-word. It had been a long time since he had used it, especially in the dragon race. He didn't dare to use it easily. At this moment, he released his two-word battle armor and presented it to his parents. Tang Wulin said, originally, you should be the one forging your own battle armor, but time waits for no man. We are father and son, and our bloodlines are connected. It won't be a big problem for me to help you forge it. After fusing with your battle armor, you have to constantly nourish it with your bloodline. With the strength of your bloodline, your battle armor will evolve very quickly. A true suit of six-word battle armor is equivalent to a divine tool. Understood. Xiaoxiao won't go back with you first. Stay here, Gu Yuna suddenly said. Her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance. Her son had just arrived and was about to leave. She had to leave a daughter-in-law behind. Okay. Lan Xuanyu looked at Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. Lan Xuanyu quickly returned to the warship. Bai Xiaoxiao also released her battle armor. Gu Yuna looked at her long, sky-blue hair. You're really getting more and more beautiful. Xiaoxiao, you cultivate for a while. I'll help you check the condition of your body. Let's see if this breakthrough has any effect on you. Let your Uncle Tang help you prepare your battle armor. Okay. Bai Xiuxiu was as close to Gu Yuna as a biological mother. She was even more dependent on her than Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu returned to the fleet, woke up his teammates, and brought everyone to the silver-armored rock warship. He also left the divine weapons and natural treasures that he had obtained to Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna. His parents would be in charge of these things. The flame dragon spear was given to Lu Feng, and the heaven-blazed divine pestle was given to Tang Yuga. At this time, his and Bai Xiuxiu's battle armor had basically taken shape. Tang Wulin had already built the prototype of their forward battle armor. He only needed to integrate their two-word battle armor into it and make slight adjustments according to their current situation. The final adjustments still had to be made by themselves. Lan Xuanyu's forward battle armor prototype was white. It was an extremely pure white and looked sparkling and translucent. Even with Lan Xuanyu's familiarity with metals, he couldn't identify the material of this battle armor. Bai Xiuxiu's battle armor was blue, an incomparably clear blue. Lan Xuanyu could only vaguely tell that this battle armor was forged from at least 5 types of metals. Of course, it could be more because he also couldn't tell what metals were used to forge it. Tang Wulin smiled, and said, "I've spent a lot of time and effort on these 2 suits of battle armor. Back in the day, I was once the most exceptional blacksmith of the Douluo Federation's younger generation, and my teacher once told me that I possessed exceptional talent in the field of blacksmithing. I started learning forging when I was 6 years old, and then I grew up step by step. Compared to when you were learning forging, I had to focus more. After all, we didn't have the Space Battle Command Department back then. I used a total of 9 types of metals to forge your forward battle armor. During the forging process, the 9 types of metals chosen were consistent with your bloodline in terms of attributes and order. When the last type of metal was fused, the metals formed a wonderful whole. On the surface, it was impossible to tell what attributes it had. Perhaps this was a special situation that the dragon gods could achieve. 9 is the limit of numbers. Just like the multidimensional space theory you mentioned back then, the 9-dimensional space is actually the limit. When you reach the 10-dimensional space, it is the great destruction, and at the same time, you will have to return to the origin. Therefore, even the powerful dragon gods only have 9 attributes, not 10. In the future, even if you can become a dragon god, you must not try to touch the 10th attribute, because it is very likely that it will make you collapse in an instant. At this point, Tang Wulin's expression had become very serious. It is now equivalent to a non-elemental battle armor, but I can be sure that at least among all the metals we know, there shouldn't be any that can surpass it. When you fuse it, you have to use your bloodline to infuse it. It is like creating a new life. In fact, it is already a life. All divine rank metals are life forms, but because its attributes are too strong, after reaching this level, ordinary energy can't awaken its life aura at all. The attributes of the divine dragon armor on your body are also very strong, and it is in existence at the level of a divine weapon. But I dare say that after you completely fuse with this battle armor in the future and complete the nurturing, its power will definitely be greater. Even if you become a dragon god, it will always evolve with you. Lan Xuanyu nodded seriously. He couldn't help but think of head of Tenryu's divine dragon armor. The eternal flame divine dragon armor was very likely the only divine dragon armor in the entire dragon race. It was the reason why the fire attribute dragon race had always been the leader. Jiang Weiqiang was like that, and so was his mother, the divine fire dragon knight, Zhang Chujia. Then should I fuse with it now? Lan Xuanyu asked Tang Wulin. Yes, you can begin. Soak its forehead with your blood and let it fuse with you, Tang Wulin said with a nod. Gu Yuna said, your father has been working very hard to obtain this suit of battle armor, and only after failing many times did he finally succeed. We can almost say that this battle armor is unsurpassable in the world of battle armor. She paused and glanced at Tang Wulin. What she didn't say was that your father was also an unsurpassable blacksmith. Even Lan Xuanyu couldn't surpass his achievements in forging. Lan Xuanyu made his way over to the suit of forward battle armor, and he couldn't sense any aura from it. He was almost certain that there was only a hint of aura left from his original suit of two-word battle armor after fusing with it. To him, this could be considered a completely new suit of battle armor. Lan Xuanyu slowly raised his hand and pointed his index finger at the battle armor's forehead. A speck of 9-colored light slowly flowed out from between his fingers. Only the right arm possessed the true power of the dragon gods. It was the complete transformation of the dragon god's dragon marrow. Lan Xuanyu didn't hold back. He directly forced out a drop of dragon marrow from his right arm. When the dragon marrow flowed out from his fingertip, the forward battle armor in front of Lan Xuanyu immediately lit up. Brilliant white light illuminated everything around it. As soon as that drop of dragon marrow appeared, Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin both felt a burst of powerful suction force erupting from Lan Xuanyu's side. This suction force wasn't directed at their bodies, but instead, it was directed at their bloodlines, making them feel as if their bloodline energy were about to escape from their bodies. The two of them looked at each other with shock in the depths of their eyes. This was the true power of a true god. They felt as if their bloodlines were about to be taken away. At this point, the 9-colored dragon marrow had already been pointed at the forehead of the suit of forward battle armor, and all of a sudden, the suit of forward battle armor began to tremor violently as if it had a life of its own. Intense white light seemed to be struggling to escape from the surrounding space. However, that drop of 9-colored light seemed to be completely glued to it, and it couldn't break free at all. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's eyes had completely turned 9-colored. His brilliant eyes were focused on the forward battle armor in front of him, which was also in a humanoid form. The 9-colored light began to spread down from the top of his head, constantly seeping into the entire suit of battle armor. This process didn't encounter any resistance, and the 9-colored light flowed down in an extremely domineering manner. Lan Xuanyu's spiritual sense also extended along with his dragon god's bloodline, and he could sense that this suit of battle armor was becoming more and more like a part of his body. A crisp sound rang out, and the forward battle armor suddenly shuddered violently. The pieces of battle armor instantly disintegrated and scattered in all directions, trying to escape in all directions. However, a 9-colored vortex appeared out of thin air on Lan Xuanyu's chest. That was the manifestation of the dragon god's bloodline vortex outside his body. The powerful suction force instantly increased explosively. It was as if the pieces of battle armor were being drawn by an invisible force, and they were unable to escape. Light flashed, and Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna disappeared without a trace at the same time. The suction force of this bloodline vortex was also making them feel as if their bloodline power was unable to resist. In contrast, Bai Xiaoxiao, who was standing off to the side, wasn't affected at all. She merely watched as Lan Xuanyu fused with the suit of battle armor, and her bloodline also fluctuated along with his bloodline fluctuations. She was ready to patch up any gaps that Lan Xuanyu missed out on at any time to ensure that his fusion with the suit of battle armor went smoothly. Light flashed from Lan Xuanyu's body, and the rainbow divine dragon armor from before had already been released from his body. It condensed into a humanoid form out of thin air. The white suit of forward battle armor slowly flew toward his body at his behest. Lan Xuanyu raised his right arm first, and the palm, forearm, and upper arm of the suit of battle armor slowly attached to his body. Only when the suit of battle armor truly attached itself to his body did it seem as if it were glued to his body. In that instant, dazzling 9-colored light and a powerful aura erupted from the suit of battle armor. The first suit of battle armor was the slowest, and it also appeared to be the most difficult. However, as more and more pieces of battle armor were forcibly fused into Lan Xuanyu's body, the speed at which the remaining pieces of battle armor were fusing with his body began to accelerate. A string of crisp clangs rang out, and the suit of forward battle armor was finally completely donned on his body. This was a suit of battle armor that appeared to be made of white jade, and there were faint 9-colored lights swirling within the suit of battle armor. The suit of battle armor encompassed every single part of Lan Xuanyu's body, and the suit of battle armor had a beautiful streamlined design. There weren't any complicated patterns on its surface, and it gave off the feeling that it was a piece of white paper. Everything seemed to be in perfect harmony. As soon as this suit of battle armor was donned by Lan Xuanyu, the rainbow divine dragon armor that he had released earlier refused to do anything. It seemed to have sensed that its master had been taken over by another suit of battle armor, and it abruptly charged toward Lan Xuanyu. A burst of 9-colored light instantly erupted from Lan Xuanyu's suit of forward battle armor, and even Lan Xuanyu himself was unable to control it. The suit of battle armor had automatically extracted the bloodline power within his body and unleashed this burst of 9-colored light. Boom! The rainbow divine dragon armor was sent flying in all directions, and it transformed into pieces of armor. Lan Xuanyu's lips twitched upon seeing this. These two suits of battle were about to break out. The rainbow divine dragon armor wasn't going to be easy to deal with either. Even though it had been sent flying, when it returned, the pieces of armor were hurtling toward Lan Xuanyu like shooting stars. It was as if it were going to perish together with the suit of forward battle armor. One had to realize that the fact that the suit of forward battle armor was able to send the rainbow divine dragon armor flying was already beyond Lan Xuanyu's expectations. One had to realize that the rainbow divine dragon armor had been quite difficult to refine, and it had been constructed from the dragon bones of giant dragons of 7 different attributes, so its quality definitely couldn't be compared with that of metal. However, it appeared that the suit of forward battle armor had gained the upper hand. Faint jade-colored light revolved around Lan Xuanyu's suit of battle armor, and he didn't do anything. The suit of battle armor naturally extracted his energy, then amplified it before exploding forth in an extremely powerful manner to send the rainbow divine dragon armor flying. The rainbow divine dragon armor was a divine tool, yet it was unable to do anything to it. Lan Xuanyu didn't even feel anything from the force of the impact. Tang Wulin had once said that when a suit of battle armor was nurtured to the 6-word level, it would be a divine tool. However, his suit of forward battle armor was most likely already a true divine tool, and not just any ordinary divine tool. One could only imagine how much effort his father had put into it. Lan Xuanyu didn't even dare to think about forging 9 types of metals together, and it had to be compatible with his 9 attributes. He couldn't even imagine what metals with the destruction and creation attributes would be like. Clang, 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 clang. The rainbow divine dragon armor seemed to be a little anxious that the suit of forward battle armor had taken its place, and it began to accelerate in the opposite direction. Lan Xuanyu also began to feel the pressure, and his body began to sway from the collision. What should I do? He wanted to try to put away his suit of forward battle armor first to avoid the collision, but right at this moment, there was a flash of light, and Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna had returned. Let them fight, you just have to protect yourself. This is the exclusivity of divine tools of the same origin, so there has to be a victor. Furthermore, they were constructed from different materials, so the best outcome wouldn't be for one side to defeat the other, but for them to fuse together. This is equivalent to speeding up the process of nurturing your suit of battle armor. Xiao, don't worry about him, you can start fusing as well. Tang Wulin waved a hand through the air as he spoke, enshrouding Lan Xuanyu and his rainbow divine dragon armor within a golden light barrier so that the silver-armored giant Peng battleship wouldn't be damaged by the eruption of the battle. Armor. With Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna here, Bai Xiao naturally didn't have anything to worry about. She also made her way over to her suit of forward battle armor and began to fuse with it using her blood as a catalyst. The clashes between Lan Xuanyu and his rainbow divine dragon armor were becoming more and more intense. What was strange was that during this process, Lan Xuanyu's aura began to become more and more complete as his suit of forward battle armor took on the brunt of the attacks. This also allowed him to gradually become more and more aware of the collisions brought about by the rainbow divine dragon armor, as well as the changes in energy that were taking place with each clash. Lan Xuanyu discovered that his suit of forward battle armor had naturally formed an aura around his body. It didn't appear to be all that powerful, but in reality, this aura was imbued with the power of his dragon's repulse, and the dragon's repulse was becoming more and more powerful as his suit of forward battle armor became more and more integrated with his suit of forward battle armor. The more he integrated with his suit of forward battle armor, the more Lan Xuanyu felt as if it were a part of his body. This was different from his rainbow divine dragon armor. The rainbow divine dragon armor was very compatible with his suit of forward battle armor, but that compatibility was between a divine tool and its owner. In contrast, the suit of forward battle armor felt as if it had always been a part of him, as if he had grown an extra arm or an extra layer of skin on his body. Furthermore, as time passed, this feeling became more and more pronounced. Lan Xuanyu's thoughts and spiritual sense were gradually beginning to acknowledge the relationship between his suit of forward battle armor and himself. A smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face as he looked on from the sidelines. The situation that Lan Xuanyu was currently facing was exactly what he wanted to see the most. No matter how good a suit of battle armor was, it was still an external object. Only when it could truly become a part of one's body would it be a power that belonged purely to oneself, and no external force could take that away. Therefore, when making Lan Xuanyu's battle armor, Tang Wulin added a lot of his own understanding. This understanding included how to make a battle armor completely fuse with a soul master, just like a soul bone. Lan Xuanyu didn't have any soul bones. In fact, with his bloodline, unless it was left behind by the dragon gods, there weren't any soul bones that could be accepted by his bloodline. Tang Wulin took a different approach. He hoped that this battle armor could become a part of Lan Xuanyu's body and help him in the same way as the battle armor. Moreover, it wouldn't give him more abilities. He already had a lot of abilities. Instead, it served as an amplifier for all his abilities. This was similar to the effect of battle armors in history. What Tang Wulin wanted to do was to push these to the extreme. A faint smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and silently watched the changes that were happening to his son. The Rainbow Divine Dragon Armor was indeed a top-grade divine tool. Although it couldn't compare to a super divine tool, the materials used to make it were simply too good. It was made from the bones of 7 dragon kings, and this was indeed not something that any metal could compare to. This was because the elemental energy contained within these dragon bones was simply too powerful. However, in Tang Wulin's opinion, although the Rainbow Divine Dragon Armor was made of good materials, it didn't maximize the effects of the materials used to make it work. The power of these dragon bones wasn't completely unleashed at all. All items created from the dragon race had a natural affinity with Lan Xuanyu as the bloodline of the dragon gods flowed through his body. This was also why the Rainbow Divine Dragon Armor had reflexively tried to take back its position. It had a mind of its own. Being together with Lan Xuanyu and being soaked in the bloodline of the dragon gods every day was such a wonderful thing. Now that another suit of armor had taken over its place, how could it tolerate this? Of course not. There was no better place to host itself in. That, under this relentless assault, it was as if Lan Xuanyu was taking a step closer to forging a suit of forward battle armor. It was just that Lan Xuanyu's body had now become a forging table that contained this suit of battle armor. Under this relentless assault, the suit of forward battle armor was constantly drawing upon Lan Xuanyu's dragon power, and the degree of fusion between itself and Lan Xuanyu began to become stronger and stronger. This was equivalent to an accelerated infiltration process. As the Rainbow Divine Dragon Armor continued to clash with Lan Xuanyu over and over again, it also began to show signs of damage. Lan Xuanyu was already at the true god level, and he also had his suit of forward battle armor. His dragon's repulse was extremely powerful, and that was the true indestructible body of the dragon gods. After losing the support of Lan Xuanyu's dragon power, the Rainbow Divine Dragon Armor could only rely on the 7 dragon souls that it had nurtured within itself as a guide. After one desperate clash after another, bone dust began to erupt from the armor. However, these bone dust were silently absorbed by the suit of forward battle armor. Hence, the current situation was that the Rainbow Divine Dragon Armor had become both a supplement and a trainer for the suit of forward battle armor. It was constantly tempering the suit of battle armor, and at the same time, it was unwittingly fusing with the suit of battle armor. Lan Xuanyu could also sense this. He hadn't expended much of his energy, and the amplification effect of his suit of forward battle armor was simply too powerful. At the very least, it had enhanced the power of his dragon's repulse by 3-fold. This was the benefit of having a pure suit of battle armor. It wasn't focused on offense or defense, it was purely focused on amplifying all of one's abilities. Time slowly passed by, and the light emanating from the Rainbow Divine Dragon Armor was already beginning to dim. Shatter it and completely fuse with it. Tang Wulin's voice rang out in Lan Xuanyu's mind. Yes. Lan Xuanyu gave an affirmative response, and he extended his spiritual sense toward the Rainbow Divine Dragon Armor. This divine tool was connected to his spiritual sense, and during the previous clash, Lan Xuanyu hadn't communicated with it. As soon as he communicated with it with his spiritual sense, Lan Xuanyu immediately sensed an extremely aggrieved spiritual fluctuation from the Rainbow Divine Dragon Armor. It was as if it were an abandoned child. Lan Xuanyu consoled it with his spiritual sense. To him, what he had to do now was to facilitate the fusion of the two. Of course, he didn't mean to truly destroy the Rainbow Divine Dragon Armor. Instead, he wanted it to completely fuse with his suit of forward battle armor. The two of them complemented and nourished each other, and this was the greatest benefit that could be derived from that. One piece of the rainbow divine dragon armor reluctantly adhered itself to the suit of forward battle armor, but even though it was unwilling to do so, it could clearly sense that it was unable to break through its opponent's defensive line. The two suits of battle armor began to fuse together, and the jade color of the suit of forward battle armor became even more translucent. A peculiar scene then ensued. The suit of forward battle armor began to soften, and it was as if it were made of gelatin, enveloping the rainbow divine dragon armor within it. The rainbow divine dragon armor immediately began to radiate dazzling light, and the suit of forward battle armor became even more peculiar. The two suits of battle armor of different attributes finally began their final fusion under the stimulation of Lan Xuanyu's surging bloodline. The manifestation of the bloodline vortex appeared once again, and powerful nine-colored vortex light erupted forth. The terrifying bloodline power forced Tang Wulin and Guyuna to distance themselves from each other again. Under the powerful stimulation of his bloodline power, Lan Xuanyu's suit of forward battle armor gradually fused with the rainbow divine dragon armor, and the two of them also began to fuse together. Rainbow colors gradually began to converge, and as the bones and metal fused together, the aura of the entire suit of armor began to evolve. A peculiar golden color began to appear on the surface of the suit of armor. This was a type of multicolored gold, and it was as if a layer of golden powder had been sprinkled over the nine-colored suit of armor. What was even more peculiar was that nine-colored streams of energy began to revolve around the surface of the suit of armor, transforming into a series of small nine-colored dragons that were letting loose bursts of dragon's roars. Lan Xuanyu felt as if his bloodline power was being constantly extracted and fused into this brand-new suit of armor, then flowed back into his body through the suit of armor. What was even more peculiar was that during this process, his bloodline power seemed to have swelled slightly. The enormous amount of life force energy that he had absorbed earlier was quickly being depleted during this process. On the other side, Bai Xiuxiu's fusion with her forward battle armor was much easier than Lan Xuanyu's. The forward battle armor silently fused, and the ice-devouring divine dragon armor was released. The forward battle armor directly enveloped the ice-devouring divine dragon armor, and the fusion between the two began. Perhaps it was because Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's bloodline vortex was materialized next to her, causing Bai Xiuxiu's bloodline power to become extremely powerful. The fusion between her battle armor and the ice-devouring divine dragon armor proceeded very smoothly. There was no conflict on Lan Xuanyu's side. When all the flowing light was finally absorbed by Lan Xuanyu's body, he felt that most of the enormous life energy left in his body had been consumed. His strength didn't increase by much. His cultivation base only increased slightly. However, he could clearly feel that something was different. After the fusion of his forward battle armor and the rainbow divine dragon armor, he no longer felt like a divine weapon. Instead, he felt like he had gained an additional ability. This ability was called amplification. After the fusion of the two divine weapons, the final direction of their abilities was still amplification. However, the threefold amplification of the forward battle armor had become fivefold. Was this something that a divine weapon could achieve? Fivefold amplification. Lan Xuanyu couldn't test it out here, so he wasn't sure if this fivefold amplification was the same for all abilities. However, even 3 times was already extremely terrifying. This made him think that he might be able to fight against a transcendent for the first time. Sensing that the fusion was complete, Tang Wulin and Guyuna returned. Looking at Lan Xuanyu, Tang Wulin smiled and said, "The fusion of your battle armor went very smoothly. It's about the same as I expected. With the rainbow divine dragon armor as nourishment, your current battle armor can be said to be a 6-word battle armor. It has surpassed the level of an ordinary divine weapon. Of course, a super divine weapon is still not enough. When you become a transcendent or even dragon gods, it will continue to evolve with you. When that time comes, it might become a true super divine weapon. Every super divine weapon has an extraordinary origin. If you can have a super divine weapon of your own, you will be able to face any challenge." Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Father, is my strength close to that of a transcendent now?" Tang Wulin said, "You should be able to give it a try against an ordinary transcendent. Dragon Knights are probably still inferior." Tang Wulin, Tang Wulin said, Dragon gods. Tang Wulin dragon armor said, Dragon armor Tang Wulin princess Jinlong princess Tang Wulin princesses dragon princesses princesses dragon Tang Wulin said, with this battle armor, your ability to protect yourself will be strengthened, and it will be easier for you to face the upcoming situation. But you still can't be careless. By the way, you can name your battle armor. Just give it a 6-word name. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, Father, Mother, your battle armors were called Jinlong Moonsong and Silver Dragon Wulin. I know that. And I even collected the figurines of your battle armors. Have your battle armors evolved to 6-word? What are they called? Tang Wulin and Guyuna looked at each other, and Guyuna said, Our battle armors should be considered to have completed their evolution, but we haven't thought of a name yet. When they reached the transcendent grade, their battle armors had completed their final evolution. They had become true 6-word battle armors. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, Why don't you guys come up with a name first, and I'll learn from it. Tang Wulin smiled and said, Alright, I'll come up with a name for mine first. After thinking for a moment, he said, Why don't we call it Jinlong Moonsong? Lan Xuanyu was stunned to hear this. His father's 6-word battle armor included his mother's name and his own name. Guyuna rolled her eyes at him and said, Then mine will be called Silver Dragon Wulin Moonsong. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, Mother's name is good. All 4 of us have names. Tang Wulin said with a bitter expression, Her name doesn't mean anything to me, okay? Huanyu is a word, and my first spirit soul was Goldsong, so it also has a name. No, your mother's name is better. You're right. Sensing the murderous gaze, Prince Yu immediately corrected himself. Guyuna snapped, What do you know? I'm using our names to wrap up the names of our 2 children. What's more important than that? Yes, you're right. Tang Wulin didn't mind showing his henpecked side in front of his son. Lan Xuanyu wanted to laugh, but he didn't want to embarrass his father, so he didn't laugh too much. Then my 6-word battle armor will be called Divine Dragon Moonsong, Emperor's Dance. The Divine Dragon armor before the Divine Dragon Memorial, and the Dragon Gods. Moon is my mother's name, Xiao is Xiaoxiao's, Di represents the beast god Di Tian, who sacrificed himself for me, and Wu represents my father. Not bad. It's better than your father's name. Guyuna wasn't stingy with her praise for her son. Right at that moment, the blue light next to them blossomed and transformed into streaks of rainbow light that merged into Bai Xiaoxiao's body. She slowly opened her eyes and smiled. Finally, it's my turn to come up with a name. Xiaoxiao, come up with one, Guyuna said with a smile. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled and said, My 6-word battle armor will be called Ice Devour Xianyu Moon Demon. Xianyu will naturally be Lan Xuanyu, Moon will be Guyuna, and Demon will represent the Demon Empress. Tang Wulin and Bai Xiaoxiao were father-in-law and daughter-in-law, so it was naturally inconvenient for their battle armors to have each other's names. This was still to be avoided. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, Now our battle armors have their own names. Dad's will be Jinlong Moonsong battle armor. Mom's will be Silver Dragon Dance Xianxiaolin battle armor. Mine will be Divine Dragon Moonsong, Emperor's Dance battle armor, and Xiaoxiao's will be Ice Devour Xianyu Moon Demon. Tang Wulin nodded and said, A 6-word battle armor is considered unprecedented in the history of our Douluo Federation. This is already the most suitable divine artifact for you. You have to nurture it well. The longer you nurture it, the more useful it will be. Lan Xuanyu said, Dad, then I'll leave everyone to you. Xiaoxiao and I have to go back quickly. We should be able to jump through the wormhole soon. I wonder how the situation is over at Longma Double Star. Tang Wulin said, It's definitely not good, but you don't have to be too anxious. When you went back to pick them up just now, I had a call with the higher-ups of the Federation. We also contacted Shrek Academy, Tangmen, the Spirit Pagoda, and the War God Temple. We reached a consensus and told them the seriousness of the matter. Right now, we have already mobilized the 3 space fleets in the Dragon Horse Galaxy and are approaching Tianma Star at the fastest speed. If we don't hesitate to use a large number of space source crystals, we will arrive at least a day earlier than the army in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Ah? Lan Xuanyu was shocked. You convinced the Federation? Let the Federation send troops to help the Ryuma Federation resist the Crimson Domain? Tang Wulin smiled and said, "Doesn't it sound unbelievable? But in fact, this is the best way. Our 3 space fleets were originally at the periphery of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, in the area closest to Longma Double Star. In terms of technology, all the space source crystals used this time were provided by Tangman and Shrek Academy. Although we can't directly teleport the space fleets over, we can use the impulse space expansion positioning technology to let our fleets be positioned at a further location when they jump through the wormhole. During this period of time, you have been lurking in Tenryu Star, and the positioning provided by you is already enough. Therefore, under the premise of not hesitating to use a large amount of energy and space source crystals, we can speed up our fleets." Ultimate Douluo Volume 27. In order to fight for the cooperation between the Douluo Federation and the Ryuma Federation, Lan Xuanyu confessed his identity as a spy to Zhong Zicheng and Li Jingyi. However, this is probably the end of Volume 27. The real plot will only unfold in Volume 28. Please follow our WeChat public account for more chapters. After the physical book is released, we will immediately update the book on our public account. Just as we've said before, the worst-case scenario is that the Crimson Domain becomes the God Realm, and this is something we can't accept. We didn't predict that the Crimson Domain would actually join forces with the Imperial Sky Tribe to allow the entire plane to be teleported. Now, we have to reduce our losses at all costs. At the very least, we can't let the Crimson Domain devour the life cores of Tianma Star or Tenryu Star. Otherwise, everything will be irreversible. Although we're enemies with the Dragon Horse Galaxy, at this time, we can only work together to avoid the most uncontrollable situation. Only by letting go of our prejudices and working together against the enemy is the most correct choice. Especially for the Tenryu Star, you still need a stable environment for you to break through. Even if we can't completely resist the Crimson Domain, we have to buy enough time. Although I'm already someone from 10,000 years ago, your mother and I are the only 2 transcendent powerhouses in the entire Douluo Federation. They still have to respect our opinions. As for Shrek and Tangmen, I still have the final say. As for the Spirit Pagoda, don't forget that your mother used to be the chairman of the Spirit Pagoda. Furthermore, with the current situation, anyone with a discerning eye should know what to do. The most important resources are also provided by us. If that's really the case, then that's great. Although it's only 1 day earlier, the situation will be much better. Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed. At this critical moment, his parents were still the most reliable. Tang Wulin said, "Follow the main fleet back. Don't be anxious on the way back, consolidate your cultivation. We'll immediately drive the silver-armored rock warship over at the fastest speed. With the warship spatial jump, we should arrive around the same time as our 3 fleets. We'll try our best to buy time for you." Good. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's admiration for his father could be said to be on all fours. It was easy to say that he would let go of his prejudices, but how could it be so easy to really let go? The current Tang Wulin gave him a majestic feeling. His father was the true pillar of the Douluo Federation. Compared to him, he was still far, far away. Unbeknownst to him, his father had already communicated with the Douluo Federation and completed such important preparations. One had to know that the Douluo Federation had always viewed the Dragon Horse Galaxy as their greatest enemy, as well as their greatest target. It was not easy for his father to convince the Federation to support the Ryuma Federation at this time. The long-term significance of doing this was extremely important, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a matter of life and death for the future Douluo Federation. After bidding farewell to their parents, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu returned to the fleet with their brand new 6-word battle armors and rushed back to Tenryu Star at full speed. And at this very moment, the Dragon Horse Duo stars were already facing tremendous pressure. A thick dark red color covered the surface of Tianma Star. Just as everyone had guessed, the destination of the Crimson Domain was Tianma Star. This was because this was the most logical choice. Tianma was slightly weaker than the dragon race. Although there were more people, the difference in individual strength was still not small. However, the life energy of Tianma Star and Tenryu Star was almost the same. When the Crimson Domain appeared outside Tianma Star's atmosphere, the entire planet shook violently. The powerhouses of various races guarding Tianma Star quickly gathered. The planet's defense system was fully activated. After all, the Longma double star had always been the core of the entire Dragon Horse galaxy. It occupied a dominant position and had a very deep foundation. However, the two heads of Tenryu and Pegasus had taken away most of the top-tier powerhouses, so the planet itself was empty. Most importantly, the Pegasus Knights and Dragon Knights had both left. This was to ensure that the two heads could temporarily erupt with the strength of a half-step godly king. Thus, whether it was Tianma Star or Tenryu Star, there was not a single Pegasus Knight or Dragon Knight left. However, the Crimson Domain this time did not wait or hesitate like it had when facing Tianma Star. The enormous plane instantly turned into a shuttle and charged straight for Tianma Star. Just as the powerhouses of various races on Tianma Star were in shock and despair, a dark green halo suddenly surged over Tianma Star. This layer of light was emitted from the inside out. A young girl silently floated in the air, standing proudly. The enormous life energy barrier she was supporting covered all of Tianma Star. Then, a strange scene occurred. The Crimson Domain, which was descending from the sky with an incomparably powerful aura, quickly stopped its momentum and came to a halt. The arrival of the Crimson Domain was too sudden, so much so that Pegasus Star had no time to prepare. In the midst of the chaos, many powerhouses began to gather. Who was that in the sky? This was the question on the minds of many. At this moment, in the Crimson Domain outside the atmosphere, a beautiful figure slowly appeared. A huge crimson cloak seemed to extend endlessly in the Crimson Domain behind her. She stared coldly at the woman who was also a peerless beauty within the dark green barrier. We've finally met. Long Tianyang. Crimson Mother said indifferently. Long Tianyang's eyes were clear as he looked at Crimson Mother in front of him. You used the power of teleportation to get here. It looks like those idiots from the Dragon Race and Tianma Star were fooled by you. Crimson Mother said coldly, that's right. The Yuans are under my control. Using their race's spatial technology, interstellar teleportation is no longer a problem as long as they have enough energy to support it. Right now, Tianma Star is at its most empty, and you will be my meal. Long Tianyang said indifferently, then why didn't you charge forward? Are you worried that I'll use the power of creation to consume your plane's energy at all costs? With me here, your undying characteristic will have no meaning. Crimson Mother smiled, but her smile was full of disdain. Using the power of creation to stop me? Then how much power of creation do you have at your disposal? With such a large defense, your power of creation will collapse in less than a day. When that happens, your life core will shatter, and you will cease to exist. Long Tianyang said, that's still better than being devoured by you. I'd rather break down than become your meal. Crimson Mother sighed softly. Why do you have to do this? If you're willing to cooperate with me and help me become a god, I'll definitely repay you. In the future, a god realm established with the Longma double star as the foundation, I can share control with you. Long Tianyang shook his head and said, you're daydreaming. Do you really think that with the support of a physical body, you can turn the situation around? That you can establish a real god realm? This is the dream of all the planes of energy. However, with your power of devouring, in a sense, you're just scavengers of the laws of the universe. You reduce the pressure of the universe, but in the end, the energy will inevitably return to the universe. There's no other possibility. Do you really think that you can override the laws of the universe? Crimson Mother's face became a little ugly. Nothing is impossible. How do you know if you haven't tried? At least, with a physical body, we can exist for a longer time. Since we're scavengers, after forming a physical god realm, we can destroy more existences and devour more planets. There's no intention of going against the laws of the universe. Why can't we exist forever? Long Tianyang said indifferently, you'll never understand the mysteries of the laws of the universe. The laws of the universe will not allow an existence like you to become a real god realm. To a certain extent, the god realm is already the ruler of the laws of the universe. Especially the god realms above the sixth dimension, they can be said to be the ruler. The existence of such an existence is to make the operation of the universe more stable. And you, who grow by devouring, can do this. Crimson Mother said coldly, are you trying to stall for time? I've been drooling over your power of creation for a long time. Furthermore, it will take at least 2 days for the dragon race and Tianma to return. If you continue like this, you will also be destroyed in the end. As the core of life, you won't be able to detonate yourself, right? You're only using up the existing energy, but as long as I capture you as the core of life, a brand new power of creation will be born. I can still wait for a day. After that, I'll be able to take you away for another day. As long as I capture you, my harvest will already be enough. You just have to hold on for a day. Long Tianyang didn't speak again. She just stared at Crimson Mother with a burning gaze. They were all powerful beings who had existed in the universe for many years. They were all masters of the plane. However, Long Tianyang, as the master of the plane, was still a prisoner in a sense. She was subject to too many restrictions. This was also why Crimson Mother was so fearless. Long Tianyang's core of life had already been sealed by the dragon race and Tianma. Although she could use the power of creation, she couldn't self-destruct. In other words, as long as her defense of creation wasn't there, Crimson Mother would be able to capture her. As long as she, the core of life, was stripped away, Crimson Mother's goal would be achieved. She would use her life core to extract life energy to help the Crimson Domain evolve. Once the evolution was complete, she would return to Tianma Star and use Tianma Star as the foundation to create the Divine Realm. At that time, there would be no way to stop her. By then, Crimson Mother would have become a true Divine King. Everything had been calculated by Crimson Mother. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to appear on Tianma Star. Without the ability to teleport long distances, even the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma would need 2 days to rush back. However, she wasn't in a hurry at all. The Crimson Domain slowly spread out behind her like a large net, covering half of Tianma Star's atmosphere. It emitted a faint light. A terrifying aura lingered in the air, bringing with it a powerful pressure. Long Tianyang being able to stop her for a day was already within Crimson Mother's calculations. She could use this time to devour the energy of the universe to replenish herself. Although the teleportation's consumption came from Tianma Star, this kind of super long-distance teleportation was still quite a burden on the Crimson Domain. Moreover, the Crimson Domain's barrier to prevent it from being cancelled, but the life energy emitted by the barrier to the point to prevent it from being destroyed. But the energy to the point, the energy emitted by the barrier could be absorbed from the outside. Although Long Tianyang had already tried his best to control it and not let the life energy be released, it was impossible to really control everything. Therefore, the Crimson Domain was still subtly absorbing the life energy emitted by the barrier to replenish itself. Tianma Star, Tianma Square. Huge Tianma Square had already gathered here, and all kinds of weapons on the planet were at full power. No one expected the Crimson Domain to suddenly teleport here under such circumstances. The fleet had already sent news, announcing the betrayal of the Yuans. However, when they started to search, they found that the people of the Imperial Sky race on the Celestial Dragon Star and the Pegasus Star had already fled, leaving no trace behind. The halo within the huge teleportation gate fluctuated, and one figure after another appeared. The first to walk out of the gate was the fiery dragon knight, Xianxia. She still had a youthful face, and her aura was restrained. Behind her were the 3 old dragons that Lan Xuanyu knew. Then came the hundreds of powerhouses of the dragon race. However, among these powerhouses of the dragon race, there was not a single dragon knight. On Tianma's side, an old man in the lead hurried to greet her and said respectfully, "Fiery Dragon Knight, you're here." Zhang Chujia nodded and said, "Now is not the time to be polite. We rushed over as soon as we received the news. I didn't expect that Long Tianyang would step in and stop the other party at this time. There are still at least 2 more days before our people can return. Therefore, during these 2 days, we must defend it at all costs." Tianma's old man frowned and said, "From their conversation just now, Long Tianyang can only hold on for 1 day at most, and this is on the premise that the planet's life energy is consumed. Now, our entire planet is in an extreme state of crisis." Zhang Chujia's eyes flickered. "Brother Ziwu, we can't retreat now. For the continuation of our race, we can only fight with all our strength at all costs." The old man called Ziwu chuckled and said, "Although I can't compare with Senior, I've lived for more than 3,000 years. I've lived long enough. I thought I could enjoy a few days of family happiness, but I didn't expect that there would be a day when I could shine. Zhang Chujia said in a deep voice, apart from fighting recklessly, is there any way to break Long Tianyang's seal? This is a crucial time for us to unite against the outside world. If we can let her release more power, maybe. No, we can't break the seal. Ziwu said without hesitation, in order to seal Long Tianyang, our two races paid a huge price to lay the foundation for controlling the entire Dragon Horse galaxy. Long Tianyang is the Crimson Mother's true goal, and also the life core of our planet. There are only two possibilities for unlocking her seal. The first is that we manage to survive, but it will be extremely difficult to reseal a seal that has already been unlocked. The price of losing control of the planet's life core is not something we can afford. The Long Tianyang in the past was also close to the half-step God King level, but she wasn't good at fighting. The other possibility is that we will still be defeated by the Crimson Domain. In that case, Long Tianyang definitely won't allow herself to be swallowed by the Crimson Domain. At that time, she will probably choose to self-destruct. That would be the destruction of the entire Tianma star. This is something we can't bear, and it will cause everything here to go extinct. Zhang Chujia was silent. Of course, she thought of this possibility, but from Tianma's point of view, the possibility of this happening was not high. Let's fight until the last moment. If we can't stop this disaster. Zhang Chujia looked up at the sky, at the Long Tianyang floating in the air. Ziwu's heart trembled. He naturally understood the meaning behind Zhang Chujia's words. If they couldn't stop it in the end, then they would rather die. Other than you, how many of the older generation of Pegasus Knights are there? Zhang Chujia asked. Behind Ziwu, two more Tianma old men walked out. These two looked even older, and they both looked like they had lost a lot of their life force. Pegasus Knight Liu Yizhua greets the Divine Fire Dragon Knight. The old man on the left bowed respectfully. Pegasus Knight Chen Qi greets the Divine Fire Dragon Knight. The old man on the right bowed. You two are too polite. It seems that only the 7 of us are left. The 3 old men standing behind the Divine Fire Dragon Knight reported their names. Ho Dingzhong, Chao Ba, Gua Zihua. These experts of the older generation had not appeared for at least hundreds of years. It was really difficult to recognize his former appearance with his old and weary appearance. Liu Yizhua smiled and said, Old Ho, so you are still alive. I thought you had died long ago. Ho Dingzhong snorted coldly, you are not dead, how can I bear to die? Liu Yizhua sighed, and said, Yi Yi has already left. Hearing the name Yi Yi, Ho Dingzhong's expression changed, isn't that because you didn't take good care of her? Come on, it's been so many years, why are you still fighting over her? Chao Ba hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Douluo Continent 5 Rebirth Tang Sam click direct for more chapters, please follow our WeChat public account. After the physical book is listed, it will be updated immediately on the public account. The dragon race was closely related to Tianma, and the Tenrya race was formed from the Tianma dragons. It wasn't rare for them to marry each other. When Ho Dingzhong was young, he had once fallen in love with a Tianma girl when he was training on Tianma Star. However, he lost to Liu Yizhua in the end, and they got married. Therefore, these two were love rivals back then. Liu Yizhua smiled bitterly. He's right. Yi is dead, but I'm still alive. Isn't it because I didn't take good care of her? However, she said that she left earlier than me, and that she was happier than me. Now that I think about it, it's also true. I thought that I would just wait until I died, and I wouldn't have the courage to pursue her. However, it seems that the Crimson Domain will give me this courage. Old Ho. Let's fight again later and see who kills more enemies. Ho Dingzhong said indifferently, I won't disappoint you. My dragon bones are still quite strong. Zhang Chujia said, now, the 7 of us are the last of our strength. We're all tens of thousands of years old. There's no need to say anything to boost morale. Just fight to the death. Ziwu nodded. Fight to the death. Zhang Chujia's eyes were very calm. The dragon race belongs to Tianma. Mobilize all of our forces. Once the defense is broken, fight to the death. The shadow shrouded the entire Tianma star. Tianma star was about the same size as Tenryu's star, but in terms of the level of life energy, It and Tenryu star were the two most powerful stars in the entire Dragon Horse galaxy. Therefore, powerful existences like the Dragon Race and Tianma were born. On Tianma star, there were tens of billions of people of various races. Most of them were vassal races that didn't have any combat ability. In terms of planetary defense, there were also orbital cannons similar to the Tianhe races, but there were fewer of them. Because of Tianma's strength and the Dragon Race's powerful ally, Tianma's Pegasus Knights were the most powerful legion. They hadn't invested much in science and technology over the years. Instead, they focused more on developing their own potential in hopes of giving birth to more powerhouses. The Pegasus Knights had a total of 36 Pegasus Knights and 108 Reserve Knights. Preparatory Knights were all experts at the divine level and above. Apart from that, there were also 100,000 Pegasus Cavalry. This was the core power of Tianma, and they were armed to the teeth. In order to fight against the Crimson Domain, the head of Tianma took away all of the Pegasus Knights and 30,000 Pegasus Knights. 108 Pegasus Reserve Knights were all left behind. Their foundation couldn't be shaken. After all, Tianma star was so big, and no one could be sure that there wouldn't be any unexpected situations. Especially if the races that opposed the establishment of the Ryuma Federation didn't take the opportunity to cause trouble. Moreover, there were 3 retired knights. From the head of Tianma's point of view, Tianma star was naturally impregnable. On Tenryu star, Xianxia and the other 3 were left behind. The lords of the 12 cities of the Dragon Race were all experts at the divine level and above. The head of Tenryu only took 300 members of the Dragon Race with him. There were still hundreds of members of the Dragon Race left behind. At this time, Xianxia had brought 500 brave warriors of the Dragon Race with her. With both sides combined, there were still more than 200 experts at the divine level and above. There were also 7 supreme experts at the divine level, so the lineup wasn't too weak. However, this was already the majority of the fighting power that was left behind outside of the Ryuma Federation's main army. If they weren't facing a powerful dimension like the Crimson Domain, they wouldn't have been able to deal with it. It would have been enough to deal with ordinary special situations. Long Tianyang floated in midair with her eyes closed. She silently released her life force. Lan Xuanyu was far away, and she couldn't contact him at the moment. The Dragon Race and Tianma's armies wouldn't be able to rush back in a short time. Previously, Xianxia and the others didn't use her divine sense to hide their conversation, so she could actually hear it. She hated the Dragon Race and the Pegasus Race even more. They were the 2 races that she had nurtured, but they had sealed her. At this critical moment, she had no choice but to stand up and buy time for them. The Crimson Domain spread out outside, exuding a chilling aura. The dark red that covered the sky and the earth was trying to devour the life force emitted by the life force barrier from all directions. From her conversation with the Crimson Mother, she could clearly feel the power of the Crimson Domain at this time. She was different from the transcendent god-rank powerhouses of the Dragon Race. She had the clearest and best understanding of the dimension's perception. The Crimson Domain was already very strong, and it had already opened a path to ascension. It only lacked enough energy. Enough energy wasn't in terms of quantity. More importantly, it was in terms of level. Therefore, its target was probably never Tianma star, nor would it go to the Douluo Federation. That was because the life force in those places couldn't satisfy its needs. Only life force on the level of the Tenryu star and Tianma star could allow the Crimson Domain to truly complete its evolution. She didn't believe a single word that the Crimson Mother said. As the life force core of a physical dimension, she was very clear. Once the Crimson Domain used her planet to become a god, the first person it would kill would definitely be her. Because if they wanted to become the life force core, they would have to replace her. Lan Xuanyu. Am I still unable to wait? Is it still too late for us to cooperate? When can you come back? Long Tianyang silently called out in her heart. In her heart, the Dragon Race reinforcements and Tianma reinforcements weren't what she truly hoped for. What she hoped for the most was still Lan Xuanyu, who could quickly grow. Because only he could truly help her solve her problem. Even if she really wanted to become a god, she was more willing to help Lan Xuanyu achieve all of this. She understood humans more than Lan Xuanyu imagined, and understood how humans operated. At the same time, she was even more clear about the foundation of the bloodline in Lan Xuanyu's body. The appearance of a god wasn't the final goal. Only when a god was strong enough to protect itself and become a true overlord could it be stable for a long time. Therefore, she chose Lan Xuanyu as the master of the dimension, the life force core of the dimension. She had high intelligence, and was a powerful life force. However, to her, ruling over someone wasn't what she yearned for. She yearned to become stronger and pursue the mysterious mysteries of higher dimensional space. Understanding everything didn't mean that she had truly witnessed everything. Only when she met Lan Xuanyu did she truly find this possibility. The warship shuttled through space, and just as it completed a wormhole jump, the warship gradually stabilized. Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting in the resting cabin, moved his consciousness slightly, and some fluctuations appeared in his divine sense. The dragon core in his body emitted a faint halo, and a crystal core suddenly floated out from his storage-type soul tool. It was a heaven-nourishing crystal. With a bang, the heaven-nourishing crystal shattered and a strand of divine sense appeared in Lan Xuanyu's mind. Long Tianyang? Lan Xuanyu called out the other party's name in shock. It's me. Xianyu, I'm finally able to contact you. Long Tianyang's voice was filled with anxiety. You can actually contact me? Lan Xuanyu asked in shock. Long Tianyang said, I've lived for too long, so I have some tricks up my sleeve. Every heaven-nourishing crystal contains some of my consciousness, and can be used as a coordinate to contact you. Using one crystal, we can contact each other for a short period of time. The situation is urgent, so I'll keep it short. The Crimson Domain has descended on Tianma Star. Do you know? Lan Xuanyu said, we already know, and we're rushing back at full speed. However, we still need at least 2 days before we feel it. The head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma have already brought a group of transcendent rank powerhouses back as quickly as possible. We'll be slower. Long Tianyang laughed bitterly, but I'm afraid I can't hold on for that long. Look. A projection of light appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu. It was the scene of the Crimson Domain being blocked outside the defensive line. A light green barrier enveloped the entire Tianma Star, preventing the Crimson Domain from invading. I've used my own power of creation as the price to temporarily block the Crimson Domain, but it's being consumed very quickly. I can't continue blocking it for another day at most. The Crimson Domain is already too strong, and it's one with the Crimson Mother. With the help of the Crimson Domain, the Crimson Mother can even erupt with the power of a God King for a short period of time. That's definitely not something Tianma Star's current defensive line can withstand. Once Tianma Star falls into the hands of the Crimson Mother, the only outcome is that the Crimson Domain evolves into a god realm. When that happens, it'll be too late for anyone to rush back. She only needs to devour half of me, and she only needs to escape far away to complete her evolution. Lan Xuanyu looked at the scene in front of him in shock. This seems to be better than what we expected. I didn't expect you to be able to buy us another day. This should be enough. Our human fleet is also rushing over. We've already notified the Douluo Federation. Everyone has a common enemy when it comes to the Crimson Domain. There are 3 human fleets on the way, and they should be able to arrive in a little more than a day. They'll be faster than head of Tenryu and the others. Long Tianyang said in shock, you humans are willing to help the Ryuma Federation? Lan Xuanyu laughed bitterly, it's a special situation. Once the Crimson Domain evolves into a god realm, it'll be devastating for both sides. We can't allow that to happen. Long Tianyang's voice became clearer, if that's the case, then there's still a chance. However, we have to consider the worst-case scenario. Once the Crimson Mother succeeds, she'll immediately escape. In that case, whether it was the dragon race or Tianma, there was no chance to deal with her. The only one with a chance is you. Please hurry to the God world immediately and do everything possible to stimulate your bloodline, complete the transformation, and break through to the God King level. When the time comes, I will help you at all costs. I will mobilize the other half of my strength on the Tenryu Star. I only hope that when you become a God King, you can protect a sliver of my consciousness and don't let it be completely destroyed. Once you become a God King, you will truly be able to resist the Crimson Domain. Lan Xuanyu said in shock, You want to use the life energy of the entire Tenryu star to help me become a divine king? Long Tianyang said, that's right. Only in this way can you complete your breakthrough in the shortest amount of time. Lan Xuanyu gasped. But if that's the case, what about the creatures on the Tenryu star? Without the support of the life energy at the core of the planet will probably collapse. He understood more and more about the mysteries of the planet's life energy. Naturally, he understood what kind of consequences Long Tianyang was talking about once it happened. Long Tianyang said with a bitter smile, after the Crimson Domain becomes a god world, do you think she will let go of such a great tonic? Rather than let her devour it, I might as well help you fight. At that time, it will no longer be a matter of who to sacrifice. If we are all going to die, then at least we have to die with value. Many of the creatures on the Longma double star were born from me. They are all my children. Do you think I want to see them walk towards death? I don't want to either, but I have no other choice. Therefore, the only thing we can do is to fight for a chance of survival before the worst results appear. Moreover, once you become a god king and establish the god world, you might be able to pull some creatures back and stabilize the Tenryu star situation. That way, there might be fewer deaths. There might still be creatures who can survive. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, the worst-case scenario won't happen. Long Tianyang, I am very grateful for your trust in me. To be honest, if it was when I first came to the Tenryu star, I wouldn't have cared so much about the lives on the Tenryu star. After all, we humans have a saying that those who are not of our race will have different intentions. We humans and the Ryuma Federation are enemies. We can't wait for our enemies to die. We can even use the resources of the Dragon Horse Galaxy to develop. However, after coming to the Tenryu star, I gradually understood the origins of the dragon race. They are the continuation of the dragon race. I also understand that there are many races here. Every race has its own characteristics. In the universe, there is no right or wrong. Wars are built on the basis of benefits. I want to become a god king, but I hope that if I can become a god king and establish the god world, it will be used to maintain the peace between the two galaxies. Developing together is a long-term plan, and it will also benefit the people of different races. It may sound pretentious, but that's what I really think. When I first came to the Tenryu star, I once hunted down the dragon race to strengthen myself. At that time, I thought it was natural, and I also tried my best to choose the evildoers of the dragon race. However, is it right to use evil to curb evil? Later, as I understood more about the dragon race and cultivated the dragon race's techniques, I gradually regretted it. To be honest, even now, I hate the head of Tenryu. He almost caused me to lose my mother. However, I don't hate the dragon race. I hope that everything here can be orderly. After I attained a breakthrough to the divine level, these train of thought became increasingly clear. It also allowed my thoughts to become more clear. I lurked in the dragon race no longer to destroy the dragon race. It was to completely solve the problem between the Dragon Horse Galaxy and the humans. The conflict between the two can't be solved through negotiation. However, if I can become the Divine King, I can solve all of this. This is what I want to do, and not sacrifice the majority of the races on the Tenryu star. If that's the case, what's the difference between me and the Crimson Mother? What qualifications do I have to become the Divine King, and rule over the God Realm and this galaxy? After hearing Lan Xuanyu's words, Long Tianyang went silent. After a long while, she sighed and said, if there was one of the leaders of the dragon race who had the same way of thinking as you, perhaps they would have already become the God Realm. You're right, a true God Realm can obtain the love and respect of all the planes under their control. Only then can the God Realm truly connect with these planes, and guide them instead of control them. I won't try to persuade you anymore, but you need to know that if the situation worsens to a certain extent, and you can't do anything about it, don't be stubborn. Lan Xuanyu nodded silently and said, don't worry, I've never been a stubborn person. We won't give up on the Tianma star either. I'll have to trouble you to stall for time as much as possible. Long Tianyang nodded and said, alright, since that's the case, we'll give it a try. I'll take over the Human Alliance's arrival and help you cover it up. Alright. Lan Xuanyu agreed. He wasn't strong enough now, and it wasn't a good time to reveal his identity. The communication was cut off, but Lan Xuanyu felt a surge of emotions. The words he said to Long Tianyang just now had always been in his heart, but he'd never said it out loud before. His words were no longer completely from the standpoint of the Douluo Federation, and he couldn't even say it to his companions. What he didn't say was that during this period of time on the Tenryu star, although it wasn't very long. However, the Tenryu star had made him, and his companions. They didn't have the cultivation method of the dragon race, and they didn't have the high-level life energy of the Tenryu star. The eternal tree couldn't continue to evolve, and they couldn't have their current strength. Here, he came into contact with many races, including the Blue Sea clan that obeyed him. Weren't these races innocent? This book is from the Book Friend base. Read the book and receive red packets. War would only bring about destruction. Crimson Mother said that her plane was the scavenger of the universe. Then, what was the real God realm? It should be the order of the universe. The existence that helped the universe control the order of the universe. After the conversation between Head of Tenryu and Crimson Mother that day, he figured out a lot of things and thought through a lot. Finally, he gradually understood that if he could become a God King in the future, what kind of position should he stand on, and how should he establish the God realm? The God realm guided the order of the universe, so that no existence on each planet would destroy the balance. Those who exceeded the capacity of the planet would be guided into the God realm and become gods. Only in this way could the planet develop smoothly and reduce the appearance of uncertainty. Let the galaxy operate smoothly. Lan Xuanyu's eyes became clearer. His divine sense fluctuated slightly and he immediately sensed the vast and boundless universe outside the warship. He didn't know when, but his consciousness continued to expand, as if endlessly exploring the distance, to find the mysteries of the universe. While his mind was in a trance, there seemed to be an invisible existence in the universe quietly feeding back and merging into his consciousness, making his mind clearer. Unknowingly, his consciousness was strengthened by a large margin. This was feedback from the laws of the universe. The responsibility of the God realm was never to control, but to protect. Perhaps, because the former dragon gods didn't understand this point, they, who were so powerful, finally led the dragon race to destruction. Tianma Star. Long Tianyang, who was suspended in the air, originally had a dull and somewhat desperate look in her eyes, became a little brighter. She seemed to have seen hope again. She looked down, and a line of sight also felt her gaze and looked at her. Fire Dragon Knight, can we have a chat? Long Tianyang's calm voice sounded. Okay. Zhang Chujia agreed without hesitation. She leaped up, and with just a few flashes, she was already beside Long Tianyang. Zhang Chujia greets Senior Tianyang. Zhang Chujia bowed slightly and greeted Long Tianyang. In a sense, the Long Tianyang was the origin of all life on the Longma double star. It was the mother of the two planets. Although Zhang Chujia had lived for 5,000 years, compared to her, she was still far behind. Divine Fire Dragon Knight, there's no need to be polite. You should understand the current situation. The Crimson Mother was rather wary of the power of creation I was releasing, which was why she didn't attack. Instead, she was waiting for my power of creation to run out. Once my power of creation is exhausted, the life energy of the entire Tianma star will decline greatly. This power of creation is not something that can be recovered in a short period of time. Zhang Chujia's eyes flickered. Senior, do you want me to remove your seal? Long Tianyang shook his head and said, No, you won't agree. There's no need for me to waste my breath. I want to tell you that I can only hold on for a day at most. The Ryuma Federation's reinforcements will need at least 2 days to rush back. Therefore, once my defense is unable to hold on, the Crimson Domain's goal will be achieved. Then, no one will be able to stop the Crimson Mother. Therefore, I hope that we can fight to the death. This will require your cooperation. Zhang Chujia said solemnly, Then what should we do? Long Tianyang said, I won't use up all of my power of creation. After a while, I will use my power of creation to help you transcendent great experts awaken your bloodlines, allowing your cultivation to reach its peak, or even break through it. You will have more power to resist the Crimson Domain. However, this will require you to have strong enough willpower to support it. Currently, the ones closest to here are not your reinforcements, but the humans. I contacted them and told them about the terrible situation here. The human space fleet is willing to come and help, and they should arrive half a day before your reinforcements. Therefore, you must at least hold on until the human space fleet arrives. However, after I activate your final potential, you will definitely die whether you can hold on until the end. My burning will cause your life force to flow irreversibly. Are you willing? Zhang Chujia was silent for a moment. I've already lived for 5,000 years. That's long enough. Furthermore, I can restore my youthful appearance. I thought that I would never be able to walk out of that cave again. To be able to walk out and fight for the dragon race at the last moment, what's there to be unwilling about? Long Tianyang took a deep breath and said, your willpower will determine how long you can continue fighting. Therefore, you have to think carefully. Not just you, but also your companions. All of you, come up. Zhang Chujiao looked down and said. The conversation between them was naturally shared with the other 6 transcendent grade experts below. The 6 transcendent grade experts of the dragon and horse race rose into the air and came to Zhang Chujiao's side. Chaoiba chuckled and said. Are we dying on the same day, month, and year? Better than your dead husband. I have no problem. After living for thousands of years, I can still be glorious in the end. It's worth it. You died on the same day, month, and year as me. Not Chujia, you're not worthy, Guoziyun said disdainfully. But he had undoubtedly expressed his attitude. Ho Dingzhong chuckled. Second seat. What you will see is the difference between an old but vigorous man and a good-for-nothing. As far as the two of them are concerned, other than living a little longer. But it's useless. Who are you talking about? Guoziyun was immediately furious. Alright, you 3. If you have the ability to kill the enemy, use your methods to speak. Don't make a fool of yourself here, Zhang Chujia said unhappily. At the same time, she looked at Ziwu beside her. Ziwu smiled and said, our Tianma has never lacked warriors. A Pegasus without courage is not worthy of being called a Pegasus Knight. Brothers, I didn't expect us to be able to return to the battlefield. Senior Tianyang, please help us recover as much strength as possible. The other 2 Pegasus Knights behind him, Li Yu, Yi Zhua, and Chen Kei, chuckled, but their eyes were filled with determination. Okay. Long Tianyang nodded at them. She had always been filled with hatred for the dragon race and Tianma. The child she had raised had betrayed her. How painful was that feeling? However, at this moment, she felt much more at ease in her heart. At least, they had not lost their courage for the sake of the continuation of their race. Otherwise, with the cultivation of Zhang Chujia and the other transcendent experts, they could have escaped the planet. Even if the Crimson Domain became a divine realm, it would not be easy to find them in the vast universe. But they did not. They had no intention of retreating. They had made their own choice. It's not just us. Those above the divine realm, the dragon race, and Tianma can all fight. If possible, please help them increase their strength, Zhang Chujia said in a deep voice. Those below the divine realm were the hope of the future. Those above the divine realm should have the awareness to give up everything for the continuation of their race. Okay. Long Tianyang agreed again. An hour later, a total of 232 powerhouses above the divine realm from the dragon race and Tianma, including the 7 elders, appeared beside Long Tianyang. Their eyes were calm, and none of them showed any fear or uneasiness. If their minds were not up to standard, they had no right to be here. Below, thousands of people looked up. Many gazes were fixed on the sky. End of chapter. An hour ago, Zhang Chujiao's voice had spread throughout the planet. She had ordered all the god tier and above powerhouses of the dragon race and Tianma to fight to the death. Those who were unwilling could choose not to fight. However, they would be removed from the dragon race and Tianma. You could choose not to die for your race, but your race could also choose not to protect you. There was no moral coercion. Everything was up to the powerhouses of the 2 races. Without retreating, all the god tier and above powerhouses of the dragon race and Tianma appeared in the sky without exception. They were not only defending their race and Tianma star. They were also defending their dignity. Zhang Chujia looked at the powerhouses of the 2 races in front of her, her eyes slightly moist. Good, very good. Our two races have ruled the Dragon Horse Galaxy for so many years. Now, it's time for us to fight to the death for our galaxy. For so many years, I know that many races have thought that we have established a hierarchy. The dragon race and Tianma have always been high and mighty, enjoying many benefits and privileges. However, now, we want you to know that our two races are the true aristocrats. In the face of life and death, why should we care about our lives? Long live the dragon race! Long live the Tianma! Long live the dragon race! Long live the Tianma! The powerhouses of the two races roared and spread throughout the entire planet. In an instant, all the people of the dragon race and Tianma felt their blood boil. They had tears in their eyes and wished that they could join this camp. However, without god-tier strength, it was impossible to fly into the sky under the blockade of so many powerhouses. At this moment, a figure rushed into the sky. It was a large bird with 3 pairs of iron-black wings, but the top of its head was golden. Its wingspan was more than 40 meters, and its entire body exuded a tyrannical aura. 6-winged falcon race, Sun Pengfei, applying to join. Tianma Star is also our home. It was really a god-tier powerhouse belonging to the 6-winged falcon race. Immediately after, another figure flew out. It was a slightly round figure that looked like a human. Tianyuan clan, Zhang Yuanyuan, applying to join. Along with their appearance, figures followed one after another and flew into the sky. Star Ocean race, Li Jianpei applies to join. Dream clan, Jing Wentao and Yang Yiqing apply to join. Lu Chongming of the Heavenly Clan requests to join. Many divine-level experts from various clans soared into the air. Some of them were even the clan heads of weaker clans. In an instant, over 50 divine-level experts from various races soared into the air. Looking at these experts, Zhang Chujia's expression changed. Sun Pengfei, the 6-winged heavenly falcon who was the first to fly into the air, said in a clear voice, "Fiery Dragon Knight, you are right. Indeed, our various races have always complained about the dragon race and Tianma's high status and privilege. However, in the face of true difficulties, in the face of life and death, you did not retreat. We will not retreat either. Even if our race is weak, we are also hot-blooded and willing to fight to protect our homeland. Yes, we are willing to. Only death. As long as we can protect our homeland, we are willing to sacrifice everything," Jing Wentao said in a low voice. Zhang Chujia smiled. She raised her head and looked outside the shield at the seemingly endless dark red. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Close to 300 divine-level experts roared at the same time. One had to know that although the Dragon Knights and Pegasus Riders had taken away most of the divine-level experts, there were still a few divine-level and divine-level warriors from the various clans. However, the total number of god-level experts in the Dragon Horse Federation's army was only slightly more than 300. The number of divine-level experts before them was very close. It was just that their cultivation was not as high. This was the foundation of the entire Ryuma Federation. Long Tianyang narrowed her eyes and looked in the direction of the dark red domain. Her eyes were filled with determination. Her conversation with Lan Xuanyu had allowed her to see hope for the future. Hope that belonged to her and the Dragon Horse Galaxy. For this hope, no matter what, they would persevere until the last moment. Crimson Mother, come, in the universe. A huge mothership was flying slowly. Battleships surrounded the mothership and guarded it. They had just completed a wormhole jump. General Bai Ling stood in front of the porthole of the command center and looked out into space. His eyes were a little dazed. The 7th Fleet was rushing to the Dragon Horse Galaxy. To be precise, they had already entered the Dragon Horse Galaxy. There was a huge disagreement within the Federation regarding this battle. More than 2/3 of the Federation's parliament were against it. However, the decision was passed in the end. Because of the Shrek Academy's call for action, the Shrek Academy's Sea Gods Pavilion Master personally stood up and allied with the Tangmen. On the military's side, the War God Temple was convinced. The War God Temple's Hall Master also stood on their side. What was even more shocking was that the Spirit Pagoda, which had always been at odds with the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen, actually chose to support them this time. One had to know that these were the strongest organizations in the entire Douluo Federation, even though with the development of soul tool technology, The influence of these organizations was no longer as great as in ancient times. However, they represented the strongest people in the world, the Soul Masters. There were also the two top powerhouses who had just become transcendent gods. After weighing the pros and cons, the Federation finally reluctantly agreed to this battle. 3 space fleets, namely the 3rd, 5th, and 7th fleets, entered the Dragon Horse Galaxy to reinforce Tianma Star. However, General Bai Ling knew that the 3rd and 5th fleets had deliberately slowed down under someone's instructions. The reason was also reasonable, which was to let the Ryuma Federation and the Dark Red Domain suffer as much damage as possible. However, the 7th Fleet did not. The 7th Fleet rejected the secret order and continued to rush to the front line at full speed. General Bai Ling understood that if he did this, he might not be able to sit in the position of fleet commander after this war ended. However, he still made this choice without hesitation. The reason was because he believed in that person, that young man. He had witnessed the growth of that young man with his own eyes. From a fledgling student of the Shrek Academy to one of the few remaining Class 9 Heaven Fighters of the Heaven Battle Division. He had become a god. He had walked up the altar step by step. Furthermore, his father was once a leader of the human race. He had led the human race to turn the tide. He believed in the judgment of this father and son. Therefore, the 7th Fleet did not follow the secret order and continued to rush to the front line at full speed. There were different voices in the 7th Fleet, but they were all suppressed by him. He retracted his gaze and turned to walk to his lounge. This was his own independent space. The lounge was very large, about 300 square meters. It was divided into a study, a bedroom, a cultivation room, and so on. General Bai Ling came to his bedroom and turned on a screen on the wall. The soul screen flickered with light. He pressed the wall beside him gently, and circles of light appeared in the air. His fingers trembled, and streaks of soul power were released. They sketched out mysterious and complex runes in the circles of light. The circles of light retracted, and the soul screen lit up. A special communication device was connected. An image gradually became clearer on the screen, and a figure appeared. General Bai Ling bowed respectfully when he saw this figure. He said, "Teacher." There was an old face in the image. He looked at General Bai Ling and sighed. "It's been hard on you this time. However, this concerns the survival of the Federation. I have to do this. I hope you can understand." General Bai Ling smiled and said, "Didn't I join the military for so many years for this moment? Everything I have is given to me by my teacher and the academy. Please don't worry, I will complete this mission. Thank you for your hard work." The old man's eyes were filled with gratification. General Bai Ling smiled. "It's not hard at all. Furthermore, I also believe that the Academy's decision is correct. At such a critical juncture, we must not hesitate. If the Crimson Domain is as dangerous as Xianxia said, it will become a god and bring disaster to the Federation in the future. I'm doing the right thing. Even if the military wants to settle the score, I should be able to find a place to live in seclusion. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to take me in, haha. I'm looking forward to being able to listen to your teachings again." The old man in the image sighed and said, "No matter what, the Academy is your home. Take care of yourself. Soon, the Tongmen's fleet will arrive, and we will all follow them. Be careful." Of course, he knew. Although General Bai Ling said it casually, in reality, he was able to reach where he was today and become the commander of one of the 7 major fleets. In the future, he had the possibility of becoming the head of the military. Doing such a thing against the military's orders was not only a taboo for soldiers, but also equivalent to destroying his future. Even if his decision was proven to be correct in the end, disobeying the military's orders would cause him to have no room for improvement in the military. Therefore, making this decision was not an easy thing to do. "Teacher, don't worry. I will do my best." Shrek Academy. Easychan hung up and shook his head gently. If it was not for the urgency of the matter, he really did not want to use Bai Ling. As early as 10,000 years ago, the Shrek Academy had faced a disaster. It was after that the Academy learned from the painful experience and secretly nurtured some talents to join the Federation. It was not to control the Federation, but to protect the academy at critical times. General Bai Ling was the leader of this generation. In fact, among the students of the Shrek Academy who had been integrated into the Federation, there were very few who were actually used. Many people knew that after retirement, the academy had never used them. They all lived their own lives. But this time, the situation was different. Back then, the Shrek Academy was the absolute main force against the Abyssal Plane. Although Izichin was far from being able to participate in that kind of battle, he was very clear about the situation at that time. In that battle, if it was not for the backup plan left behind by the sea god Tang San, the god king of the generation, humanity would have been finished. The entire Douluo Federation would have been swallowed by the Abyssal Plane, not to mention the interstellar development later on. Tang Wulin, the Abyssal Plane, and Lan Xuanyu had already sent the Abyssal Plane with the Abyssal Plane, but it was much more terrifying than the Abyssal Plane. If such a terrifying existence were to become the divine realm, one could imagine how terrifying the situation would be. Back when the Abyssal Plane wanted to engulf the Douluo Federation, it also had to develop toward becoming a divine realm. However, the Abyssal Plane was far weaker, and even if it could engulf the Douluo star, it would still take a long time for it to become a divine realm. As for the Crimson Domain, once it obtained enough resources, not only could it quickly become a divine world, but it would also become an incomparably powerful divine world. By then, no one would be able to resist it. Under such circumstances, after a discussion in the Sea God's Pavilion, they decided to use General Bai Ling. At the same time, they urged the Federation to quickly agree to this operation. The delay from the Federation's higher-ups was expected, but the 7th Fleet did not follow the secret order under the Shrek Academy's instructions, and rushed to the battlefield as quickly as possible. Izichin walked out of his room. His divine sense moved slightly, and he received a signal from another divine sense. He walked through the corridor and came to the door of a room inside. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Come in." A familiar voice came from behind the door. Izichin pushed the door open and entered. The master of the Sea God's Pavilion was sitting cross-legged on a wooden bed. When he saw him enter, he looked up. "Everything is going well on Bai Ling's side," Izichin said in a low voice. The master of the Sea God's Pavilion smiled and said, as expected of Shrek. Under such circumstances, he is still willing to follow Shrek's orders. After this matter is over, we have to do our best to protect him. Izichin said, Bai Ling is a very smart child, and he has a strong sense of justice. He relied on his own abilities to get to where he is today. The reason why he is willing to follow the Academy's orders is not only because the Academy has taught him before, but also because the Academy's orders are in line with his values. He will definitely do his best. The master of the Sea God's Pavilion slowly floated up from the bed and landed in front of Izichin, saying, "We should also prepare to set off, right?" Izichin nodded, "Yes, we are about to set off." "The Tang men are ready." The master of the Sea God's Pavilion asked, "How is the construction of the Beast God's warship? Can it be activated?" Izichin said, "The Tang men and our people are already doing their best. Many things have been prepared beforehand. However, it is still lacking. After all, the warship is simply too big, and we cannot save on the work required. Furthermore, even if it is the remains of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, it still contains a huge amount of bloodline power. For the final activation, we have to invite the Dragon King Douluo back." "Yes, then let's build it first. We will talk about it when he returns. I never thought that I would be able to encounter such a battle in my lifetime. Even now, I can still clearly remember how glorious that battle was. Speaking of which, I am really looking forward to it." Izichin looked at her deeply and could not help but laugh. "Back then, I was impressed by the master of the Sea God's Pavilion on the battlefield. You are a true hero." The master of the Sea God's Pavilion said disdainfully, "How am I a hero? I didn't really die. If I died, I could be considered a hero. Inform everyone to prepare for action. In terms of individual strength, we are indeed inferior to the Ryuma Federation. However, we have to show then that the wisdom of the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen is not something that can be represented by strength. If we had an environment like the Tenryu star, perhaps we would have become gods long ago. The eternal tree has been thriving recently with the life energy brought back from the Tenryu star. I can feel that its level of life is constantly increasing. In this way, if we can return alive from this battle, I feel that our lifespans can be extended. I don't mind, but you should be able to benefit quite a lot. Izichin smiled and said, as long as you are still around, I will definitely accompany you. I can't bear to die. When the time comes, don't be unwilling to let me use your lifespan extension methods. The master of the sea god's pavilion glanced at him and said, are you really willing to become half human and half ghost like me? Izichin chuckled and said, isn't it good to be alive for a short time? You. The master of the sea god's pavilion patted his shoulder gently and walked around him. Where are you going? I am going to the Tangmen to make preparations. After retreating behind the scenes for so many years, I'm afraid that no one remembers me, the human canon, Ling Zichin. This time, I will use the Crimson Domain to show them. Haha, then I am really looking forward to it. Izichin only felt that all the pores on his body seemed to have opened up. This moment of excitement brought him back to the last moment of the Great War 10,000 years ago, the crazy moment when he did not hesitate to use his body as a cannon. He would never forget that scene. She was a hero, and she was already a hero 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, she was born in the Tangmen, and was the director of the Tangmen's highest technological research institute. In that era, although her glory could not be compared to Jinlong Yueyu Tang Wulin, she was one of the absolute powerhouses of the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen at that time. It was with her help that Tang Wulin was able to persist until the end. And in that war, she also shone brightly that was not inferior to Tang Wulin. She did not even think that she would be able to survive. Today, 10,000 years later, she was still alive, and so was Izichin. Even though their way of living was already different from that of ordinary humans. Douluo Continent 4 Ultimate Douluo Book Volume 27 has been officially updated. This is the latest official update. Ultimate Douluo Book Volume 28 and 29 have not been released yet. Read Ultimate Douluo Book Volume 30 in one go. Douluo Continent 4 Ultimate Douluo Book Seeking Pavilion. Only Izichin knew what level the current master of the Sea God's Pavilion had reached in terms of soul tool technology. Tianma Star. The light screen in the air gradually faded, but the 300 figures floating in the air didn't retreat at all. They were all quietly waiting for that moment to come. Each of them had their own radiance. The divine fire dragon knight, Xianxia, was floating beside Long Tianyang. It's about time. Long Tianyang looked outside the light screen at the Crimson Domain that was slowly approaching. She was very clear that the moment her defense was removed. It was the moment when the Crimson Domain launched a thunderous attack. Come on, preserve some of your primordial chi. No matter what, Tianma Star can't fall into the hands of the Crimson Mother. Zhang Chujiao nodded towards Long Tianyang. At this moment, Zhang Chujiao's body was emitting a special light, and everyone's gaze was directed towards her. The former divine fire dragon knight was a core figure of the dragon race, and a super expert that all members of the dragon race accepted wholeheartedly. She led the dragon race and walked towards prosperity step by step. It could be said that in the Tenryu star, she was the person who ruled the dragon race for the longest time. Therefore, even if the Tenryu's second seat was no longer her prestige in the dragon race was still unmatched. At this moment, she stood at the peak again, representing the dragon race, and also Tianma. The strength of the enemy didn't make her cower, but instead made her excited. She was already in her twilight years, but she still had a moment to shine. This kind of life was what she, the divine fire dragon knight, looked forward to. She was never willing to sit in a cave and wait for death. After a glorious life and then a glorious death, what could make her more excited than this? Her eyes shone with a golden red light, and her body began to emit a dazzling radiance. Waves of impassioned dragon roars reverberated violently around her body. Pieces of golden red scales began to appear on Zhang Chujiao's body. They were like runes condensed from flames, causing her body to swell. She made a grabbing motion with her right hand, and a golden red dragon spear appeared in her hand. Looking at the spear in her hand, Zhang Chujiao's eyes were filled with deep emotions. This spear had accompanied her for thousands of years. It was the only thing she hadn't passed down to her son. It was destined to accompany her until the end. Godfire, you still have to accompany me on this final journey. Thank you for your hard work. Her title came from this dragon spear. The divine fire dragon spear trembled slightly and let out an excited buzz. Come. Xianxia slowly rose into the air. Behind her, the golden red dragon's silhouette gradually became clearer. In fact, her dragon mount had already died of old age. She was really about to reach the end of her life, which was why she had been in seclusion. Right now, she didn't have a mount. She only had herself. Long Tianyang took a deep breath. With her body as the center, a dark green vortex began to appear. A large amount of life energy swarmed in from all directions. The protective barrier in her direction became even sturdier than before. A large amount of life energy crazily surged into Xianxia and the other 6 transcendent rank experts around her. Long Tianyang didn't provide any help to the other transcendent rank experts present. This was because the scattered power couldn't increase everyone's strength to a sufficient level. The 4 old dragons and the 3 old Pegasus knights were once true transcendent rank experts. Being able to live to this age meant that they were once true peak existences in their own species. Only by giving them life energy could they shine more brilliantly and erupt with more power. Only then could they resist the invasion of the Crimson Domain. Xianxia was like a bottomless abyss. The golden red dragon's silhouette slowly coiled behind her, turning into a huge golden red ring. The inside of the ring was black. A large amount of life energy was crazily sucked in by this black hole-like ring. It devoured at all costs. The golden red flames on Xianxujia's body became brighter and brighter under such circumstances. The dazzling golden red light seemed to burn the entire sky. Golden red flames also rose in her eyes, and there were flames at the corners of her eyes. At this moment, she was floating in the air like a blazing sun, illuminating the Tianma star below. The dazzling golden red flames, accompanied by her incomparably powerful aura, burned everything around her. Chaoiba and Guizi followed behind her, their bodies also beginning to bloom with dazzling light. A green halo surged on Chaoiba's body, and dark green scales covered his entire body. Guizi's body flickered with a green light, as if countless storms were brewing around him, but he didn't release any of them. They had been by Xianxujia's side since they were young, and they were her most loyal fans. In this aspect, even Ho Dingzhong couldn't compare. Platinum-colored scales drilled out of Ho Dingzhong's body, and his head seemed to have grown larger. With the support of abundant life energy, a single platinum horn slowly grew out of his forehead, and his consciousness began to increase exponentially. At this moment, these 4 old dragons didn't hold back at all. Through the life energy injected into their bodies, they stimulated their most fundamental power. After this battle, they would no longer exist in this world, so they naturally had to release all of their brilliance. The 3 old Pegasus horsemen's situation wasn't much different. Dense life energy was injected into their bodies, causing their bodies to begin to change. Pure white armor covered their entire bodies, and gradually, the armor and the surface of their skin began to show a jade color. Pegasus aura circled around their bodies, and their figures slowly grew larger, and their auras also increased exponentially. The 7 supreme experts had already ignited their flames of life, and with the support of enormous life energy, they began to release their final brilliance. In outer space, the Crimson Domain began to slowly shrink, and the originally all-encompassing plane gradually returned to its shuttle-shaped state when it was attacking planet Tianhe's defensive formation. Planet Tianhe's defensive formation couldn't withstand such an attack, and neither could Tianma Star. When the last jade-green light barrier suddenly disappeared, the Crimson Domain was like a terrifying cosmic ray, bringing with it an incomparably majestic aura as it crazily crashed toward Tianma Star. Such an attack was earth-shattering. The atmosphere was instantly penetrated, and Tianma Star's defensive system couldn't stop it at all. Using strength to suppress others. After coming to Tianma Star, the Crimson Mother didn't have any intention of luring the enemy. She just wanted to achieve her goal in the shortest time possible. Introduction to Volume 28 of the Ultimate Douluo Book. The Ultimate Douluo Book 27 of the Ultimate Douluo Book has been updated. Everyone can read it by following the official account. Douluo Continent 4 Ultimate Douluo Book Volume 27 has been officially updated. This is the latest official update. Ultimate Douluo Book Volume 28 and Volume 29 have not been released yet. Read Ultimate Douluo Book Volume 30 at once at Douluo Continent 4 Ultimate Douluo Book Seeking Pavilion. The Divine Fire Dragon Knight Zhang Chujia's entire body was also covered in golden red flames. Her entire body seemed to be driven by the Divine Fire Dragon Spear as she shot out along with it. She turned into the tail flames of the dragon spear. Behind her, Guozihue, who was covered in green light, suddenly laughed out loud. The green light on his body turned into flames. Chujia, I've never dared to say it in my entire life. It's too late if I don't say it now. I love you. Boom, in the next moment, his body exploded and turned into the purest green flames. They actually caught up to Zhang Chujia's golden red flames in an instant. As the saying went, the wind helped the fire. The golden red flames instantly doubled in size. This was Guozihue's final attack at the cost of self-destruction. He had burned all of his strength to unleash his final attack. It was his final support for Zhang Chujia. This was the final brilliance of a transcendent dragon knight with the support of the Long Tianyang's power of creation. Guozihue, you bastard. Chujia, I love you too. Chowie Ba saw that Guozihue had actually said what he had never dared to say in front of him. He roared at the sky, and a dark green light exploded in the next moment, chasing after the golden red flames. In an instant, the golden red flames seemed to dim under its influence, but at the same time, they became more numerous. Ho Dingzhong's eyes were instantly wet. The collision had yet to truly arrive, but Chowie Ba and Guoziyun had already sacrificed themselves, all for the sake of allowing Zhang Chujia's brilliant strike to burst forth with even more intense brilliance. If you guys are all gone, why should I cherish this life? A bright platinum light blossomed on the horn on Ho Dingzhong's head. In the next moment, a platinum halo suddenly bloomed and turned into a huge platinum halo that flew into the sky. The halo instantly surpassed the Divine Fire Dragon Knight. Before she arrived, it silently surrounded the Crimson Domain. Back then, even Planet Harmony's defensive system had been unable to withstand the Crimson Domain. At this moment, the Crimson Domain, which carried an incomparably imposing aura, actually paused for a moment when the platinum halo surrounded it. In the next instant, the Divine Fire Dragon Knight Zhang Chujia's Divine Fire Dragon Spear charged madly into the Crimson Domain with her own power and the help provided by Chowie Ba and Guoziyun. Wherever she passed, large amounts of crimson energy dissipated. Both of you are trash. You can only shout once, but I can shout a few more times. Chujia, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Specks of platinum light quietly disintegrated in the air. With a satisfied smile, Ho Dingzhong's figure turned into specks of platinum light and scattered in the sky. 3 Supreme God-tier Dragon Knights had fallen. Even though the nearly 300 experts on Tianma Star were prepared to die, they did not expect that 3 of the 4 transcendent experts in the dragon race would be sacrificed so soon after the battle began. All of this happened too quickly and too tragically. Long Tianyang was still floating in midair as more life force began to surge toward the other divine rank experts. She said in a deep voice, the 3 dragon knights used their own lives as the price to open the passage deep into the Crimson Domain. Only by fighting inside the Crimson Domain can we restrain it. Go, for the continuation of the population. Follow me. The eyes of the old heavenly horse knight, Ziwu, were red. At this moment, the hot blood in his heart had been completely ignited by the 4 dragon knights. As a transcendent expert, when he saw the Crimson Domain charging over, he actually felt despair. This was because he could clearly feel that this was not a power they could withstand. What he didn't expect was that under such an impossible situation, a miracle actually happened. The 3 dragon knights did not hesitate to use their lives as the price to provide support for the Divine Fire Dragon Knight. And the Divine Fire Dragon Knight actually broke through the Crimson Domain's defenses and charged into the Crimson Domain. Even though they knew that they were going to die, they still did not hesitate. Ziwu now deeply understood why after so many years in the past, the Dragon Clan had always been above the Pegasus Clan. At the crucial moment, the Dragon race was still more powerful. If he had been the person in charge in the past, he would definitely not have been able to make such a decision. And those 4 old dragons did not even discuss it. They erupted at the same time without any hesitation, as if this was not their life at all. The dragon race had already ignited their strongest flames. How could Tianma retreat? The 3 heavenly horse knights turned into 3 streaks of jade-colored light, chasing after Zhang Chujia's figure with all their might, shooting toward the Crimson Domain. Behind them, all the Dragon Race and Tianma experts followed without hesitation. At this moment, the actions of Zhang Chujia and the other 3 had completely ignited the hot blood in the hearts of all the Tianma star experts present. Even the eyes of the experts of the other races turned red. The Divine Fire Dragon Knight used his own actions to tell them what it meant to fight to the death. Hundreds of figures crazily rushed toward the Crimson Domain. The Crimson Domain, which was originally crashing down, began to distort violently. In the end, it was unable to directly crash into Tianma Star. Long Tianyang closed his eyes and slowly landed on the surface of the planet. The Dragon Race and Tianma had already done their best for this war. She did not know how many people would be able to come out alive, but the moment before Zhang Chujia left, she felt what Zhang Chujia had given her. The seal on her body, at least the seal on the clone on Tianma Star, had been removed by Zhang Chujia. The Divine Fire Dragon Knight did not hesitate at all and decisively made the decision she thought was the best. It was better to be a broken jade than a complete tile. It was better to let the entire Tianma Star be buried with her than let the Crimson Mother succeed. This was such a cruel choice, but it was also incomparably correct. For the first time, Long Tianyang felt that he did not seem to hate the Dragon Race and Tianma so much. At least, at the most critical moment, they still chose to protect him and not compromise. Whether it was on Tenryu Star or Tianma Star, Long Tianyang was only her clone. Her main body was on these 2 planets. Protecting the planet was the same as protecting her. The Dragon Race and Tianma had always been asking for benefits from her, and at this moment, she felt the feeling of being protected for the first time. Hold on. You must hold on. 2 lines of tears flowed uncontrollably down Long Tianyang's cheeks. The Crimson Domain was already in chaos. Even the Crimson Mother did not expect that she would be blocked in this way. Even when Zhang Chujia burnt herself before, the Crimson Mother did not think that Zhang Chujia could block her. But she really did it. This Divine Fire Dragon Knight really did it. She used her own body as the price, and 3 other Transcendent Dragon Knights sacrificed themselves to provide her with the strongest support, and she really blocked the Crimson Domain. Ho Dingzhong's explosion was very important. He was the teacher of the current Dragon Race's 2nd Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhong Zicheng. Zhong Zicheng was best at Divine Sense attacks, so how could Ho Dingzhong not be good at it? In fact, he was an extremely rare spiritual-type dragon, the Dawn Dragon. Even the Dragon God did not have the ability to master the pure spirit attribute. 9 was the limit, and even the top-tier divine kings, the Dragon Gods, could not exceed this limit. Otherwise, there was a possibility of being erased by the laws of the universe. Introduction to the Ultimate Douluo Book 28. The Ultimate Douluo Book 27 has been updated. Everyone can read it by following the official account. When the Dragon Gods were first born, their bodies were formed from the 7 basic elements of water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space. In fact, other than these 7 elements, there were many other powerful elements. For example, time, spiritual power, or the power of consciousness. But in the end, the Dragon Gods still chose the most original power of creation and destruction in the universe to make up for their 9 elements. Spiritual dragons, even in the Dragon Race of the past, stood at a very high position. However, dragons of this level could only reach the level of a first-level deity. They could not reach the level of a half-step divine king. Back then, when the Dragon Clan was at its peak, under the Dragon God, the various great dragon kings were also half-step divine king level existences, but even if they could not become half-step divine kings, a peak spiritual type Dawn Dragon could still compete with a half-step divine king. It relied on the strength of its own divine sense. Therefore, Ho Dingzhong's explosion was the Dawn Dragon's last ray of light. That halo was called the Glory of Dawn. In its life, the Dawn Dragon could only use the Glory of Dawn once. It was the Dawn Dragon forbidden spell that could seal everything. It could cause all the divine senses in the area to collapse. Of course, Ho Dingzhong's level could not be compared to the Crimson Domain. His forbidden spell could not really cause the Crimson Mother to collapse. But the moment the Glory of Dawn surrounded it, many low-level divine senses in the Crimson Domain were instantly attacked. Although the Crimson Domain blocked most of it, many of their consciousnesses collapsed and died. Even the Crimson Mother was momentarily dazed. That was why the fiery dragon knight Xianxia seized the opportunity. With the help of Choui Ba and Guoziyun, she broke through the outer defense of the Crimson Domain and went deep inside. So, judging from the effect of the 3 Dragon Knights' sacrifice, Ho Dingzhong was indeed the one with the greater effect. That was why he shouted a few more times confidently. At this moment, the fiery dragon knight Xianxia had already killed her way into the Crimson Domain. The flames burning on her body were the crimson gold mystic flames burning on Jiang Weiqiang's super god-level divine dragon armor. As the mother of the current head of Tenryu, how could she not know the pure gold mystic flame? In fact, Jiang Weiqiang's transcendent divine dragon armor had been passed down from her. One had to know that even Jiang Weiqiang's father, Zhang Chujia's husband, and the previous head of the Dragon Knights, did not have a super divine artifact. The crimson gold Xianyan divine dragon armor could be said to be the accumulation of a huge amount of resources from the past generations of Dragon Knights. The pure gold profound flame was refined by Zhang Chujia bit by bit onto the divine dragon armor. Even she herself could only use the crimson gold mystic flame for a short period of time because it was her natal true flame. After completing the pure gold Xianyan divine dragon armor back then, this super divine weapon was gradually completed under her nurturing. At the same time, she was also nourished. She was only able to live for so long because of the amplification of her natal flame and the protection of the super divine artifact. It was only when she was exhausted that she passed down this super divine artifact to her son and let Jiang Weiqiang continue to nurture it. At this moment, under the stimulation and assistance of the Long Tianyang, Zhang Chujia could be considered to have completed her amplification, allowing her strength to reach the peak. Her natal flame was completely ignited to carry out the final burst. Therefore, what was burning on her body was the pure gold mystic flame that could break the undying energy. At this moment, she was inside the Crimson Domain. Wherever the pure gold mystic flame passed, everything would vanish. A large amount of the Crimson Domain's energy was destroyed and consumed by her. The dark red figure had no choice but to appear and block her path. The Crimson Mother looked at Zhang Chujia coldly. Her weapon was a pair of long hooks. Even when she faced Jiang Weiqiang, the head of Tenryu, she did not use her weapon because she was not prepared to fight against Jiang Weiqiang at that time. At this moment, the pair of hooks just happened to seal the godly fire dragon spear. The earth-shattering dark red sealed the surrounding space, preventing the pure gold mystic flame from spreading outwards. Zhang Chujia's gaze was cold as the pure gold mystic flame revolved around her body. At this moment, she could clearly feel that her strength had reached an unprecedented peak. She should have barely stepped into the half-step Divine King level. Although it would not take too long, she was already satisfied to be able to unleash such strength in her life, especially when she was at the end of her life. Guoziyun's wind-assisted fire greatly amplified her pure gold mystic flame, while Chowiba's poison attribute made the pure gold mystic flame even more domineering and corrosive. Even an expert like the Crimson Mother was not willing to be contaminated by the flames on her body. I never thought that there would be someone like you in the dragon race. Zhang Chujia, I never thought that not only did you not die, you could even unleash such strength. She knew from the Yukong tribe that the godly fire dragon knight Zhang Chujia was still alive. However, being alive was one thing, and possessing strength was another. According to age, Zhang Chujia was already over 5,000 years old. She was unprecedented in the dragon race at this age. However, at this age, she should have already had one foot in the grave. However, she never thought that she could unleash the strength of a half-step divine king. Although 3 old dragons had died as the price, the Crimson Mother was incomparably furious to find that the Crimson Domain's progress had really been delayed. This was the situation she was most unwilling to face. What she wanted was to become stronger in a short period of time and complete the transformation as soon as possible. The Crimson Domain had its own problems. This time, she attacked with all her strength in order to become a divine king in one step. Without enough confidence, she would not have attacked. She would not have waited for 10,000 years. However, accidents kept happening. First, the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma were able to use the Dragon Knights and Pegasus Knights to become half-step divine kings. They truly possessed the ability to fight against her, and even exhaust the Crimson Domain to a certain extent. Then, the fire god dragon knight in front of her also became a half-step divine king. Although Xianxia's life force was continuously depleting, and she was almost certain to die. However, she would rather face Jiang Weiqiang and the head of Tianma than face the current Xianxia. A half-step divine king powerhouse knew that they were going to die. If they went all out, it would be a real headache. The key was that it would consume a lot of the Crimson Domain's energy. The crimson gold profound flames really made her feel disgusted. There are many things you didn't think of. If you dare to attack, you must have thought of the final fate of failure. Zhang Chujia was also a queen of the dragon race. Facing the Crimson Mother, her aura did not fall behind in the slightest. The Crimson Mother said indifferently, "Do you want to die that much? Could it be that you think you can stop me from advancing with just the few of you?" Zhang Chujia said indifferently, "No, I should be thanking you. It is because of your arrival that I can feel an unprecedented level of glory. If not for you, my children would not have allowed me to make such a choice. My life has already been glorious enough. I have ruled a star system and controlled the dragon race. Almost all the qualified dragon race geniuses love me and are even willing to give up their lives for me. I have nothing to regret. To be able to step into the half-step divine king level, and to be able to live out my life in the most beautiful way, I feel that I am very satisfied. Although I don't know if I can drag you along with me. At least, as long as I have a breath left, your goal will not be achieved. Don't say anything about becoming a divine king allowing me to live on. I, Zhang Chujia, have never had the chance to live on. The spine of the dragon race will always be straight and straight. We will never submit to anyone. This is the truth that we have already understood when the dragon transformation period began. Therefore, the dragon race will never submit to anyone. The dragon race bloodline is supreme. Only the dragon race can lead the dragon race. Who do you think you are? The official update for Volume 27 of the 4 Ultimate Douluo books of the Douluo continent has arrived. This is the latest official update. Volume 28 and 29 of the Ultimate Douluo books have not been released yet. Take a look at Volume 30 of the Ultimate Douluo books at once. The Crimson Mother's expression became even colder. She could feel that the light on Zhang Chujia's body was becoming more and more intense. Not only did the crimson gold profound flames not show any signs of weakening, but they were also fiercely rising. Right now, Zhang Chujia was like an unstable sun in the crimson domain. She could explode at any time. The Crimson Mother suddenly laughed. Very good. Your appearance is indeed surprising. However, a woman like you is worthy of my admiration. You are an opponent worthy of my respect. You have the right to make me temporarily put aside my interests and fight you seriously. You have the right to die at my hands. Boom. Golden red flames rose from the godly fire dragon spear and shook off the Crimson Mother's crimson hooks. In the next instant, the two figures collided. At this moment, apart from the battlefield that the Crimson Mother had created, the powerful beings of the Tianma Star were already fighting the creatures of the Crimson Domain under the lead of the 3 Pegasus Knights. At this moment, the dragon race and Tianma's strength could be seen. The powerful beings of the two races gathered together and formed the battle formations that they were most proficient at. They were fighting the powerful beings of the Crimson Domain. The Crimson Domain had been affected by Ho Cauldron earlier. Some of the weaker Crimson Domain creatures were in the process of being reborn, but there were many powerful beings. Dozens of transcendent Crimson Domain creatures led the Crimson Domain army and crazily attacked them. In terms of strength, the creatures of the Crimson Realm were far superior to the powerhouses of the Dragon Clan and the Pegasus Clan. However, they were stopped by the battle formations of the Dragon Clan and the Pegasus Clan. The 3 Pegasus Knights stood at the very front. Their Pegasus battle chi had already been ignited, and their fires of life had already been completely ignited. Whenever a transcendent from the Crimson Domain attacked, they would fight to the death with the other party. They did not defend at all and just attacked crazily. With the help of the battle formation around them, they were actually able to temporarily block the attacks of these Crimson Domain experts. After all, this was the Crimson Domain, the home ground of the experts of the Crimson Domain. It had to be said that when the fiery dragon knight Zhang Chujia charged into the Crimson Domain, while gaining the upper hand in terms of momentum, it also ignited the flames in the hearts of the powerhouses from Tianma Star. On the Crimson Domain's side, the experts at the god level and above all had high intelligence. Although they all had the characteristic of being immortal, everyone knew that as long as they died and came back to life, their consciousness would reform, and they would no longer be their former selves. Thus, they were not truly unafraid of death. What's more, in a situation where his strength was far superior to his opponents, why should he risk his life? In their opinion, as long as the Crimson Mother killed Xianxia and took control of the domain, these experts from Tianma Star would definitely be wiped out in a short period of time. In a situation where they were unwilling to risk their lives, the two sides actually entered a temporary stalemate. Looking from Tianma Star's sky, one could see the violently surging Crimson Domain. The war was going on fiercely. Long Tianyang sat cross-legged in the center of the Pegasus Square, a dark green light surrounding her. Behind her, a huge spatial gate had already opened. All the experts at the god level and above had already entered this war, and Zhang Chujia had even removed the seal on her body. At this time, no one could stop her from doing anything. Long Tianyang was not good at fighting, but no one was more familiar with this planet and the other side of the spatial gate than her. Inside the spatial gate, a large amount of life energy was surging. This was the life energy borrowed from Tenryu Star, replenishing the power of creation that Tianma Star had consumed earlier, allowing the life energy of the two planets to maintain a balance and not collapse. The only thing that Long Tianyang could not do was remove the seal on the other clone. Otherwise, she would truly be able to control these two planets. Of course, even if she could control these two planets, she could only detonate them at most. She would not be able to truly fight against the top experts like the Dragon Knights and Pegasus Knights who would return when the time came. Inside the Crimson Domain. Boom! Amidst the ear-piercing explosion, the dark red air flow was once again corroded by the golden red flames, and then dissipated. The surrounding dark red air flow was now covered with a layer of golden red and dark green. Zhang Chujia's body had more than 10 wounds, and golden red blood was flowing out. Crimson Mother's expression was grave. Her pair of gauntlets trembled, and the golden red flames on them were slowly extinguished. She looked coldly at Zhang Chujia. This was her domain. Even if Zhang Chujia had temporarily reached the level of a half-step divine king, she was not her opponent. However, Zhang Chujia had indeed stalled her. Even she was afraid of being injured by the divine fire dragon spear, because that would affect the time she took to become a divine king. You're afraid? Zhang Chujia sneered. Crimson Mother's gauntlets seemed to contain a boundless suction force, making all of Zhang Chujia's attacks unable to affect her. However, Zhang Chujia was not affected at all. Every attack was still at full strength. Crimson Mother said indifferently, "In my divine sense, the word afraid does not exist. There is only the word worth or not worth. Your life flame is still burning. Even with the assistance provided by Long Tianyang, how long can you last? 1 minute, 10 minutes, or 100 minutes? But even if you can last 100 minutes, so what? Your people won't be able to make it back in time, and they won't be able to stop what I want to do. Do you think Long Tianyang can self-detonate? Let me tell you, she can't do that at all. Once Long Tianyang self-detonate, it won't just be this side that will explode. Tenryu Star and Tianma Star are twin stars. Even if Long Tianyang is willing to die, it will be Tenryu Star and Tianma Star that will explode at the same time. It's useless for you to only release her side of the seal. Everything is under my control. Everything you do is futile. Under these circumstances, why would I take the risk of being weakened by you to quickly kill you? Zhang Chujia's expression changed slightly. She really did not know about this situation. Long Tianyang did not mention it just now. Crimson Mother smiled faintly. Is your fighting spirit wavering? But you'll still die. You just said that the backs of the dragon race will always be straight, and that they will never submit to anyone. I admire these words, but to me, it doesn't matter who I bow to. Becoming the final winner is the most important thing. Moreover, you want to stop my army with just you old and weak people? You alone are not enough. A bloodthirsty aura started to spread from the Crimson Domain's army. Sinister figures started to erupt one after another. They were no longer as timid as before. Instead, they launched a powerful attack under the leadership of a transcendent. When the Crimson Domain's army started to attack with all their might, the powerhouses from Tianma Star were unable to hold on. At a time like this, the dragon race displayed even more strength. This was because their bodies were strong enough. Although they were still unable to fight opponents above their level, they could hold on for a longer time. Even so, more and more of these god-ranked powerhouses from Tianma Star were dying. The Crimson Domain's army was endless, and they surged forward like a tidal wave. Introduction to Volume 28 of the Ultimate Douluo Book. The Ultimate Douluo Book 27 of the Ultimate Douluo Book has been updated. You can read it by following the official account. Long Tianyang looked up at the sky. Although she wasn't good at fighting, her divine sense was at the level of a half-step godly king. Through the hole that Xianxia had broken through, she could clearly sense the situation of the internal battle in the Crimson Domain. Xianxia, who had the most combat strength, had already been restrained by the Crimson Mother. Xianxia was attacking with all her might, but the Crimson Mother didn't give her a chance to die together with her. She was only fighting. Although Xianxia's flames of life were burning to the peak, the more they burned, the easier it was for her flames to be extinguished. If Xianxia could still hold on for a while, the other powerhouses of the Ryuma Federation were even more terrifying. The Crimson Domain was simply too powerful. They couldn't hold on any longer. Even though they had a strong fighting spirit and didn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves, they would rather die together with their opponents. However, their numbers were still decreasing. With so many transcendent powerhouses working together in the Crimson Domain, it was difficult to kill even one of them. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on. They wouldn't be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived. Even the human Douluo Federation's reinforcements wouldn't be able to hold on. In half an hour at most, the defensive line would collapse. The Crimson Mother was more powerful than he had imagined, and more prepared. It was as if everything was within her calculations. She didn't give the Ryuma Federation any chance at all. Taking a deep breath, Long Tianyang mobilized the power of creation and slowly closed her eyes. Inside the Sky Race's battleship flying at high speed in space, Lan Xuanyu was silently meditating and feeling the changes in his body. During this period of time, he had made consecutive breakthroughs and his cultivation had increased extremely quickly. In addition, after Bai Xiuxiu and he both obtained their 6-word battle armors, their overall strength had increased to a whole new level. As he cultivated, he nurtured his battle armor, making it more compatible with his body. The battle armor was also undergoing subtle changes in the process of fusing with his body. Right at this moment, his divine sense stirred slightly and he woke up from his meditative state. A light projection appeared, somewhat illusory, and Long Tianyang appeared in front of him again. Xianyu can't hold on any longer. Tianma Star could not hold on any longer. Xianxia can only barely stop the Crimson Mother, but the army of the Crimson Domain is not something we can stop. He was afraid that he would not be able to wait for reinforcements to arrive. If things really go south, I will detonate the Tianma Star and take the Crimson Domain down with me. At that time, the Tenryu Star would no longer exist. I will think of a way to launch the Dragon World in your direction. Try your best to receive the Dragon World. I must find a way to use the power of the Dragon World to become dragon gods. Only then can I truly defeat the Crimson Mother. I'm not sure if she can complete her evolution with the help of the Crimson Domain, but even if she can, I'm afraid it will take time. I hope you can make full use of this time and borrow the power of the Dragon World to grow into an existence that can contend against her and stop her from devouring everything. If she can't obtain my life core, she will definitely devour even more unscrupulously and find a life core with enough evolution ability to create a physical god realm. In your world, Douluo Star's life core can evolve to that extent. So, no matter what, you have to stop her. Perhaps this will be our last communication. Wait, Long Tianyang, don't cut off the call. Lan Xuanyu heard Long Tianyang's words and immediately felt his hair stand on end. What's going on? Everything was fine before, and the reinforcements were rushing back. Why would they suddenly be unable to hold on? If the Tianma Star and Tenryu Star couldn't hold on, did that mean that they were really going to collapse? Long Tianyang would rather self-destruct the 2 planets than give the Crimson Mother the chance. She can self-destruct the 2 planets. Long Tianyang's voice started to weaken. There's no other way. Already done my best. No matter what, I won't let her have her way. Xianyu, I'll leave it to you from now on. Don't cut off the call, Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice. Perhaps I have a way. Listen to me. Long Tianyang was stunned. You have a way? What else can I do? The Ryuma Federation has gathered close to 300 God-rank powerhouses, but they can't stop the Crimson Domain's attack. The main reason is that there are too few transcendent powerhouses. On the other hand, the Crimson Domain has more than 40 transcendent powerhouses. It's not something we can stop right now. The defense line will be broken in half an hour at most. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and said, "Let me ask you a question. Are you confident that you can use our connection to teleport me back to your side?" Long Tianyang was stunned. You want to come back? No, it's too dangerous. If you come back, you'll die. Once the Crimson Mother discovers your trump card, she'll kill you immediately. Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice, what we need is time. I won't fight her directly, but as long as we can buy enough time, the Douluo Federation's reinforcements will arrive. If we buy enough time, the Ryuma Federation's reinforcements will arrive. Since we can't delay any longer, you have to teleport me back immediately. No matter what method you use. I believe you can do it. Since you can build a spatial gate between two planets, you must have a way to deal with spatial attributes. Am I right? Long Tianyang hesitated for a moment. Do you really have a way to stop their attack while protecting yourself? Lan Xuanyu's eyes were very calm. At this time, from your point of view, you have no other choice but to believe me. Otherwise, you'll die. Even if I can avenge you in the future, you won't be able to come back to life. You're not that selfless, are you? Perhaps what you said just now was to test whether I have any other methods. Let me tell you, I might have one, but I have to go back. Furthermore, you have to help me connect to the Dragon Realm's aura. Only then can we stop the enemy's attack. Teleport me back and connect to the Dragon Realm. If you can do these two things, I can stop the Crimson Domain. Long Tianyang was silent for a moment. You don't trust me? Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, you've never fully trusted me either. More directly, we've always been using each other, haven't we? However, at least for now, we have a common enemy. We both hope to stop the Crimson Domain's attack with all our might. Only then will we have a chance to go further. You also hope to become a God King, and so do I. Our goals may be somewhat different, but from our interactions during this period of time, our goals after becoming God Kings in the future won't clash. Therefore, I'm willing to help you, and I ask that you put aside all your wariness and help me. Only by working together can we have a chance of surviving this crisis. At least, we have to survive this crisis first. I understand. Long Tianyang didn't hesitate any longer. Her voice also became clearer. Thank you for choosing to trust me at this time. I also believe that you can do it. In the future, when you need me, I will definitely give you enough help. I will do my best to help you. Then, prepare yourself. I will open a long-distance teleportation door for you. Use the power of your bloodline to receive it, and I will pull you back. Okay. Lan Xuanyu replied in a low voice. Bai Xiuxiu, who had been cultivating beside Lan Xuanyu, had already woken up when he was talking to Long Tianyang. She had ended her meditation. She didn't interrupt and just listened silently from the side. After their conversation ended, Bai Xiuxiu smiled. I knew that my previous decision was correct. Otherwise, I can only be anxious in the face of such a situation. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. You win. Of course, he knew what Bai Xiuxiu meant. The two of them were now bound by a master-slave contract. If Lan Xuanyu died in battle, Bai Xiuxiu would die without a doubt. Therefore, under these circumstances, he couldn't shake Bai Xiuxiu off and prevent her from coming into contact with danger. The two of them could only work together. Bai Xiuxiu took his hand, her eyes twinkling. Xianyu, do you still remember when we first met? Back then, you were far from being my match. Whenever you were in danger, you would summon me to your side through Qianlei's gate of summoning to help you fight. I have always been your comrade in arms and a powerful helper, not just your lover. I hope to be a peerless pair of prodigies who can fight side by side with you, not a helpless little canary who can only snuggle up to you. Lan Xuanyu smiled and pulled her into his arms. I like it when you're like a helpless little bird. What can I do? Bai Xiuxiu punched him in annoyance. At this moment, a faint silver light gate slowly opened beside the two of them. It was different from the spatial gates they had seen before. This silver light gate was circular. Inside the circular light gate was a black vortex. Inside the black vortex, there were countless specks of silver light. It was dazzling and colorful. Lan Xuanyu's divine sense fluctuated and contacted Lan Bo and his companions. His voice rang out in the fleet. The situation on Tianma Star is urgent. I used a special method to temporarily teleport back. You don't have to panic because of my disappearance. Continue to return to Tianma Star with the rest of the fleet. After saying this, without waiting for a reply, he pulled Bai Xiuxiu's hand and stepped into the spatial gate in front of them. Everything around them instantly became grotesque and variegated. Lan Xuanyu was surprised to find that he seemed to be seeing some strange scenes. These scenes didn't appear in his vision, but in his divine sense. In his divine sense, everything began to become illusory. In this illusory world, he seemed to see the changes of a planet. The evolution of a planet, starting from the smallest single-celled organism, continued to divide and change. The origin of life in the universe covered the surface of the planet with the power of creation. Some of the true essence of creation and destruction flowed on the surface of the planet. The planet was constantly evolving. There were all sorts of existences, and the level of life was gradually rising. For the first time, Lan Xuanyu saw a realistic version of space evolution. He saw how a three-dimensional space jumped and developed into a four-dimensional space and how it began to establish its own projection mirror image. There was no doubt that this was the growth process of the Longma double star. During this process, through the perception of divine sense, all the secrets belonging to the Longma double star, including the secrets of the core of life, were presented to Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's divine sense. Lan Xuanyu finally understood why the Long Tianyang, despite having such a teleportation power, refused to ask for help from the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma. This teleportation was a special kind of teleportation formed by the combination of her own understanding of multidimensional space and the flow of time and space. During this teleportation process, everything about the Long Tianyang seemed to be fully opened and presented to the person being teleported. During this process, there was no concealment or concealment. It would allow the other party to deeply feel everything about her, including her weaknesses and her weakest points. With the cultivation of the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma, it was even possible for them to use this opportunity to devour her core of life. And the Long Tianyang opened all these secrets for him in this way, just like how Lan Xuanyu did not hesitate when he stepped into the spatial door. Perhaps, even if she was willing to open the spatial door to the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma, they might not dare to step into it. Everything around began to distort violently. All the silver light seemed to turn into planets, which then shattered one by one and returned to one point. Boom, everything around them suddenly became bright. With a flash of light, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu appeared in front of Long Tianyang out of thin air. Long Tianyang's face was clearly a little pale, but seeing their arrival, a faint smile appeared on Long Tianyang's face. Do you understand? Long Tianyang asked Lan Xuanyu softly. Lan Xuanyu nodded silently. I understand a little. You're really a great existence. You don't have any selfish motives. You just want to explore a wider world. Your pursuit is the true sea of stars. Long Tianyang smiled and nodded, saying, I hope that these things of mine will be able to enlighten you and play a greater role in your future growth. It will definitely be able to. I seem to have seen that world. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said. Seriously. Do you need to communicate with the dragon world now? Long Tianyang looked up into the sky. Lan Xuanyu also looked up into the sky. He could clearly sense how powerful the Crimson Domain was now. It was even more powerful than when it was on planet Tianhe. Perhaps it was because it did not fear anything now. Yes, help me contact the dragon world. This is the only way we might have a chance. We'll go first. As he spoke, he pulled Bai Xiuxiu's hand and quickly soared into the sky, heading straight for the Crimson Domain. he could sense the danger. In the Crimson Domain, there were originally close to 300 god-level experts. Now, there were less than 200 left. Moreover, most of them were the strongest among the dragon race and Tianma. The god-level experts from the other races were almost all dead. The remaining Ryuma Federation god-level experts were also retreating. They were increasingly unable to stop the enemy's advance. Crimson Domain, I'm coming again, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's bodies began to shine. After combining with the Divine Dragon armor, the battle armor began to cover their entire bodies. Divine Dragon Moon Empress Dance Battle Armor Lan Xuanyu, Ice Devour Xian Yu Moon Demon Battle Armor Bai Xiuxiu. The moment the two Super 6-word battle armor covered their bodies, their auras also completed the connection of the soaring dragon art. An impassioned dragon roar instantly resounded through heaven and earth. Brilliant 9-colored light burst forth with incomparably gorgeous brilliance, causing the entire world to seem to have an additional rainbow. A 9-colored rainbow. Powerful and terrifying. This was Lan Xuanyu at this moment. When his dragon roar resounded through the sky and entered the Crimson Domain. Inside the Crimson Domain, the dragon race, which was originally on the verge of collapse, seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. All of them were in high spirits. Their divine senses were strongly stimulated, and their blood boiled violently, causing them to temporarily forget their injuries and stimulate their strong potential. Lan Xuanyu was very fast. In almost an instant, he had already rushed into the Crimson Domain. He didn't directly enter the battlefield. Instead, he raised the yellow Jinlong spear in his hand high, and a brilliant golden halo surged out from his body. In an instant, 9 colored flames ignited with his body as the center, dispelling the surrounding dark red color and covering all the dragon race members present. This was the evolved version of the dragon gods of Jinlong's Berserk Domain, the blessing of the dragon gods. There were less than 50 dragon race members present, but at this moment, a layer of 9-colored light appeared on every dragon race god-level expert. Their injuries quickly recovered, and their auras began to rise and change violently. Under the support of the dragon god's blessing domain, he almost instantly recovered to his peak strength. End of chapter. Douluo Continent 4 Ultimate Douluo Book Volume 27 has been officially updated. This is the latest official update. Ultimate Douluo Book Volume 28 and 29 have not been released yet. Read Ultimate Douluo Book Volume 30 in one go at Douluo Continent 4 Ultimate Douluo Book Seeking Pavilion. The perilous defensive line was instantly stabilized. The 3 old Pegasus Knights turned to look at Lan Xuanyu at the same time. Although they were no longer part of the Pegasus Knights, Lan Xuanyu was too famous. They still recognized Princess Jinlong, who was hailed as the future leader of the dragon race. Although they didn't know why Lan Xuanyu would appear here at this time, Lan Xuanyu's arrival was undoubtedly a shot in the arm. It gave the two races, who were on the verge of despair, a glimmer of hope. "I need time, help me buy some time," Lan Xuanyu bellowed. At the same time, a 9-colored light shone on his wrist. It was a crystal in the shape of a water droplet. Lan Xuanyu flicked his right hand. A drop of 9-colored blood instantly dripped onto the crystal. The crystal trembled violently. In the next moment, an indescribable divine sense suddenly burst out from the crystal. "What is this?" Everyone's heart was filled with shock. At this moment, Crimson Mother, who was fighting the fiery dragon knight Xianxia, also felt it. There was a strange look in her eyes. Why is she here? Xianxia also felt it because the flame of her life that was on the verge of extinguishing suddenly rose again. It was because of that dragon's roar, because of that familiar aura. Even the Crimson Domain seemed to be unable to stop that aura from spreading. Crimson Mother's expression was cold. She waved the 2 hooks in her hands and sent Xianxia flying. Her figure flashed past. Lan Xuanyu clasped his hands together and clamped the water droplet crystal in his palm. A dazzling 9-colored light burst out crazily from his body. All the dragon race members present seemed to have gone crazy as they desperately attacked the creatures of the Crimson Domain in front of them. Then, a strange scene appeared. The energy of the dead Crimson Realm creatures did not return. Instead, they all gathered towards Lan Xuanyu, who was emitting a 9-colored light, and frantically poured into his body. It was also at this moment that a crimson light expanded, and a pair of gauntlets shot towards Lan Xuanyu like lightning. The surrounding nine-colored radiance instantly dimmed, and an incomparably frightening coercion poured down on Lan Xuanyu as if it was covering the sky and covering the earth. I knew you would come. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were cold as a nine-colored radiance suddenly lit up under his ribs. At this moment, his body seemed to stretch out and suddenly became extremely huge, as if he was going to push the entire Crimson Domain apart. Lan Xuanyu's body became illusory. His pair of hooks swept past, but they could only cut open two gaps in the nine-colored light. They did not touch Lan Xuanyu's body. Lan Xuanyu disappeared, and a huge nine-colored dragon claw brazenly slammed down, as if connecting the heavens and the earth. Crimson Mother's expression changed greatly, and the surrounding crimson aura frantically rushed towards her. A pair of gauntlets shot upwards, filling the sky with crimson light, and brazenly blocked that huge dragon claw. Boom! The violent collision caused the entire Crimson Domain to shake, and the battle between the powerhouses of both sides came to a halt. At this moment, a golden-red figure appeared, and a spear pierced straight towards Crimson Mother. Lan Xuanyu's figure reappeared. His face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, he still raised his stone hand, and slammed it towards that golden-red figure. A nine-colored radiance fell on that golden-red figure. Immediately, that golden-red figure shone brightly, and the originally dim golden-red flames burst forth with a resplendent radiance. With a crisp dang, the golden-red figure bounced back, but it still blocked Crimson Mother's path. Xianxia looked at that nine-colored figure with some surprise, and then turned back to Crimson Mother, and coldly said, "Your opponent is me." Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had only appeared for a dozen or so seconds, but they had forcibly turned the situation around, and resisted the powerful attacks of the Crimson Domain. He did not rely on his own strength. The second rib bone of the dragon gods had helped him block Crimson Mother's fatal blow, and more importantly, he had provided the bloodline assistance to all the dragon race members present. Especially the last attack he gave Xianxia, that was already the energy of the dragon god's dragon marrow. Of course, this was refined from the energy of the Crimson Domain. The energy of 3 drops of dragon god's dragon marrow was enough to keep Xianxia's crimson gold mystic flames burning for a while longer. Lan Xuanyu did not have time to greet Xianxia, he had already considered the situation here when he rushed in. The Crimson Mother would definitely attack him, and the rib bones of the dragon gods were his life-saving means. Long Tianyang explained Xianxia's situation to him very clearly. With the help of his dragon god's dragon marrow, Xianxia should be able to hold on for a while longer. At this moment, on Pegasus Square, the huge space gate began to fluctuate. On the other side of the space gate, the sky above Tenryu Star began to tremble violently. At the top of the dragon pillar, clouds and mist turned into a vortex, bringing with it countless streaks of lightning, as if a passage was silently opening. Tenryu City, on the Tenryu Square, Long Tianyang of Tenryu Star was currently floating in the air, both hands holding up the sky. The life energy of the planet was rapidly fluctuating. If there was a dragon night on the Tenryu Star, it would naturally be impossible for such a situation to occur. The dragon race would not allow Long Tianyang to mobilize life energy like this, let alone allow her to contact the dragon world. However, at this moment, there was not a single god-tier dragon race powerhouse on the Tenryu Star, so naturally, no one could stop Long Tianyang's actions. A terrifying aura filled the air, a powerful aura began to condense, and the passage at the top of the dragon pillar gradually opened. Roar! Within the Crimson Domain, Lan Xuanyu let out a loud dragon roar towards the sky. This roar of the dragon gods seemed to have ignited the anger of all the dragon race members present. Every dragon race member's eyes were filled with bloodlust, and their combat strength soared. Some of the true god-tier dragon race members actually managed to block their super god-tier opponents, and did not retreat at all. Moreover, even if they were injured, their wounds would heal at an astonishing speed. Xianxia had been suppressed by the Crimson Mother all this time. The Crimson Mother was only unwilling to expend too much energy, so she was unable to end the battle in a short time. However, at this moment, with the support provided by the dragon god's dragon marrow, the dragon god's blessing, and the roar of the dragon gods, Xianxia actually managed to block the Crimson Mother, preventing the Crimson Mother from getting past her to attack Lan Xuanyu. The crimson gold mystic flames burned a large amount of the Crimson Domain energy around them. At this time, Lan Xuanyu raised the yellow Jinlong spear high and was doing his best to devour the surrounding energy of the Crimson Domain to strengthen the summoning aura he was releasing. Return, Dragon Race. Return, my protector. Dance of 1,000 dragons, protect the dragon gods. With a crisp dang, the 9-colored crystal suddenly shattered. In an instant, an incomparably powerful divine sense swept across the field, regardless of whether it was friend or foe, causing all the powerhouses present to fall into a momentary trance. Even the Crimson Mother was no exception. The Crimson Mother's body suddenly trembled. She was the most powerful existence among all the races present, so she could deeply feel how terrifying the divine sense within that aura was. Divine King, that was the divine sense of a true divine king. Such fluctuations were presented in front of her just like that. How was this possible? How was this possible? Tenryu Star. Within the opened passage, a series of low growls could be heard. The entire dragon realm began to shake violently. In the dragon realm, things began to squirm. Huge dragon skeletons struggled to stand up, as if they had heard the call of their king. Introduction to the 28 volumes of the Ultimate Douluo book. The 27 volumes of the Ultimate Douluo book have been updated. Everyone can read it by following the official account. 1,000-meter-long dragon skeleton slowly drilled out from the ground. Although its skeleton was broken and incomplete, the moment it stood up, 2 balls of flame still jumped and lit up in the eyes of the huge dragon head. It opened its mouth, and a silent roar seemed to reverberate in the dragon realm. Its strong consciousness was recovering at an unparalleled speed. Only the huge dragon skeleton in the middle of the dragon realm seemed to have dimmed at this time, and stood there silently. The huge dragon skeletons in the surroundings began to crawl out, and began to assemble their broken skeletons. The 1,000-meter-long bone dragon that was the first to complete the assembly suddenly soared up. A stream of light flashed, and its whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of strange luster. In the next moment, it was already flying in the direction of the passage. As it flew, the other bone dragons began to drill out from their burial grounds, and began to soar into the sky. Carrying the aura of death, with a persistent will, they soared into the sky and flew towards the passage. The whole dragon realm seemed to be boiling at this time, and huge dragon skeletons appeared one after another. Not far from the skeletons of the dragon gods, a petite figure was sitting there in a daze. The sudden changes in her surroundings made her dull eyes have a touch of surprise. She subconsciously looked around, and watched as the dragon skeletons began to condense and form, and began to soar into the sky. She silently closed her eyes. In the next moment, her body trembled slightly, and she looked at the skeletons of the dragon gods beside her with some disbelief. How is this possible? Is this a summon from the dragon gods? You're still here, how can there be a summon from you? The woman's figure soared into the sky, and a dazzling blue light burst out from her body in an instant. In the next moment, her body began to change. Dark blue scales covered her whole body, and her body began to rapidly grow. It was not a skeleton, but a real dragon. Her body was more than 3,000 meters long, and she flew straight in the direction of the passage. Space. The silver-armored rock battleship was shuttling through space, showing its astonishing speed. Suddenly, Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna, who were sitting cross-legged in meditation, opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were filled with the same astonishment. This is... Tang Wulin looked at Gu Yuna in surprise. Gu Yuna was also looking at him. The call of the dragon gods? Is this Xianxia? Tang Wulin's eyes narrowed. The two of them stood up at the same time and looked toward space. That's right. As long as it was the dragon race, no matter if it was a living dragon race or an undead that had died and turned into bones, they would all be able to feel the call from the depths of their bloodline. A huge crimson dragon was also shuttling through the air. Its eyes suddenly froze as it looked into the depths of space. Behind it, there were many huge dragons. At this moment, although they were in space, they let out their strongest roars in unison. There was a voice calling out to them. It was a call that came from the depths of their bloodlines, a cry that came from the depths of their hearts. It was Tianma Star, the direction of Tianma Star. The leading crimson dragon suddenly accelerated and shot in that direction like a meteor. All the members of the dragon race were like this, leaving the Pegasus riders behind. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes. Although he was inside the Crimson Realm at this time, in his world of consciousness, there seemed to be a sky full of stars. The spots of light that were constantly lit up were all responding to his call and feeling his aura. He could also clearly feel their emotions. His bloodline was boiling and fluctuating violently. The dragon marrow of the dragon gods that had completed the evolution in his body was actually evolving at an accelerated rate. The energy of the Crimson Realm around him seemed to have become a tonic for his own energy, nourishing his body. It helped accelerate the formation of the dragon marrow of the dragon gods. The Crimson Mother's eyes became more and more gloomy. Originally, everything was going according to her plan. It could be said that the entire Ryuma Federation was being played in the palm of her hand. Just when she thought that she was about to succeed, she never expected that something unexpected would happen. The origin of this surprise was the weak existence in front of her, who should not have been a threat to her in her perception. Die. The Crimson Mother took a step forward and waved the pair of hooks in her hands. The surrounding crimson color suddenly magnified the hooks countless times. This half-step divine king finally stopped being stingy with the energy of the Crimson Realm and launched an all-out attack. Boom! The golden-red color on Zhang Chujiao's body exploded, and a large amount of the flame of life was extinguished. Her body was also blasted away like a cannonball. The remaining light of the Crimson Mother's hooks instantly swept through space and went straight for Lan Xuanyu. He was not even a transcendent. No matter how good his bloodline talent was, how could he block his attack? Previously, his powerful strength was only borrowed from others. How many more times could he borrow? At this moment, suddenly, a huge figure rushed out like lightning and blocked in front of Lan Xuanyu. It was a huge dragon that exuded a crazy aura. It used its body to block the Crimson Mother's attack. Boom! The huge dragon's body exploded and turned into a rain of blood. Dragon scales, bones, and flesh splattered everywhere. However, it used its body to block the fatal attack for Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's eyes became hot, and the blood in his heart seemed to boil. He recognized the huge dragon that blocked the attack for him. It was clearly the servant that he had taken in during the Dragon Rising competition. After taking it in, he did not even have much interaction with it. And it was only because of his help that it was able to advance in rank. He did not expect it to have broken through to the divine level and participate in this battle to protect him. For him, it sacrificed its life without hesitation. Roar, 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 sorrowful dragon roars sounded from the mouths of the many dragon race present. Bai Xiuxiu, who was beside Lan Xuanyu, shone brightly. Its sky-blue body quickly enlarged and turned into a huge ice-devouring dragon, supporting Lan Xuanyu's body. Its power poured into Lan Xuanyu's body through the Dragon Rising technique without reservation, causing Lan Xuanyu's aura to rise rapidly. It was an existence that was infinitely close to the transcendent level. If that huge dragon had not blocked in front of Lan Xuanyu just now, she would have blocked the attack for him without hesitation. Lan Xuanyu turned his head to look at the Crimson Mother. At this moment, there was no fear in his eyes, only determination and persistence. At this moment, on the Pegasus Square, the huge space gate suddenly began to distort. Then, a loud and deafening dragon roar sounded. The terrifying dragon roar caused the people of various races on the Pegasus Square to simultaneously reveal a look of shock. Didn't the divine-level powerhouses on the Tenryu Star and above already come to support? Almost all the powerhouses of the dragon race had already arrived, but this dragon race roar was so powerful that it sounded like it could not be achieved by any dragon race below the divine level. While they were still in shock, a gigantic figure had already passed through the spatial door. The gigantic figure had no scales, no muscles, and even its eye sockets were filled with pulsing soul fires. However, its body was so huge. Long Tianyang's eyes were also filled with shock. Although she had already seen this terrifying existence on the Tenryu Star, when it really appeared on the Tianma Star, it still shocked Long Tianyang to the extreme. How did he do it? How did he awaken the dragon race skeletons in the dragon world and join the battlefield? Without giving her more time to think, the huge bone dragon had already soared into the sky, flying straight towards the Crimson Domain in the air. After the first huge bone dragon, another huge figure flew out. Unlike the previous bone dragon, this was a red dragon that was also thousands of meters long. Its whole body was covered in bright flames, exuding a dazzling brilliance. The huge rumbling followed behind the bone dragon, also heading in the direction of the Crimson Domain. Then, huge bone dragons shot out one after another, soaring straight up, flapping their powerful bone wings, driving a strong airflow, like a bridge connecting the sky and the earth, flying into the sky. At this time, in the Tianma Square, there was only shock in the eyes of all the races. Even the people of Tianma never knew that the dragon race had such a backup plan, and such a backup plan undoubtedly brought a huge opportunity. Maybe they could really stop the invasion of the Crimson Domain. The Crimson Mother didn't stop after failing to kill Lan Xuanyu with one blow. From this young man who didn't seem to have a strong cultivation base, she saw a threat and felt different. But after her attack just now, Xianxia had already tangled up with her again. With the buff from the dragon god's dragon marrow, this fiery dragon knight, who was already on the verge of collapse, once again burst out her most dazzling brilliance. Her eyes also saw Lan Xuanyu, but unlike her crazy attacks, there was only relief in her eyes. She knew that she didn't misjudge Lan. Lan was really different. She could appear here, and make the blood of the entire dragon race boil. This was no longer a simple bloodline evolution. She must have some secret on her, a secret that belonged to the dragon race. She could appear here, sparing no effort to stop the Crimson Mother. This was enough to prove her feelings for the dragon race. Live, I must let her live. Perhaps, compared to my son, she is an existence that can support the dragon race. Therefore, at this moment, Xianxia had completely burned all the power in her body, erupting with unprecedented strength. The crimson gold profound flames on her body had been raised to the extreme, and even the Crimson Mother didn't dare to let it hit her directly. The nine-colored light on Lan Xuanyu's body became more and more intense. At this time, he didn't need to have any fear at all, and was desperately devouring the energy of the Crimson Domain around him. Every bit of Crimson Domain energy he devoured weakened the Crimson Mother. The Crimson Mother's mouth constantly, but she couldn't escape from Xianxujia's attack. The other dragons seemed to have gone completely crazy at this moment. All of them burned their bloodline power crazily. Under the amplification of Lan Xuanyu's Dragon God Blessing Domain, they actually blocked the powerhouses of the Deep Red Domain. Tianma's powerhouses were also in a frenzy at this time. One of the 3 super god rank Heavenly Horse Knights had already fallen. Seeing the dragon race erupt, the other 2 abandoned the front line and turned to Xianxia and the Crimson Mother's side to help the Heavenly Fire Dragon Knights hold back the Crimson Mother. They all knew that Lan Xuanyu was the most important at this time. It was because of his existence that they could temporarily block the enemy's attack. No matter what, they couldn't let the Crimson Mother kill Lan Xuanyu. At this time, the Crimson Domain suddenly fluctuated violently. Then, a huge figure brazenly rushed in, and a deafening dragon roar sounded. The huge body of 3,000 meters long rampaged, sweeping away a large number of abyssal creatures, and flew straight towards Lan Xuanyu. It's here. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Although he knew the result of his summoning, when this huge dragon really came, he was still very moved. It still came in the end. Immediately after, a red dragon rushed in as well. She immediately saw Xianxia, who was fighting the Crimson Mother. She let out a long dragon roar and flew straight over. Her body shone brightly, and she actually emitted golden red crimson gold profound flames. Her body shook, and she had already turned into a woman. She slammed her dragon claws, and a large cluster of crimson gold profound flames directly enveloped the Crimson Mother. Seeing her arrival, Xianxujia's expression couldn't help but change. However, the breath that had been supporting her finally relaxed, and the aura on her body rapidly weakened. The 2 Heavenly Horse Knights sensed that something was wrong. One of them hurriedly urged his Heavenly Horse aura to wrap around her body and throw her far away. At the same time, huge bone dragons had already brazenly rushed into the Crimson Domain, and all of them gathered in Lan Xuanyu's direction. They launched an all-out attack on the powerhouses of the Crimson Domain. Lan Xuanyu's figure flickered, and he had already caught Xianxia, and brought her back onto the back of Bai Xiuxiu, who had transformed into an ice-devouring dragon. At this time, Xianxujia's face had already turned gray, but her eyes were filled with excitement. Looking at the huge bone dragons, her eyes were filled with shock. This was something that the dragon race hadn't been able to do for tens of thousands of years. However, this child in front of her had done it. You've received the inheritance of the dragon gods, right? Zhang Chujiao's pale face had a touch of red, but her beautiful hair was rapidly turning gray. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that she, who had completely ignited the flames of her life, was walking step by step towards death. Yes. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Godmother, you, very good. Zhang Chujiao interrupted him and said, don't say anything else. I don't need to know how you received this inheritance. However, you only need to know that you've led the dragon race to glory again. Pass down my orders. When Wei Chang returns, ask him to abdicate the position of head of Tenryu to you, and you'll continue to lead the dragon race. Looking at the radiance in Zhang Chujiao's eyes, and feeling her life force rapidly depleting, Lan Xuanyu's eyes couldn't help but moisten. Although he had only known Zhang Chujiao for a short time, she had always been very protective of him. In today's battle, Zhang Chujiao didn't hesitate to sacrifice herself, and led this group of powerhouses from various races to withstand the attacks of the Crimson Domain. This fiery dragon knight was undoubtedly a leader of the dragon race. Godmother, I'm actually a human. I'm from the Douluo Federation. Lan Xuanyu couldn't bear to lie to her at this time. Zhang Chujiao glanced at him, and suddenly laughed. I've said that this isn't important. What's important is that you're now the inheritor of the dragon gods, the future dragon gods, and the pillar of the dragon race. That's enough. Lan, Godmother has one last request. Let me die with dignity. I don't want to die of old age. All right. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, and nine-colored light instantly enveloped Zhang Chujiao's body. As the power of the dragon gods surged into her body, Zhang Chujiao's originally old face instantly recovered its youth. She seemed to have felt it, but her life force was also cut off in an instant. The fire of life had already burned everything in her. A streak of deep blue swept up from below. That was by Shosho's power. The fiery dragon knight, who was as beautiful as ever with a smile on her face, was instantly sealed in ice. She maintained her final smile, and was still wearing her godly dragon armor. She was still valiant and heroic. She was still the #1 beauty of the dragon race, and the leader of the dragon race. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes and kept Zhang Chujia in his storage-type soul tool. He lifted his head to the sky and let out a deafening dragon roar. At this moment, hundreds of bone dragons had already broken into the Crimson Domain. Every bone dragon exuded an extremely powerful aura. They attacked the creatures in the Crimson Domain crazily, and forcibly helped the powerhouses of the Ryuma Federation, who were on the verge of collapse, hold up the sky. Lan Xuanyu's body was like a bottomless abyss, crazily devouring the surrounding energy of the Crimson Domain. A large amount of energy was converted by him and injected into the blessed domain of the dragon gods, strengthening all the dragon race present, including the bone dragons. Some of the bone dragons' bones even gained color because of the blessing of the dragon gods. They became even stronger. Lan Xuanyu recognized the woman that the Crimson Dragon had transformed into at a glance. It was the woman he had seen in the dragon world, the woman who claimed to be the head of Tenryu. She should be the dragon of the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang. They might even be husband and wife. Although the strength she displayed was not as strong as Zhang Chujia in her explosive state, she was definitely not weak. She should be at the peak of the transcendent grade. However, she and the two Pegasus Knights were still unable to resist the Crimson Mother's attack. In this short period of time, the Crimson Mother's pair of hooks had already brought about dark red ripples, causing the three transcendent grade experts to slow down. Without Zhang Chujia, they finally understood how much pressure Zhang Chujia had been under. This Crimson Mother's strength was simply too terrifying. I'm coming too. An old Pegasus Knight suddenly laughed heartily. His body suddenly collapsed inwards, turning into a dense jade radiance. On the other side, Ziwu had a sorrowful expression, but he still appeared in front of the old Pegasus Knight in a flash. That huge jade radiance actually enveloped Ziwu, causing his aura to surge. He stabbed out with the long spear in his hand. With one strike, he actually relied on the powerful Pegasus Chi to force back the Crimson Mother. Of the three old Pegasus Knights, he was the only one left. However, the results of the battle were obvious. The Bone Dragon army blocked a large number of creatures of the Crimson Domain. The creatures of the Crimson Domain were constantly killed, producing a large amount of immortal energy. Lan Xuanyu was desperately absorbing and converting it. Even the Crimson Domain around him was starting to become a little thin. Lan Xuanyu furrowed his brows. Being inside the dark red domain, he could feel the enormous energy of this plane that was as deep as an abyss. Although he was already trying his best to devour it, he discovered that it took him much more energy to devour the Crimson Domain's energy inside the domain. The Crimson Domain seemed to have its own energy that could suppress him from devouring it. The speed of devouring the death energy of the Crimson Domain creatures outside was quite different. However, he could not care less about this now. Nothing was more important than becoming stronger. He tried his best to devour the energy. The arrival of the Bone Dragon army alleviated the pressure on the battlefield. However, these huge bone dragons seemed to only have battle instincts and not much intelligence. Among the bone dragons, there were gods, true gods, and even transcendent grade. However, in terms of the number of transcendent grade bone dragons, the Crimson Domain still had the upper hand. It was only under the effects of his blessed domain of the dragon gods that the Bone Dragon army could barely hold their ground against the dragon race and Tianma powerhouses. They were no longer at risk of collapsing. However, what puzzled Lan Xuanyu was that the top-tier powerhouses of the Crimson Domain seemed to be afraid of the slightest thing during the battle. Most of the ones attacking were the weaker Crimson Domain creatures, especially those below God grade. Were they afraid of dying? Were they worried that they would not be their original selves when they revived after dying? Lan Xuanyu did not recklessly enter the battlefield. He was not even a transcendent now. He would definitely be of some use if he entered the battlefield, but it would not be too great. Moreover, all the bone dragons were vaguely connected to him. He could roughly command the Bone Dragon army. At the very least, there would not be any mistakes in their direction. Controlling the entire battlefield was the most important thing to him. Moreover, if things went south, escaping as soon as possible was the right thing to do. Once the Crimson Mother defeated the Tianma Knights and the Crimson Dragon, he would probably have to leave. Staying behind would only be courting death. Of course, he hoped that this time would be longer because the longer it was, the greater the chance of reinforcements arriving. The more he came into contact with the Crimson Domain, the more he felt that this powerful plane was like a bottomless pit, constantly revealing more and more powerful forces. The Crimson Mother could definitely be said to be scheming. The current situation was also because she did not expect that he still had the Bone Dragon army to use. The crystal that Lan Xuanyu used earlier was a gift from his father. It was the last gift that Tang Wulin obtained when he buried the dragon bones in Dragon World. At that time, the dragon skeletons slumbering in the dragon realm had almost exhausted all of their dragon power. Later, when Dragon World came to the Tenryu star, it had been receiving nourishment from the Tenryu star. It also gave the Tenryu star the opportunity to transform, allowing the dragon race to be passed down. Under the constant nourishment of the Tenryu star's life energy, these dragon bones began to become more and more powerful, gradually recovering some of their former energy. However, they were all dead after all, and what was left was only some divine instincts. When Lan Xuanyu summoned them through the crystal with his dragon god's bloodline, the dragon bones in Dragon World awakened. They instinctively wanted to protect the dragon gods, so they traveled through space. At this most critical moment, they resisted the army of the Crimson Domain. A faint smile appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face. There was a strong brilliance in his eyes. Although he could only play a supporting role in such a battlefield, this was the first time he had stepped onto the highest level of the stage, and it still made his blood boil. The Crimson Mother's gaze swept over him from time to time, and Lan Xuanyu fearlessly looked back at her. He was now the backbone of the whole battlefield, and he must not show the slightest bit of cowardice. Boom! The heavenly horse chi that Ziwu had just accumulated from another heavenly horse knight exploded, and once again pushed back the Crimson Mother. Then, the heavenly horse knight shouted, "Brothers, I'm coming." In the next instant, the heavenly horse chi in his body suddenly exploded, turning into a pure jade color, and madly attacked the Crimson Mother. At this moment, even the woman transformed from the Crimson Dragon could not get close to help. The aura emitted by the old heavenly horse knight in his explosive state was really too powerful. He was already close to the level of a half-step divine king. However, his radiance could only last for an extremely short period of time. The Crimson Mother floated in the distance, and the pair of hooks in her hands moved up and down, bringing about streaks of light, brazenly blocking his path. No matter how much he exploded, he was still unable to take a single step forward. This was the absolute difference in strength. The Crimson Mother, on the other hand, advanced step by step. Streaks of crimson energy continuously collapsed the heavenly horse chi in front of her, and Ziwu's aura began to become weaker and weaker. At the same time, the Crimson Mother's cold gaze turned towards Lan Xuanyu's direction. Her gaze was full of malice, and she did not hold back at all. Her next target was him. Lan Xuanyu's appearance was the biggest variable in today's battle. It was obvious that the Crimson Mother wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. As long as Lan Xuanyu was killed, the Bone Dragon army would cease to exist, and this battle would be over. The other dragon race and Tianma powerhouses were nothing. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. The reinforcements had not arrived yet. Could he retreat now? If he retreated, everything would collapse. He had to hold on for a while longer. As if they had sensed his intentions, the huge bone dragons suddenly turned around and gathered in his direction. The remaining dragon race and Tianma powerhouses also followed the bone dragon army towards Lan Xuanyu's direction, and so did the Crimson Dragon. The woman's gaze paused on Lan Xuanyu's face for a moment, and then she directly flew towards him. Everyone knew that it was because of Lan Xuanyu's domain of the dragon gods that they were able to hold on until now. If Lan Xuanyu was killed, then everything would be over. Boom! Old heavenly horse rider Ziwu released his final brilliance, but only managed to force the Crimson Mother back half a step. For old dragon riders, 3 old heavenly horse riders, they used the last of their strength to defend their homeland. Until now, all of them had died. In addition, almost half of the god-level powerhouses of the 2 clans had died. This battle could be said to be extremely tragic. If not for Lan Xuanyu's timely arrival, this battle would have already ended. The Crimson Mother did not immediately attack Lan Xuanyu. Streaks of dark red energy condensed around her body like ribbons. Under the influence of her aura, the Crimson Domain became even darker. What was even more terrifying was that the dark red energy around Lan Xuanyu and the Ryuma Federation powerhouses suddenly separated, leaving behind only a patch of darkness. Under the control of the Crimson Mother, a vacuum appeared in the Crimson Domain. Lan Xuanyu could no longer absorb any of the Crimson Domain's energy. I never thought that such a weak existence would cause such a change. It seems that you are the true leader of the dragon race, even more so than Jiang Weiqiang. Zhang Chujia said that she wanted Jiang Weiqiang to give up his position to you. Do you know that this is full of malice towards you? This will allow me to shift my target to you. And the leadership of the dragon race that you have displayed makes it necessary for me to target you. Submit or die, you still have the chance to choose. What I want is to become a god, and let the Crimson Domain spread endlessly throughout the universe. If you are willing to submit, you can lead the dragon race in the future. The Crimson Mother said calmly. At this moment, she did not show any signs of emotion. It was as if he wasn't too concerned about all of this. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were cold as he stared at her. He said in a deep voice, "Surrender or death, I won't choose either. The final failure will definitely be yours. However, what I'm curious about is why I feel that you haven't caused the power of the entire Crimson Domain to erupt. What are you waiting for? Or are you afraid of something?" Crimson Mother suddenly smiled. There was a mysterious look in her eyes. This is not something you need to know. However, you are indeed very smart. Unfortunately, you're still too late. Do you think that you can stop me from moving forward with just your strength? Many of the Crimson Domain's Transcendence and Crimson Domain's army had gathered behind the Mother of Crimson. With the Crimson Domain's buff, the Crimson Domain's aura continued to rise. It exuded an increasingly powerful aura. At this time, the only true transcendent powerhouses on the Ryuma Federation's side were the Crimson Dragon and more than 20 skeletal dragons. These skeletal dragons did not have their own intelligence, and their strength was greatly reduced. Most importantly, without a powerhouse at Zhang Chujia's level, no one could stop the Crimson Mother. The Crimson Dragon turned her head to look at Lan Xuanyu. "Leave this place to us. Go." Lan Xuanyu also looked at her. Her gaze was calm. I didn't expect that the dragon gods would choose you in the end. Since it's His Majesty's choice, it will be the final decision. All of the dragon race will see you as the king. Go, and we will block her for you. Use the last of our strength. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, but gently shook his head. I can't go. If I go, I won't be able to last until reinforcements arrive. We can only fight. Yes, if he left, there would be no Dragon God's Blessing Domain. Without the Dragon God's Blessing Domain, both the dragon race and the skeletal dragon army's strength would be greatly reduced. How could they resist the Crimson Realm's army? Moreover, he was the one who had summoned the skeletal dragon army. How could he give up on these ancestors of the dragon race who had come because of him? Although he knew that this was not calm, there was no way he could retreat now. Until the last moment. Calculating the time, it should not be long before reinforcements arrived. The Crimson Mother suddenly waved her hand, and the powerhouses of the Crimson Realm behind her immediately charged. They charged straight towards the Ryuma Federation. Lan Xuanyu once again let out a dragon's roar, and a huge nine-colored light rose up, covering all of the dragon race in a layer of nine-colored light. The Dragon God's Blessing Domain was raised to the maximum. At the same time, with his body as the center, rings of light bloomed outwards, and the power of his bloodline surged out. He was releasing his aura without holding back. At this time, almost two-thirds of the bones in his body had been replaced with the dragon marrow of the dragon gods. The huge blood energy fluctuation made all of the skeletal dragons feel as if they had returned to the most glorious era of the dragon race. Under the ripples of the nine-colored halo, the suppression of the Crimson Realm was reduced by more than half. It should be known that when fighting in the Crimson Realm, especially when the Crimson Mother was free, the suppression of the realm would greatly affect their strength. At this time, under the cover of Lan Xuanyu's bloodline power, the suppression was greatly reduced. He was only at the level of a true god, but he could release his power to this extent. This was something to be proud of. Kill! He roared, and under the support of Bai Xiuxiu, he did not retreat this time. Instead, he took the lead and rushed out. However, the Crimson Mother did not directly attack. Instead, she hovered in midair and stared at him with a deep gaze. A Crimson Realm powerhouse rushed at the front like a big bird, directly towards Lan Xuanyu. It had 3 heads, and the 4 wings on its back were all reddish-brown. As it flapped, the 3 bird heads spat out different lights at the same time. The bird head on the far left spat out a gray light, the bird head on the right spat out a yellow light. These were respectively weakness and corrosion. The bird head in the middle spat out a white electric light that was like thunder. The 3 lights were almost at the same time, heading towards Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu did not dodge. Standing on top of Bai Xiuxiu's head, he could clearly feel Bai Xiuxiu's dragon power rapidly entering his body. The yellow Jinlong spear in his hand drew an arc in the air. Mysterious circle of heaven, the 3 lights were destroyed by this 9-colored arc. The giant bird had already arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu. Bai Xiuxiu suddenly opened her dragon mouth and spat out an icy blue breath. At the same time, her eyes turned a deep blue. The temperature of the surrounding space dropped rapidly. Even in the Crimson Realm, with the enhancement of Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's bloodline, Bai Xiuxiu was not affected by the plane's suppression at all. The giant bird's body clearly stiffened, and Lan Xuanyu's figure on top of Bai Xiuxiu's head became illusory in an instant. The divine dragon Yu Xiu's Empress Dance battle armor burst forth with light, causing everything in the surroundings to freeze for a moment. The yellow Jinlong spear almost instantly reached the giant bird. The 3 bird heads of the giant bird seemed to be pulled together by a force in the midst of danger. The 3 beaks pointed at the Jinlong spear at the same time. A wisp of spear light was instantly shattered by the bird head. A sharp light suddenly erupted in the eyes of the 3 bird heads. This was its innate skill as a transcendent powerhouse. It was invincible. When the 3 beaks closed together, it was the moment when it launched its strongest attack. The yellow Jinlong spear light was indeed shattered, but the figure in front of it became more and more illusory. In the blink of an eye, time and space changed. Lan Xuanyu's figure actually changed his position at the instant before the sharp blade that had locked onto him arrived. From the original front, he was diagonally above the giant bird. The yellow Jinlong spear slashed down. Boom, this spear directly hit the three necks of the giant bird. King Jinlong was the strongest. Obtaining the dragon god's bloodline would only make Lan Xuanyu stronger. Moreover, this attack contained the 8 elements of water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space, and destruction. Amidst the screams, the giant bird's neck was broken. However, it was a transcendent powerhouse after all. A gray light erupted from its body, trying to bounce Lan Xuanyu away while he was weak. This kind of fatal injury to ordinary creatures was not fatal to it. However, Lan Xuanyu did not give it a chance to resist. The yellow Jinlong spear in his hand had already transformed into thousands of spear lights. Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, it crazily pierced into its body. The dragon gods roared, cutting off its last chance of escape. Every time the yellow Jinlong spear pierced, it would take away a large amount of its life force. The Crimson Mother could seal this space and prevent the crimson energy from being devoured by Lan Xuanyu, but she could not prevent her subordinates from not having energy. The life force of a transcendent powerhouse was quickly converted into energy that Lan Xuanyu could absorb. It crazily surged into his body, causing Lan Xuanyu's aura to soar. 10,000 years ago, when the Dragon King Douluo Tang Wulin fought against the Abyssal Plane, he relied on the yellow Jinlong spear's devouring ability to allow him to fight for a long time. His ability to fight for a long time was outstanding. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu could easily devour these creatures from the Crimson Realm. Although most of the impurities in the life force of a transcendent powerhouse had been filtered out, it was still a great supplement to him. Lan Xuanyu had completely killed a transcendent powerhouse in such a short period of time. Naturally, the morale of his side was greatly increased. The Bone Dragon army followed him at the front and collided with the Crimson Realm's army. Lan Xuanyu silently felt the digestion of the energy he had devoured. Even with the assistance of the dragon race, he could still feel that his dragon god's dragon marrow had evolved by a large margin. It was true that wealth came from danger. If he cultivated normally, who knew how long it would take for him to improve so much? A terrifying aura circulated in the air, and the light on Lan Xuanyu's face became brighter and brighter. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, and the light in his eyes changed. But it was also at this moment that a huge pressure pounced on him. In his field of vision, a pair of eyes seemed to be magnified endlessly. It was as if 2 abysses had overlapped and were trying to devour him. His brain instantly hurt, as if thousands of steel needles were stabbing into it. Bai Xiaoxiao, who was below Lan Xuanyu, also let out a mournful dragon roar. Under the effect of the soaring dragon art, they were now one. If Lan Xuanyu was attacked like this, she would also have to endure it. This was clearly the powerful consciousness attack of the Crimson Mother's half-step divine king-level consciousness. Right at this moment, inside Lan Xuanyu's chest, a 9-colored light suddenly flickered, and an incomparably powerful aura filled with monstrous pressure flashed by, forcing out the powerful divine sense that invaded his body, causing Lan Xuanyu's eyes to regain clarity. And it was also at this moment that an illusory figure appeared in front of him, and a pair of gauntlets hooked towards his neck. The Crimson Mother had finally made her move. Although Lan Xuanyu woke up from the Crimson Mother's consciousness attack, it was too late for him to dodge. The surrounding space was sealed by the energy of the Crimson Realm, and the coldness of the gauntlets made his hair stand on end. The last rib of the dragon gods under his ribs had already begun to flicker. But it was also at this moment that a loud boom sounded. The bone dragon closest to Lan Xuanyu suddenly exploded, turning into a crazy dragon power that swept out and blew at the Crimson Mother's body, causing her to freeze for a moment. At the same time, the sealed space around them exploded. Silver light flashed, and Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao's bodies flickered with silver light. They teleported 1,000 meters away and avoided the fatal blow. As for the bone dragon that had exploded, its bone powder rushed towards him like 10,000 streams flowing towards the sea. It poured into his body and fused with his divine dragon Moon Empress dance battle armor. The bone dragons had sacrificed themselves to save their king. Lan Xuanyu's eyes instantly turned blood red. The last few chapters I've written have been soul-stirring and stirring up my emotions. Everyone should be able to see that our ultimate Douluo is coming to an end here. I will definitely write the ending well. Some of the plots have already been thought of long ago. Thank you for your support, and please support our Douluo. End of chapter. Even Crimson Mother was shocked by the situation in front of her. She was naturally going to take Lan Xuanyu's life the moment she made a move. She actually knew that her attack might not be able to kill Lan Xuanyu. This was because Lan Xuanyu had erupted with power that could stop her more than once before. She didn't expect Lan Xuanyu to be able to dodge her attack in such a way. First, it broke free from her divine sense. Then, the bone dragon burst out without any hesitation, defending its master. Even she couldn't bear the explosive force in that instant. The bone dragon's aura had completely disappeared, and only the bone powder that had been blended into Lan Xuanyu's battle armor. The light on the battle armor became brighter and brighter, and Lan Xuanyu's eyes had already turned blood red. The yellow Jinlong spear in his hand had already burst out with an incomparably dazzling light. Go to hell! Lan Xuanyu roared, and his dragon power crazily poured into the yellow Jinlong spear, and he instantly shot it out. In an instant, the air seemed to have frozen, and only the 9-colored lightning flashed. Almost in an instant, it was already in front of Crimson Mother. Crimson Mother's eyes instantly became gloomy. Everything around her seemed to have frozen, and even the entire battlefield froze for an instant. The yellow Jinlong spear that was shining with 9-colored lights suddenly froze a foot in front of her, but it couldn't move an inch further. Even a grain of rice can emit brilliance? Crimson Mother raised her hand to grab the Jinlong spear. But it was also at this moment that a low dragon roar suddenly erupted from within the yellow Jinlong spear, and it actually accelerated a second time, crazily stabbing forward, breaking free of its restraints. Crimson Mother frowned, suddenly lowered her head, and used her forehead to collide with the incomparably sharp yellow Jinlong spear. With a loud clang, the yellow Jinlong spear flew backward, and was instantly blasted out of the Crimson Domain. Its speed was as fast as a meteor chasing the moon. Lan Xuanyu's all-out attack was actually unable to break through Crimson Mother's defense. Crimson Mother looked at him coldly, and a terrifying divine sense covered the sky and the earth as it pressed down on Lan Xuanyu. At this moment, the entire Crimson Domain seemed to become gloomy. The entire plane was in conflict, pressuring the powerhouses of the Ryuma Federation. Along, all the members of the dragon race, including the skeletal dragons, roared towards the sky. The loud dragon roar drove the divine sense to gather and condense in the direction of Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's 9-colored divine sense surged, and with the help of the other dragons, he forcibly resisted the pressure of the Crimson Mother. Some of the weaker skeletal dragons on the periphery had already begun to collapse under the immense pressure of this plane. Under the strong pressure of the Crimson Mother, the Crimson Domain's army exploded with attacks, suppressing the powerhouses of the Ryuma Federation and forcing them to retreat. Crimson Mother was finally enraged, and her true strength was only fully displayed at this moment. She did not want to delay any longer. The situation had exceeded her expectations time and time again, and it was beyond her control, causing her to feel a sense of crisis. At her level of strength, she more or less had a premonition of everything that was about to happen. When she first teleported here, she felt that everything was under her control, and that she would definitely be able to devour Tianma Star's life core. However, with the arrival of Lan Xuanyu, her original plan was disrupted. Even Zhang Chujia had not been able to make her feel this way. However, Lan Xuanyu had arrived, and he even brought the skeletal dragon army to block the attacks of the Crimson Domain. As time went on, Lan Xuanyu's powerful devouring ability gave her a bad premonition. Finally, she began to use more of the Crimson Domain's energy to launch an all-out attack. She could not let Lan Xuanyu delay any longer. At the same time that her divine sense exploded, the Crimson Mother took a step into the void, and a pair of gauntlets swept out horizontally. 2 dark red shadows swept past in an instant, and as the shadows flew through the air, a large amount of Crimson Domain's energy frantically condensed towards her. A terrifying aura continued to erupt, and the skeletal dragons at the outermost perimeter roared wildly, brazenly attacking. Boom boom boom, the skeletal dragons' bodies exploded, and their bone dust returned, heading straight for Lan Xuanyu. However, their soul fires had already been extinguished along with their bodies. Although Lan Xuanyu's eyes were bloodthirsty, at this time, he could only bitterly hold on, resisting the suppression of the Crimson Mother's divine sense. No matter how powerful his bloodline was, there was still a qualitative difference between a true god and a half-step divine king. Moreover, this was the Crimson Mother's plane. Here, she was even stronger than a half-step divine king. Previously, she was only unwilling to consume too much, so as not to affect the evolution of her plane to the divine world, so she did not go all out. But now, she was not willing to wait any longer. Taking another step, the Crimson Mother's gauntlets were about to be swung out again. However, at this time a strange feeling suddenly appeared around her body. The world around her suddenly became colorful, and a figure silently stuck to her back. A slender, jade-like hand gently pressed against the Crimson Mother's back. Even with her cultivation, she was unable to immediately sense the arrival of this hand. 9 colors returned to 1. Boom, the Crimson Mother let out a muffled groan, and her body suddenly exploded, turning into a dark red stream of light that fled into the distance. The powerful suppression that had been exerting on the Ryuma Federation's army dissipated in an instant. The Dragon Race and Tianma powerhouses regained their footing. Lan Xuanyu also heaved a sigh of relief, and the suffocating feeling disappeared slightly. The person who had shattered the Crimson Mother with a single palm was a delicate figure. Her entire body was covered in gray, and her beautiful face was filled with temptation. However, at this moment, she gave off an indescribable, strange feeling. The gray color was slowly fading away, revealing her original appearance. She was even more beautiful, with silver hair and purple eyes. She stood proudly in the Crimson Domain. Even though she was surrounded by the powerful Crimson Domain, not a single bit of evil could approach her. The 9-colored light flowed, and it seemed to connect with the 9-colored light that Lan Xuanyu had released. Her aura continued to surge, and she emitted a dazzling silver light. Mother, Lan Xuanyu looked at the figure that had appeared in shock. Wasn't this his biological mother, the Silver Dragon Princess Guyuna? Guyuna smiled slightly, but she didn't respond to Lan Xuanyu. Instead, she looked in the direction of the dark red light in the distance. The Crimson Mother reappeared. Her expression didn't change at all, but her eyes were filled with shock and anger. The person who had attacked her was the Charm Empress. She was one of the transcendent gods that she had created. That was why she hadn't sensed any danger when the other party had approached. This person had hidden her aura to the extreme. Even with her cultivation level, she hadn't discovered her in the Crimson Domain. Guyuna grabbed the air with her right hand, and the silver dragon spear landed in her palm. A long dragon roar sounded from her mouth. The dragons present responded with a deafening dragon roar. Even Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's bloodline showed signs of boiling at this moment. The 9-colored light expanded outward with Guyuna's body as the center, dispersing the surrounding crimson. Her beautiful face carried a hint of coldness as she stared at the Scarlet Mother. If you want to hurt my son, you'll have to ask me first. There's actually someone like you in the dragon race. The shock and anger in the Crimson Mother's eyes gradually faded, and she returned to calmness. However, when she looked at Guyuna, the warning signs in her heart became even more obvious. The woman in front of her gave her the feeling that she was only at the transcendent god level, but when she appeared, all the dragon race members present had an invisible change. Most importantly, her Crimson Domain's planar pressure didn't seem to have any effect on this person. Guyuna slowly raised the silver dragon spear in her hand. You're just a collection of filthy existences in the universe. How dare you dream of becoming a godly realm? In the universe, it was impossible for such a thing to exist. Therefore, all your hard work is destined to be for naught. Dragon race, heed my command. Silver dance, rise the dragon. Following her command, the silver dragon spear in Guyuna's hand emitted rays of silver light. The 9 colors on her body quickly merged with the silver light. A silver halo appeared under the feet of all the dragon race members. Each of them seemed to have transformed into a vortex. They frantically devoured and absorbed the surrounding Crimson Domain's energy. At this moment, even Crimson Mother could not control it. Guyuna's aura also began to rise exponentially with the appearance of the silver vortexes. The power of creation and destruction became the core. The 7 elements fused on the outside. With the silver dragon spear as the core, a powerful devouring power burst forth. Wherever the silver light passed, it was like a sweeper, sweeping away everything in the Crimson Domain. The powerful creatures in the Crimson Domain all disintegrated wherever the silver light passed. Guyuna's aura also changed. As it rose steadily, the silver light transformed into the silhouette of a silver dragon behind her. Half-step godly king, yes, at this moment, Gu Yuna's cultivation was at the level of a half-step godly king. Furthermore, she was not a half-step godly king like Xianxia, who had ignited her own flame of life. She was a true half-step godly king. What was even more terrifying was that even a plane like the Crimson Domain felt like it could not resist her aura. Such a half-step godly king already belonged to a true half-step godly king in the godly realm. How was this possible? This was Crimson Mother's first thought. In the next instant, she had already rapidly activated her domain ability. The Crimson Domain instantly shrank inward. A powerful repulsive force surged out, forcefully ejecting all the Ryuma Federation powerhouses out of the Crimson Domain. The Crimson Domain also used this instant to escape from the devouring force led by Gu Yuna and escaped hundreds of miles away. In space, the survivors of the dragon race and Tianma appeared once again. Lan Xuanyu also came to his mother's side. In the distance, the Crimson Mother gradually took shape. The huge Crimson Domain gradually took the shape of a human, taking the shape of Crimson Mother. Impossible. Unless there's a true god realm, how could there be a half-step god king like you? The Crimson Mother's voice was filled with disbelief. Gu Yuna smiled faintly. Of course, she wouldn't explain anything to the enemy. The silver light on his body gradually faded, and he returned to his previous transcendent state. Was she a half-step divine king? Actually, that was not the case. At least not yet. She and Tang Wulin had respectively inherited the power of elemental control and physical strength of the dragon gods. At the same time, the silver dragon had also inherited the kind side of the dragon gods, while King Jinlong had inherited the violent side. Therefore, as her cultivation level increased, Gu Yuna's realm would continue to increase as her bloodline continued to awaken. In the end, she would be able to become half of the dragon gods, the Silver Dragon King's strength. The Silver Dragon King at its peak was a half-step god king. Gu Yuna had been frozen for 10,000 years. In addition, she had given birth to Lan Xuanyu. When she first woke up, her vitality was actually greatly damaged. 10,000 years ago, she was only a level 2 god, which was around the strength of a true god. Later, with continuous recovery and the absorption of a large amount of stellar energy in the star, she broke through the threshold of the transcendent level and awakened her Silver Dragon King bloodline. However, whether it was her or Tang Wulin, it was impossible for them to become a true half-step god king. This was because they had a descendant, Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu had inherited the core of their bloodline, the power that belonged to the dragon gods. In fact, without Lan Xuanyu's inheritance, there would only be one outcome if their strength continued to grow. One side would definitely devour the other. Either Gu Yuna, who was awake, would devour Tang Wulin to become the dragon gods, or the crazy Tang Wulin would devour Gu Yuna to become the dragon gods. 10,000 years ago, Gu Yuna had witnessed this, and that was why she had chosen to commit suicide at all costs in order to fulfill Tang Wulin's wish. She hoped that Tang Wulin would still be able to maintain his clarity of mind when he became a dragon god. However, Tang Wulin had chosen to die for love. The two of them were eternally frozen in the Arctic tundra, which delayed the fusion for half a year. In fact, when they were eternally frozen, Gu Yuna already had Lan Xuanyu. During the process of the two of them being eternally frozen, the core energy of their bloodline was absorbed by this small embryo. After 10,000 years of gestation, Lan Xuanyu was finally born. Lan Xuanyu had also passed down the bloodline of the dragon gods. As his bloodline of the dragon gods took shape step by step, Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin's crisis was resolved by a lot. The only problem was that the last seal in Tang Wulin's body contained the purest evil thoughts of King Jinlong. If it had been before Lan Xuanyu, after the Silver Dragon King had finally awakened, she would have been able to reach the half-step godly king level because she had inherited the kindness of the dragon gods and did not have any seals. However, with Lan Xuanyu, Gu Yuna was unable to take that final step. At most, she would stop at the peak of the transcendent god level. And this short period of half-step godly king level was not entirely her own strength. Instead, it was formed with the help of the many dragon race members present, including Lan Xuanyu's blessed domain of the dragon gods, as well as the silver dragon spear's devouring of the crimson domain's energy. Otherwise, she would not have been a transcendent at first and only become a half-step godly king after devouring it. To put it simply, Gu Yuna's silver dragon king physique allowed her to bear the power of a half-step godly king, but she could not reach the half-step godly king level herself. In this aspect, Tang Wulin was slightly inferior to her. Because the last seal had not been opened, Tang Wulin could not even reach the half-step godly king level, so he did not have such endurance. "Mom, why are you suddenly here?" Lan Xuanyu looked at his mother in surprise. Gu Yuna smiled and said, "If I didn't come, how could I be at ease with you? In fact, I've always been here." Lan Xuanyu suddenly came to a realization and said, "Back then, that succubus was," Gu Yuna smiled and said, "I transformed her into a clone." The first time he faced Heavenly Dragon Chief Seat, the power of his doppelganger was not weak. At that time, my strength had not completely awakened, and I was almost killed by his clone. Later, I realized that this method was indeed not bad, but it required a carrier. Just like Head of Tenryu's clone back then, it should have been a transcendent carrier, which was why it was so strong. Since that succubus appeared, I used her as a carrier and stored my consciousness and blood essence in her body. At the crucial moment, I could awaken at any time and transform my body. Transforming my main body. In terms of spatial transference, I have a deeper understanding. This was not as simple as just having a deeper understanding. Gu Yuna's move of transforming a living person into a living person was definitely much more profound than Head of Tenryu's clone back then. She had directly transferred his main body over. In other words, during the process of him facing the Crimson Domain, his mother had been silently watching from the side, arriving at the most crucial moment to protect him. Lan Xuanyu felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and said, "Mom, what do we do now?" Gu Yuna said, "Don't act too close to me, lest the powerhouses of the Ryuma Federation become suspicious. This Crimson Domain is very powerful, and the Crimson Mother will probably realize it very soon. I did that on purpose just now so that all the powerhouses on our side could escape from the Crimson Domain. Otherwise, it would be easy for you to enter, but it would be troublesome to come out. I'm afraid that apart from you, no one else would be able to escape." She was frightened by me, and thought that I had the ability to truly resist her and destroy the Crimson Domain. However, with her perception of the energy within the domain, she should soon realize that what I did just now was just to deceive her consciousness, and not to actually devour the energy within the core of the Crimson Domain. Lan Xuanyu realized more and more that he didn't understand his parents well enough. His father's strategizing and his mother's strength made him feel like he was looking up at a tall mountain. 10,000 years ago, they were the cornerstone of humanity, and now, they were still the cornerstone. The Crimson Mother's cold voice sounded after the Crimson Domain finished forming. "You're not." Gu Yuna said indifferently, "Guess." Tang Wulin almost laughed out loud. Guess? He didn't know why, but because of his mother's appearance, all of his negative emotions disappeared. It was as if he had found a pillar of support. He looked down at his Moon Empress dance battle armor and couldn't help but feel hot blood surge in his heart. The few bone dragons that had just sacrificed themselves instinctively fused the bone powder from their collapsing bodies into his battle armor, allowing their bone powder to nourish Lan Xuanyu's battle armor. "All of you must die." Crimson Mother's voice was finally filled with anger. Even compared to Tianma Star below, the enormous figure that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth was still so huge. Slowly, she raised her right hand. At this moment, the Crimson Mother was in her true form. Her divine sense and the Crimson Domain had completely merged as one. Gu Yuna pulled Lan Xuanyu behind her and a brilliant silver light surged. She took step after step in the air, and her beautiful figure gradually grew larger. Oval silver scales covered her body, and her figure also began to grow larger. She gradually turned into a huge silver dragon that was over 5,000 meters long. Although it was still small compared to the Crimson Mother in the distance, the dragon's might exuded by the 5,000-meter-long silver dragon made all the dragon race present roar in unison. Lan Xuanyu's eyes shone with 9-colored light. Without hesitation, he released the blessed domain of the dragon gods again. At the same time, he connected his bloodline power to his mother. Under the effects of the dragon god's blessing, the silver dragon scales on Gu Yuna's body became even more dazzling. Even in the face of such a powerful Crimson Mother, he did not show any signs of fear. She was once the god of beast gods, and even the beast god Tian had to respectfully address her as Lord. Her wool had existed since ancient times and would not decay for tens of thousands of years. On top of that, she was the former chairman of the Spirit Pagoda and one of the two remaining super gods of the human race. The aura that she was emitting was no weaker than that of head of Tenryu. The nine-colored light on his body began to strengthen him layer by layer. Water and fire blended together, light and darkness fluctuated. With wind and earth as the core, creation and destruction confronted each other. Under the fluctuations of space, the other 8 attributes appeared around her body in a state of opposition and complementation. She was clearly only a peak transcendent, but at this moment, the 9 attributes around her body were sublimated under the effect of complementing each other. Boom, a huge dark red pillar of light shot out from the Crimson Mother's palm in the distance. The silver dragon that Guyuna had transformed into let out a deafening roar towards the sky. The 9-colored light turned into rings of light that brazenly welcomed the attack. Inside the rings of light, the attributes were changing strangely. Every change was under her control. Almost in an instant, the rings of light enveloped the huge dark red pillar of light. The pillar of light was being consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A huge silver dragon claw shot out from the void and collided with the remaining dark red energy. A dark red rain of light erupted. It was blocked. The Crimson Mother's attack was actually blocked by Guyuna. Although anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Guyuna had used her ability many times before she finally blocked the other party's attack. However, that was the Crimson Mother in her strongest state, who had already fused with her own plane. To be able to block her attack, Guyuna was already proud of herself. She was only at the peak of the Supreme God level, but the power she displayed just now was not much inferior to that of a half-step godly king. This was the bloodline inheritance of the dragon gods, the true power of the dragon gods. Even if she only had half of the power of the dragon gods, this pure bloodline of the strongest godly king still allowed her to possess incomparably powerful strength. This was also the first time Lan Xuanyu had seen his mother fight with her full strength after she recovered. He had never known that his mother's strength was this strong. From what he knew, although his parents were both supreme god-level powerhouses, they were only as strong as ordinary dragon knights. After all, dragon knights still had dragons, and they were all supreme god level. However, from the looks of it, his mother's strength was not inferior to that of the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma. After neutralizing the Crimson Mother's attack with one strike, Guyuna did not attack. The silver light on her body was still resplendent. The Crimson Mother's second attack was already coming, and a huge dark red pillar of light swept through the air again. Similarly, rings of light burst forth, borrowing the power of the 9 elements to complement and counteract each other. Once again, it greatly neutralized the opponent's power. However, this time, when Guyuna used her dragon claws to shatter the opponent's remaining attack power, her body slid back 1,000 meters. This was the difference in strength. The Crimson Mother's cold voice sounded, "Is that all? If you stop me again, you'll definitely die. You don't belong to the Ryuma Federation. Why do you have to die here?" Guyuna said indifferently, "If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a huge price. I'm confident that you won't be able to become a godly king. You can try." The Crimson Mother was indeed wary. Even now, she could not tell just how many trump cards this massive silver dragon king had up his sleeves. At this point in the battle, she no longer had absolute confidence that she could still advance to the godly realm after defeating Guyuna. She had endured and prepared for so many years. She would not take such a risk so easily. The biggest problem with the Crimson Domain was not that it was not strong enough, but that it was unstable. Even she did not dare to use too much of the Crimson Domain's energy. This was because if the Crimson Domain's energy exploded too violently, it would cause the entire interior to collapse and become unstable. If that happened, she would be beaten back to her original state. Who knew how long it would take for her to return to her peak state? Thus, it was not that she did not want to go all out in the battle, but that she had to leave behind enough energy to ensure the stability of the entire Crimson Domain. This was also the biggest problem with this kind of energy plane. Constantly devouring the energy of the outside world was also to ensure the stability of the plane. As the ruler of the Crimson Domain, she had actually spent most of her time repairing the entire plane in the process of cultivation. This made the plane even more stable, and only then could she gradually become stronger. Thus, when she faced a true expert, even if she was much stronger than the opponent, she would not directly confront them head-on. She was afraid that the Crimson Domain would exhaust too much of its energy, and its enormous energy would become unstable. Once it became unstable, it would be even more terrifying than exhausting it. Thus, she was not worried about how strong Gu Yuna was. Instead, she was worried that Gu Yuna had some way to make the Crimson Domain unstable, and cause the energy within to riot. Previously, Gu Yuna had used her mentality in this aspect to scare the Crimson Mother into releasing them. 10,000 years ago, during the Abyssal War on the Douluo continent, Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna had done their best to resist. The Crimson Domain was much stronger than the Abyssal Plane. However, they were both energy planes of the same origin. Thus, no matter how strong they were, some of their characteristics were very similar. This was a problem of experience. Gu Yuna was not only above Lan Xuanyu in terms of cultivation, but in terms of experience, he and Bai Xiuxiu could not compare to her. No matter how smart Lan Xuanyu was, he could not do anything in this aspect. After all, this was the accumulation of time. If Tang Wulin was also here, the other party would definitely be even more fearful. Tang Wulin's cultivation was inferior to the current Gu Yuna because the last seal had not been undone. However, he also had his strong points. As the protagonist of an era, how could he not have a foundation? Right at this moment, in the distant sky, streaks of light began to appear in their field of vision. Flying at the front was a huge warship with a diameter of over 10,000 meters. It was like a space fortress, flying towards them at a seemingly slow speed. What was even more frightening was that there were many warships surrounding the space fortress. A space fleet. Seeing this space fleet, Lan Xuanyu, whose heart was already in his throat, was overjoyed. He was really worried that his mother would not be a match for the Crimson Mother and would be injured by the Crimson Mother. He was also prepared to unleash the strength of his last rib. The arrival of this space fleet made him feel much more at ease, and all his worries dissipated by a lot. The space fleet belonged to the Douluo Federation, and it was also the space fleet that Lan Xuanyu was most familiar with. The Douluo Federation's 7th Fleet had finally arrived at this crucial moment. In terms of the number of warships, the Douluo Federation's space fleet could not compare to the Tianhe fleet. The Tianhe fleet had over 100 battleships. The Douluo Federation's standard space fleet included a mothership and 4 Dragon Gods-class corvettes. Each Dragon Gods-class corvette had 3 to 4 battleships. Under each battleship, there were around 4 Meteor-class assault ships, a varying number of reconnaissance ships, and a large number of transport ships. A space fleet was also composed of over 100 warships, but they were of different types and had different functions. Only then did they form a complete space fleet. Why was Lan Xuanyu able to recognize this as the 7th Fleet at a glance? Because although every space fleet of the Douluo Federation space fleet was the same, there were some differences in some areas. The biggest difference was the mothership. Motherships that were developed in different eras had different appearances. Their specific abilities were also different. They all had their own focus. They were also the crystallization of the Douluo Federation's technology. Lan Xuanyu had heard the Tangmen researchers say that in terms of technology, the Tangmen had the advantage. However, in terms of fleets, the Federation's fleets were still the strongest. This was because the Federation's fleet didn't just have technology. Most importantly, they were able to mobilize all resources for their own use. The resources that the Federation fleet could mobilize were definitely the largest. Ever since the Douluo Federation had entered the era of star development, almost all of the resources that they obtained from the outside world had been used to construct more fleets. This was definitely a virtuous cycle. The more fleets they had, the more powerful they would be able to obtain more resources, thereby increasing their own resources. They would then be able to construct more fleets and expand the area that the Douluo Federation controlled in space. Among the fleets of the Douluo Federation that were currently in service, the 7th Fleet was the newest. Although the 8th Fleet had already been formed, it had yet to be fully deployed on the battlefield. This was also why General Bai Ling was said to have a high chance of advancing in the military in the future. The newest fleets, in addition to their achievements in the Universe War, were the foundation for General Bai Ling's promotion. However, this time, Bai Ling didn't listen to the secret orders and led the 7th Fleet to enter the Dragon Horse star system at the first opportunity. He had rushed here, which might have ruined his future. However, this was all in the future. Right now, he was already here. He appeared on this battlefield. Yet another variable had appeared at this most crucial moment, completely out of the Crimson Mother's expectations. The Douluo Federation's 7th Fleet that had just arrived didn't launch an attack. Instead, it stopped. At this moment, whether it was the Ryuma Federation's powerhouses behind Lan Xuanyu or the various races on Tianma Star on the ground, they had all discovered the arrival of this fleet. Why would the Douluo Federation's fleet come at this time? The various race leaders on Tianma Star were already panicking. Their first thought was that the Douluo Federation was here to loot a burning house. Although they didn't know how they received the news and arrived at Tianma Star at this most crucial moment, they were already here. This was a fleet. They had once fought the Ryuma Federation's fleet and caused them to flee like rats. Right now, the Ryuma Federation's fleet and top-notch powerhouses were all not present. They were all still on their way back. More than half of the powerhouses left behind were either dead or injured. It wasn't just Tianma Star. Even Tenryu Star was empty now. Under such circumstances, if the Douluo Federation targeted Tianma Star and Tenryu Star and destroyed them at all costs, the destruction caused to Longma Double Star would not be any less than the Crimson Domain. The Douluo Federation's fleet's main cannons were definitely powerful enough to destroy a planet. Without the Dragon Knights and the Pegasus Knights, how could they defend against their cannons? In an instant, the entire Tianma Star was panicking. Only Long Tianyang, who was sitting on Pegasus Square, was a little dazed. Of course, she could sense the arrival of the 7th Fleet. She also knew that this fleet's arrival had something to do with Lan Xuanyu. However, she couldn't be sure whether this fleet had come with good intentions or bad intentions. At this moment, her emotions were extremely complicated. Did she find reinforcements or lead a wolf into her house? If the Crimson Mother's goal was to obtain her life core, then, for the Douluo Federation, plundering resources and destroying Longma Double Star was more in line with the Douluo Federation's interests. After all, the Ryuma Federation and the Douluo Federation had a competitive relationship. Without considering the Crimson Mother's situation, the conflict between the two sides was almost irreconcilable. She had always known that Lan Xuanyu was a human. However, when she asked Lan Xuanyu for help, she only considered the future when Lan Xuanyu became stronger and became a godly king. At this moment, when the Douluo Federation's Federation fleet arrived, she suddenly realized that destroying Longma Double Star was also very important to humans. What would he choose? Long Tianyang suddenly realized that she was a little helpless. She couldn't do anything at all. She could only wait for the outcome. Just as everyone was nervously watching the space fleet in space, a strange light suddenly appeared in the sky. The fleet that had stopped moving forward suddenly changed. The huge mothership at the core suddenly lit up, as if a star had suddenly appeared in space, emitting a dazzling light. On the mothership, the cabin doors opened one by one, and the small scouting ships and attack ships quickly flew towards the mothership. Without making a sound, it submerged into the huge body of the mothership. The 4 Dragon Gods class corvettes and 16 battleships that surrounded the mothership were also changing. They were adjusting their angle of suspension. At the same time, the surface of the battleships could see some strange changes as they shone. The 4 Dragon Gods class corvettes were at the 4 corners of the mothership, and their slender bodies were rapidly changing. As the mothership absorbed the small battleships into its body, it was also changing and becoming more slender. Its entire body was actually changing shape. One had to know that the mothership was more than 10,000 meters long. Such a huge object was rapidly changing shape. This was a shocking scene. What the hell was this? Even Lan Xuanyu was a little stunned. The only thought in his mind was that the changes in the 7th Fleet probably involved the Douluo Federation's top secret. For Tangman and Shrek Academy, the top secret technology was the ecological battleship. And the newest 7th Fleet of the Douluo Federation seemed to have its own secret technology. When the small battleships were sucked into the mothership, all the hatches closed, and the shape of the mothership became more and more strange. It slowly stood up, and a huge protrusion slowly emerged from the top. It looked a little like a head. If Lan Xuanyu remembered correctly, this huge protrusion should be the mothership's main control room. the main control room protruded above. Because it was too far away, although he couldn't see clearly, he could imagine that General Bai Ling was standing in the main control room, watching everything outside. The 16 Ares-class battleships began to fly in the direction of the mothership. They all transformed as they flew, and each of them took a different form. When the first Ares-class battleship docked with the mothership, Lan Xuanyu's eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to understand what the 7th Fleet was doing. The Ares-class battleship appeared at the top left of the huge mothership. If the mothership was described as a body, then the Ares-class battleship would appear at the left shoulder. Then, the battleships docked one by one, like pieces of armor, and connected to the mothership. The mothership's shape changed, and it docked perfectly with the Ares-class battleships, gradually becoming a whole. When the 4 Dragon God corvettes flew over, anyone with a discerning eye could tell what was going on. Mecha. Yes, at this moment, the 7th Fleet, after combining the mothership, the 4 Dragon Gods class frigates, and the 16 Ares-class battleships, was about to transform into a supergiant mecha that was close to 20,000 meters tall. Lan Xuanyu was undoubtedly the Ryuma Federation's most knowledgeable about the existence of space battleships. However, at this moment, he was also dumbfounded by what he was seeing. A space battleship could complete a complete set and finally transform into a supergiant mecha. This was too shocking. Even in space, it was so huge and so magnificent. This was an unimaginable scene. Lan Xuanyu resisted the urge to cry out in surprise. A fanatical look appeared in his eyes. Once upon a time, his biggest dream was to become a space fleet commander. However, everything that was unfolding before his eyes still exceeded his imagination of Soul Tool technology and the Federation's space fleet. Who would have thought that such a powerful space fleet could actually become a supergiant space mecha? This was simply a godlike idea. The Douluo Federation really didn't lack geniuses. The Tongmen's transformative Skywing mech had already impressed Lan Xuanyu back then. After witnessing the complete assembly of the 7th Fleet, he finally understood just how advanced the Douluo Federation's Soul Tool technology was. What gave them the courage to go against the Ryuma Federation with so many transcendents? A giant mecha that was more than 20,000 meters tall appeared in space. It was simply too shocking, and its transformation didn't stop. On its left arm, pieces of metal combined to form a shield that covered its entire forearm. When it raised the shield, a curtain of light burst out from the edge of the shield, turning into a huge shield of light that almost protected the entire 20,000-meter-long body. Without a doubt, this was a transformation of the mothership's protective shield, and it also fused with the energy of more than 10 powerful battleships. It turned into an indestructible giant shield. In its right hand, a huge battle blade appeared. The blade that was more than 500 meters long spewed out an energy blade that was 5,000 meters long. The space around the blade was torn apart. The chest was where the mothership's main cannon was located. At this moment, light began to gather and the mothership's main cannon began to charge. One could clearly see energy flowing from the 4 limbs of the giant mecha to the center. Without a doubt, the main cannon was mobilizing the energy of the entire space fleet. Too powerful. This must be the ruler of space battles, right? Lan Xuanyu could imagine that such a terrifying existence could even fight a Dragon Knight. Even a Dragon Knight might not be able to stop it from destroying a planet. Lan Xuanyu had never seen any records of a space fleet transforming into a combined mecha anywhere. This was undoubtedly the Douluo Federation's top secret, and also the Douluo Federation's ultimate weapon. At this moment, this ultimate weapon was right in front of him. Why did General Bai Ling think that his 7th Fleet could help the Ryuma Federation resist the Crimson Domain? Why would they be able to retreat after entering the Ryuma Federation's territory? At this moment, the 7th Fleet was using its own powerful transformation to clearly explain this to everyone. This was the Douluo Federation's ultimate weapon. When Lan Xuanyu saw this gigantic mecha fully formed, his entire body trembled. This was the yearning of a man for great power. How would it feel to be able to command such a space fleet? His lips were tightly pursed, and the blood in his body was boiling. They're here, they're here. They were his true reinforcements, and they were the ones who had always been guarding the periphery of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, ready to receive him at any time. With such a powerful backing, this was his greatest support. when Lan Xuanyu infiltrated the Tenryu star and gradually integrated into the dragon race, he felt the power of the dragon race. In fact, he was once discouraged. This discouragement was because of the huge difference in individual strength between the Douluo Federation and the Ryuma Federation. Just on the Tenryu star alone, there were dozens of super god-ranked powerhouses. 18 dragon knights teaming up with their dragon mounts were almost invincible to him at that time. At that time, he really did not have high hopes for the Douluo Federation, so he wanted to integrate deeper into the dragon race and become stronger as soon as possible. At least he could use his own strength to close the gap between the Douluo Federation and the dragon race. Later on, when he went to Tianma Star, he saw even more powerhouses. There were also the 8-armed divine demons and the Mantis clan. These powerful races of the Dragon Horse Galaxy all showed their incomparable strength. Seeing so many powerful future enemies, how could he not have any thoughts in his heart? This was also why he firmly hoped that the Treistrimsa wings of heaven could grow on the Tenryu star, and that those plant-type soul beasts could become stronger. Only by nurturing more powerhouses could there be a possibility of resisting. However, only today did he know that the Douluo Federation was not just what he saw before. The Douluo Federation also had its own powerful strength, and it was not inferior to the Dragon Knight Legion's ultimate weapon. This was a true universal mecha. This was a feat that could only be accomplished with a huge amount of ingenuity and a huge amount of resources. In the past, Lan Xuanyu had always thought that in terms of soul technology, the Tangmen and the Shrek Academy were the absolute leaders in the Douluo Federation. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated this powerful federation that had ruled for 20,000 years. Under the mobilization of all their resources, they had accumulated so much. In terms of the total amount of resources, the Douluo Federation definitely could not compare to the Ryuma Federation. It could not even compare to the Dragon Race and the Tianma clan. However, in terms of the degree of utilization of resources, the Douluo Federation was far above them. The 20,000-meter-tall mecha completed its transformation, and the main cannon on its chest was constantly charging. Even from such a distance, one could feel the terrifying energy contained within. The Crimson Mother, who had completely fused with the Crimson Domain, turned her gaze in the direction of the immense threat. Apart from the coldness in her eyes, there was also a hint of confusion. Yes, she really didn't understand why a fleet from the Douluo Federation would appear here at this time. Unless they were going to wage war against the Ryuma Federation. Weren't they enemies? But why was this transformed super battleship full of malice towards him? From her perspective, the Douluo Federation shouldn't have helped the Ryuma Federation in any way. However, the Douluo Federation's fleet had arrived at this time, and was clearly opposing her. The charging of the battleship didn't take long. In fact, it had already begun when the 7th Fleet had approached. A huge orange-yellow pillar of light illuminated the entire space in the next instant. Even from Tianma Star, one could see the huge beam of light that resembled a shooting star. The huge orange-red pillar of light had a diameter of 1,000 meters. Wherever the pillar of light passed, the surrounding space seemed to become silent. Back then, the Douluo Federation's mothership's main cannon had almost destroyed the entire 8-armed god-demon clan. Furthermore, that was an older generation mothership. The 7th Fleet's mothership was the latest model. After transforming, its main cannon had been strengthened by the Dragon King corvettes and the War God battleships. The strength of its energy had been raised to the maximum. This was an existence that could destroy an entire planet, and a terrifying might that could destroy an entire realm. The Crimson Mother's expression changed for the first time. Even though the Crimson Domain could devour most types of energy, it couldn't completely devour such explosive energy in a short period of time. The entire Crimson Domain started to distort violently. The benefits of a realm being completely controlled by an individual were evident at this moment. The entire Crimson Domain turned into a huge whirlpool. At this critical moment, the center of the whirlpool welcomed the majestic main cannon. This scene was simply too spectacular from afar. The main cannon shot out from the chest of the gigantic mecha and into the center of the Crimson Domain. The entire Crimson Domain seemed to have been pierced in an instant, and a dazzling orange-red flame spewed out from the other side. The entire Crimson Domain shook violently. Upon closer inspection, One could see that the Douluo Federation's main cannon's fire was vaporizing a lot of the Crimson Domain's energy. The energy pillar of light from the main cannon lasted for more than 10 seconds. When it was finally extinguished, it left a trail of orange-red light that didn't dissipate for a long time. This level of energy caused all the powerful individuals from the Ryuma Federation present, including Gu Yuna and Lan Xuanyu's, and his mother, their bodies trembling. It was too terrifying. Was this actually a power that could be achieved by technology? The entire Crimson Domain's light dimmed significantly. It withstood the attack, but the entire realm seemed to have shrunk by 1/20th. Its aura was clearly weakened. This could be said to be the most serious injury they had suffered since the appearance of the Crimson Domain. The Douluo Federation's mothership was actually this powerful. This attack had definitely surpassed the level of an ordinary half-step godly king. This was the true crystallization of human technology. It was humanity's greatest strength. After unleashing that attack, the giant mecha that the 7th Fleet had transformed into dimmed significantly, and the sabers and shields in its hands had also become slightly more illusionary. It was obvious that the cannon shot just now had consumed a lot of its energy. To the Douluo Federation, the mothership's existence was more of a strategic deterrent. In fact, the mothership had very few opportunities to attack. It was extremely rare for it to be fired. After all, it was a terrifying power that could destroy a planet. Not to mention, this was the first time such a powerful weapon had appeared on the battlefield. Aside from experiments, this should be the first time such a powerful weapon had appeared on the battlefield. There was silence in space. The remaining powerful individuals from the Ryuma Federation subconsciously held their breaths. How could humans be so powerful? The humans had actually come here to help them? This was absolutely certain. Otherwise, the human space fleet would not have directly chosen to attack the Crimson Domain with all their might. After arriving, why would humans help them? There was no time to think. However, this was undoubtedly good news for the Tenryu Star and the Tianma Star. The Crimson Domain shrank inwards, and its aura was much more restrained. The Crimson Mother did not appear again. However, a large patch of silver light started to appear at the core. It turned into silver light spots, as if there was a starry sky inside. It's trying to escape? Lan Xuanyu's pupils contracted. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and shouted, "Kill!" The Bone Dragon Legion and the powerful individuals from the Ryuma Federation charged towards the Crimson Domain under his lead. When he saw the silver light, Lan Xuanyu immediately realized that it was a teleportation formation. The Crimson Mother saw that she could not resolve the problem in a short time, and chose to escape. The arrival of the 7th Fleet from the Douluo Federation had completely ruined her plan. Perhaps she had the ability to defeat the 7th Fleet. After all, it would not be easy for the 7th Fleet to fire a second time. However, she could not resolve the battle in a short time. On the other side, there were many powerful individuals from the Ryuma Federation, including the Silver Dragon Princess Gu Yuna. If she continued fighting, the Dragon Knights and the Pegasus Knights would return. Then, she would have no chance of winning. Hence, she chose to escape after enduring the bombardment of the 7th Fleet's main cannon. She would temporarily retreat and look for another opportunity. Right now, the Tianma Star was no longer in existence that could be destroyed directly. The Crimson Mother had existed in the universe for so many years, and she had led the Crimson Domain to develop step by step. Her intelligence was definitely sufficient. Furthermore, she was able to maintain her calm at crucial moments, and analyze the situation based on what was best for her. Lan Xuanyu and Gu Yuna charged at the front. In the distance, the gigantic mecha was also flying over. Although it was huge, its flying speed was not slow. There were countless thrusters on its back, and the giant mech quickly flew toward the Crimson Domain. It waved the battle sword in its hand, and a shocking sword light slashed toward the Crimson Domain. Although this blade could not be compared to the Crimson Mother's main cannon, the energy it contained was filled with a strong buzzing sound, and it carried with it a very high-frequency vibration. The advantage of this high-frequency vibration energy, besides its terrifying cutting power, was that it could not be devoured. Even the Crimson Domain could not devour it. The development of soul tool technology in the Douluo Federation had actually gone through several stages. Among these stages, the most important one was 10,000 years ago, when humans defeated the abyssal plane, and the entire Douluo planet evolved. The war with the abyssal plane had a huge impact on humans. Hence, for a very long time, humans researched all kinds of weapons that targeted the abyssal plane's undying characteristics. Of course, the abyssal plane did not appear after that, but the technology was passed down and developed. Who would have thought that it would be used now? The high-frequency vibration blade light swept past in an instant, and actually slashed a huge hole in the crimson domain. Furthermore, this hole was affected by the high-frequency vibration for a moment, and actually could not close up. Guyuna and Lan Xuanyu had already charged forward. The silver dragon spear and yellow Jinlong spear stabbed out at the same time, and a powerful devouring power burst forth from the mother and son. Bai Xiaoxiao, who had transformed into an ice-devouring dragon under Lan Xuanyu's feet, went all out to strengthen him again. A large amount of the Crimson Domain's energy was being absorbed. Of course, it was impossible to kill the Crimson Mother, but they had to weaken the Crimson Domain as much as possible during the battle. The best way to weaken it was to devour its energy. Not only could they strengthen themselves, but they could also continuously weaken its overall energy. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the Crimson Domain, and the entire Crimson Domain suddenly collapsed inward. Lan Xuanyu was about to give chase when Guyuna grabbed him. Retreat. He naturally trusted his mother completely. Without hesitation, he stopped charging forward and quickly retreated. With Guyuna. At this moment, the powerhouses of the Ryuma Federation arrived at their side. When they heard Lan Xuanyu's order, they immediately retreated. They quickly left the battlefield. The rapidly collapsing Crimson Domain seemed to have encountered a black hole that could devour it. All of it collapsed toward the center. As it collapsed, a huge suction force was produced. Although Lan Xuanyu had already retreated with his mother, he could still feel the crazy suction force behind him. He quickly activated the blessed domain of the dragon gods to the maximum and used all his strength to escape. The giant mecha of the 7th Fleet also raised its shield in front of it. The thrusters in front of it were fully activated to resist the powerful suction force. In just a few seconds, the entire Crimson Domain had converged to a single point. A black hole with a diameter of 1,000 meters appeared there, and it was still emitting a crazy suction force. However, the size of the black hole was continuously shrinking. If they had been too close and had been sucked in by the black hole, the outcome would have been obvious. The Crimson Domain was indeed not easy to deal with. At every critical moment, it would always have strange ways to deal with it and avoid disaster. It was impossible to determine where the Crimson Domain had disappeared to. However, at least the crisis of Tianma Star had been resolved because of this. On the Ryuma Federation's side, other than the Bone Dragon army that had come to support Lan Xuanyu, only about 1/3 of the original number of god-level powerhouses were left. There were less than 100 of them left, and almost all of them were injured. Apart from the dragon race and Tianma, there was not a single god-level expert left. The 7 veteran transcendent experts of the dragon race and Tianma had all fallen. It was obvious how heavy their losses were. However, they managed to withstand the attacks of the Crimson Domain and buy enough time for the reinforcements to arrive. Without a doubt, there were 3 major existences that helped them turn the tide. Lan Xuanyu's arrival through teleportation was undoubtedly of utmost importance. He was the one who had reignited everyone's morale and allowed Zhang Chujia to hold on for a longer period of time. He had also brought along the Bone Dragon army, which had become the cornerstone of the defensive forces. Then came the sudden appearance of Silver Dragon Princess Guyuna. Her surprise attack prevented the Crimson Mother from continuing to attack Lan Xuanyu. Moreover, he had also helped Lan Xuanyu and the others escape the Crimson Domain's restrictions. Finally, there was naturally the powerful 7th Fleet from the Douluo Federation. The arrival of the 7th Fleet dealt a heavy blow to the Crimson Domain, forcing it to choose to escape and leave the battlefield. This battle was simply too difficult for them. Although they were still unable to inflict heavy damage to the Crimson Domain, at least Tianma Star was saved. Many powerful beings from Tianma couldn't help but cry tears of joy at this moment. However, their hearts soon sank as they saw the gigantic mecha slowly flying towards them. At the same time, Guyuna also disappeared without a trace. The pressure from the gigantic mecha that was 20,000 meters tall was so terrifying that it wasn't much weaker than the Crimson Domain from before. After all, one of its main cannons had even damaged the Crimson Domain. Humans had always been the enemy of the Ryuma Federation. Now that the Crimson Domain had been chased away, would the arrival of the Douluo Federation's gigantic mecha mean that they had entered the tiger's den right after escaping the wolf's kiss? Many god-rank powerhouses became nervous at the same time. However, at this moment, the gigantic mecha slowly raised its right arm. However, it retracted the sword in its right hand, and slowly extended its huge palm. All the powerful beings from the Ryuma Federation couldn't help but become nervous. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed to one of shock. This was because they saw the gigantic palm actually give them a thumbs up, and even shook it gently. After that, the gigantic mecha slowly bent over, and its limbs fell off. Its head retracted, and it started to transform into the original form of a space fleet. What was the meaning of this? Don't panic. Lan Xuanyu's voice was transmitted to the hearts of every powerful being present through his divine sense. A blue light flashed beneath his feet, and Bai Xiaoxiao returned to her original appearance. She came to his side and held his hand as they stood side by side. A huge bone dragon replaced Bai Xiaoxiao's position, and used its huge skull to support the two of them at the same time. The Seventh Fleet's transformation was completed very quickly. The fleet had no intention of stopping, and it sped off into the distance. When the entire Seventh Fleet disappeared from the vision of the powerful beings from the Ryuma Federation, they were still in disbelief. They left? They left just like that? What was this? Did they do a good deed without leaving a name? Only now did they dare to believe that the Douluo Federation's powerful space fleet had really come to support them. This was simply too inconceivable. Wasn't the Douluo Federation their enemy? Since when did their enemy become so benevolent? However, the truth was right in front of them. The Douluo Federation's fleet didn't ask for anything in return. They just gave the Crimson Domain 2 fierce blows, and they retreated after successfully repelling the Crimson Domain. This was simply too unbelievable. It was important to note that the enmity between the Douluo Federation and the Ryuma Federation had been accumulating for more than just 1 or 2 years. Overall, the Douluo Federation had the upper hand because of their fleet's advantage, but it wasn't without losses. Just like the previous time, when the Ryuma Federation wanted to launch a surprise attack on the Ryuma Federation's research facility, the Douluo Federation had lost many battleships. However, the Douluo Federation's fleet was repaying evil with good. Were they really here to support them? Furthermore, they had come at the perfect time. Also, who was that huge silver dragon? Her strength and Lan Xuanyu's strength complemented each other to maintain the situation. However, at this moment, these were no longer important to the Dragon Horse Federation's powerhouses who were already exhausted and on the brink of death. The important thing was that they had survived. All of them had survived. Was there anything more wonderful than this? As god-rank powerhouses, they had always been lofty existences on the Tenryu star and Tianma star, and were worshipped by other races. They had never felt that survival was so wonderful. However, at this moment, the feeling of being alive was so wonderful. However, at the same time, a strong sense of sorrow welled up in their hearts. More than half of their comrades who had fought together with them earlier had perished. All 7 of them had perished without exception. They had sacrificed their lives to wait for reinforcements to arrive under the leadership of the fiery dragon knight, Xianxia. However, these reinforcements were from the Douluo Federation, and they had arrived earlier than the Ryuma Federation. Return to Tianma Star. Lan Xuanyu had undoubtedly become the backbone of all the powerful beings. He waved his hand, and the bone dragon carried them back in the direction of Tianma Star. As the Crimson Domain disappeared, the huge haze that had suppressed the entire Tianma Star also disappeared. When they returned to Tianma Square and descended from the sky, countless cheers rang out from all directions on the entire planet. They had won. They had finally defeated the Crimson Domain. Although most of the people didn't know where the Crimson Domain came from, they could feel the immense pressure. Long Tianyang had maintained the protective barrier for an entire day, so they understood how dangerous the situation was. At this moment, the powerful enemy was finally defeated, and they could finally heave a sigh of relief. Lan Xuanyu led the bone dragons down from the sky, and the scene of the bone dragon slowly landing on Pegasus Square was simply too shocking. On the big screen in Pegasus Square, images of the battle in space were constantly being projected. Lan Xuanyu's arrival and the Douluo Federation's fleet that turned the tide stunned the crowd, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Princess Jinlong! Excited shouts rang out, and the entire Pegasus Square was filled with shouts of Lan Xuanyu's name. After this battle, she was no longer just a rising star in the dragon race, but a hero of the entire Ryuma Federation. Long Tianyang had also stood up at this moment, and her eyes were filled with gratitude as she watched Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu leap down from the bone dragon's head. She was the only one who knew where the external forces came from. Regardless of whether it was the Silver Dragon Princess Guyuna or the Douluo Federation's fleet, they were undoubtedly under the command of Lan Xuanyu. Humans and the Ryuma Federation were mortal enemies, but at this time, he was able to let go of the past and allow the Douluo Federation's army to appear on the battlefield, thus resolving the crisis that the Ryuma Federation was in. After this battle, Long Tianyang had a whole new understanding of Lan Xuanyu. Other than his original attitude of cooperation, he now had a bit of admiration. Lan Xuanyu strode in front of Long Tianyang, and their eyes met. Long Tianyang nodded gently at him, and her eyes were a little wet. In fact, she was already prepared to self-destruct the Longma double star. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Lan Xuanyu let out a long breath and said in a deep voice. Long Tianyang nodded again, this time with more force than before. Roar! An impassioned roar came from the leading bone dragon. All the bone dragons present lowered their heads and bowed 3 times towards Lan Xuanyu. Then, they flapped their wings and soared into the sky, flying straight towards the spatial gate. They had to return to the dragon world. Only the energy of the dragon world could nourish them. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for his body to collapse. After this battle, Lan Xuanyu's consciousness had already formed a connection with them. He could contact this bone dragon army that only had combat instincts but was extremely loyal to him at any time. With the increase in Lan Xuanyu's strength, the bone dragon army would only become stronger under his enhancement. Following the departure of the bone dragon army, all the remaining god-tier powerhouses present bowed towards the flying bone dragons, showing the highest respect. Without the arrival of the bone dragon army, they would probably have become corpses and nutrients for the Crimson Domain. Long live! A Tianma powerhouse suddenly raised the heavy sword in his hand and shouted wildly in Lan Xuanyu's direction. Long live Princess Jinlong! For a moment, all the god-tier powerhouses followed him and shouted without hesitation. To them, the Dragon Knight, Pegasus Knight, head of Tenryu, the head of Tianma, were no longer important at this moment. This was because at the most critical moment, it wasn't those powerhouses who saved them, but the woman in front of them, Princess Jinlong. It was because of her arrival that they were able to turn the tide and survive. At this moment, they looked at Lan Xuanyu with eyes full of fanaticism. Whether it was the strength that Lan Xuanyu displayed or the strength of his bloodline, he had already conquered their hearts, especially the dragon race powerhouses present. While Tianma was shouting, all the powerhouses of the dragon race had already knelt on one knee in the direction of Lan Xuanyu. It wasn't just gratitude towards her, but also worship of their bloodline. They had already deeply felt that Lan Xuanyu's dragon race bloodline was unprecedentedly supreme. He was the true ruler of the dragon race. Moreover, they had also heard the words that Zhang Chujia said before she died. There was no doubt that this person in front of them was the next head of Tenryu, and it was very likely that he would become the head of Tenryu very soon. Lan Xuanyu didn't say anything. He just silently sensed everything in front of him. There was no doubt that from this moment onwards, he was truly standing at the forefront of the Ryuma Federation's upper echelons. He was the temporary commander when he went to planet Tianhe to provide support. His performance was commendable, and he was recognized by the powerhouses of the 8-armed divine demons and the mantis race. This time, he returned early and turned the tide, saving Tianma Star. It could be said that he was Tianma's great benefactor. Tianma's support for him was also unprecedented. Furthermore, he had the bloodline of the dragon gods. Now, even if the head of Tenryu wanted to touch him, it wouldn't be easy. He was truly standing on the stage of the Ryuma Federation, and he had become one of the traitors. After a long while, the voices gradually stopped. Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice, the chief executive is responsible for the normal operation of the planet. The two chiefs will soon return with reinforcements. The crisis has been resolved. Record the names of all those who died in this battle. They are all heroes of the Federation. When the two chiefs return, we will decide how to compensate them. He wasn't the ruler of Tianma Star, but at this time, there was no doubt that everyone would listen to his orders. Without a leader, he was now the ruler of Tianma Star, and even Tenryu Star. All members of the dragon race, return to Tenryu Star and guard it, in case the Crimson Domain returns. Yes. All the dragon race powerhouses bowed to Lan Xuanyu at the same time. Among them, there was someone who was covered in blood and had a complicated look in his eyes. It was Huang Daoqi. The city lord of Fenglong City was also a god-tier powerhouse, so he naturally had to participate in this battle. He was considered lucky, and he was especially careful on the battlefield, so he really survived. Now, when he looked at Lan Xuanyu again, his attitude had completely changed. He also didn't expect Lan Xuanyu to be able to grow so strong in such a short time. It wasn't just him, even Bai Xiuxiu was the same. The strength they displayed when they worked together was already something that Huang Daoqi had to look up to. He also felt lucky from the bottom of his heart. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had a 1,000-year contract with the royal family. The rise of Fenglong City was just around the corner. Many members of the dragon race returned, but Lan Xuanyu didn't leave. He and Bai Xiuxiu chose to stay. He politely declined Tianma's invitation and sat down in Tianma Square to meditate and rest. In the dragon race, after this battle, his reputation would definitely soar. Moreover, the dragon race was above the bloodline. His bloodline of the dragon gods already allowed him to gain the love and respect of the dragon race without needing to do anything more for the dragon race. On Tianma Star, this time, he became the hero of Tianma and saved the planet. If he stayed and continued to make a good impression, Tianma's respect for him would undoubtedly increase. Of course, these were just external matters. For the time being, Lan Xuanyu didn't think too much about it. Now, the first thing he thought about was where the Crimson Domain had gone. Under the bombardment of the 7th Fleet's main cannon, the Crimson Domain was very likely to have suffered some damage. However, from the way it left in the end, the damage shouldn't be too serious. Moreover, it had teleported away. Then, there were a few possibilities for the Crimson Domain's departure. The first possibility was that it had completely left and temporarily left the battlefield to rest and reorganize. The second possibility was that it continued to attack. However, after the previous attack, even if they appeared on Tenryu Star again, the dragon race and Tianma could mobilize their forces to defend themselves with the spatial gate. The Long Tianyang on Tenryu Star could also support a protective shield. Therefore, Tenryu Star was relatively safe. As for the third possibility, that was to attack the other planets in the Dragon Horse Galaxy and devour their life force to recover. Of these three possibilities, the first and third were the most likely, while the second was the least likely. The Crimson Mother was definitely a scheming existence. Through his previous battle with her, Lan Xuanyu understood that it would not be easy to figure out the Crimson Realm's movements. The Crimson Mother would only be more difficult to deal with now that she had learned from her painful experience. Most importantly, although the previous battle looked very tragic, it did not harm the Crimson Realm at all. Although he and his mother had devoured a lot of the Crimson Realm's energy, it should not be forgotten that 200 god-level powerhouses had died in the Crimson Realm. They were all the top powerhouses in the Ryuma Federation, and every god-level powerhouse contained a considerable amount of life force. Not everyone could be like Xianxia, who could release the crimson gold mystic flames without being devoured and burn the Crimson Realm. Therefore, the overall consumption of the Crimson Realm was probably not as great as imagined. Therefore, its threat still existed, and it could come again at any time. With the teleportation method of the Imperial Sky Tribe, the Crimson Realm that could teleport long distances in space was too difficult to deal with. They could only take one step at a time. To him, what he needed to do was not to search for the Crimson Realm, but to improve himself as quickly as possible and make himself even more powerful. Lan Xuanyu was confident that as long as he could reach the level of a half-step Divine King, he would be able to fight against the Crimson Mother, who had the support of a dimension. When that time came, there would be no need to be afraid. He had the spatial attribute, and he could teleport to wherever the Crimson Realm appeared in a short time. With the devouring ability of the yellow Jinlong spear, he could continuously weaken the Crimson Realm and fight it to the death. As long as it did not become a divine king, they would be the ones having a headache in the end. Therefore, the most important thing now was to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible. Previously, he had devoured a lot of the Crimson Realm's energy, and most of it had been used to enhance the dragon race. However, Lan Xuanyu still had some essence left in his body. Just as his thoughts were gradually straightening out, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be one more person beside him. Subconsciously, he opened his eyes. He was not the only one who opened his eyes. Bai Xiaoxiao, who was beside him, did the same. The two of them looked forward at the same time. A woman in a red dress knelt down in front of him. His eyes were filled with anticipation and desire. He was watching them. This was the woman who claimed to be the head of Tenryu, whom Lan Xuanyu had met in the Dragon Realm. "Hello." The woman bowed slightly towards Lan Xuanyu. "You're too polite." Lan Xuanyu hurriedly returned the courtesy. If he guessed correctly, this person should have a close relationship with the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang. She was most likely Jiang Weiqiang's wife and emperor. The woman in a red dress sighed softly and said, "I was truly disrespectful in the dragon dimension. I didn't expect you to be the successor chosen by His Majesty. As the successor of the Red Dragon bloodline, greetings, my lord." As she spoke, she had already knelt down and bowed towards Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly supported her. "You're welcome." However, the woman in the red dress insisted on lowering her hem. With her transcendent cultivation, Lan Xuanyu could not stop her at all. "You can call me Karen." After the woman in the red dress bowed, she sat up straight again. Her attitude was still extremely respectful. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "You've been cultivating in the Dragon Realm. This time, you didn't go with the chief to support planet Tenryu?" Karen nodded silently and said, "Because I'm different from them. To me, I've never thought of myself as a member of the Ryuma Federation. However, only the existence of the Tenryu star can allow the Dragon Realm to continue existing. Therefore, I have no choice but to rely on the Tenryu star to protect the Dragon Realm." Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat, and he said in surprise, "Could it be that you weren't originally from the Tenryu star?" Karen said, "I didn't appear during the dragon transformation period. In fact, I witnessed the entire dragon transformation period. In other words, I'm the only true dragon race, the dragon race passed down from ancient times." Lan Xuanyu was shocked. "You mean, you're not the dragon race that evolved from the dragon transformation period?" Karen nodded and said, "Only a few higher-ups in the dragon race know this. I belong to the Fire Dragon King's bloodline, the descendant of the Fire Dragon King. According to the memories that I gradually awakened later, I knew. After the dragon race suffered a great disaster, thousands of dragons fell. In the end, the dragon gods used the last of their power to form the Dragon Realm to protect the dragons. But the fall of His Majesty was too great a blow to the dragon race, and most of the clansmen had already fallen. In order to allow the dragon race to have a chance to rise again, the remaining ancestors sacrificed their lives to stabilize the Dragon Realm. They allowed the Dragon Realm to become a small world that could drift in the universe and look for an opportunity to recover. The God Realm should have known about the Dragon Realm's itinerary back then. But the God Realm seemed to be lenient and didn't destroy the Dragon Realm, but they also didn't allow the Dragon Realm to grow and revive the dragon race. Therefore, the Dragon Realm drifted in the universe for many years and a days. It wasn't until later when it overlapped with the Douluo Federation that the aura and suppression of the God Realm had disappeared. The Dragon Realm originally planned to take root in the Douluo Federation and find an opportunity to pass down the bloodline of the dragon race. However, it was suppressed by the Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King took away the core power of the Lord. Thus, the Dragon Realm fell silent again. And the existence who inherited the bloodline of King Jinlong came to the Dragon Realm by chance and absorbed most of the energy that the Dragon Realm had left behind with great difficulty. But he also buried the corpses of all the ancestors, causing the Dragon Realm to become even more stable. The Dragon Realm didn't have intelligence, but it had its own instincts. After the ancestors of the dragon race were buried, the dragon realm didn't seem to have a chance to develop. The dragon realm seemed to have sensed that there was no opportunity for it to develop on the Douluo continent, so it left the Douluo star and drifted through the universe again. It wasn't until later when it discovered the Tenryu star, which had an extremely high level of life energy, that it merged with the Tenryu star. From then on, there was the dragon transformation period, which gave birth to a new generation of dragon race. Listening to Karen's story, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel shocked. The dragon realm actually existed for this reason. The Silver Dragon King was undoubtedly his mother, and the one who buried the dragon race was naturally his father, the Dragon King Douluo Tangwulin. What about you? Why didn't you tell the Silver Dragon King and King Jinlong about this back then? Lan Xuanyu asked. Karen smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that I didn't want to tell them, but I couldn't do it at all. The reason why I was able to survive was because I was still a dragon egg in the era when the dragons fell. I survived in my mother's stomach. It was my mother's remains that provided me with energy. But because she had already passed away, there wasn't enough energy, so I, who was in the dragon egg, had been sleeping. I was always half asleep and half awake. But for some reason, everything about the dragon realm turned into memories and was deeply imprinted in my mind. The subsequent events were to let me wait for the arrival of the new generation of dragon gods. It wasn't until the dragon transformation period when the Tenryu star arrived and the dragon realm absorbed enough life energy from the Tenryu star through the dragon pillar that I gradually recovered and finally hatched from the dragon egg. But at that time, I was still very weak and couldn't do anything at all. I could only silently wait for the opportunity to grow. Later, I was discovered by the fire dragon knight Xianxia. After she discovered me, she immediately recognized that I was a true dragon race member. She began to try to extract my bloodline to strengthen herself and her descendants. But later, she realized that although she could use my Fire Dragon King bloodline to strengthen her own bloodline, she still couldn't gain the ability to truly live forever. So, she forced me to marry her son, who is the current head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang. In order to protect the dragon race, I had no other choice. Otherwise, I would be killed or even dissected by them. I chose to live until today. But my request at that time was that unless the Tenryu star was at the point of life and death, I wouldn't fight for the Tenryu star's dragon race. As expected, Karen really was the wife of the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang. The inheritance of the Fire Dragon King. The pure gold profound flames on Xianxia and Jiang Weiqiang's mother and son were all passed down from me. But I never gave birth to a descendant for Jiang Weiqiang. I hated them very much. But Jiang Weiqiang treated me quite well. Now that Xianxia also died in battle to protect the dragon race, this hatred seems to have faded a lot. In the future, I only wish to protect the Lord. And do my best for the revival of the dragon race. As she spoke, Karen once again bowed to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu really didn't expect such a situation. The person in front of him was actually a true dragon race member, and a descendant of the Fire Dragon King, inheriting the pure bloodline of the Fire Dragon King. In other words, she didn't belong to the Tenryu star at all, but belonged to the pure dragon race. Therefore, she only obeyed the bloodline of the dragon gods, and not the Tenryu star or the Ryuma Federation. Please get up. Lan Xuanyu helped Karen up. Lan Xuanyu said, "This time, you also heard my summons and came with the bone dragons?" Karen nodded and said, "I originally thought that it was the one who had buried the dragon for 1,000 days. I didn't expect it to be you. Moreover, your bloodline has been purified to such a degree, which is even more unexpected. It is my greatest wish to see the new generation of dragon gods descend. For the rest of my life, I am only willing to follow you to rebuild the glory of the dragon race." Although she hadn't seen the magnificent dragon race's glory, many memories of the dragon race came with the bloodline inheritance. In a sense, she was one of the few descendants of the ancient dragon race. In this regard, only Lan Xuanyu's mother, the Silver Dragon Princess Guyuna, was like her. Lan Xuanyu said, "That's great. But your relationship with the head?" Karen said indifferently, "He is him, I am me. I didn't have any feelings for him in the first place, and I was forced to do so. Although we have a contract, it is an equal contract. No one can restrain the other. In the future, I will only listen to your orders." Lan Xuanyu didn't have any doubts about Karen. This was a subtle feeling in the bloodline. The more powerful the dragon race, the closer their bloodline was to the dragon gods. Of course, there was still a big gap. Lan Xuanyu was able to sense the other party's aura and emotions through his own bloodline. Jalen was being sincere. That person's bloodline was indeed pure, which was a clear difference from the dragons who came from the dragon transformation period. In addition, Lan Xuanyu himself had the bloodline of the dragon gods, and the bloodline of the dragon race was supreme. He could completely trust this person. Karen was a true transcendent. To be able to become the head of Tenryu's dragon, his strength was not much weaker than the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang. In the battle just now, she was the most powerful existence on the Bone Dragon Army's side. With her around, Lan Xuanyu would naturally be able to relax. Chief and the others should be back soon. Please take a rest. There shouldn't be any problems for the time being. I'll wait here for them to return. Then I'll wait with you, Karen said without hesitation. Seeing this, Lan Xuanyu did not try to persuade her anymore. Together with Bai Xiuxiu, the three of them sat down cross-legged in Tenryu's square and meditated together. Karen deliberately sat at the back to show the difference in status. Soon, she felt something strange in her heart because she felt the bloodline fluctuations in Lan Xuanyu's body. The aura of the dragon god's bloodline flowed out naturally with Lan Xuanyu's meditation, infecting Karen's bloodline. She could clearly feel that her bloodline was much more active than before. Space. The faint silver light gradually formed into silver light spots, silently condensing in the void. A large area of dark red transformed from the silver light and condensed in the air. Crimson Mother sat at the head of the palace. Below her were many powerhouses of the Crimson Domain. Crimson Mother said calmly, "Activate the second plan. At the same time, activate the possession plan." Yes. Many of the Crimson Domain's powerhouses bowed in unison. However, their answer was only because of the first order. As for the second order, no one understood what it meant. Not far away from where the Crimson Domain appeared, there was a beautiful planet. It was covered in dense life energy and was recovering from its previous injuries. Yes, this planet was Planet Tianhe. Planet Tianhe was repairing its previous injuries. The Crimson Domain had returned. When figures appeared in the sky above Tianma Star's worries were finally over. The head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma led the first batch of reinforcements. They were all transcendent great existences. They abandoned the main force and rushed back to Tianma Star immediately. When Jiang Weiqiang arrived in outer space, he had already sensed the aura of the Crimson Domain. However, the Crimson Domain did not exist. Because he had left the fleet, he could not contact Tianma Star and Tenryu Star through long-range communication. He had come to support Tianma Star first based on his judgment. If Tianma Star was fine, and it was Tenryu Star that was attacked, he could immediately return to Tenryu Star through the portal. However, although there was the aura of the Crimson Domain in outer space, the Crimson Domain did not exist in outer space at all. What was going on? Could it be that Tianma Star had already? The head of Tianma was the most anxious one at this time. He did not have time to greet head of Tenryu and had already quickly landed on the surface of the planet. When he entered the atmosphere, he let out a sigh of relief. He could clearly feel that Tianma Star's life level was still there, which meant that its life core had not been taken away. This was the best-case scenario. He hurriedly flew in the direction of Tianma Square. In a flash, he arrived at Tianma Square and landed out of thin air. When a group of Dragon Race and Tianma powerhouses landed on the surface of Tianma Square, they were completely sure that Tianma Star had not been attacked. Everything on Tianma Star was normal, and there were no places that were attacked and infected like Tianhe Star before. The Pegasus's chief level was greatly relieved. However, the Heavenly Dragon's chief level immediately tensed up. If they didn't attack the Pegasus Star, could it be that they were attacking the Heavenly Dragon Star? Quickly open the portal. The head of Tenryu had just made a request to the head of Tianma, but he felt something and looked in the direction of the center of Tianma Square. His gaze first fell on Karen. This was the attraction of cultivation and aura. He and Karen were too familiar with each other, and there was an equal contract between them. Naturally, he felt her presence immediately. Then he saw Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Why did the two of them come back first? And why were they with Karen? In a flash, the head of Tenryu had already arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu and the other two. When they entered the atmosphere, Lan Xuanyu and the others had already felt it. Karen immediately informed him that the head of Tenryu and the others had returned. Chief. Lan Xuanyu bowed respectfully to the head of Tenryu. He hadn't been exposed yet. He was still the lurker from before. The head of Tenryu glanced at him, and then looked at Karen with a strange gaze. Why are you here? Karen said calmly, I'm not here. Tianma Star has already been destroyed. Let Lan tell you why. After saying that, she closed her mouth and didn't speak anymore. The head of Tenryu looked at Lan Xuanyu with a puzzled expression. Lan Xuanyu said, Chief, the situation is like this. After the Crimson Domain teleported us away, we came directly to Tianma Star. Tianma Star's situation was very critical. One of them released a life shield and blocked the Crimson Domain for a day, but he couldn't hold on any longer. At the critical moment, it was Godmother who led a few seniors and Tianma's seniors to command many powerhouses from various races. With the dragon race and Tianma as the leaders, everyone above the god rank faced the strong enemies and fought inside the Crimson Domain. They barely managed to resist their attacks. Godmother once gave me a special item that could pull me to her side from a distance at critical moments. I didn't know what happened at the time, but she teleported me and Xiuxiu over. After coming over, Godmother guided me to use my bloodline to attract the bone dragon of our dragon realm. Senior Karen also came with me. We worked together to resist the Crimson Domain. He immediately explained the situation in detail. Naturally, he couldn't say that he was teleported from the Long Tianyang, so he used the divine fire dragon Knight Zhongchujia as a shield. This could be considered as a dead man telling no tales. After that, he talked about the arrival of the Silver Dragon Princess Guyuna and the support of the human fleet. These were all things that couldn't be concealed, because too many people had seen them. He only concealed the situation regarding himself, and used the most reasonable way to explain it to Jiang Weiqiang, the head of Tianma, and the other powerhouses. Teleported away again? Could it be from the Tenryu star? The head of Tenryu didn't doubt Lan Xuanyu's words. The reason was very simple. Everything had happened in front of everyone's eyes, and Karen was his contracted partner, as well as his wife, at least in name. If there were any lies in Lan Xuanyu's words, it would be too easy to see through them. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly, yes, but it's definitely not from the Tenryu star. They should have been injured, and we don't know where they were teleported to. We're just waiting for you to come back and take charge of the situation. The head of Tenryu's expression became slightly better. As long as the Longma double star, which was the base of the dragon race and Tianma, was fine, then the crisis could be considered to have been temporarily resolved. Without being able to devour the energy of the Longma double star, it was almost impossible for the Crimson Domain to become a divine realm. He turned to the head of Tianma and said, Brother Li, where do you think the Crimson Mother will go? Will she leave our galaxy, or will she continue to attack other places? This isn't a solution. She can lead the Crimson Domain to teleport, but we can't. This way, we'll be too passive. The head of Tianma said in a low voice, It's hard to judge the situation right now, but I feel that stabilizing the Longma double star is the most important thing. Now that the Crimson Domain had developed to its current level, devouring ordinary planets was meaningless to it. Although the Crimson Mother didn't care about killing, she was an egoist and wouldn't do anything that didn't benefit her. I believe that we should quickly contact all the races in the Federation. If any of them have news about the Crimson Domain, they should contact us immediately. At the same time, please bring your resources to Longma Double Star and the surrounding satellites for the time being. He could only temporarily gather them. At least until we can think of a better way. Then there was the matter of the Imperial Air Tribe being wanted. Think of a way to capture the members of the Imperial Air Tribe. Only by solving the problem of teleportation will we not be so exhausted. Head of Tenryu nodded slightly and said, We'll go to your place for a meeting. Blue, you come too. It's all thanks to you this time. He nodded to Lan Xuanyu, but his eyes were still full of seriousness. The Crimson Mother's ruckus had really put the entire Ryuma Federation in a passive position. the original plan hadn't gone smoothly. The plan had been proposed by Lan Xuanyu, but the reason for the plan's failure wasn't because of her, but because of the betrayal of the imperial heir tribe. Lan Xuanyu could be said to have contributed greatly to saving Tianma Star this time. Now, even the head of Tianma looked at Lan Xuanyu with more gratitude than before. However, Lan Xuanyu didn't tell the head of Tenryu what Xianxia had said before she died, which was that he should take over the position of first seat. Even if he didn't say it, it would reach the ears of the head of Tenryu sooner or later. When that time came, it would depend on his judgment. With Lan Xuanyu's current strength and status in the dragon race, he wasn't too afraid of the head of Tenryu's revenge. Now, no matter who it was, it wouldn't be easy to touch Lan Xuanyu. Moreover, she had just become the hero who saved Tianma Star. Blue, thank you so much this time. Karen, long time no see. Thank you very much for coming to the rescue. The head of Tianma said sincerely to Lan Xuanyu and Karen. Karen didn't say anything. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, don't mention it, first seat. This is what I should do. The two first seats walked in front, and the other powerhouses followed behind as they entered the Tianma Palace. Lan Xuanyu wanted to follow at the back, but the Dawn Dragon Knight, Xianxia, grabbed her sleeve and pulled her to his side. What surprised this Dawn Dragon Knight was that Karen had been silently following behind Lan Xuanyu and by Xiao. When Lan Xuanyu stopped, she also stopped and followed behind them. However, Xianxia only looked at them in surprise, and then said to Lan Xuanyu, you're not injured, right? Lan Xuanyu said, we're fine. This time, it's all thanks to the human fleet. I just don't know why their battleships rushed over to support us. Yes. Xianxia also frowned slightly. Clearly, he didn't understand either. After all, the Douluo Federation and the Ryuma Federation had always been enemies. After returning to the Tianma Palace, the head of Tianma immediately gathered the Tianma God-ranked powerhouses who had survived the battle that day and asked about the situation that day. All the Dragon Knights and Tianma Knights were listening. The narration of these Tianma powerhouses was different from Lan Xuanyu's narration. When Lan Xuanyu narrated, he didn't beat himself up to claim credit, nor did he talk about what he had done. But in the narration of the Tianma powerhouses, he was the most important existence who had turned the tide. He was the one who had buffed all the dragon race, and even the divine fire dragon knight, Xianxia. This was the reason why the dragon race and Tianma powerhouses could last for so long. This was why the human battleships behind them had come to their rescue. There was also a description of the human fleet. The terrifying giant mechas that were over 20,000 meters tall had left a very deep impression on the powerful beings of the Pegasus race. Even the Crimson Realm was so powerful, but it was still repelled by the Douluo Federation's fleet. What this meant was obvious. After asking several experts of the Pegasus clan, the answers he got were all similar. The head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma were silent. With the arrival of the human fleet, the situation had become more complicated than they had imagined. Before today, the Ryuma Federation didn't think much of the Douluo Federation. The Douluo Federation's fleet technology was stronger, but that was because the Ryuma Federation didn't covet the Douluo Federation's resources. Otherwise, in their opinion, as long as the Dragon Knights or Tianma Knights were sent out, they could crush the human fleet. It was just that the risk of the human fleet destroying the Dragon Horse Galaxy was not worth it, so they didn't act rashly. But after listening to the narration of their subordinates today, they found out that the Douluo Federation was actually so powerful, and the technological gap between the two sides was so huge. More importantly, why did the Douluo Federation come to help this time? Yes, it was just purely to help. If they had other motives, after defeating the Crimson Domain, they could have attacked Tianma Star further. At that time, Tianma Star was at its weakest, and these god-ranked powerhouses were about to be wiped out by the Crimson Domain, so they couldn't stop the attack of the giant mechas. But the humans didn't attack, and they retreated after the crisis was resolved. This was purely to help. When did the humans become so friendly? The head of Tenryu stood up slowly, attracting everyone's attention. The head of Tenryu took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with sorrow. I suggest that we pay tribute to the heroes who died in this defense. As he spoke, he slowly lowered his head. Everyone stood up and lowered their heads silently. Yes, everyone who died in this disaster was a true hero. They defended Tianma Star, prevented the people of Tianma Star from dying, and stopped the Crimson Mother's greatest evil. Lan Xuanyu also bowed. When the head of Tenryu raised his head again, the tears in his eyes had disappeared, and he looked directly at Lan Xuanyu. Lan, come to my side. Lan Xuanyu quietly walked to his side and stood still. Previously, Tianma's people did not hide Zhang Chujia's last words when they reported. Moreover, they now worshipped Lan Xuanyu almost fanatically. Princess Jinlong's kindness to Tianma Star was too great. My mother, why didn't you tell me the Fire God Dragon Knight's last words? Head of Tenryu's voice was a little low and even a little hoarse. Although he had always been calm and collected, in fact, the death of the Fire God Dragon Knight was a huge blow to him. Ever since he was young, he had been cultivating with his mother. Everything he had today was actually arranged by Zhang Chujia, step by step. He did not encounter too many setbacks. Under his mother's protection, he became stronger day by day. He had a wife with a powerful bloodline and the pure gold Xian flames. Finally, he became the indisputable head of Tenryu. Now, the mountain behind him had collapsed. Although he had long known that his mother did not have long to live, with the evolution of Lan Xuanyu's bloodline, Zhang Chujia was rejuvenated. His feelings for his mother were somewhat complicated. While he respected and worshipped her, he also had some resistance. Because he had lived in his mother's shadow for too many years. Deep down, he did not like everything was arranged by his mother. When he was young, he once liked a woman of the dragon race. But later, that woman of the dragon race disappeared forever. Although no one had ever told him how she disappeared, he knew that it must be his mother. Other than his mother, no one else had that much authority. Even his father, the previous head of Tenryu, had to listen to his mother. In the end, he had no choice but to be together with Karen, whom he did not really love. Through the contract and marriage, the pure gold Xian flames evolved. Was his mother wrong? In a sense, yes, but he did not like it from the bottom of his heart. Time passed, and his mother suddenly passed away in order to protect her home. She was still a hero of the dragon race. She left, but it made head of Tenryu's heart feel as if it had been emptied. It was not until now that he fully understood that no matter how much he resisted his mother's actions in his heart, he still deeply loved her in the depths of his heart. Therefore, when he was talking to Lan Xuanyu at this time, looking at the girl that his mother had entrusted to him, and his mother had arranged for him to marry, his heart suddenly couldn't hold it in. Because Lan Xuanyu was right in front of him, he could deeply feel the fragility that the head of Tenryu revealed at this time. This was something he had never seen before. In front of so many Dragon Knights and Pegasus Knights. Head, please restrain your grief. I preserved my mother's body's body. She will always live in our hearts, Lan Xuanyu whispered. Heavenly Dragon's first seat's eyes flashed with a touch of boundless sadness. Thank you. Head Xian's head, don't call head in the future, don't call me chief anymore. You're her daughter, which means you're my younger sister. You're like my biological younger sister. I will definitely obey her words, but Lan, you are not a real dragon knight yet. And I can't put this mess on your shoulders. When you become a transcendent god and everything stabilizes, you will be the next head of Tenryu. Today, I also ask the Pegasus Knights to bear witness for my race. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. When he said the last 4 words, he was resolute and decisive. Invisibly, the whole space shook slightly. At his level, there was already a hint of law in his words. While the Dragon Knights were surprised, their eyes all turned to Lan Xuanyu. When they listened to Tianma's story before, they were already completely shocked. They really didn't expect that the current Lan Xuanyu had already reached such a level that he could play the role of a cornerstone in such a war. But they could also feel the strength of Lan Xuanyu's bloodline more and more. Even they, under the influence of Lan Xuanyu's aura, their bloodline showed signs of restlessness. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, I don't want to become," head of Tenryu interrupted him and said, "It's not a matter of whether you want to or not. It's something you have to do." At this point, he paused and said bitterly, "This was what my mother said to me back then. At that time I didn't want to be like this. But later I understood that she was right. From the day you have the dragon race's bloodline, you already have the responsibility of the dragon race. And when your bloodline continues to evolve and surpasses all the clansmen, this responsibility will become even greater. From today onwards, you will temporarily be the second seat of the Tenryu society, second only to brother Zhong. In the near future, you will be the next first seat. I believe in my mother's vision, and I also believe in your ability and the strength of your bloodline. In the future, under your leadership, the dragon race will definitely go further and become stronger. As soon as these words came out, all the dragon knights present, except for the second seat of the Tenryu society and the Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng, bowed slightly and saluted Lan Xuanyu. Greetings, second seat. Lan Xuanyu was stunned, but this time he didn't say anything and just nodded slightly in return. Bai Xiaoxiao was also among the dragon knights. At this time, she couldn't help but have a strange feeling in her heart. Xianyu was really, as a lurker, to be able to reach such a level was probably unprecedented in the entire universe, right? After all, they were humans, and the Tenryu star that they had infiltrated was a world where humans didn't exist at all. It was with his bloodline and intelligence that he gradually became the second seat of the Tenryu from an ordinary dragon race member step by step, accompanied by the sacrifice of Zhang Chujia and several other old dragons. Now, he was the real third person in the dragon race, second only to the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, and the second seat, Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng. This kind of development and change was really too fast. It should be known that their entire infiltration time was less than 2 years. Even before the war with the Crimson Domain began, Lan Xuanyu's status was much lower. Who would have thought that he could reach this step in such a short time? After becoming the second seat of the Tenryu, he could really play an important role in all the decisions of the dragon race, and even in the decisions of the Ryuma Federation. She wasn't the only one who had the same strange feeling in her heart. Even the head of Tianma's eyes moved slightly at this time, and he felt a little regretful in his heart. Back at the Tianma Star Exchange competition, he had already seen Lan Xuanyu's great future achievements. Therefore, he asked his son to try to get close to him, to see if he could marry him, or even stay in Tianma. For this, he proposed a considerable price. However, he still didn't expect Lan Xuanyu's status to rise so quickly. Indeed, everything happened too quickly. In less than a year, this existence who was originally a rising star in the dragon race actually became the second seat of the Tenryu society in the dragon race. After all, she wasn't a real dragon knight yet. Also, her kindness to Tianma Star this time made the whole of Tianma grateful to her. In the future, if she became the head of Tenryu, her control of Tianma Star would be much greater than that of Jiang Weiqiang. Thinking of this, the head of Tianma couldn't help but feel a little afraid. The fiery dragon knight Zhang Chujia had never made a wrong choice. She deeply agreed with what the head of Tenryu had just said. Since Zhang Chujia said that Lan Xuanyu was more suitable to be the head of Tenryu in the dragon race, then he must be more suitable. Her bloodline was already so powerful. Could it be that in the future, she had the possibility of becoming the Divine King level? If that was the case, then things would be different. At that time, Tianma wouldn't have the qualifications to compete with the dragon race. End of chapter. After the head of Tenryu announced that Lan Xuanyu would be the second seat in front of all the powerhouses of the two clans, everyone present had different thoughts in their minds. But what was common was that this Princess Jinlong had truly reached an important position in the Ryuma Federation. The head of Tenryu's gaze swept across the faces of the dragon knights on the dragon race side. Seeing that no one objected, he said, "Everyone, take a seat. Let's discuss our countermeasures." Only then did everyone sit down again. At this moment, suddenly, an urgent voice came from outside. "Urgent report." All the powerhouses instantly looked towards the door. For a moment, a powerful divine sense caused the Tianma powerhouse who had just rushed in to freeze. The head of Tianma waved his hand, and a ray of light enveloped her body, allowing her to regain her ability to move. "What's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" The head of Tianma reprimanded. "Chief, the Crimson Domain has appeared again." The Tianma powerhouse said anxiously. "What?" The head of Tianma immediately stood up. "Where is it?" All the powerhouses present immediately tensed up. During this period of time, the Crimson Domain had made them jittery at the slightest sound. Planet Tenryu. Planet Tenryu is urgently requesting for help. It says that the Crimson Domain has returned and is attacking them again. They can't hold on any longer. Hearing this report, the powerhouses of the two clans instantly stiffened. Planet Tenryu. That Crimson Domain had actually teleported back to Planet Tenryu. In the next instant, they understood that Planet Tenryu was finished. This time, Planet Tenryu would not have any more reinforcements, because it was simply too late. The speed of spatial teleportation was simply too fast. Even if they immediately set off and wanted to rush back to rescue Planet Tenryu, it was already too late. Bang! Head of Tenryu slammed his hand on the table, his eyes filled with rage and fury. It was not just him. How could the powerhouses of the two clans not be furious? It could be said that they had been toyed with by the Crimson Domain. This powerful enemy was so cunning. Tianma Star had originally been a bait, and they had initially thought that they had succeeded. However, they had not expected the Crimson Domain to teleport out of nowhere and ambush Tianma Star. Instead, it had used Tianma Star to lure all of their experts over. They had not been able to save Tianma Star in time. If it weren't for the Douluo Federation, who was a variable, Tang Wulin would have died. Tianma Star might really fall into the hands of the other party. And now, the Crimson Domain had actually returned, swallowing the original bait in one gulp. Most likely, not even dregs would be left behind. Head of Tenryu felt a little dejected after his anger subsided. The head of Tianma was not in a better mood than him. In terms of strength and combat power, the Ryuma Federation was not afraid of the Crimson Territory. In a head-on clash, with the support of the Dragon Knights and his own Crimson Gold Profound Flames, Jiang Weiqiang was really confident that he could contend with his opponent. Even if the Crimson Domain could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. They would not have the opportunity to devour the Longma Double Star. However, the Crimson Domain did not fight them head-on at all. They avoided the sharpness of their attacks and used their continuous mobilization to tire them out, while they reaped the benefits. Although Tianma Star's life force level was not as high as Tenryu Star's and Tianma Star's, it was definitely not low. A huge amount of life force was definitely a great supplement for the Crimson Domain. Head of Tenryu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "My emotions are not stable enough right now, and I'm not suitable to analyze the current situation. Lan, tell me, how should we deal with this situation?" He said to Lan Xuanyu beside him. Lan Xuanyu had used his actions on the battlefield to prove his ability to everyone. Lan Xuanyu frowned. It seemed like the final outcome was similar to what he had imagined. Perhaps Tianma Star was indeed the most suitable place for the Crimson Domain to teleport. Seeing that everyone's gazes were focused on him, Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice, "I'm afraid we can't save Tianma Star." Everyone nodded. This was basically everyone's consensus. It was too late to save them. Lan Xuanyu said, "The Crimson Domain is an energy plane, and it's a relatively powerful plane. Therefore, we can be sure of one thing. If we want to teleport such a powerful plane over such a long distance, the amount of energy required must be enormous. Otherwise, the Crimson Domain's destination would not be Tianma Star, but Tenryu Star. Because even if we can reinforce Tenryu Star through the teleportation gate, the Douluo Federation's fleet that injured the Crimson Domain will not be able to rush over in time." Although the teleportation gate between Tianma Star and Tenryu Star was not small, it could not be larger than a mothership. Furthermore, the Ryuma Federation would not allow the Douluo Federation's fleet to pass through their most important teleportation gate. Because if they did that, they could leave the battlefield at any time and cause a certain amount of destruction on Tenryu Star, which would be advantageous to them. However, they did not choose to do so. It's very likely because teleportation consumes a lot of energy. After teleporting to Tenryu Star, if they face our reinforcements, it will be difficult for them to teleport away again. Or perhaps they can't teleport away at all. Therefore, they chose to return to Tianma Star. Because the Crimson Mother knows that Tianma Star's life energy is enormous, and there is nothing on Tianma Star that can threaten her. Therefore, we can first determine that. What the Crimson Domain will do next is to devour Tianma Star. Tianma Star is a planet with enormous life energy. If it completely devours its life energy, the Crimson Domain will need a long time to digest and absorb it, even though it is powerful. Therefore, we should lose track of the Crimson Domain for a period of time at least, and have a buffer. Lan Xuanyu's calm analysis made the powerhouses present nod their heads one after another. It was a show of approval for his analysis. Lan Xuanyu continued, also, I agree with the chief's order to capture the Yuans. We have to capture as many of them as possible, and ask these traders how much energy is required to teleport to the Crimson Domain. Also, I have a suggestion. We have to store all the space source crystals we can find so far. If we want to perform long-distance teleportation, we can't just rely on large amounts of energy and spell formations. Space source crystals are essential. Furthermore, the cost of such long-distance teleportation must be astronomical. I'm certain that the space source crystals stored by the Yuans can't last too many times. Therefore, we have to collect as many space source crystals as possible to prevent them from being taken away. Without the space source crystals, we should be able to estimate how many more teleportations the Crimson Domain can use in the future. Once these words came out, the expressions of Heavenly Dragons and Heavenly Horses Chief relaxed a little. The Crimson Domain was powerful, but the biggest problem wasn't its own strength, but its long-distance teleportation. As long as they could not teleport and could fight head-on, the Ryuma Federation would not be afraid of them. Continue, the head of Tenryu said in a deep voice. Lan Xuanyu said, this is the first thing we need to do. Furthermore, it was better to remain still than to take action. Even though we judged that the Crimson Domain would not appear for some time, we still had to deal with it. However, we still have to be careful. I suggest that our two races should stick to the Longma double star and not move out rashly. Previously, the chief's order to invite the various clans to join the Longma double star if they are willing. I think it's feasible and I'm very supportive of it. The head of Tenryu nodded. Lan Xuanyu continued, then, there's the internal integration. The most troublesome part about the Crimson Domain is the undying nature of the creatures in the Crimson Domain, as well as the devouring nature of the Crimson Domain itself. We have to find a way to weaken these two characteristics as much as possible. This will allow us to have a chance to destroy it in the future. In this regard, we need the two chiefs to discuss with the various leaders to see if there are any ways to deal with it. The Crimson Domain's target will definitely still be our Longma double star. After devouring and absorbing Tianhe star, it will definitely become even stronger. Therefore, its target will definitely still be the Tenryu star or Tianma star. If we guard Longma double star to the death and don't give it any opportunity, it will definitely think of all sorts of ways to attack us. I'm guessing that the Crimson Mother will try to forcefully attack us when she's in her strongest state, because we won't leave Longma double star no matter how she tries to tempt us. She probably won't have any better ideas. When she tries to feign an attack, we have to give her a powerful counterattack and make her escape again. We have to reduce the number of times she can teleport. The Crimson Mother is scheming and astute, but through this battle, we can be sure that she doesn't just desire the Crimson Domain to evolve into a god realm, she's even more urgent. Therefore, I suspect that there's definitely something wrong with the Crimson Domain. If it can't evolve for a long time, it's very likely that there's a risk of destruction. Therefore, the possibility of the Crimson Mother taking the risk is very high. Therefore, just like I said before, from now on, no matter what happens, the powerhouses of our two races shouldn't leave Longma double star. Defending is the best response. I agree. The head of Tianma nodded in agreement. The attack on Tianma star had truly frightened him, and he definitely didn't want to face such a situation again. Lan Xuanyu said, the last point is that we have to use all the resources we can to deal with the Crimson Domain. Not just us, but also allies that we can make use of. Allies? You mean? The Douluo Federation? The head of Tenryu asked. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Everyone, the Douluo Federation. Sending a fleet to reinforce us is undoubtedly out of our expectations, and it's also out of Crimson Mother's expectations. That's why she had no choice but to leave. The strength that the Douluo Federation's fleet has displayed is also relatively strong. They could truly restrain or even damage the Crimson Domain. But why would they help us? Logically speaking, it didn't seem to make sense. However, if one thought about it carefully, their force fields were very clear. Even they are very worried about the threat of the Crimson Domain. The head of Tianma interrupted, I have a question. How did the Douluo Federation's fleet manage to come and reinforce us at such a crucial time? How did they find out? We have always kept a tight lid on any information related to the Crimson Domain. Lan Xuanyu said with a wry smile, I can't guess. They should have their own information channels. However, one could tell from their actions that the Douluo Federation was deeply afraid of the Scarlet Domain. Compared to us, the Douluo Federation doesn't have much of an attraction to the Scarlet Realm. However, once the Crimson Domain becomes a godly realm, we will be the first to be destroyed, and the neighboring Douluo Federation will be the second. The life energy level on their mother planet is also very high, and they can also give birth to god-rank powerhouses. That's why they took action. Therefore, I suggest that we try to contact the Douluo Federation and obtain their support and assistance when we finally have a decisive battle with the Scarlet Domain. If we have the Douluo Federation's support, we can find a chance to fight the Scarlet Domain, and our chances of victory will be much higher. Head of Tenryu said in a deep voice, if we do that, won't we be inviting a wolf into our house? Lan Xuanyu said, in my opinion, it won't. This is because the Douluo Federation wants to seize resources. However, the Scarlet Domain is also a great enemy in their hearts. More importantly, in terms of individual strength, we are still much stronger than them. No matter how strong their fleet is, they can't protect all the planets. Once they start an all-out war with us, both sides will suffer. They won't be able to bear such losses. Although their strongest warship is terrifying, as long as we don't fight it head-on, it will seem clumsy. Head of Tenryu looked at the head of Tianma. What do you think about cooperating with the Douluo Federation? The head of Tianma said in a deep voice, in order to resist the Scarlet Domain, I think it's possible. This time, the Douluo Federation's fleet has already expressed their goodwill to us. Our top priority is still to eliminate the Crimson Mother. Everything else can be discussed later. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I think Lan is right. We should try to obtain the Douluo Federation's support. This way, we will have fewer enemies behind us and more allies by our side. Why not do it? They have already expressed their sincerity. As long as we show our sincerity appropriately, there should still be a chance for cooperation. Head of Tenryu nodded slightly. From the perspective of benefits, cooperating with the Douluo Federation was very appropriate. This was because the Scarlet Domain's main target was the Ryuma Federation. The Douluo Federation's help would eliminate potential threats to the Douluo Federation, and it would be a direct help to the Ryuma Federation. The Douluo Federation's fleet had already proven their strength with their own strength, and they were a worthy partner. Let's try to contact the Douluo Federation first. It's best to negotiate with them and get them to cooperate with us in defense. We can help each other. For this, we can pay them a certain amount of resources as the price for their help in defense, and also as a gift to thank them for their previous help. Doesn't the Douluo Federation's energy come from the refinement of rare metals? Then let's give it to them. The Ryuma Federation and the Douluo Federation used different sources of energy. The Douluo Federation used the refinement of rare metals to obtain a single positive circulation source core. Different rare metals had different levels of energy. On the other hand, the Ryuma Federation used energy blocks. They purified and extracted some special ores that contained energy in the universe to supply energy. It was difficult to determine which of the two was better, but all the technology of the two federations relied on these two different energy systems. The Douluo Federation did not have energy blocks at all, and to the Ryuma Federation, rare metals were only materials and not energy sources. In comparison, rare metals were not as precious as they were in the Douluo Federation. Furthermore, the Dragon Horse Galaxy was huge and had rich reserves of resources. A few rare metals were nothing. It's easy to contact them. Who should we send to negotiate with the Douluo Federation? The head of Tianma asked the head of Tenryu. The head of Tenryu said in a deep voice, this matter is very important. We must send someone who represents our two races. The head of Tianma said, why don't I make a trip? The head of Tenryu shook his head and said, no, we have to be on guard against the arrival of the Crimson Domain. We cannot leave the Longma Double Star. Brother Zhong, why don't you make a trip? The Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhong Zicheng, nodded slightly and said, I can. The head of Tianma said, Brother Zhong, there's no problem. Then let's plan how to negotiate with the humans and what sincerity we can show them. It seems like we have to speed up the advancement of our technology. We suffered a huge loss this time largely because of the lack of technology. We don't have enough space technology and powerful battleships, which have become a huge hindrance to us. Lan Xuanyu said from the side, heads, there's one more thing we have to deal with quickly. Planet Xianxia has been attacked by the Crimson Domain again, and I'm afraid it will be destroyed in a short period of time. However, half of the Xianxia fleet will return with us this time. We need someone to intimidate them to prevent trouble. His words immediately reminded the two first seats of their thoughts. They did not have time to think about it before, but now that they thought about it, the other reinforcements were about to return. This included the Xianxia race's Xianxia fleet. If the Xianxia fleet knew that their people and mother planet had been attacked, they would definitely rush back at all costs. End of chapter. Although it was only half of the fleet, the Xianxia warships were already one of the most advanced warships in the Ryuma Federation. Their cooperation and strength were definitely precious resources for the Ryuma Federation. They couldn't be lost so easily, the head of Tianma said. This is an emergency. When they arrive, immediately land all the warships and manage them together. As for the personnel, lock them up first. This is also a headache. Half a fleet, that was a total of 50 battleships. Docking was still fine. However, to command so many outstanding battleships, it wasn't something that just anyone could do. Only the original members of the Xianxia race were suitable to control them. However, Planet Xianxia's crisis would definitely make them uneasy. If the warships were handed over to them, they would probably run away immediately. However, if they didn't use these people, these warships would be destroyed, Zhong Zicheng said in a low voice. I can brainwash them and selectively erase some of their memories. At the same time, I can deepen some of their memories. Let them think that the Xianxia race was already extinct, and that they are the only ones left. In the future, they will work hard to avenge the Xianxia race. Let this fleet become an army of vengeance. At the same time, we will screen the personnel. Those who are familiar with warship technology will be gathered and joined our research team. Head of Tenryu said, I'm afraid the brainwashing will take a long time, right? You're the authority in this area. How long will it take? Zhong Zicheng said, under the premise that they won't be harmed, it will take at least a month. A month will allow their emotions and memories to stabilize. Head of Tenryu frowned and said, then the matter of communicating with the humans, why don't I go to the Douluo Federation? Lan Xuanyu suddenly said. Immediately, the two chairmen and Zhong Zicheng focused their gazes on Lan Xuanyu. Head of Tenryu said in surprise, you're going? I'm still worried that there will be some risks. You're the future of our race. You can't take risks so easily. I originally wanted you to go to the dragon world to cultivate in seclusion after you return and quickly become a dragon knight. Lan Xuanyu said, Chairman, my strength has been increasing very quickly recently. My foundation is already a little unstable. I need to stabilize for a period of time before I can increase it again. Furthermore, reaching the transcendent rank isn't something that can be done overnight. The threat of the Crimson Domain can erupt at any time. Although I don't know much about humans, I'm a woman, so it should be easier to communicate with them. Furthermore, since the Douluo Federation chose to support us at the most dangerous time, that means that they have sincerity in cooperating. I'm also a second seat now, and Dawn's second seat has important matters to attend to. It should be the most appropriate for me to go. There shouldn't be too of a danger. Karen, Lon lands of the Douluo of the world. Of Tenryu of the Douluo of Tenryus. The gaze of Heavenly Dragon's chief fell on her, and a complicated look flashed across his eyes. Karen was still his wife in name and his dragon mount. As for Lan Xuanyu, she was the woman that Zhang Chujia had decided on for him. Their relationship had become closer now. This made head of Tenryu feel a little strange. He understood his mother's last words very well. She told him that Lan Lan's future was limitless. He could give Lan Lan the position of chief, but the prerequisite was that Lan Lan had to follow him wholeheartedly. Given his familiarity with his mother, Zhang Chujia's last words to Lan Xuanyu meant this. But at this time, there was no chance to get closer to her. He originally wanted Lan Xuanyu to go to the dragon world to cultivate in seclusion. As long as it wasn't urgent, he would follow Lan Xuanyu to the dragon world and try to get closer to her. He even wanted to obtain some benefits from Lan Xuanyu's bloodline and see if it could help his cultivation improve. But now, it seemed that there was no time for that. What should he do? Zhong Zichang nodded and said, "It's fine when I see it. If Chief Karen follows him, there shouldn't be a problem." In terms of cultivation, Karen, who had the bloodline of a true dragon, was second only to head of Tenryu in the dragon race. She should be on par with Zhong Zichang. It was just that their focus was different. The crimson gold profound flames were passed down from the fire dragon king. With her around, even if they encountered the crimson domain, Lan Xuanyu could escape. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu was also a true god now. With Bai Xiuxiu, they weren't weak either. She could also strengthen her own race. More importantly, Karen wasn't a dragon knight. She wouldn't affect head of Tenryu's temporary rise to the level of a half-step divine king during battle. Therefore, she was the most suitable person to accompany Lan Xuanyu to the Douluo Federation for the negotiation. After thinking for a while, head of Tenryu also understood that there was no time to lose. He said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you. Now that you're the second seat of Tenryu, the title of Princess Jinlong doesn't suit you anymore. You'll go to the Douluo Federation as the second seat of Tenryu in the dragon race, Jinlong Saintess. Strive for cooperation." "Yes." Lan Xuanyu respectfully replied. Princess Jinlong still had the aura of a rising star, but Jinlong Saintess was different. This meant that head of Tenryu had already made her one of the leaders of the dragon race. Bai Xiuxiu sat there and looked at Lan Xuanyu calmly. However, her heart was slightly twitching, the second seat of Tenryu, and the Saintess of Jinlong. "Did you know? The person you've chosen to represent the dragon race in the human world is a real human. The leader of the current Shrek 7 monsters, a Class 9 Heaven Fighter from the Douluo Federation's Heaven Fighter Division, and perhaps the greatest spy in human history." At this moment, among the spies, Lan Xuanyu had definitely reached the pinnacle of humanity. Even in the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy, his current status was second only to the head of Tenryu, the head of Tianma, and Tenryu's second seat of Dawn Dragon Knight. In less than 2 years, he went from being penniless to being the second seat of Tenryu. It was simply, Lan Xuanyu's expression was calm, and no one could see any changes in his emotions from his appearance. Head of Tenryu said, "All right, then we'll split up as soon as possible. Brotherly, the reinforcements have returned. We'll control and guide them together. Closely monitor the situation on planet Tenryu. Brother Zhong, I'll leave the Tenryu fleet to you. Now is not the time to rest and reorganize. Everyone, immediately move out. At the same time, mobilize the few races closer to planet Tenryu to observe the situation on planet Tenryu from afar. Send back images from there to determine the Crimson Domain's movements." The Ryuma Federation's crisis had not been resolved. Instead, it had become even more serious. Planet Tenryu was one of the top life planets in the entire Ryuma Federation. Once it was devoured by the Crimson Domain and the Crimson Mother's strength would definitely increase exponentially. Right now, they could only hope that the space source crystals in their hands could not be used too many times. Otherwise, they would have no other choice but to defend the Longma double star. They could only let the Crimson Domain wreak havoc. Everyone was somewhat convinced by Lan Xuanyu's analysis, and it could be considered as a pillar of support for the dispirited powerhouses. If the Crimson Domain could not teleport without the space source crystals, and if they were to launch a probing attack in the near future, then, there was still a chance. Orders were passed down one by one, and gradually, the situation seemed to be in order. The meeting lasted for a long time, and there was a long discussion on how much sincerity to give to the humans. Lan Xuanyu was very smart. When discussing what to give to the humans, she acted as if it had nothing to do with her. She did not participate in the discussion and only listened quietly. End of chapter 1644. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.